Chapter 1. The Acceptance Letter. Ethan White, with his short, jet-black hair, leaned over the edge of the table, staring in disbelief at the unexpected visitor before him, a plump, brown-speckled owl. It had burst into the room like a whirlwind, circled once, and then dropped an envelope onto the desk, proceeding to peck at the honey cream balls in the box. The envelope was crafted from yellowed parchment, heavy in his hands, inscribed with a series of addresses in emerald green ink. Lancashire, Thesis Town, Willow Street, number 7. For Mr. Ethan White. Ethan quietly pulled the envelope closer, examining the writing before flipping it over. Hogwarts? Is this for real? He murmured to himself. Could it be a prank? Having lived in Thesis Town for many years, he had always assumed he was merely an ordinary soul reborn in a foreign land. Before receiving this letter, he had meticulously planned his life until the age of 25, even contemplating his future residence. Swallowing hard, Ethan opened the envelope. The parchment glimmered softly in the candlelight, the text within neatly and solemnly presented. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. White, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Wow, this is so formal. Is it really genuine? Ethan still found it hard to believe, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in his pupils. Hogwarts Acceptance Letter Exchange Value. 1 magical affinity. Ethan paused for a moment. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to a conversion mechanism where contact with certain special items would yield attribute points. The fact that this letter could also be exchanged implied it was authentic. Magical affinity. 1. Unlock rare attribute. Magic initial value. 2. Unlock attribute. Magical affinity initial value. 3. Unlock attribute. Spell resistance initial value. 3. Ethan White stamina. 5. Intelligence. 7. Strength. 5. Agility. 3. Magic. 2. Magical affinity. 4. Physical resistance. 3. Spell resistance. 3. Random potential. 0. Free potential. 0. Random exchange experience. 76100. Free exchange experience. 76300. Ethan's heart raced like a drum. Strange. I can't recall any unusual behaviors from my family, but since this letter was addressed to me, it suggests I possess the potential to become a wizard. Therefore, either my family has a history of wizards, or, like Hermione, I am an anomaly born to an ordinary family. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, recalling novels he had read in the past. It's 1991. I remember Harry Potter also entered Hogwarts this year, and Voldemort began causing chaos. One incident each year. First, he took down Quirrell. Ethan scratched his head, an uneasy feeling creeping over him. While the films were thrilling, Harry's life was quite colorful. However, those around him didn't seem to share such fortunate experiences. Take the Weasley children, for instance. One disfigured, one missing an ear, one lost his life, and another nearly lost their goodness. How many children did they have? Ethan muttered to himself, glancing at the second page of the letter that had arrived with the acceptance. The page was filled with dense text, and as he read it, a sense of dread washed over him. Robes, hats, gloves, cloaks, 8 sets of books, a wand, a cauldron, so many items. Good heavens. How much will this cost? Thank goodness Hogwarts waives tuition and boarding fees. Otherwise, how could I afford to attend? The White family ran a modest cake shop in town, making ends meet, but hardly thriving. For such an ordinary household to suddenly bear such a hefty expense, the likelihood of enrolling in a public school in town would certainly be much higher. Moreover, the White family was not a wizarding family. Their attitude towards wizards was uncertain. That I cannot solely rely on my family. I must strive to earn my place. I absolutely must attend the magical school. Ethan gazed intently at his small hands. Perhaps I can inquire about financial aid from the school? Ethan then glanced at the corpulent owl on the table, which was now tilting its head back as it swallowed the last piece of honey cream. Seeing the empty candy box, Ethan shot it an incredulous look. After eating so much, aren't you afraid of cavities? The owl seemed to still crave more. It tilted its head, gazing at Ethan, making soft, persistent cooing sounds. Ethan quickly retrieved a piece of paper, took a moment to compose himself, and carefully wrote several lines. Dear Ms. McGonagall, I am honored to receive the acceptance letter from Hogwarts and eagerly anticipate starting on September 1st. Before that, I wish to apply for a scholarship, and the specific reasons are as follows. Ethan was not one to beat around the bush, but he made an effort to write each letter round and full, pleasing to the eye. Perhaps such care would favorably influence the recipient's mood, leading them to grant his modest request. After finishing the letter and patiently waiting for the ink to dry, he carefully folded it and placed it in the owl's beak. Ethan hurried to the window, watching expectantly as the owl disappeared into the distance. Chapter 2. The Paper. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Ethan finally heard the sound of the door opening downstairs. He raced down the stairs like a gust of wind and immediately spotted the beautiful lady at the entrance, changing her shoes. Sarah White, Ethan's mother. Undoubtedly. Ethan's striking azure eyes were inherited from her. Besides his eyes, the thick lashes, straight nose, gentle eye sockets, and even the contours of his cheeks bore a remarkable resemblance to hers. "Good evening, little Ethan." Sarah beamed at the small boy before her. Just 10 minutes prior, an urgent stack of orders had arrived. With a resigned smile, she ruffled Ethan's hair and affectionately remarked, "But our little Ethan is about to enter middle school. We can't wait to take on more of these urgent orders." Ethan hesitated to mention the owl, instead taking his mother's hand and leading her to the sofa. Carefully choosing his words, "Mom, do you know about wizards?" "Wizards? Witches? Of course, I know about such tales," Sarah replied, retrieving a can of beer from the refrigerator, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Historically, Lancashire was a hub for witches. Long ago, there were actual witch trials here. Ethan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "So, do you believe in the existence of wizards? I mean real wizards, the kind that can perform magic?" Sarah couldn't help but burst into laughter, her mirth bubbling over. "Ethan, please don't take offense. You've always been so rational, using mathematics, physics, and chemistry to explain everything you see. Your academic performance has been outstanding. Even the renowned Roger High School has sent you an acceptance letter. I never imagined you would be interested in magical stories. It's simply adorable, my dear." Embarrassed, Ethan fidgeted his toes against the shoe sole. Even Santa Claus was just his father in disguise. The magic-wielding wizards were mere figments of imagination. "Of course, if you're fascinated by wizard culture, when old John S. Circus comes to town again, I can take you to meet their fortune-telling wizard, who, poor fellow, has spent his life as a bachelor." Ethan fell silent. It seemed that, like Hermione, his parents were ordinary people without magical abilities. Steeling himself, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Do you think I have any special qualities over the years?" "Absolutely," Sarah proudly replied. "My little Ethan is even more handsome than I was at your age. You resemble young Bern Anderson. Aside from looks?" he inquired. "My little Ethan is incredibly intelligent. In the whole town, only my little Ethan received an acceptance letter from Roger High School." Listening to the pride in his mother's voice, Ethan could only scratch his head. Although he had indeed received the letter from a prestigious school, he didn't believe it was due to his intelligence. The exam had been somewhat challenging, yet it remained within the realm of fundamental knowledge. For someone who had previously excelled at a top university, passing such a test was a mere walk in the park, especially given his advantageous appearance. With rosy lips and bright teeth, he breezed through the interview as well. "Mother, I am referring to whether I have ever accomplished anything extraordinary. Something remarkably intelligent. My dear child, since the tender age of 2, you have adamantly refused to share a bed with us. This was due to your father's thunderous snoring, which disturbed my slumber. However, I have inquired, and other children at the age of 2 were still grappling with bedwetting." "Ms." Sarah cast a proud glance at him and continued, "And do you recall your 5th birthday when the Rumor family visited and brought along a girl of your age, little Amy? She was eager to share her doll with you, yet you insisted on teaching her arithmetic, which has evidently deterred her from visiting us ever since." Ethan vaguely remembered the platinum-haired girl and lamented, "It was her constant pestering. I was trying to study, and she was relentless with my mother. I was referring to something more special." "Ms." Sarah sighed. "You must understand that a 5-year-old who actively engages in learning mathematics is already quite remarkable. If we are to consider something even more extraordinary, perhaps I recall the incident when you were 7 and the old Jernon's hunting dog attacked you, only for you to subdue it on the ground. In retrospect, it is indeed astonishing." Ethan's eyes brightened at the recollection. Miss Sarah continued, "Old Jernon swiftly took the dog away, and had it not been for his otherwise commendable character, the townspeople would have never allowed that dog to live another day." Ethan had little memory of that event, but the sheer notion of a 7-year-old overcoming a hunting dog was undeniably remarkable. He felt it was time to unveil his intentions. Clearing his throat, he took the stack of stationery beside him and presented it to his mother with great reverence, stating gravely, "Mother, I have discovered an exceptional boarding school that employs a 7-year integrated teaching model, offering opportunities for employment post-graduation, either at the institution itself or within related professional fields. You are aware of the current economic downturn. The number of unemployed graduates is surpassing the cattle in our pastures. In light of this, I believe this school represents a superior choice compared to Roger High School, MS." Sarah's eyes widened, and she contemplated a rebuttal, yet found herself at a loss for words. Over the years, unemployment in the manufacturing sector had indeed remained alarmingly high, with the government abolishing numerous subsidies for traditional industries and permitting the privatization of various enterprises. Countless factories had shuttered, and layoffs had become commonplace across all sectors. This year, the introduction of the Competition and Service Act suggested a complete abandonment of the manufacturing industry. The astute young Ethan was evidently unwilling to resign himself to a lifetime of servitude for a corporation. "What a wretched state of affairs," she exclaimed, vexedly waving the papers in her hand. "What is this?" "An essay," he replied. "On what subject?" The first piece discusses the continuous decline of the manufacturing sector in England over the next decade, highlighting some of the most promising career options. The second offers a simplistic elucidation of my personal beliefs. Ethan explained, "I spent 3 hours composing this. It contains its shortcomings, but I believe the main ideas are sufficiently expressed. However, this is merely the beginning. I intend to write further essays on this subject, and I am confident that you will come to understand my perspective. I wish to attend that 7-year integrated school." Sarah gazed at him, momentarily placing her hand on her forehead, then on Ethan's, engulfed in a profound sense of self-doubt. An 11-year-old child, crafting 2 essays in 3 hours? Is it truly the case that children today are compelled to master the art of essay writing? My heavens, this country is undoubtedly doomed. Sarah, suppressing her peculiar emotions, quietly began to read the first essay. The piece commenced with a succinct summary of various social news, followed by a series of analyses grounded in real data, even including detailed trend graphs. While the prose displayed a certain awkwardness, it was not alarming given that the author was merely an 11-year-old child. Such naivete could be rather endearing. The essay emphasized the significant impacts that the decade-long shift from manufacturing to service industries in England would have on individuals. The latter half addressed the current situation, offering prudent recommendations for future career choices. Within these suggestions, young Ethan provided remarkably reasonable interpretations and personal insights. Throughout the essay, despite some formatting inconsistencies, the arguments were meticulously articulated and logically coherent, compelling even Sarah to become engrossed, occasionally displaying expressions of sudden realization and deep regret. Had she encountered such an essay during her own studies, perhaps she would not now merely be the proprietor of a cake shop. She lifted her gaze, her expression complex as she regarded young Ethan, sighing, "The format may be somewhat off, yet the data is precise, rendering the entire essay both logical and valuable for reference." Each data point was meticulously cited, and she held no doubts regarding their authenticity. Ethan was undoubtedly aware of this. He had intentionally crafted his writing in a somewhat clumsy manner to avoid seeming overly exceptional. Sarah then turned to the second essay, whose theme was succinct yet profound. "I will try anything once. Ethan's Guide to a Magical Life." For some inexplicable reason, Sarah felt a tremor in her heart. Chapter 3. Home Visit. On the morning of July 29th, the sky was laden with low-hanging clouds, accompanied by a cool breeze. Un motlid qu'a deftly évadé pédestrians. Leaping into an alley. Shortly thereafter, a woman draped in a verdant cloak, her expression serious, emerged. She extended her hand, pressing the doorbell of the white residence. Just as Sarah was about to step outside, she paused, staring at the visitor in the green cloak, cautiously inquiring, "How may I assist you? Hogwarts? A school of magic?" In that instant, Sarah's gaze reflected disbelief and absurdity. Indeed, had it not been for the 2 essays from the previous day, her reaction would have been much more pronounced. She might have even considered calling the authorities. Suppressing her anxiety, she stumbled over her words. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Professor McGonagall. I am Sarah White, Ethan's mother." She led Professor McGonagall through the small courtyard and into the living room, all the while assessing the surroundings and observing Sarah as she hurriedly retrieved orange juice and cake. In the living room, there's a brown fabric sofa, a coffee table, and a television. The kitchen is adorned with several white appliances, and the air still carries the delightful aroma of freshly baked omelets. On the coffee table, teacups and a biscuit jar rest together. The entire space of the house is rather compact, devoid of any apparent enchantments, and there are nearly no vacant corners. However, it is evident that the owner has taken great care in maintaining the place, resulting in a tidy environment. It seems that Mr. White's circumstances are indeed somewhat challenging. Professor McGonagall mused silently. "Mrs. Sarah, it appears you are not surprised by my arrival." Mrs. Sarah hurriedly replied, "No, I am utterly shocked. In fact, until last night, I could hardly believe that a magical school could exist." Professor McGonagall understood, saying, "It seems you have encountered our outpost." Mrs. Sarah shook her head, stating she had only seen 2 of young Ethan's essays. With a hint of resignation, she continued, "Last night, Ethan suddenly inquired about magic and wizards, but I'm unfamiliar with such matters." Perhaps he anticipated this, which is why he prepared 2 essays in advance. And it was only until the end that I learned of the existence of a magical school. Professor McGonagall expressed her astonishment. What an impressive approach. Essays on wizards? No. One was akin to a sociological research report, and the other was his personal manifesto on happiness. He wishes to learn magic, Mrs. Sarah sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her features. In truth, she preferred young Ethan to attend Roger Academy, but after negotiating with him last night, she found herself at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Professor McGonagall, I still wish to witness magic with my own eyes. Although young Ethan has assured me that everything is real. He is only 11 years old, after all. Indeed, this is one of the reasons for my visit. Professor McGonagall produced her wand, pointing it at the teacup on the table, and uttered, Transfiguration. In an instant, the teacup transformed into a large, spotted cat, stretching lazily, its beautiful azure eyes captivating. With a subtle smile, Professor McGonagall continued her incantations, causing a vase to morph into a goose, the table into a doe, and the teacup into a flock of small birds. Mrs. Sarah gasped in astonishment, momentarily flustered. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Ethan hurried down, and upon entering the living room, he was greeted by a room full of small animals. When he recognized the visitor, he was taken aback. Professor Minerva McGonagall? Goodness. Ethan, look, the cup has turned into a cat. This is truly magic. Yes, Mother, I see it, Ethan replied, his mother already speechless from the shock. Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to Ethan, her eyes scrutinizing as she spoke. Hello, young Mr. White. I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ethan lowered his gaze slightly. Welcome, Professor McGonagall. I never expected to meet you so soon. The professor's decisiveness was indeed astonishing. Mrs. Sarah, her face flushed and breathless from excitement, invited Professor McGonagall to take a seat while she couldn't help but glance at the enthusiastic young Ethan. Indeed, no one can resist the allure of magic. Not even the astute young Ethan. She sighed inwardly and inquired, I am quite willing for young Ethan to attend your esteemed institution. Yet I am uncertain as to what actions we might undertake. Professor McGonagall replied gently, According to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, we require a signed confidentiality oath from both parents and the school. This document possesses a binding magical force, ensuring that you will divulge not a single detail regarding wizards to anyone, as magic in the perception of most muggles does not exist. Mrs. Sarah instantly comprehended, realizing why she was entirely oblivious to these matters. After a moment's consideration, she cautiously asked, Professor, may I inquire whether it is necessary to pay the full tuition for 7 years in advance for attendance at your school? Ethan, who was nearby pouring tea, perked up his ears. Professor McGonagall glanced at Ethan and smiled. The school does not charge tuition or accommodation fees. The Ministry of Magic will cover these expenses. Furthermore, Mr. Ethan White has applied for a grant from the school, and if all goes well, the institution will provide him with funds to procure the textbooks and equipment required for enrollment. A magical school with no tuition fees? Could it be a public institution? Mrs. Sarah was taken aback. However, she could not conceal her delight, exclaiming, I am immensely grateful for the generosity of both the school and the Ministry of Magic. To be candid, had I not been of advanced age, I would have relished the opportunity to learn magic. It is truly wondrous. Professor McGonagall set down her juice and elucidated. In fact, madam, only those who have exhibited magical potential are recorded by the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance. Upon reaching the age of 11, an owl will deliver an acceptance letter. Mrs. Sarah fell silent, offering an embarrassed smile as she replied, I'm merely, well, please forgive me, for anyone encountering magic cannot remain unaffected. Chapter 4, Preparations. The conversation with the school was remarkably brief and amicable. Ethan was pleasantly surprised. The stern-faced professor was not as unapproachable as she appeared. Mrs. Sarah wished to invite Professor McGonagall to lunch, but her invitation was declined. The professor was quite busy and, after confirming a few matters, promptly took her leave. The following day, an owl messenger arrived with a letter in a palm-sized leather pouch. The letter informed him that the school had accepted his application, and provided he did not violate school rules or face expulsion within 7 years, the institution would grant him a scholarship annually until graduation. Additionally, it included a series of addresses: the Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley, Ollivander's Wand Shop, Flourish and Blots, King's Cross Station. He opened the pouch, pouring out a handful of golden coins, each adorned with the image of a soaring western dragon and a series of unfamiliar letters. By tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, accompanied by a parent, we must arrive at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, where school representatives will await to escort me for the necessary purchases. The following afternoon in London, at Charing Cross Road, Ethan gazed up in astonishment at a towering figure before him. The wild, explosive hair seemed to meld with a bushy beard, and a pair of large, round eyes were wide with curiosity. "Ethan White? Hagrid?" "It is I," Hagrid bellowed, "entrusted by Professor McGonagall to escort you to Diagon Alley." He cast a quick glance at Mrs. Sarah and a somewhat portly middle-aged man who still bore traces of handsomeness. Ethan introduced, "These are my parents accompanying me today." Mr. Robert and Mrs. Sarah nodded in a somewhat reserved manner in greeting. "If you don't mind, I shall accompany Mr. White for a brief while," Hagrid said, extending his hand toward a nearby fast food establishment, attempting to display a friendly smile. "If all goes well, it should only take about an hour." "Certainly, sir," Mr. Robert White replied, ruffling Ethan's hair before taking his wife's hand as they headed towards the fast food joint. Ethan watched them depart, puzzled, and asked, "Can't they come along? I seem to recall that Hermione's parents entered Diagon Alley. If Professor McGonagall were here, they might have been able to," Hagrid explained. "However, she has been exceedingly busy this year, running about all day. In fact, everyone is quite occupied this year. I must later search for a student who has not received any mail. Thus, there is no time to apply to the Ministry of Magic. You must understand, not every wizard is friendly towards muggles." As Hagrid spoke, he turned and pushed open the dilapidated door of the leaky cauldron. Ethan's gaze flickered momentarily. It was indeed enchanting. Had Hagrid not turned to open the door, he would have scarcely noticed the entrance to the bar behind him. Hagrid led him inside. The room was dark and grimy, the air thick with an indescribable odor, and a few individuals sat in the corners, engaged in hushed conversations. Behind the bar, a nearly bald man lifted a glass and called out, "The usual, Hagrid?" "No thanks, Tom. I'm on business," Hagrid replied, shaking Ethan lightly before placing him back on ground. "Is this the little wizard of the year?" "Quite splendid, a handsome young lad." Hagrid grinned and guided Ethan through the bar, leading him to a small courtyard where he leaned against the wall, counting for what felt like an eternity. After counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, he tapped the brick with his umbrella. The bricks on the wall began to tremble, and a small hole appeared, growing larger until a wide archway emerged. Hagrid seemed eager to attend to other matters, and, while ushering him inside, quickly remarked, "This is Diagon Alley. Based on your shopping list, I offer you a small piece of advice. If your budget is tight, consider browsing the second-hand shop first. The items may not be brand new, but who cares? As long as they are affordable. Of course, you will need to purchase a new wand. First years receive a discount." Ethan nodded. The age of his clothing mattered little. Like Ron, who had inherited his pet from his brother, why should he concern himself with such trivialities? Hagrid was right. Who indeed cared, as long as it was inexpensive? Diagon Alley was bustling with wizards cloaked in robes, flanked by an array of shops that left one awestruck. Ethan had numerous items he wished to acquire, yet Hagrid had allotted him but an hour. Throughout the journey, Ethan scarcely paused in his stride, first visiting a thrift shop to procure a robe, hat, and cloak. Although he had intended to purchase a pair of gloves, their condition was deplorable, compelling him to acquire a new pair instead. Remarkably, all these items cost him a mere 1.5 galleons. He hastened to Flourish and Blots, and upon inquiring, learned of the availability of second-hand textbooks. Without hesitation, he selected a complete set according to his list. Regrettably, these books lacked substantial value. Both textbooks and wands constituted significant expenses. Even second-hand, they consumed a third of the grant provided by the school, with new books ranging from 1 to 5 galleons. Ethan then entered Ollivander's wand shop. As he stepped through the door, a wave of trepidation washed over him, followed by an influx of information. His complexion flushed. He resolutely avoided gazing at the myriad of wands lining the walls. After 10 minutes, he exited with a box in hand containing a delicate wand, crafted from willow, featuring a phoenix feather, measuring 11.5 inches in length, with a reasonable degree of flexibility. Before departing Diagon Alley, Hagrid handed him a ticket, remarking, "This is from Professor McGonagall, and you must board by 11 o'clock on the morning of September 1st. Do not miss it. Good luck, Mr. White. I must be off." "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid," Ethan replied, tucking the ticket away as he parted ways with Hagrid outside the pub. Alone, he pushed his cart in search of his parents at a nearby fast food establishment. Incidentally, he did not purchase an owl, as riding home daily seemed impractical. Thus, renting one from a school was far more economical than acquiring a personal owl. The Whites examined the clothes and books in the small cart with curiosity. Mrs. Sarah noted that the garments appeared worn, and the corners of the textbooks were heavily frayed, with several nearly falling apart. She pursed her lips and gently remarked, "While we do have some savings at home, I assume that even in the wizarding world, pounds are still necessary." Without hesitation, Ethan responded, "Mother, What I seek is the knowledge within those books, not their outward appearance. Hogwarts spans 7 years, yet textbooks are replaced annually, unless the school stipulates otherwise. There is no need to purchase brand new editions. During my previous university experience, I relied solely on secondhand books acquired online. Moreover, although the school waives tuition and accommodation fees, it does not imply that expenses are non-existent. To his knowledge, certain elective courses require payment to professors, such as the class on apparition, albeit that was a long time ago. In addition to daily expenditures and the cost of supplies, one must be financially prudent and prepare for the future. Mrs. Sarah refrained from further comments, merely giving Ethan's cheek a gentle pinch. Chapter 5. The commencement of school transfiguration. Both intricate and perilous, is ill-suited for self-study. It necessitates the presence of an instructor to oversee and rectify mistakes, and self-learning should be approached with caution to avoid misinterpretations. Ethan organized the beginner's guide to transfiguration to be studied each morning, alongside various foreign language textbooks. He intended to commit the entire volume to memory word for word, though he opted not to delve deeply into it before the school year commenced. The compendium of extraordinary herbs and fungi poses no significant danger. It is merely a matter of memorization, and I can dedicate 2 hours each day to its recitation. Fantastic Beasts and History of Magic serve as delightful bedtime reading. However, potions and elixirs and standard spells require extensive memorization and comprehension. He patted his cheek, opened the compendium of extraordinary herbs and fungi, inhaled deeply, and began to read aloud. White Fresh is a potent healing and restorative herb, capable of mending superficial wounds when consumed raw, while its extraction into an essence enhances its efficacy. Alliot, a tree imbued with magic, is also known as the hyena tree. Its leaves can induce hysteria and uncontrollable laughter. Aconite, occasionally referred to as the boat-shaped aconite or wolfsbane, derives its name from its lethal properties. Time quietly slipped away, and a month had passed in fulfilling pursuits. During this month, he accumulated a total of 3 points in his free potential, which he unhesitatingly allocated to magic. Ethan White, Magic, 5, on September 1st, outside King's Cross Station. Ethan embraced his father and mother in farewell, waving his hand with a tinge of reluctance as he dragged a large suitcase into the station. Quickly locating platforms 9 and 10, he stared for a moment, hesitating to dash into the wall. After all, it had 2 sides. What if he collided with the wrong one? Soon, a father and daughter arrived nearby, chattering animatedly. The gentleman donned a vibrant yellow robe that nearly swept the ground, revealing bold crimson trousers beneath. His fluffy, cloud-like, pure white hair cascaded down unbound. Beside him, the girl appeared slightly smaller, her golden hair flowing gracefully over her shoulders, its hue as delicate as moonlight, with ethereal light-colored eyes. Do you remember what I told you about those pesky flies? They particularly enjoy buzzing around anxious newcomers, creating chaos, she remarked. I will wear my glasses, Dad. They will help shield me from those particularly large, purple-spotted nuisances. As they conversed, they pushed their cart through the wall. Ethan watched thoughtfully, recognizing Luna and her unreliable father. With their example before him, Ethan felt emboldened, gripping the suitcase handle tightly, and sprinted towards the wall. The platform was nearly crowded with people. The thick smoke of a steam train enveloped the air. Various patterned cats scurried beneath the crowd's feet. Behind him, the faint sound of wheels rolling echoed as Ethan hastily made way, weaving through the chattering throng to board the train ahead of others. He settled his luggage in the rear compartment and took a seat, finally allowing himself the leisure to gaze out the window. He spotted Luna and her father still conversing on the platform, her father retrieving a shiny, carrot-shaped earring from his pocket. Nearby, a chubby, dazed boy clutched the hand of a high-hatted elderly woman, his face a picture of dejection as he spoke. Ethan found himself in a state of reverie, having previously witnessed this scene from the confines of a computer screen in a past life. Yet now, in this existence, he sat aboard train, gazing through a small window at the vivid and dreamlike landscapes unfolding before him. He rubbed his temples, diverting his attention from the outside world, and withdrew a hefty textbook, immersing himself in its pages. Time slipped away unnoticed until a prolonged whistle jolted him from his contemplation. As Ethan looked up in bewilderment, he realized that the platform had long since vanished, replaced by rolling hills. Are you studying herbalism? A girl's voice, slightly higher in pitch yet distinctly clear, reached his ears. Ethan was taken aback and raised his gaze, noticing 2 peers had joined him in the carriage. Beside him sat a round-faced boy lost in thought, while opposite him was a girl with tousled brown hair and prominent front teeth. She tilted her chin up, and it was she who had posed the earlier question. Ethan blinked, shaking his textbook slightly, and replied, It is indeed a commendable read. The girl arched an eyebrow, her lips curving into a smile as she spoke rapidly. I also read herbalism during the holidays, and I memorized it entirely. In fact, I have committed all my textbooks to memory. However, I find myself more inclined towards potion making and transfiguration. Both subjects are exceedingly challenging. I've heard that even the professors at our school cannot guarantee that we will master them completely. Have you explored these subjects? Despite her youth, the girl spoke with a certain maturity, resembling a proud little peacock. Ethan surmised her identity and responded nonchalantly. I must disagree with your perspective. As you mentioned, these subjects are indeed quite formidable. Without the guidance of a professor, venturing forth independently can be perilous and may foster undesirable habits. Thus, I have chosen not to delve deeply into those courses. Oh, is that so? Perhaps you are a bit timid, she retorted, lifting her chin with an air of arrogance. I have attempted several simple spells at home, and they proved quite effective. Yankuntara no danje whatsoever. Though no one in my family practices magic, I believe that with adequate caution, reasonable experimentation is permissible. Well, that is indeed impressive. Ethan replied with a faint smile, returning his focus to his book. The wisdom of reading a text multiple times reveals deeper meanings, although he too had memorized it. Each rereading unveiled previously overlooked nuances. The girl, eager to introduce herself, noticed Ethan engrossed in his reading once more, puffing her cheeks in mild frustration. She turned to the other boy and boldly declared, I am Hermione Granger. What about you? The shy boy, appearing quite bashful, murmured, Neville Longbottom. Delighted to meet you. And what is the name of this book-loving gentleman? Ethan realized that tranquility would be elusive, so he closed his textbook and said, I am Ethan White. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom. Hermione inquired, That is a rather common surname. Are you from a wizarding family? Ethan shook his head, while Neville nodded. Hermione cast a surprised glance at Ethan, her demeanor lifting slightly as she remarked, I am not from a wizarding family either. My parents are both dentists. Neville, looking downcast, murmured, They were once Aurors. Now they are in the hospital. Ethan glanced at him and then at the somewhat bewildered Hermione, saying, My family runs a small cake shop. If you don't mind, he produced 3 small paper boxes, each containing a swirl of cream and strawberries. This is a strawberry cake roll, made by my mother. Hermione and Neville's eyes widened significantly as they each took a portion, handling it with great care. Hermione exclaimed, No wonder I've been smelling sweet cream. The taste is delightful and fluffy. Meanwhile, Neville simply focused on eating, his face smudged with cream. Suddenly, White noticed something leap out of the carriage. After a moment's thought, he cautioned, Mr. Longbottom, it seems your pet has escaped. Neville looked at him in confusion, then bent down to search, only to emit a cry of despair. Trevor? He hurriedly ran out of the carriage with the cake roll in hand. Hermione quickly finished her cake and ran after him, calling out, It's delicious. When we get to school, I'll treat you to something, but for now, I must help Longbottom find his pet. Oh, and you'd better change into your robes. We're almost at school. It was then that Ethan noticed this little witch was still wearing a brand new plain robe. Chapter 6, The Sorting Hat. Oh my goodness. You'll never guess who I just met, Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. You met Harry Potter, the savior who vanquished the Dark Lord. P.S. sitting in the next carriage with a boy named Weasley. Is that so? How wonderful, Ethan replied. Hermione, dissatisfied with his reaction, asked incredulously, You don't know Harry Potter? This is a recent major event. Without him, who knows how chaotic the world would be? Ethan nodded helplessly. Now I know. He is indeed remarkable. He certainly was aware of Harry Potter, but logically speaking, he shouldn't know too much about him since he came from a non-magical family and hadn't purchased any extracurricular reading materials. A timid Neville murmured, Granger. White ISNT from a wizarding family. Hermione shook her head. Neither am I, but this matter is common knowledge, at least in the wizarding world. Harry Potter's name is mentioned in A History of Modern Magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century. The train gradually slowed down. Ethan stood up, checking his suitcase thoroughly, especially his name, and once he confirmed everything was in order, he stepped into the carriage, with Hermione and Neville closely following. When the train came to a complete halt, the young wizard surged towards the door, stepping onto a dark and small platform. The chill of the night sent shivers down their spines. First years over here. A booming voice drowned out the surrounding noise, and the crowd instinctively moved towards it. Cool me, this way to the boats. Hurry, keep up with me. The one welcoming the new students was none other than Hagrid, whose towering figure was exceptionally conspicuous as he held a lantern while beckoning everyone, not forgetting to greet a thin, bespectacled boy. Hermione gently prodded Ethan's back and whispered, Look, that is Harry Potter. Ethan gazed for a moment and nodded. Everyone followed Hagrid down a steep and narrow path, which culminated at the edge of a dark lake. Opposite the lake loomed a majestic castle, its spires piercing the night sky, with windows twinkling like stars. Ethan felt momentarily entranced, as Hogwarts appeared before him in all its splendor. No more than 4 individuals per boat, Hagrid boomed, gesturing toward the line of small boats moored at the shore. Ethan, preferring solitude, casually chose a boat, quietly boarded and sat down, tilting his head back to gaze at the castle. Quite magnificent, isn't it? A somewhat ethereal voice floated to his ears. Ethan turned slightly to find himself locked in gaze with a pair of light-colored eyes belonging to a girl with a remarkably exquisite face, adorned with carrot-shaped earrings. He nodded. Indeed, it is splendid. Luna stared at him dreamily, tilting her head. We've met before, at the station, on 2 occasions. What a coincidence. I am Ethan White. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Luna Lovegood, she replied, also reaching out to shake his hand lightly. My father is Xenophilius Lovegood. You may have seen him. He is the editor of the Quibbler. Pleasure to meet you. Ethan suddenly sensed a gaze directed their way. The boat glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake until they reached a concealed, open entrance. There stood a tall, dark-haired witch in a flowing emerald robe, awaiting them at the gate. Her expression was grave, her gaze commanding, and under her scrutiny, the boisterous young witches and wizards quickly fell silent. Ethan keenly observed Professor McGonagall glance in their direction, and he offered a slight bow, silently thanking her for the ticket she had given him. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, we must sort you into your houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your time here, your house will be your home. Your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misbehavior will result in deductions. Ethan listened intently. Now everyone formed a single-file line. All complied obediently, following Professor McGonagall into the hall. Ethan's eyes widened as he beheld countless floating candles, their flickering light illuminating the grand hall. Hogwarts captivated him entirely. Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Tally Bolt, Justin Finch-Fletchley. Professor McGonagall continued to call names, accompanied by bursts of applause. Ethan White. Suddenly, he heard his name and instinctively looked forward, noticing some young witches and wizards glancing around, while Professor McGonagall's gaze remained fixed on him. It is my turn. Ethan navigated through the crowd, approaching the shabby, patched old hat, which, as legend had it, had existed since the school's founding nearly a millennium ago, and he wondered if it had ever been washed. All eyes were upon him. Ethan perched upon a 4-legged stool, his hat settling atop his head for a fleeting moment, when a faint, unfamiliar voice resonated deep within. I can sense the immense courage concealed in your heart. You once subdued a hound far larger than yourself to shield a young girl from harm, did you not? Your inquisitive mind also reveals that you have diligently regarded the tedious pursuit of knowledge as the singular focus of your existence. Such formidable bravery and unwavering resolve render you a natural Gryffindor. Yet, Ravenclaw may also suit you. I shall ponder this further, for it promises to be a challenging choice. Ethan quietly inquired, what about Hufflepuff? Is Hufflepuff not suitable for me? Hufflepuff? No. Hufflepuff favors those who embody integrity and honesty. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I lack integrity? Your heart whispers that you are mostly honest, though occasionally you may weave minor fabrications to navigate unwelcome circumstances. Ethan furrowed his brow. Those are trivial matters. I do not consider them lies. They're merely a form of flexible adaptation, harmless to anyone. Thus I remain honest. The Sorting Hat immediately emitted a hoarse chuckle. As time trickled by, an unsettling silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Ethan beneath the Sorting Hat. This seemed to be taking quite a while. After an extended pause, the Sorting Hat finally reached a conclusion and proclaimed, Gryffindor. In that moment, the applause from the Gryffindor table was extraordinarily fervent. Chapter 7 was indeed tantalizing. Ethan settled at the Gryffindor table. Opposite him sat Hermione Granger, and diagonally across was a boy with round glasses and striking green eyes, while on his side was Neville Longbottom. Beside him was Mr. Weasley, with his fiery red hair. Hermione, beaming with delight, pointed at him. This is Ethan White. His mother bakes the most delectable cream rolls. Hermione appeared to take on the role of an introducer, cheerfully gesturing to the side. And this is Harry Potter. Ethan cast a glance at him, noting his diminutive stature. Following them were Ron Weasley, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, and our prefect, Percy Weasley, a veritable brood of Weasleys. Ethan rose and shook hands with each of them. Harry regarded him with curiosity, his gaze imbued with inquiry. Yet there was no awkwardness. In fact, since leaving Gringotts, he discovered he no longer needed to rely on the approval of others, and his inner timidity had diminished considerably. Once the shabby hat had assigned the final young wizard to his house, the headmaster, whose beard nearly brushed the floor, rose, arms outstretched, and exclaimed, "The feast has begun." No sooner had he spoken than the table was suddenly laden with an abundance of food. Salted chicken legs, boiled corn, roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, and steak. Cheers immediately erupted throughout the hall. As the delectable flavors graced his palate, Ethan's previously grim and damp spirits began to lift. Nearby, Hermione cleared her throat gently and extended her small hand. Ethan white. Ethan looked at her, then at his greasy hands, somewhat perplexed, and replied, "But we are already acquainted." Miss Granger. Hermione, somewhat reluctantly, tossed her hair and remarked, "But you have shaken hands with everyone you know. You cannot skip over me and Longbottom." Neville, who was engrossed in his meal, looked up in confusion and softly replied, "It's all right, Granger." Ethan, compelled to comply, wiped his hands clean and gave her a brief handshake. He then extended his hand towards Neville, who eagerly grasped it, beaming with a wide smile. Thus, a sense of completion was achieved. As Ethan reached for a chicken leg, a sudden flash of translucent gray-white appeared in his hand, followed swiftly by a message that surfaced in his mind. "You have encountered a ghost. Rare, attribute unlocked, mental power. Initial value, 3. Attribute unlocked, mental resistance. Initial value, 2. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Exchange value, 3. Mental power, mental resistance. Exchange." Although Ethan was bewildered by what had transpired, he could not help but silently exclaim in his mind, "Mental power 1. Mental resistance 2. A faint commotion arose beneath the dining table, and the ethereal figure beneath his hand wavered slightly before vanishing with a whoosh. Ethan, maintaining a composed demeanor, seized a large chicken leg once more. Elsewhere, whispers of astonishment rippled through the air as countless ghosts flitted about, greeting the newly arrived young wizards. "Goodness! Ghosts! White, look up quickly!" Hermione exclaimed, equally animated. Ethan sipped his juice, suppressing a salivation, and squinted at the swirling apparitions, feeling a ticklish flutter in his heart, as if brushed by delicate feathers. The temptation to touch each one was overwhelming. The ghosts of Hogwarts appeared and vanished with remarkable swiftness, seemingly present merely to make their introductions before the newcomers. Sir Nicholas, whom Ethan had touched, reappeared, casting a perplexed gaze over each table of first years, attempting to identify the one who had just startled him. Ethan noticed that he appeared more translucent than the other ghosts. As everyone finished their meals, all remnants of food vanished from the platters. Moments latte. The table was adorned once again with puddings, an array of ice cream flavors, apple tarts, fruit pies, strawberries, and jellies. The sight was undeniably sweet. Ethan took only a few strawberries, enjoying them while listening to the introductions of the other young wizards nearby. Neville, raised by his grandmother, Seamus, of mixed heritage. Hermione had intended to discuss transfiguration with Ethan, but seeing him engrossed in his strawberries, she resorted to conversing with Percy instead. The evening was lively, presenting a stark contrast to Ethan's accustomed solitude and study. Percy, which professor was speaking with Professor Quirrell? That would be Professor Snape, who teaches potions and is the head of Slytherin. Eventually, the desserts disappeared as well. Headmaster Dumbledore rose, and all eyes of the wizards immediately turned towards him. He emphasized the school rules, such as the prohibition against students entering the Forbidden Forest, wandering the corridors at night, casting spells in the hallways during breaks, and accessing the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Ethan listened with calm attentiveness, though a shadowy stir simmered deep within his gaze. "Now, before we retire for the night, let us unite in singing the school anthem." Ethan lifted his head in bewilderment, only to notice a series of twisting words hovering above the dining table. Subsequently, the entire faculty and student body erupted in a song under the conductor's guidance. However, due to their lack of training, each individual's pitch and rhythm failed to harmonize, resulting in a cacophony akin to a detonating bomb, rendering any clarity impossible. Ethan, in great distress, covered his ears. Hermione, Harry, and Ron shared his pained expression, while only Dumbledore appeared to revel in the moment. In the dormitory, 5 shared a room. In this life, Ethan, both fortunate and somewhat unfortunate, had replaced Dean and become roommates with Harry, Ron, Neville, and Seamus. Lying awake in bed, his gaze was pensive and distant. Given the circumstances, the only course of action was to explore every possible means to enhance his abilities, thus maximizing his chances of avoiding an untimely demise. As a defense against the dark arts suggested, the best defense against dark magic was to eliminate the enemy before they could eliminate him. Yet, That wretched hat dared to question his integrity? He would settle that score in due time. On the following morning, shortly after 6 o'clock, Ethan awoke promptly from his slumber. The sky remained a tranquil shade of deep blue. He gathered his Transfiguration textbook and wand, quietly leaving the dormitory. The portrait of the fat lady mumbled a few words at him as he passed. Ethan cast a glance her way, reaching out to touch her. Portrait of the fat lady, exchange value 1, mental resistance. The Transfiguration classroom stood empty. Unsurprisingly, Ethan lit a candle and opened his textbook, engrossed in his reading. As the dawn brightened, a calico cat gracefully leaped into the classroom, bounding a few times on the desk before silently landing on Ethan's table. He paid no mind. Absorbed in reviewing the first Transfiguration spell, his brow furrowed. Previously, due to concerns over safety, he had forced himself to refrain from delving deeply into Transfiguration, merely committing the textbook content to memory through rote learning, a clumsy method he had honed from his past experiences with a rigid educational system. Transfiguration must first adhere to the GAMP's law of elemental transfiguration, which includes 5 exceptions. 1 cannot conjure food out of thin air, create sentient life, or imbue inanimate objects with souls. How to transform a matchstick into a needle. As Ethan pondered, he absent-mindedly gestured with his wand. The calico cat nimbly jumped away. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from behind him. "Good morning, Mr. White. You rise quite early." Professor McGonagall regarded Ethan with surprise, a hint of a smile gracing her lips before inquiring, "Mr. White, what are your thoughts on Transfiguration?" Chapter 8. Transfiguration Class. What does he think of Transfiguration? Ethan contemplated for a moment, carefully articulating, "It is remarkably enchanting yet profoundly rigorous. I believe it epitomizes the essence of wizardry. Simultaneously, it possesses an inherent charm, capable of engendering various astonishing transformations." Professor McGonagall glanced at the sky and remarked, "Do not forget to have breakfast in the Great Hall. Studying on an empty stomach will not yield fruitful results." "I shall manage my time well, Professor." Professor McGonagall has departed. An hour later, Ethan set down his book and strolled towards the auditorium for breakfast. One by one, young wizards entered and exited the hall, their faces bearing varying degrees of sleepiness. Last night had been the welcome feast, and with the introduction of new roommates, conversations had naturally lingered late into the night. As Ethan was grappling with a fruit pie, a blonde girl approached and took a seat across from him, her light-colored eyes fixed upon him as she cheerfully greeted, "Good morning, White." Ethan swallowed the morsel in his mouth before nodding in response, "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" "Quite nicely," she replied. "My father folded me a little triangular flag using the cover of Singing Counterpoint, which I placed at the head of my bed. I wasn't disturbed by the snoring beast all night." Ethan was momentarily taken aback. Luna blinked playfully, her curiosity piqued as she observed him. "I find it rather intriguing that you are devoid of the pesky nuisance flies. Every person I have encountered seems to be surrounded by them. My father also mentioned that they particularly favor crowding around anxious freshmen." After a moment of thought, Ethan ventured, "Perhaps it is because I have little to feel anxious about." Luna pondered this for a brief moment, her expression showing confusion. "If it were yesterday, that might hold true, but today seems fraught with more challenges. Have you acquired any worries?" Ethan gazed at her in astonishment, replying vaguely, "Unpleasant occurrences are often more frequent than not. This girl truly ought to pursue divination. It would be a shame if she did not." However, he could not disclose that his predicament was entirely a result of that wretched hat, for fear that word would spread of his disdain for Gryffindor, inciting the ire of his fellow housemates. "Unpleasant occurrences are often more frequent than not," Luna echoed, her surprise evident, before extending her hand with a cheerful tone. "Ethan, you may call me Luna." "It is indeed an honor," Ethan replied, shaking her hand lightly. As Ethan finished his milk and prepared to leave, Hermione entered, yawning. She plopped down in the seat previously occupied by Luna, placed her Transfiguration textbook aside, and while spreading jam on her bread, inquired, "Are you and that Ravenclaw girl longtime friends?" Reluctantly, Ethan seated himself once more, ordered another cup of tea, and remarked pointedly, "I believe that friendship cannot be equated with time. After all these years, I trust that Miss Granger has not become friends with every classmate she has encountered." Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words before responding. "I heard you both calling each other's names. If Miss Granger is amenable, we could also address each other by our names." Hermione paused, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and firmly shook her head. "My father once told me that a person's character cannot be discerned in a short period. Only the passage of time can reveal the truest answers. Therefore, I believe that for two individuals to become friends, they must at least spend half a year together." After a brief moment, she added, "Of course, exceptions exist, such as those like Malfoy." They are far too arrogant and rude. There is no need to wait 6 months. I shall never allow him to call me by my name. Indeed, just yesterday on the train, Malfoy and his companions had engaged in a minor altercation with Harry. They had nearly quarreled with him before Professor McGonagall, and Hermione had a strong aversion to them. Ethan chose to remain noncommittal. The little witch dined at a leisurely pace and was rather loquacious. Fortunately, her upbringing had instilled in her the decorum not to speak while eating. Once she finally concluded her meal, Ethan accompanied her to the Transfiguration classroom, with only 10 minutes remaining until the lesson commenced. Upon entering, Hermione scanned the room. Yet the professor had not yet arrived, leaving only a peculiar tabby cat, whose owner was unknown, perched upon the professor's desk. White, have we not seen Potter and Weasley? Ethan pondered for a moment, nodded, and fell silent as he chose a vacant seat, opening his book to continue his studies in Transfiguration. Experience Exchange, 3. Random Experience Exchange, 302,100. Free Experience Exchange, 302,300. Ethan stroked his chin, contemplating the optimal allocation of his newfound free potential. Intelligence and spirit, both rare attributes, were not easily acquired through random means. If 5 points of magical power sufficed, he would prefer to invest a portion of his free attributes in one of these 2 attributes. After a brief moment, he allocated his attribute points to intelligence. Intelligence 1A. The intricacies of magical studies were profound, and intelligence would likely serve him better than spirit. Furthermore, with so many ghosts roaming the school, mastering the disillusionment charm would allow him to pilfer knowledge. Just last night, he had managed to acquire a modicum of spirit from Sir Nicholas. Ethan felt his mind invigorate, and as he revisited the textbook, fresh insights began to dawn upon him. Time passed slowly, the 10 minutes before class stretching interminably. The professor was still absent, and neither Harry nor Ron had arrived. Malfoy, failing to locate Harry, exhibited no inclination to cause trouble, sitting quietly on his stool, though it was more facade. Professor McGonagall had sternly warned everyone the previous day. Anyone who misbehaves in my classroom will be shown the door and barred from returning. Transfiguration was notoriously challenging, and this stern professor was known for her unwavering adherence to her word. Even Malfoy dared not test her resolve. In the stillness of the classroom, the 2 young wizards finally rushed in. Ron exhaled in relief. We made it. Thankfully, the professor hasn't arrived yet. If she had known we were late before he could finish, the tabby cat on the desk leapt down and transformed into the likeness of Professor McGonagall. The 2 were left speechless. Ethan, momentarily entranced, recalled the term, animagus. Impressive. Ron stammered. Thank you for the compliment. Professor McGonagall retorted, visibly irked. However, perhaps I should transform you both into pocket watches. That way, you might grasp the importance of punctuality. Harry, startled, nervously interjected, We're terribly sorry. We got lost and were detained by Mr. Filch. That wretched Filch had believed they were heading to the 4th floor, obstinately preventing their passage, and had threatened to confine them to the dungeons. Had it not been for Professor Quirrell's timely arrival, they might have missed Transfiguration altogether. Should I transform you into a map? I trust that finding your seats shouldn't necessitate a map. The 2 boys shrank back, falling silent as they took their seats. At last, the class was complete. Professor McGonagall surveyed the room, confident that if she were not the head of Gryffindor, she would have deducted a considerable number of points. Mr. Ethan White? As he pondered over his spell, Ethan instinctively rose to his feet. Professor McGonagall gestured for him to sit, casting a glance to the side before gently stating, If possible, I would appreciate it if you could rouse Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter each morning. This way, they should have ample time to locate their classrooms. Harry and Ron turned towards Ethan simultaneously, their large eyes brimming with curiosity. They were aware that Ethan was their roommate, yet they had not delved into deep conversation the night before and remained relative strangers. Ethan hesitated, tentatively inquiring, according to my schedule. Professor McGonagall nodded solemnly. Very well. I shall give it a try, Ethan replied diplomatically. Rousing others from slumber was undoubtedly a precarious task, fraught with the potential for estrangement or even enmity. He would need to communicate effectively with the 2 of them. Amidst his headache, his resentment towards that wretched hat deepened. Curse you, old hat, just wait. Chapter 9. Poor Ethan. Before embarking on the lesson of transfiguring a matchstick into a needle, I wonder how many remain oblivious to Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration and the most rudimentary principles of the art. Ron and Harry honestly raised their hands. However, they were not the only 2 lacking understanding. Nearly 1/3 of the combined houses had their hands raised. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed slightly, and she reluctantly commenced her lecture from the very first page of the textbook. Transfiguration is an intricate and meticulous discipline. Thus, even the theory behind the transformation of a simple matchstick consumes 3/4 of the time. By the time Professor McGonagall finally concluded her explanation, only half an hour remained until the class's end. Subsequently, she dispensed a matchstick to each student, albeit without much hope. Ethan set down his quill. Despite having reviewed the textbook and being able to recite it verbatim, he still diligently took thick notes. Much of what Professor McGonagall imparted was absent from the textbook, including precious insights that would spare him from numerous missteps. Although Ethan endeavored to keep pace and comprehend Professor McGonagall's reasoning, he still struggled with the intellectual demands of the hour, and this approach was not necessarily the most effective. After all, over the years, Professor McGonagall's methodology had undoubtedly evolved from a profound theoretical foundation in transfiguration. However, if one is to learn, it is only fitting to aspire for the best. Upon receiving the matchstick, Ethan pointed his wand at it, the scenes emphasized by Professor McGonagall flowing through his mind. He abruptly swung his wand and softly uttered, "Rapid transfiguration." The matchstick swiftly elongated and narrowed, gleaming with a silvery sheen, and a delicate silver needle soon graced the table surface. Ethan could distinctly sense the ebbing of magical energy. He gazed at the silver needle, a surge of excitement and joy swelling within him. After repeating the process 3 times, his initial nervousness finally subsided, and a sense of calm settled over him. Ethan quietly surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the young wizards were engrossed in staring at their matchsticks, oblivious to his presence in the corner. This realization allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief as he picked up his pen and recorded his feelings and shortcomings regarding the transfiguration spell in his notebook. His magical powers still seemed somewhat lacking. With a power level of 5, he could manage approximately 20 transformations, but if the object to be transformed were even slightly larger, he would be unable to execute it. For instance, Professor McGonagall had effortlessly transfigured a desk into a pig. Even if he could replicate the entire process impeccably, he would undoubtedly be unable to achieve the same result. He needed to enhance his magical abilities and strengthen his mental focus. Ethan transformed the matchstick into a needle and began to time himself silently. At some point, Professor McGonagall stood before his desk and gently applauded. "Your transformation and reversal spells were executed excellently, Mr. White. It seems you have mastered them." Ethan jumped in surprise, having been completely unaware of the professor's presence beside him. "You flatter me, Professor." McGonagall surveyed the room and announced, since Mr. White was not only the first to successfully transform, but also demonstrated proficiency in both the transfiguration and reversal spells, Gryffindor earns 2 points. The other young wizards, still grappling with their textbooks, looked on in astonishment. Whether from Gryffindor or Slytherin, even Hermione appeared incredulous. Yes, she looked quite disbelieving. At the front, Malfoy furrowed his brow deeply, seemingly pondering who this newcomer was. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron exchanged discreet thumbs-up gestures towards him. "You're incredible, White." Ethan smiled shyly and continued to contemplate the intricacies of transfiguration. After class, as soon as McGonagall had departed, Ethan swiftly pulled Harry and Ron into a secluded corner of the corridor, his expression serious as he regarded them. "Potter, Weasley, I sincerely recommend that you apologize to Professor McGonagall and assure her that you will never be late again. This might dissuade her from the notion of having me wake you up." Initially, Ron and Harry looked at him with trepidation, but upon hearing his words, they both asked in confusion, "You don't want to, do you, White?" Ethan patiently explained, "It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I wake up far too early. This is a habit I have cultivated over many years. If you were to wake up at the same time as me unexpectedly, you would lack energy for the entire day." Harry replied confidently, "It's fine. What time do you get up?" He continued, "When I lived with Aunt Petunia, I had to wake up at 7:30 every morning." "Exactly," Ron interjected, somewhat angrily. "That family mistreats Harry." Ethan pursed his lips, hesitating slightly, around 6 in the morning. "What? 6 in the morning? Goodness." Harry and Ron took a few steps back in disbelief, staring at him. Regaining their composure, they looked at Ethan with pitying expressions, as if observing a long-suffering little pony. Harry cautiously offered, "White, if your family mistreats you too, when summer vacation comes, I could invite you to stay at my Aunt Petunia's house. Although I sleep in a cupboard under the stairs, at least I wouldn't have to get up at 6. Ron nodded in agreement. "White, perhaps we should go tell the professor about this." Rising at 6 in the morning is indeed a lamentable plight, even more so than that of Harry. Harry Potter did not refute this notion, as his gaze towards Ethan brimmed with understanding and sympathy. Observing their cautious demeanor was akin to witnessing individuals gingerly cradling a shard of glass riddled with cracks. Ethan pursed his lips, addressing the two troublesome beings with resignation. "You misunderstand. My family treats me well, and I am not subjected to any mistreatment. This is merely a habit I have cultivated. Besides waking early, I also prefer retiring early, disdain late-night revelries and chaotic parties. After uttering this, he shook his head, issuing a warning. No, we have digressed. If you too wish to avoid rising at 6 every morning, you must promptly seek out Professor McGonagall to apologize and earn her forgiveness. Harry remained resolute. If we rise earlier at school than at Uncle Vernon's, it would only serve to glorify that household. No. Speaking of which, did White exhibit tendencies of self-harm? Ethan watched them depart before hastening to the library with his books. Although classes had concluded, Professor McGonagall had assigned a considerable amount of homework, including an essay due before Thursday's Transfiguration class. Of course, prior to that, he needed to ascertain where the ghosts of Hogwarts typically rested. He found their assistance to be essential. Chapter 10, Hermione in a Frizzle. Within the vast library on the second floor, Ethan set aside his homework and picked up the borrowed tome, Studies on the Development of Modern Sorcery, perusing its contents with care. The Disillusionment Charm was a spell reserved for 6th-year students, requiring one to first pass the OWL examination. Ethan let out a soft sigh. It was no wonder that the restricted section was such a favored locale. Yet, the Disillusionment Charm was indeed a highly advanced spell, setting aside the challenges of mastering it. Given his current magical prowess, it seemed unlikely he could even grasp its fundamentals. I must urgently enhance my magical power, intellect, and spirit, these rare attributes. If I can elevate them all to 10, I may meet the basic requirements to learn the Disillusionment Charm. Suddenly, Ethan shook his head. Striving to learn the Disillusionment Charm solely to elevate my attributes? It seems I must explore alternative paths, seeking valuable items instead. For now, I shall refrain from engaging with the ghosts. Should they decide to report me, my fate would surely be dire. It seemed that Headmaster Dumbledore was adept at a particular memory-reading magic, rendering all deceit transparent before such a spell. Ethan swiftly perused the pages, his attention narrowing when he encountered a specific line. The counterspell for the Cruciatus Curse is the brain closure spell. He could not help but massage his temples. I must not overlook even a single flower, blade of grass, or tree at Hogwarts. I shall conduct a thorough search for anything of value. Any discovery of rare attributes would be a boon. Furthermore, he needed to hasten the accumulation of free exchange experience to redeem rare attributes. Suppressing his growing vexation, Ethan retrieved a thick tome on magic and immersed himself in study. Exchange experience, 5. As the noon bell chimed, Ethan left the library after borrowing a magic book from Madame Pants, only to hear, just as he descended the stairs, the furious cries of a young witch. He turned in astonishment to witness a frizzy-haired Hermione energetically leaping into the air, shaking her fists. Floating midair, the mischievous poltergeist Peeves was gleefully showering her with ink and chalk shards. The little witch was clearly suffering, her hair, cheeks, and clothes marred with ink stains. Soon, Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ethan stared intently at the scene and shouted, "Bloodman Barrow is coming." The gleeful Peeves was taken aback and hurriedly darted into the wall. Ethan dashed forward, slapping the wall, just before vanished. Peeves Poltergeist. Redemption value, 3, agility, spell resistance, mental resistance. Redemption, agility 1. Spell resistance 1. Mental resistance 1. Ethan swiftly ran to Hermione's side, pulling her into a nearby classroom. Upon seeing the ink stains on her attire, Hermione could no longer contain herself and began to sob softly. Ethan hesitated, aware that Peeves was a peculiar entity within the school, neither ghost nor human, a mere spirit that even the professors struggled to manage. He took a step back, drew his wand, and pointed it at Hermione, murmuring softly after a moment, "Scourgify." In an instant, all the stains vanished from the little witch's attire. She blinked in disbelief at her now pristine clothing, hurriedly touching her hair and cheeks. Ethan sighed with relief. It was his first time using the cleaning spell, and he had felt a twinge of anxiety. Hermione wiped her eyes and looked at Ethan with an odd expression, pouting as she asked, "Have you already mastered the cleaning spell?" "Well, I'm not entirely proficient yet." Ethan replied vaguely, adding in a low voice, "If we encounter Peeves again, we should just run. He won't dare to pursue us relentlessly." At the mere mention of Peeves, Hermione's breath grew heavy with indignation, her frustration palpable as she exclaimed, "I did not provoke him at all. If he were reasonable, he wouldn't be called Peeves." Ethan continued, "Percy mentioned that Peeves fears Bloodman Barrow. If he persists in his antics, just shout the name of Bloodman Barrow." "I did shout," Hermione replied, visibly irritated, "but it seems he knows I'm trying to scare him." Ethan opened the classroom door, and together they quickly left for the Great Hall for lunch. The hall was bustling with young wizards, and Harry and Ron were among them. Upon spotting them, The two eagerly waved, calling out, "White! Granger! Over here!" Ethan White approached with a plate of chicken leg, a cup of pomegranate juice, and a small portion of steak and sausage, his face etched with concern as he asked, "Did Professor McGonagall agree?" The trio sighed in unison, their expressions grim. Harry could hardly fathom how disheartened he would be waking up at 6 in the morning. Ethan found the whole situation rather troublesome. Hermione rolled her eyes and asked, "Potter, Weasley, can you not even manage to arrive to class on time?" Ron quickly defended, "We were late this morning because Mr. Filch stopped us. If it weren't for him, we would have been in class already." Harry nodded in agreement, feeling quite dejected as he remarked, "Besides, why should Ethan wake up at 6 when we have to rise so early? Even the Great Hall doesn't open until 8. Ethan appeared equally listless. He could familiarize himself with the day's lessons in advance, review what he had learned yesterday, or practice spells. There were indeed myriad activities available to him. Suddenly, a bright gaze caught his attention. He turned to meet Hermione's eyes. The little witch, who had been sulking throughout their journey, now radiated an exuberant spirit. Hermione was muttering to herself. A look of epiphany mingled with deep chagrin as she oscillated between nodding and shaking her head. She turned to Ron and Harry, emphasizing, "You should truly rise at 6 in the morning to study. As for me, the astute Hermione Granger, I shall awaken at precisely 5:50. No, 5:30 each day to study." Her elation was palpable, casting aside any lingering discontent brought by Peeves. Ethan pondered the implications. Should she truly maintain such diligence and her grades rise accordingly, the professors would undoubtedly shift their focus entirely on Harry and her, leaving him in blessed obscurity. This seemed, to him, a rather fortuitous turn of events. If fatigue struck, a strong cup of coffee would suffice. Ethan's eyes brimmed with encouragement. Ron and Harry stared, mouths agape, a hint of trepidation evident in their expressions. Ron whispered, "I told you, her mind isn't quite right." Suddenly, Ethan recalled something and looked at them, winking. "By the way, did you both bring your acceptance letters?" Chapter 11. Defense Against the Dark Arts. After lunch, in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Ethan received 2 acceptance letters. Exchange value: 1. Mental resistance. Exchange value: 1. Magical power. Ethan struggled to conceal his astonishment. What had begun as a whimsical notion had unexpectedly borne fruit. If the exchange of potential points were random, the likelihood of landing on a special attribute was exceedingly slim. Only freely allocated potential points could guarantee 100% allocation to rare attributes. However, the challenge lay in accumulating experience, which was notoriously difficult. He had calculated that a full day of earnest study would yield a mere 30 points of experience. To gain even a modicum of rare attributes would save him 10 days of arduous toil. Mental resistance 1. Magical power 1. He scrutinized the acceptance letter bearing Harry Potter's name, murmuring, "Could this have been penned by the headmaster himself? Or is it merely a stroke of luck?" Harry, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "White, what is wrong with my acceptance letter?" Ethan produced his own letter, placing it between the two. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "It's truly different. Harry's letter seems more like, well, something a man would write. Each letter appears somewhat hasty." Harry mused. Perhaps it was Hagrid? He personally delivered this letter to me, though I had many before that were confiscated by Uncle Vernon. Ethan blinked, about to respond when Harry continued, "Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon burned all those letters." What a volatile man. Harry could relate deeply. Ron interjected, "We're examining Harry's acceptance letter. It's not quite like ours. Neville, where's your acceptance letter?" Nearby, Ethan silently gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Neville, in a daze, remarked that his acceptance letter seemed to be with his grandmother, as he often struggled to remember things and feared losing it. Ethan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that it was indeed something Neville would do. Their family had once gone to the extent of nearly drowning him in the Black Lake to ensure he could become a wizard. Shortly thereafter, a handful of young witches and wizards rushed in, each clutching their acceptance letters. "Harry, come look at mine." A cacophony of excitement ensued as the little wizards laid their letters out on the bed. Ethan, ever considerate, smoothed them out, quickly earning 2 points in mental resilience, 2 points in magical affinity, and 1 point in spell resistance. Such rare attributes, after all, were mere strokes of luck. A letter shaped like a mouth repeatedly shouted within the Gryffindor common room. Ethan hastily gathered his textbooks for 2 classes and hurriedly departed with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The classroom for defense against the dark arts resided on the 4th floor, necessitating the ascent of numerous staircases. The school staircases numbered an astonishing 142. Some were wide and spacious, while others were narrow and precarious. Some would abruptly vanish or shift direction midway through. This was precisely why, upon hearing the change of classes, A throng of students would dash upstairs as if pursued by a dog, particularly Ron and Harry, who had already been late that morning and had spoken with Professor McGonagall. If they were tardy again in the afternoon, no amount of explanation would restore her trust. However, the concern of being late was but one facet of their anxiety. The other was the immense anticipation surrounding this class. For in defense against the dark arts, one could learn offensive magic, how to wield such spells to safeguard oneself against dark creatures and malevolent forces. In other words, the best defense is indeed a good offense. If one could vanquish the enemy before they were eliminated, it would denote a successful defense against dark magic. Before class commenced, Ethan humorously translated the essence of defense against the dark arts, eliciting laughter from many. The Hufflepuffs cast curious glances toward Gryffindor, particularly fixated on Harry Potter, the most renowned newcomer. In a corner, Ethan quietly observed them, lost in thought. He yearned to peruse the acceptance letters of all the new students. Yet he surmised that Slytherin would likely disregard him, rendering conventional methods impractical. As for Ravenclaw, he might consider inquiring Luna. The Ravenclaw students typically kept to themselves, often ignoring even their own housemates. As a Gryffindor, if he were to boldly request an acceptance letter, he would likely encounter resistance. Only the quiet, amiable, and honest Hufflepuffs, like Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones, might be more accommodating. The classroom door opened and closed silently, and soon a pungent odor of garlic permeated the entire room. Many young witches and wizards recoiled, instinctively covering their noses. Even Ethan was not immune, struggling to hold his breath, nearly retching. The combined scent of garlic and the acrid stench of sweat had fermented into an unimaginably noxious aroma. Professor Quirrell, the instructor for defense against the dark arts, approached the podium with a hint of unease. Ethan found it somewhat unbearable to behold. In the sweltering summer heat, it was no wonder that the thick scarf reeked so foully. Had Voldemort possessed a nose, he would surely have been overcome, if not by rage, then by the stench. Quirrell's gaze was evasive as he stammered a feeble explanation. Ron, pinching his nose tightly, exclaimed, "Professor, why do you always wear that enormous scarf?" Quirrell hastily replied, "This matter is quite complicated. I assisted an African prince in ridding himself of zombies' torment, and this was his gift to me." Ron's expression darkened further. "He gifted you a scarf reeking of garlic?" A wave of quiet laughter rippled through the classroom. Professor Quirrell's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly added, "I also expelled a vampire in Romania, and to prevent retaliation, I stuffed some garlic into the scarf." Seamus eagerly raised his hand, inquiring, "Professor, what spell did you use to resolve the zombie issue?" All eyes turned expectantly toward him. The zombie was a fearsome dark creature, and if the professor could use it as an example for a spell, it would be most enlightening. Professor Quirrell opened his mouth, his face crimson, and after a lengthy pause, remarked, "The weather this afternoon is delightful, perfect for a stroll. Now, please turn to the first page of your textbooks." A chorus of disappointed hisses echoed in the classroom, yet the young witches and wizards complied, opening their books. Chapter 12. A good teammate, Ron. I swear, if this is what defense against the dark arts entails, I would prefer to attend Professor Bin's history of magic class, Ron lamented, his disappointment palpable. And a circle of young wizards around him voiced their agreement with various complaints. This is so dull. Among the 7 required subjects, history of magic was universally acknowledged as the most tedious, with Professor Bin's droning voice being particularly torturous. In stark contrast, defense against the dark arts was initially the class the young wizards looked forward to the most, as it promised the opportunity to learn spells to fend off dark magic. Who could resist the allure of summoning flames or lightning with a mere flick of a wand? Yet, Quirrell managed to single-handedly alter the perception of all the young wizards. If Bin's class was both tedious and torturous, Quirrell's was hypnotic and agonizing. His voice lulled listeners into a stupor, and the odor of his garlic-scented scarf was unbearable. Ethan's expression mirrored the discontent. Although Professor Quirrell's abilities were somewhat lacking, he was still a legitimate instructor. One would expect that a professor could easily manage a first-year class. However, he operated like a hypnotic tape recorder, reciting the textbook verbatim, neither adding nor omitting a single word. It was akin to a merciless electronic voice reading from a hefty dictionary, albeit with a garlic twist. If the sole purpose was to learn from the textbook, why not simply read it oneself? Quirrell was doing this deliberately. Ethan left with his book in hand, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the man. With little time for further complaints, the Gryffindor students hurried down the stairs. Unfortunately, herbology was to be conducted in the greenhouses, which are situated at the back of the school, consisting of 7 in total. The larger the greenhouse number, the more perilous the plants within. The first-year young wizards were on their way to Greenhouse 1. The lesson was to be taught by Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, who, in contrast to the stern Professor McGonagall, had a deep affection for her Hufflepuff badgers. She was a kind-hearted witch, smiling warmly at everyone as she announced, "Before we officially commence our lesson, there are some important matters for you to remember. The first decree: you are strictly forbidden from venturing into any greenhouse other than Greenhouse 1. You may find yourselves lost and inadvertently wander into Greenhouse 2, but it is best to avoid such a blunder. For Greenhouse 2 is the home of the Mandrakes. The cries of adult Mandrakes can be fatal. That is part of our second-year curriculum." The young wizards displayed expressions of trepidation, and Harry felt particularly anxious, having recently lost his way. "The second decree," Professor Sprout continued, "is that you must don your dragonhide gloves before class begins. The herbs we shall tend to possess toxic properties, and even the youngest of plant babies can incapacitate anyone." Ethan listened intently while observing a small, dark, and slender plant in a pot before him, its leaves resembling tiny dog paws and somewhat wrinkled. Professor Sprout was not fond of posing questions. She first delivered the theoretical aspects in one breath, then demonstrated the procedures twice in their entirety, before wandering through the greenhouse, continuously correcting the young wizard's mistakes. The book Magical Herbs and Fungi was one Ethan was quite familiar with, and he found no difficulty in the practical tasks. However, he chose to wait for Hermione to successfully complete her task and receive praise from the professor before he proceeded to tend to the boggart tree. Nevertheless, the defense against the dark arts class severely hampered his progress. At the end of the lesson, as per the professor's instructions, each young wizard took home 3 leaves of the boggart tree as a gift from their inaugural herbology class. A group of Gryffindor young wizards caught up with Ethan from behind. Harry, visibly anxious, asked, "What are you planning to do now?" Ethan surveyed his companions. Noting that nearly all his classmates were present, even the girls, he deliberated, "I plan to do my homework, perhaps read a book, or maybe wander around the school. Do you need my assistance?" Harry appeared somewhat bashful and stammered. Ron, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "White, in this morning's transfiguration class, only you and Granger successfully transformed a needle. We would like to ask for your guidance. Professor McGonagall said she would check before the next class, and if we still can't manage it, we'll have to stand in the corner." The young wizards were all visibly alarmed. They were still a fresh batch of first years. In a year or so, such threats would likely lose their weight. "Of course, I would be happy to help." Ethan responded eagerly, a warm smile spreading across his face. He turned to the other Gryffindors who had yet to show him their acceptance letters and called out, "We are all Gryffindors, and we should naturally support one another. If you encounter any difficulties, please join us. Let us learn together. And, lovely ladies, do not hesitate." The few boys and girls who had never spoken to Ethan looked at him with surprise. "Thank you, White. You're so kind." "White." Ethan cast a swift glance towards Hufflepuff, where the badgers were observing with keen curiosity. Noticing their reaction, he suddenly comprehended the situation. There was no transfiguration class for Hufflepuff today. He warmly called out, "Hufflepuffs, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in tomorrow's transfiguration class, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall gladly help you. However, do not forget to bring your acceptance letters." "This is splendid," Ron exclaimed excitedly. "I told you. White would certainly agree. Unlike Granger." "Ahem." Ethan hastily interrupted Ron, raising his voice. "We have herbology class tomorrow afternoon. So let us first complete the homework assigned by the professor before we practice transfiguration." The carefree Ron cheerfully replied, "Great. Shall we head to the Great Hall? After finishing our assignments, we can have dinner and then proceed directly to practice transfiguration." The other young wizards readily concurred, linking arms as they made their way to the Great Hall on the first floor of the school. Hermione, slightly distanced from them, cast a puzzled glance at Ron, as she seemed to have caught her name in the conversation. Ethan occasionally glanced at the exuberant Ron, sighing inwardly. Damn it, what a foolish teammate. Chapter 13, Gryffindor Tutoring Class. "Hi, White, I am Parvati Patil." A small witch with long, raven-black hair stood before Ethan, her amber eyes brimming with curiosity. "Hello, Patil. Is there something you find confusing?" At that moment, the corner of the Great Hall where they stood had transformed into a study classroom for the young Gryffindors, each wielding their wands over matchsticks. Ethan took on the role of the clarifier, correcting errors as they arose. Parvati and another fluffy-haired, golden-haired girl had just arrived, both clutching their acceptance letters. It appeared they were roommates with Hermione, though Ethan had never seen the 3 of them together. Parvati bent over her textbook, eager to show Ethan the part she struggled with earlier. Meanwhile, the blonde, blue-eyed witch waved her acceptance letter and asked in a bright voice, "Hi, White. E.M. Lavender Brown. May I inquire why you are examining everyone's acceptance letters? Are you suspicious of something?" "Well, We noticed that the handwriting on Harry's acceptance letter is somewhat peculiar, so I thought I might find a second letter with distinctive handwriting. Ethan replied earnestly. Ron chimed in exactly. We are searching for a second letter that S special. The 11-year-old, which, clearly oblivious to the complexities of human nature, promptly handed her acceptance letter to Ethan, innocently asking, "Is mine special?" Ethan accepted it with both hands, pointed to the name inscribed, and smiled, saying, "Of course. Each acceptance letter is unique." Uncertain if she grasped the implication, she gleefully played with her braid. "White, there are certain parts one don't quite understand." Parvati indicated the principles of basic transfiguration. Ethan pondered for a moment and gestured to 2 empty seats, saying, "Please, take a seat. I will explain everything to you slowly." This is a fair exchange. He retrieved the notes he had meticulously recorded earlier that morning, locating a segment pertaining to the principles of transfiguration. "I suggest you transcribe my notes along with a few of my personal insights. Once you complete that, I shall demonstrate the specifics of transfiguration to you." "Thank you, White." The 2 young witches promptly produced their quills. Ethan observed that Harry had once again faltered and could not help but say, "Harry, your magical prowess is considerable. Try to relax a bit. Envision the gentle flow of a stream. Yes, just like that. Allow your magic to flow smoothly. Transfiguration requires precision. One must not be hasty." Harry, feeling the pressure, nodded nervously and picked up a new matchstick, refocusing his mind. This time, the matchstick beneath his wand successfully transformed, swiftly becoming a gleaming silver needle. He could not contain his exhilaration. Beside him, Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Unfortunately, his momentary distraction caused his wand to emit a shower of sparks, and the matchstick was instantly charred. Ron, undeterred, exclaimed joyfully, "Congratulations, Harry. You did it. If Harry could achieve this, then surely he could as well." Harry beamed with delight, glancing at Ethan, who also offered his congratulations, feeling relieved. How wonderful it was. As long as someone succeeded, it indicated that his teachings were sound, and any failure on the part of others could not be attributed to him. He smiled and was about to approach when suddenly a message surfaced in his mind. Successfully guided the transformation to a silver needle, earning 3 experience points. Ethan halted abruptly, astonished, and after confirming he had not misread, a shiver coursed through him. So, this was a possibility? If teaching one person could yield 3 experience points. In an instant, his gaze sharpened as he surveyed the group. Meanwhile, Ron had taken out another matchstick to practice. In the corner, Seamus had once again created a commotion, singeing his face black. The group could not help but erupt in chatter. "Seamus, be careful. Don't singe my eyebrows." Ethan hurried over, full of enthusiasm. "Ron, your wand is rather difficult to control. I suggest you concentrate a bit more. Unicorn hair is easier to manage than phoenix feathers, so feel free to unleash your magic." "Seamus, you're too hasty. The matchstick cannot withstand your power and will burst. You must learn to control your magic. Slow down and relax." Neville, why are you zoning out? What have you forgotten?" "Oh, don't cry. It's all right. You will surely master this." After several minutes, Ron finally succeeded in transforming a matchstick into a needle, his face lighting up with joy. In truth, had his wand not been so worn, he would have achieved this much sooner. Successfully guided the transformation to a silver needle, earning 4 experience points. Surprisingly, the third to successfully transform a matchstick into a silver needle was Patil, which took everyone by surprise. This little witch had merely glanced at Ethan's notes and succeeded. Guiding experience 3, Ethan excitedly embraced Ron and then shook hands with Patil. Everyone felt a touch of embarrassment, yet they all smiled, for Ethan was truly wonderful. They were delighted to have such a classmate by their side. They couldn't help but call each other by name, instantly becoming good friends. After all, it was merely a rudimentary transformation spell. This also earned Ethan nearly 50 experience points, coupled with his own daily accumulation of nearly 30 points. His efficiency was almost 3 times that of before. It would not be long before he could amass some free attributes. Before Ethan, it seemed as if a new door had swung open. On the way back to the dormitory, Hermione appeared, cradling a thick hardcover book in her arms. Looking bewildered as she observed everyone, except for Neville and Seamus, seemingly in high spirits. Hermione discreetly tugged at Ethan's sleeve, prompting him to slow his pace and fall back with her. Was it a waste? Not in the least. Even if he toiled through the night, he could scarcely earn 5 free attributes and an additional 50 experience points. With a broad smile, Ethan remarked Professor McGonagall was quite upset this morning, stating she would check Ron and Harry's transformation spells before the next class. Naturally, I offer to help. We are Gryffindors after all. Did you not hear the song that Hat sang? Their courage, spirit, and chivalry set Gryffindor apart. I find it truly gratifying to assist others. Hermione rolled her eyes slightly, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Perhaps she did not entirely agree, yet she could understand. Have you grown so close that you can address each other by name already? Just one day of acquaintance? Ethan chuckled. As I mentioned earlier, I do not believe that friendship must be tethered to time. As long as we share common goals and mutual respect, Miss Granger, we may call each other by our names, though we might have to wait 6 months. Hermione fell silent, shooting him an exasperated glare. Ethan quickly added, could I perhaps take a glance at your acceptance letter later? Conversely, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The only thing missing from the entire Gryffindor freshman acceptance letters was hers. Oh, and Neville's. Though Neville's letter was left at home, given time, it might lose its relevance. Hermione pulled an acceptance letter from her sleeve, muttering, what is there to see in this? Ethan was taken aback that she had it on her, promptly taking it from her and unfolding it to gaze at the neatly penned script. Intelligence 1. Miss Granger's acceptance letter had surprisingly granted him a touch of intelligence. Chapter 14. Breakfast. At 6 in the morning, Ethan woke promptly. With the enhancement of various attributes, he felt invigorated. His mind was exceptionally clear, making it an ideal time to delve into more complex knowledge. Ron, Harry, it's time to rise. He did not forget Professor McGonagall's instructions and responsibly woke the two until they sat up in bed, looking quite dazed, before he hurriedly departed. Due to Professor Quirrell's lackadaisical demeanor, Ethan had lost all hope in him. This course, it seemed, would have to be self-taught. In the empty classroom, Ethan opened Curses and Counter-Curses. This book contained numerous practical spells, and at least to him, it appeared far more useful than Quirrell. Given my current level, should I first learn defensive spells? Perhaps control spells as well? I feel rather weak at the moment. It would be best to have spells suitable for ambush. An hour later, Ethan grasped his wand and waved it through the air, uttering, Stupefy, Glacies, Obscuro, Petrificus, Totalis, Incendio, Softening Charm. He attempted numerous spells in succession, feeling an overwhelming sense of mental fatigue wash over him. With a sigh, he stowed his wand away. I need more magical energy. However, there was no need to rush. If all went well, he might encounter some Hufflepuff students today. As the number of encounters increased, so too would his experience. A smile graced Ethan's face as he departed the empty classroom, wand and books in hand, making his way to the great hall for breakfast. He ordered a chicken leg meal, some carrots, roasted beef, a cup of light tea, and a serving of strawberries from the house elf. Ethan, you don't look very well. But the pesky insects seem to have diminished since yesterday. Have you resolved your troubles? I lost track of time while practicing my spells, Ethan replied cheerfully, but I certainly feel less anxious than yesterday. I found that everyone in Gryffindor is quite nice. He glanced at Luna's plate, which held an apple, a sandwich, a cup of milk, and a pudding. Luna, did you bring your admission letter to school? Of course. My father worries that the pesky insects outside might attack. So he insists I keep my admission letter on me to prove I am a student here. Luna produced a folded paper shaped like a small triangle from her pocket, with her name emblazoned in the center. This is my talisman. Would you like to exchange? Ethan paused momentarily before retrieving his own admission letter, which he had carried with him these past few days in case other little witches and wizards made similar requests. He handed his letter over, and Luna did the same with her talisman. As Ethan held it in his hands, he looked down to see that it was indeed a pass, made of Luna's admission letter. Exchange value: 1 magical energy. Ethan's eyes widened, his breath quickened, and his heart raced. How wonderful! Luna gazed at him in surprise. Ethan smiled, pointing at the illustration of the little creature on the talisman, saying, the drawing is exquisite. Luna nodded, her delight evident. This is a snorehorn. They usually hide in corners to sleep, but often chat during full moon nights, making quite a racket. I'll take good care of it. Ethan carefully tucked the triangular talisman away. 7 o'clock, time for magic. A house elf arrived with his breakfast, a heaping plate at least 3 times the size of Luna's. Luna eyed the mountain of food and remarked, my father always said that children who eat well grow quickly. Indeed, that makes sense. Starved. Ethan wasted no time in devouring his breakfast. Luna soon finished her meal and waved goodbye. See you, Ethan. In our first class, we'll be attending Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson with Hufflepuff. She really dislikes tardiness. Goodbye, Luna. If you find anything difficult, feel free to seek me out anytime. Luna nodded. Skipping away with joy, a girl with chestnut hair sat languidly across from him. Ethan caught a whiff of the rich aroma of coffee, and upon looking up in surprise, he beheld the weary visage of Miss Hermione Granger. Indeed, she had mentioned yesterday that she needed to rise at 5:30 this morning. He swallowed his food, dabbed the corners of his mouth, and inquired with curiosity, how is it? The feeling of waking up early? Hermione's expression stiffened, and nonchalantly she replied, upon reflection, 5:30 is rather too early. Starting tomorrow, I shall rise at 6 o'clock instead. As she spoke, she anxiously dabbed at the corner of her mouth, where a trace of saliva seemed to linger. Ethan widened his eyes, surmising that she must have dozed off at her desk due to the early hour. He stifled a laugh and nodded. Adequate sleep is indeed the cornerstone of all well-being. And what is it that you find so amusing? Hermione shot him an irritated glance before turning away to retrieve a handkerchief, meticulously wiping the corner of her eye. Once she had composed herself, a house elf arrived with her breakfast, a serving of cream scones, a glass of milk, a small piece of meat, and 2 fried eggs. Good morning, Ethan, Granger, greeted Harry and Ron, both still bearing traces of sleepiness in their eyes. Hermione instantly perked up and asked, Did you manage to wake up on time today? Yes. Ethan woke us early, Harry yawned, though he had fallen back asleep after Ethan had left. Ron glanced at her, unwilling to be outdone, and asked, What about you, Granger? Did you rise on time? Of course. Hermione raised her chin slightly. I was up at 5 o'clock, freshened up, and left precisely at 5:30. As she spoke, she stole a quick glance at Ethan, seemingly anxious that he might reveal her embarrassing moment. Fortunately, Ethan showed little interest in their childish banter and remained focused on his meal. Ron and Harry regarded Hermione as if she were a curious specimen. An awkward tension permeated the air. Undeterred, Hermione savored her breakfast, feeling victorious despite her fatigue, even if she was uncertain of what her victory truly entailed. Actually, Ethan said as he swallowed the last strawberry, starting tomorrow, I intend to rise at 6:30. We are in a growth phase, after all. We should indulge in a bit more sleep to rejuvenate ourselves. Ron and Harry perked up, nodding in agreement, particularly Harry, who still clung to the belief that Ethan must have endured considerable mistreatment at home. Otherwise, his situation could not be worse than it was at Aunt Petunia's. He earnestly remarked to Ethan, regardless of what the future holds, it must be better than the past left behind. The others looked at him in astonishment. Harry continued thus, You could easily sleep until 8 o'clock. Ethan and Ron exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter, nearly doubling over. Even Hermione found herself amused, almost spraying Ethan with milk. But the young witch, ever conscious of her image, managed to suppress her mirth. Ethan rose and proclaimed loudly, Why linger in slumber while alive? In death, one shall find eternal rest. Hermione erupted into a fit of coughs. A group of Gryffindors erupted into cheers, though they themselves were unaware of the reason for their exuberance. In that moment, they simply felt immense joy. Chapter 15, The Little Badgers. Professor Flitwick, the instructor responsible for teaching charms, was an exceedingly diminutive wizard. During class, he stood atop a stack of books, calling the roll with great enthusiasm. However, upon reaching Harry's name, he squealed with excitement and vanished from sight entirely. The students from both houses exchanged bewildered glances, most unable to resist casting curious looks at Harry. Draco Malfoy, with his golden locks, let out a dissatisfied grunt. Harry, equally perplexed, found himself at a loss. Ethan, who was accustomed to sitting in the corners, began to despair. Was it possible that among the vast expanse of Hogwarts, only Professor McGonagall could be deemed reliable? One Professor Quirrell was already more than enough. Both defense against the dark arts and charms were vital subjects. Could they not procure some competent instructors to teach? He continued calling out names, and then, with great fervor, delved into the history and current state of charms. As he spoke, Professor Flitwick brandished his wand and tapped the table, which instantly transformed into a vibrant purple hue. He proclaimed, In theory, as long as your magical power is sufficient, you could change the entire school into your preferred color. Following the conclusion of charms class, the afternoon brought herbology, where the focus remained on caring for the shrivel fig, alongside learning how to concoct a laughing potion using its leaves. As the class neared its end, Professor Sprout assigned new homework, to research Sneezewort and learn how to tend to it. The young witches and wizards strained to keep up, which served to hone their mental resilience. Ethan, however, was enraptured by the lesson, glancing occasionally at Professor Binns. When Professor Binns drew closer, he curiously extended his hand, attempting to touch the ghostly professor. Professor Binns was the only ghostly instructor at the school. He paid no mind to the students' curiosity, as each year brought inquisitive pupils. Yet they could not touch the ghost, nor could he touch them. Cuthbert Binns, an entity said to have existed since the founding of Hogwarts, was an undeniable relic of the past and a cherished treasure of the school. Had he not restrained himself just then, he might have been accused of assaulting a professor, which would have necessitated a transfer to Azkaban for further studies. Ethan stifled his inner excitement. While attribute points were indeed valuable, one must also consider the means of acquisition. Any attempt to engage with Professor Binns would surely draw the attention of Dumbledore, and that was simply unacceptable. He closed his eyes and buried himself in his book, refusing to glance at Professor Binns again, fearing he might succumb to temptation. There were other ghosts in the school. He needed to master the disillusionment charm swiftly. He was on the verge of succumbing to temptation. When the class bell rang, nearly everyone exhaled a long sigh of relief. Ron lamented to Harry, "I find myself almost missing Professor Quirrell." Ron instantly felt even more dejected. Seamus and Neville approached Ethan, saying, "Ethan, shall we head to the Grey Hall?" In the entire academy, only the two of them remained unskilled in transfiguration. Ethan nodded slightly, casting a glance towards Harry, who seemed to be embroiled in yet another quarrel with Draco and his companions for reasons unknown, preferring to avoid the commotion. Ethan tidied his desk and departed the classroom with the two of them, descending to the first floor and entering the auditorium. Inside, several individuals awaited his arrival. "Greetings. I am Susan Bones from Hufflepuff," a round-faced young witch said nervously, her hands fidgeting together. She stammered, "Yesterday you mentioned that if anyone had difficulties with transfiguration, they could seek your assistance." The news had already spread among the other houses after the entire Gryffindor cohort practiced transfiguration in the auditorium the previous day. This morning, Hufflepuff attended Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class alongside Ravenclaw, focusing on transforming a matchstick into a silver needle. Ethan's eyes brightened, and he smiled indeed. "My offer still stands, Miss Bones. We also need to practice transfiguration, so please have a seat here. I would like to hear about your experience in class." Susan's face flushed as she lowered her head. Murmuring, only Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw succeeded, and Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat disappointed. Seamus and Neville nodded in understanding. They could relate to that feeling. Ethan felt a surge of joy and reassured her. Transfiguration can indeed be quite complex. However, do not fret. With a few corrections, you may very well succeed. Susan nodded fervently. The previous night, many had witnessed the Gryffindor Lions successfully transforming matchsticks into silver needles. Ethan laughed heartily. "We are all classmates, and it is only natural to help each other, Miss Bones. I have but one request. Do you remember? You were to show me your acceptance letter, correct?" Susan spoke softly, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Ethan perceptibly noted this and shook his head. "There is no obligation. If you do not have it with you, it is quite all right. I merely wish to have a glance. It is not of utmost importance." Soon, the small witches and wizards displayed expressions of delight. It appeared that Susan was among the braver of the group. Neville stared at Ethan in awe and whispered, "Ethan, you are truly kind." Ethan, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded. "I believe so as well." Moments later, a row of tables in the auditorium was once again filled with young witches and wizards, their numbers seemingly greater than the day before. Indeed, fear lingered. They might genuinely weep. Fortunately, the others had brought their acceptance letters, which Ethan examined one by one, the information continuously springing forth. Magic Affinity 1, Spell Resistance 1, Mental Resistance 1, Agility 1. By the time Ethan perused the final acceptance letter, he had acquired a total of 2 points in Magic Affinity, 2 points in Mental Resistance, 2 points in Spell Resistance, 2 points in Agility, 2 points in Stamina, 2 points in Strength, and 2 points in Physical Resistance. Of course, such an abundance of random attributes did not come without a price. In the endeavor to teach this group of little badgers the art of transformation, Ethan distinctly perceived their differences from the young lions. They required an abundance of patience and guidance. Chapter 16, Transformation. "I've heard it all, Ethan," Luna cheerfully remarked, her voice delicate and soothing, akin to a gentle massage for the mind. Ethan relished listening to her speak. He lifted his gaze from a mountainous breakfast, staring at her in bewilderment. "What?" She continued. "They say you are teaching everyone transformation to please Professor McGonagall." Luna chirped, but regardless of the motive, it is ultimately a noble endeavor. Ethan, still perplexed, retorted, "To please Professor McGonagall? What does that have to do with the professor?" Luna lifted her chin and smiled. "The number of pesky flies around you hasn't increased. So you speak the truth. I shall inform them that your intention in teaching transformation is not to curry favor with Professor McGonagall." Ethan began to grasp the situation, suspecting that someone from Ravenclaw had discussed this matter, speculating on the benefits of his actions, which Luna had overheard. He felt a twinge of frustration. Did this group of Ravenclaws truly perceive him as a sycophant? Although his motives were indeed not entirely pure, they were at least unrelated to Professor McGonagall. He grumbled, "What utter nonsense! Ethan! Ethan!" Ron and Harry shouted his name in unison, appearing quite agitated. Ron exclaimed, "We are friends. It was we who sought your help." Now you seeking us out. During our lessons, Professor McGonagall never once appeared. So that must be a falsehood. Neville, who had come along, timidly added, Indeed. I do not believe Ethan is that sort of person. He has patiently taught me time and again, displaying no hint of impatience, and he genuinely rejoices in my progress. Ethan's countenance darkened considerably. He had thought these were mere idle conversations in the common room, yet they dared to propagate such claims? Suppressing his anger, he surveyed the Gryffindors who were now watching him intently, and stood up to declare, Professor McGonagall has indeed aided me, but if I truly harbored such thoughts, she would not be pleased by them. I, Ethan White, swear an oath. I have never sought to curry favor with any professor, especially not in such a manner. Furthermore, the professor does not require my flattery. I am merely an ordinary student, no different from any of you. We learn together, live together. We are classmates for 7 years. Friends. Therefore, when everyone needs my assistance, I genuinely feel elated, for it signifies recognition and acceptance. I believe that if one day I find myself in need of help, there will surely be someone willing to assist me, devoid of any ulterior motives, because that wretched hat proclaimed, we are brave, bold, and chivalrous Gryffindors. The Gryffindor Lions were profoundly moved, each one eagerly rolling up their sleeves, exclaiming, I must find the one who slandered Ethan. I shall make him cry. It must be a Slytherin. Everyone concurred, for only Slytherins delighted in such antics, as all villains sprang forth from their house. Moreover, it is well known that Gryffindor has always been at odds with Slytherin. Even the act of confronting them requires no justification. In an instant, a group of individuals turned their heads sharply, casting fierce glares towards the Slytherin table. The countenance of the Slytherin wizards instantly shifted, particularly that of Malfoy. In his alarm, realized that nearly everyone was fixated upon him. Harry shouted, Malfoy, was it you? The commotion was so loud that even some professors dining nearby glanced over with keen interest. Ethan hurriedly intervened, restraining the oncoming fury of the Gryffindors, exclaiming, All right, everyone, let's remain calm. I mean, we cannot condemn others based solely on suspicion. Of course, I would prefer to believe this is merely a misunderstanding. As long as we recognize it as false, it poses no threat. Yet, such misunderstandings do indeed leave me feeling disheartened, enraged, deeply affected, and somewhat despondent. For it not only tarnishes my reputation, but also jeopardizes that of a professor. To prevent such occurrences in the future, I contemplate ceasing our group studies. However, if I do so, might others perceive me as guilty? What if new rumors arise? What then shall I do? Ethan surveyed the crowd and declared loudly, I believe, if misunderstandings are unavoidable, and if someone must view me through a lens of prejudice, I wish for that scrutiny to be directed solely at Ethan White. I am able to study at Hogwarts because the school generously provided me with a grant, allowing me to purchase a wand and books. Professor McGonagall even provided me with a ticket to Hogwarts. I am sincerely grateful to the school and to the professors. Henceforth, I have decided that I will no longer hold group study sessions in public. If anyone requires my assistance, please approach me privately, and be prepared with something to exchange. It may be your favorite snack, candy, or any knowledge you possess, or even anything you deem valuable, even a mere stone from the ground. We shall engage in a fair exchange. We shall not provide others with ammunition against us. Of course, if you have nothing to offer, there is no need for concern. Simply tell me the truth. I will still assist you with your studies. All I ask is that you keep this matter confidential. Now, let's bring this issue to a close. Parched from his fervent speech, Ethan took the juice handed to him, only to realize it was a cup of grape juice from Luna's breakfast. Luna blinked and gently clapped her hands. As if signaling, a thunderous applause erupted, with the Gryffindor Lions surrounding Ethan, eagerly shaking his hand and embracing him. The Gryffindors always express their emotions so directly, embracing their companions and fiercely confronting their foes. Meanwhile, a group of Hufflepuff wizards applauded while rubbing their reddened eyes, sympathizing with Ethan. Had they been in his position, they would have undoubtedly wept profusely. Some professors in the main guest seat were clapping enthusiastically, and Dumbledore, whose beard was nearly dragging on the ground, rubbed his eyes and remarked, What a splendid speech. Minerva, looking at these young lads, I feel as if I could live another 100 years. Minerva McGonagall, feeling both touched and furious, responded coolly, It is utterly unacceptable that such a serious slander has emerged within the school, compelling a wizard to take an oath. I believe an exhaustive investigation is imperative. Regardless of who he is, he must face the consequences. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Minerva, as Mr. White mentioned, this is merely a misunderstanding. Let us not forget, they are still just 11-year-old children. Professor McGonagall did not appreciate his words. To harbor such thoughts at the age of 11 may indicate that allowing him into the school was a grave mistake. Dumbledore patiently explained, however, if we do not guide and correct them appropriately, the wizarding world may see the rise of dark wizards once more. Minerva, this is the very purpose of our school. We cannot allow mistakes to perpetuate. Professor McGonagall looked at him, suddenly asking, Albus, do you already know who did it? Dumbledore quickly shook his head. McGonagall, expressionless, stated, we must get to the bottom of this. Even if expulsion is not warranted, there must be consequences. Mr. Ethan White successfully averted a severe violent incident. Gryffindor gains 10 points. However, due to Gryffindor's unfounded suspicions and recklessness, which nearly escalated to violence, 5 points are deducted. Chapter 17. Secrets travel unnoticed. Life has become unbearable. Ethan gazed at the mountain of candies and snacks piled high on his bed, unable to suppress a sigh. This morning, he had been thrust into the spotlight in the hall, and in a moment of fervor, he had uttered many things, some appropriate, others less so, but ultimately, the outcome was favorable. After all, he had dispelled the rumors, cleared his name, and prevented a brawl between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Thus, it should be considered a good thing. Yet, he could not fathom which words he had misstepped. Today, no matter where he went or whom he encountered, he was showered with candies. Even Professor Sprout from Herbology, with a beaming smile, gifted him a box of nut brittle. She also extended an invitation to visit the Hufflepuff common room at any time, assuring him that every badger in Hufflepuff was upright and kind and would never engage in backbiting. Ethan's emotions were quite complex on this day. Harry was now even more convinced that Ethan's home life was less fortunate than his own. Ethan did not even have pocket money, while even Ron did. Ethan, no wonder George mentioned he could bring us some snacks the other night. You were the only one who didn't buy any sweets, Harry whispered, placing a toffee in his hand. Ron nodded in agreement, offering him a licorice wand. He too was financially constrained, though it was merely a single candy. Following closely behind, Neville beamed foolishly, holding a large box of fizzing Whizbees, juicy, gelatinous orbs that, when eaten, made one feel as though they were floating in midair. Similarly, these candies were quite expensive. Ethan expressed his gratitude and explained, like Granger, I come from an ordinary family who knows little about wizards. My family is indeed quite financially constrained, so I never asked them for money. However, they have never mistreated me. The scholarship provided by the school suffices for my needs. And as for sweets, I really do not have a particular fondness for candies. As he spoke, he picked up a handful of sweets and distributed them, saying, now that there are so many, I cannot consume them all by myself. Let's share, for I still need to deliver some to Granger. Harry promptly tore open a pack of pepper imps, and after a few chews, flames erupted from his ears and nose, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. Thus, a candy party ensued in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Ethan packed several large bags of sweets, first delivering one to the adjacent dormitory and then asking Ron to take some to George and Percy. He also shared some with the students in the common room and finally requested a witch to summon Hermione. The girls' dormitory was protected by a special enchantment. If any boy attempted to approach, the staircase would instantly transform into a slide. Hermione stared blankly at the large bag of sweets in her arms. This is not just for you, Ethan clarified. You were meant to share it with your roommates. Hermione glanced at him and murmured, I don't particularly enjoy sweets. They can lead to cavities. My parents are dentists, and they often remind me to brush my teeth diligently. There are chocolates and pastries as well. Simply choose what you prefer, Miss Granger. However, there are still plenty of candies remaining. Despite a few individuals indulging heartily, they had barely made a dent in the stash, as sweets are not a meal and can become overwhelming. After brushing his teeth, Ethan organized the remaining candies and tucked them away in his cabinet. He bid goodnight to a few people and lay in bed, his legs tangled in the covers, beginning to feel a pang of regret. Ravenclaw, just wait. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as Ethan rose, he discovered Ron and Harry also getting dressed. He looked at them in surprise, and both smiled back. Ethan, may I have a piece of cauldron cake? Ron asked. Of course, Ron. Feel free to choose what you like. Ethan freshened up, gathered his textbooks and 2 large bags of sweets, and left the dormitory alone. At 8 o'clock, Ethan appeared in the Great Hall right on time, followed by Luna. He handed her a large bag of candies, saying, This is just for you. Lowering his voice, he inquired, Has your roommate mentioned anything to you? Luna stared at him and replied, They asked me not to tell anyone about that incident. They really did a number on me. Ethan let out a hum of discontent. Luna, somewhat dazed, asked, Are you going to confront them? No, I won't trouble them. We are all only 11 years old. Ethan rubbed his forehead and suddenly said, If they ask you again, simply tell them that Ethan requested your help in finding out whether the rumor originated from Ravenclaw. Just say that and nothing more. Why? Ethan swiftly declared, "This way, they shall no longer dare to speak frivolously. Rest assured, I shall not trouble them. I will act as if I am entirely oblivious to the matter. Once Luna relays this to them, they will be compelled to appease and fear her." Luna consumed a modest breakfast, primarily consisting of vegetarian fare and fruits, seemingly disinclined towards meat. After her meal, she resumed observing Ethan as he ate, but shortly thereafter cast a glance aside, rising to bid farewell. "Goodbye, Ethan." "Yes, goodbye." With that, Luna departed, clutching a handful of candies. Not long after her exit, a disheveled Hermione approached with a plate in hand and, upon sitting, exclaimed in frustration, "The rumors from yesterday originated from Ravenclaw." Noticing Ethan's lack of reaction, her tone intensified. "Indeed, I went to great lengths to uncover this. They were overheard by the portraits on the wall while speaking ill. I could even describe their features." Ethan glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then whispered, "Thank you, Granger. I am aware of this matter, but as I stated yesterday, it ends here." Hermione, perplexed and somewhat irate, retorted, "Why? They nearly caused you harm. You ought to confront them." Upon hearing the notion of expulsion, Hermione hesitated. Ethan pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. However, since they were witnessed by the portrait, the school must surely be informed by now. While it may not result in their expulsion, they will undoubtedly face some form of punishment. Just wait and see. His prediction proved remarkably accurate. After breakfast with Hermione, as he made his way to the Transfiguration classroom, he noticed a considerable gathering in the corridor. A brand new wooden notice board was affixed to the wall, proclaiming, "Due to serious violations of multiple school regulations by certain students of Ravenclaw, the house will incur a deduction of 100 points alongside a month of detention. Should rectification not occur, the school will contemplate more severe penalties." Minerva McGonagall. The specific individuals were not disclosed, yet the wording was stern. Were it any more severe, it would verge on expulsion. Speculation ran rampant regarding the transgressions committed by Ravenclaw that could provoke such ire from Professor McGonagall. Ethan and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smirk gracing their lips as they proceeded towards the Transfiguration classroom. Chapter 18. Who could be deceived? Professor McGonagall advanced with deliberate steps, her stern expression seemingly veiled in frost. The young witches and wizards beneath her were hushed, with Harry and Ron trembling in fear. Having risen early to avoid tardiness alongside Ethan, they were now utterly fatigued, yet they maintained an upright posture, striving to keep their eyes wide open. No one was late today, yet, judging by the professor's fury, one would think that the entire class had arrived in the wrong room. As the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall's responsibilities extended beyond merely teaching Transfiguration. She was also tasked with nurturing each young wizard, guiding them on their path to maturity. An exceedingly vile incident had transpired within the school yesterday. A slanderous act. It was an abhorrent and despicable behavior. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Ethan, yet subtly. Many shifted their gazes towards Malfoy. Malfoy's pale face flushed a deep red, revealing his anger and indignation. He was entirely uninvolved in this matter, yet everyone seemed to suspect him of orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Professor McGonagall's glasses gleamed with an irate light, in light of Headmaster Dumbledore's intercession and considering that Mr. Ethan White managed the situation adeptly, preventing it from escalating further. The school will refrain from expelling certain individuals for the time being. However, leniency will not be easily granted. Those who err must face the consequences. Now, I shall announce two matters. Professor McGonagall first turned her gaze towards Ethan, her expression softening slightly as she declared, "In recognition of Mr. Ethan White's commendable performance yesterday, Gryffindor is awarded 10 points." The little lions widened their eyes in surprise, then erupted into applause, filled with delight. Raising her hand to quell the excitement, Professor McGonagall's demeanor became stern once more. "While I commend the bravery of the little lions, I must also impose a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor for your reckless behavior yesterday, which was devoid of any evidence." "What?" Professor McGonagall admonished sharply. "You must never convict others based on mere suspicion. Without concrete evidence, all accusations are mere slander. Do you understand?" The little lions instinctively recoiled, affirming, "We understand, Professor." Gryffindor collectively raised their hands, including Neville and Seamus. In contrast, only 2/3 of the Slytherin students raised theirs. Professor McGonagall said nothing, merely waving her wand, causing a matchstick to appear on each table. Silver needles soon followed, eliciting smiles from all. In the corner, Ethan sensed Professor McGonagall's gaze upon him, and could not help but smile awkwardly. After all, having only one version of the notes meant that everyone's work was uniform. Professor McGonagall felt a surge of satisfaction, even sporting a hint of a smile. Even with the assistance of classmates, if you do not diligently practice, success remains unattainable. The young wizards of Gryffindor were filled with astonishment. Had they not worried about point deductions, they would have cheered aloud. Professor McGonagall observed that only slightly more than half of the Slytherin side had successfully performed the transfiguration, while 2 students fumbled with their wands, appearing utterly bewildered. He felt a pang of embarrassment, especially in front of Harry Potter. Those few cast menacing glances at Malfoy. Ron and Harry wore expressions of schadenfreude. They had long held a dislike for Malfoy and yearned for a chance to confront him, but he always managed to escape before they could act. Quiet. Sit down, Malfoy. Professor McGonagall glared at him, lamenting how these little snakes had been spoiled by Snape. Now, please open your textbooks. We shall commence with the fundamentals of transfiguration. Ethan listened intently, diligently taking notes. This exemplifies the significance of a good teacher. I sincerely wish that every professor in the school could possess the prowess and reliability of Professor McGonagall. Ethan was enraptured, wishing to engrave every word in his mind. Learning can indeed be an addictive pursuit. After 2 hours of class, as usual, only 30 minutes were allocated for the wand-waving segment. Professor McGonagall distributed a coin-sized beetle to each student. Just before class concluded, a gasp of astonishment erupted from Hermione's direction. She had successfully transfigured her beetle into a black button. Professor McGonagall immediately commended her. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was diverted, Ethan discreetly set down his quill and waved his wand at the beetle. After a dazzling series of transformations involving wood, plastic, copper, iron, and a spectrum of colors, black, white, yellow, green, and red, the beetle ultimately settled into an ordinary pattern button. He nodded subtly. Indeed, the combination of the color change charm and transfiguration could yield delightful surprises, even if he was uncertain of its practical applications. A composite charm of transfiguration and color change? Quite an intriguing notion, Mr. White. A cheerful compliment unexpectedly resonated beside him. Startled, Ethan turned to find Professor McGonagall standing right next to him. Was she using apparition? He stammered. It was a spontaneous idea, inspired by the color change charm we learned just the other day. He couldn't help but glance at Hermione, who was also fixated on the button on his desk, her expression decidedly envious. Professor McGonagall implied, Mr. White, you might not be aware, but the school conducts a reassessment each year to determine the funding allocations for the following year. As you know, every student may require assistance. Yet the budget from the Ministry of Magic is quite limited, necessitating difficult choices by the school. Ethan's expression was quite remarkable. Chapter 19, The Keeper of Keys. After Thursday's class, numerous students approached Ethan, hurriedly handing him slips of paper before swiftly departing. Especially during mealtime in the Great Hall, a long queue formed beside him. If only someone were willing to lend a hand at that moment. If time permits, I shall write a book titled, The First Week of School, My Encounters with the Young Wizards, perhaps surpassing Lockhart to become the new bestseller. He jested, prompting hearty laughter from Gryffindor, even causing Hermione to cough in amusement. At the head table, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and turned to Minerva, pondering aloud. Perhaps we should prepare a study room or an activity space for the young wizards. The castle can be perilous if we allow them to roam freely. It could lead to dire consequences. Professor McGonagall appeared contemplative. In the afternoon, Ethan received a key to an empty classroom located on the second floor of the school, capable of accommodating at least 30 students for study. This key was solely entrusted to the school and Ethan, and as long as he adhered to school regulations, he could retain it indefinitely. Professor McGonagall emphasized 2 points. First, to be mindful of time, ensuring no one remained past 9 o'clock. Second, that the classroom was to be used exclusively for study, with supervising professors occasionally inspecting. Frankly, Ethan was quite delighted. Having a dedicated activity room offered him limitless possibilities. Ethan swiftly contemplated various possibilities, and several plans began to quietly take shape. Before the notice board, Ron fixated on a new announcement, reading it aloud word by word. The first year after-school study group will be held in the 7th classroom on the left side of the second floor. Open daily from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Classroom manager, Ethan White. Note 1. If any Slytherin or Ravenclaw wizards wish to attend, they must bring their acceptance letters. Note 2. All materials for practicing magic must be prepared by the students themselves. Ethan was taken aback, exclaiming Merlin's beard. I got a key to the classroom? Clearly, this was sanctioned by the school. Harry exclaimed with excitement. We have a private study space. Ron glanced at Draco, who was striding down the corridor with Crabbe and Goyle in tow, and shouted, Yes, Harry, Now we won't have to worry about anyone speaking ill of us behind our backs. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, Draco abruptly turned his head and approached, nearly brushing his nose against Ron's. Ron Weasley, do you want to fight me? Ron's eyes lit up as he immediately looked to Harry. Both of them eagerly rolled up their sleeves. Draco suddenly faltered, stepping back in fear, and shouted angrily, I never spoke ill of anyone. Just wait. I will definitely tell my father about this. He whirled around and fled, with Crabbe and Goyle hastily following. Harry and Ron were left looking utterly disappointed. What? Harry and Ron were locked up for a day? Ethan asked, astonished. What did they do? Hermione, her hair in disarray, replied angrily. They thought that Draco was the one spreading rumors. Earlier in the corridor, they tried to confront him, and Professor McGonagall was furious. Not only did she impose detention, but she also deducted 10 points from each of them. Ethan scratched his head upon hearing this. Detention was one thing, but losing points was rather severe. They had just earned 10 points that morning, only to lose 5 on the spot. And now, another 20? After all their efforts, they had lost 15 points? Surely Gryffindor's score wouldn't dip into the negatives? He lamented, the professor should have informed them that it wasn't Draco. Hermione fumed. What a pair of nitwits. If they wanted to teach Draco a lesson, they should have cornered him, or done it in a secluded area. She had painstakingly earned 4 points for the house, only to have them completely deducted, leaving them in a deficit. Ugh, who cares whether they learn this or not? Hermione scoffed. Suddenly, Ethan paused, deep in thought, and exclaimed, right? We have potions class tomorrow. Hermione shot him a glance of exasperation. Professor Snape, the potions master, is the head of Slytherin and is quite biased towards Draco. He will surely make things difficult for us. Not a possibility, but a certainty, Ethan silently agreed. Just imagine, if someone were to steal away the woman you deeply cherish, especially if she were your childhood friend, and the thief was the school bully who delights in tormenting you. Who wouldn't go mad? Now their son, strikingly resembling his father, appeared before them. Sigh, just thinking about it was enough to drive one to distraction. Ethan shook his head, picked up a quill, and after a moment of contemplation, inscribed several lines upon the page. Hermione glanced down, her smooth brows slightly furrowing as she read aloud. Mugwort? White ash? Aconite? What purpose do you have in writing these down? I am concerned that the professor will intentionally make things difficult for Harry and Ron tomorrow. Hermione, exasperated, turned to leave. The study room held little allure for her. She preferred the library. Even now, she deemed Ethan's actions foolish, a squandering of precious time. Shortly after Hermione departed, Neville arrived, clutching a sheet of paper, and upon seeing him, Ethan brightened. Neville, I found you. I wrote to my grandmother, asking her to send my acceptance letter. Ethan beamed. That's splendid, Neville. Neville eagerly presented the acceptance letter, grinning with bewilderment. I told my grandmother all about the school, and she expressed her joy at my having a friend willing to assist me. She also remarked that such backbiting must surely be the work of Ravenclaw. I am equally pleased to know you, Neville. However, that matter is behind us, and we shall not dwell upon it. Mental resistance 1. Ethan scrutinized the letter with a smile before returning it to him, instructing, you should copy your notes 10 times and memorize them by Saturday afternoon. Neville expressed his concern. I fear I might forget. If you forget, simply continue to memorize, Neville. Do not fear knowledge. Oblivious. Neville settled down and began transcribing his notes with the quill. His greatest virtue lay in his obedience, no matter how much work Ethan assigned him. He was always willing to comply. This was a method of study uniquely suited to Neville that Ethan had discovered. As Ethan taught Neville the art of note-taking, the young wizards gradually arrived, all from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Their presence stirred unease, especially upon hearing that new transfiguration lessons awaited them the following day. The once empty classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. With no professor present, the young wizards shed their inhibitions, practicing repeatedly, and some gradually succeeded in completing their transfigurations. The prompt feedback of acquired experience brought a smile to Ethan's face. Among the Slytherins, some had yet to master the Silver Needle transfiguration, and the Button transfiguration posed an even greater challenge. He doubted these Slytherin serpents would endure indefinitely. As for Ravenclaw, he eagerly anticipated the reaction of the young Eagles should more than half of the Hufflepuffs master the Silver Needle transfiguration by tomorrow. Of course, even if they stubbornly refrained from attending, it mattered not. He was currently guiding all of Gryffindor and a significant portion of Hufflepuff by fostering deep friendships. Perhaps he could welcome new students from 2 houses next year, and in time, his experience would continue to grow. Chapter 20. The Unfriendly Professor Snape. On Friday morning, Ethan quietly roused Harry and Ron, forcibly dragging them to the study room on the 2nd floor amidst their drowsy protests. Ethan looked at them with curiosity and inquired, "How did yesterday go?" Ron and Harry lay dejectedly upon their desks, utterly drained. They had endured a thorough reprimanding from Professor McGonagall for the entirety of the afternoon and spent the night transcribing notes. The most infuriating aspect was the memory of Malfoy, whose smug demeanor ignited their ire. Harry mustered the strength to rise. "Ethan, the professor mentioned that the school is aware of the culprit, yet it is not Malfoy. But who else could it possibly be? His father was a Death Eater. Do you understand what that means? He was a servant of the Dark Lord. Yet he retains his power and influence. It must be his father exerting pressure that prevents the school from revealing the truth. Harry, I truly believe this has nothing to do with Malfoy. We should disregard him. What matters is today," Ron replied, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Harry, we have potions class today, and Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. He will certainly defend Malfoy." At that moment, Harry felt a chill run down his spine, dispelling all traces of drowsiness. For reasons unknown, he sensed that the professor harbored a distinct dislike for him. Ethan, offering consolation, remarked, "Professors cannot arbitrarily punish students. You may pose some questions. These are few I thought of yesterday, and you both must memorize them." He handed them 2 identical sheets of paper. Ron and Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. The proper combination of mugwort infusion and daffodil root powder could yield a potent sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death. Other necessary ingredients included valerian root and sleeping beans. Both aconite and wolfsbane were types of monkshood. It was referred to as wolfsbane due to its frequent use as bait for poisoning animals, with its juice sometimes applied to arrows used for hunting wolves. Fear has always been the most potent motivator for progress. The realization that Professor Snape might indeed defend Malfoy and seek reasons to trouble them weighed heavily on Ron and Harry. At 8 in the morning, the trio entered the Great Hall for breakfast. A yawning Hermione approached with a plate, glancing at the 3 of them in surprise, and remarked nonchalantly, "I thought you 2 would struggle to rise early for more than 3 days." Harry and Ron felt a wave of disappointment. They found Hermione's tone quite irksome, particularly her penchant for meddling in their affairs, as if their early rising had any bearing on her own life. Unaware of their sentiments, Hermione fixed her gaze on Ron and Harry, admonishing, "You 2 should be more considerate of Gryffindor before engaging in foolish antics next time. I do not wish for you to squander the points that I, along with White, worked so hard to earn from Professor McGonagall." Instantly, Harry and Ron's expressions darkened. Hermione rolled her eyes, losing faith in them. She was all too aware of how challenging it was to earn points. Ethan remained silent, having not yet encountered Luna that morning. He cast a glance towards Ravenclaw's table and spotted Luna sitting alone at the edge, eating breakfast while engrossed in a book. Noticing his gaze, Luna looked up and smiled at him. As Ethan contemplated approaching her, he was suddenly startled by the sight of hundreds of owls swooping into the Great Hall, flitting around the tables until they found their respective owners, at which point they dropped their letters or parcels. A pristine white owl alighted upon the table of 4. It was Harry's owl, Hedwig, a magnificent snowy owl. Among the 4, only Harry possessed an owl. Ron's pet was a mouse named Scabbers, while Ethan and Hermione were merely equipped with a single wand. Hedwig delicately placed a note upon Harry's plate and, in a swift motion, snatched a small piece of toast. Harry unfolded the note and exclaimed, "Hagrid has invited me for tea this afternoon. Ron, may I borrow your quill?" Ron promptly handed it over. Harry hastily scribbled a line, entrusting it to Hedwig before she took flight. "We have no classes this afternoon. Shall we join him?" Ron nodded eagerly. "I wish to practice my transfiguration on buttons tomorrow." Ethan concurred with a quiet affirmation. "Last time, Mr. Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley. I ought to express my gratitude." Hermione shot them a sidelong glance, her demeanor weary. "I must visit the library this afternoon. Enjoy yourselves." Harry and Ron shrugged. Truth be told, they were not inclined to accompany Hermione. After breakfast, the 4 hurried to the dungeons. The potions classroom was a vast underground chamber, its shelves lined with glass jars containing various animal specimens preserved in solutions, which appeared somewhat ominous. Harry and Ron felt a surge of frustration. Ethan also raised an eyebrow, noticing that Malfoy had cast a fierce glare in his direction. Unperturbed, Ethan seated himself in a corner. Hermione, Harry, and Ron clustered together, with Hermione keeping a watchful eye on the 2 to prevent any further loss of house points. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open with a bang, and Snape strode in, declaring, "In my class, wands must not be waved carelessly. Spells must not be uttered indiscriminately." His dark gaze swept across the room, sending chills down the spines of all the young witches and wizards he scrutinized. Potions was a highly intricate discipline. He did not expect each of them to appreciate its allure, reserved as it was for the exceptionally gifted. Snape's eyes suddenly fixed on one student, his voice dripping with menace. Mr. Potter, if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would be the result? Hermione immediately raised her hand high, eager to prove her intelligence and to avert any potential deduction of Gryffindor points by Snape. Harry, Dikiabak, Stamirid, a potion for the living death. Additional ingredients required include valerian root and sleeping draught. Hermione gasped in astonishment. If it had been white, she could have accepted it. Snape, his expression impassive, continued, if I wish to locate Dungstone, the stomach of a sheep, came in response. What distinguishes the aconite and the wolfsbane? Professor, they are both aconite. It is called wolfsbane because the juice is often applied to arrows used for hunting wolves. As Harry spoke with confidence, Snape found himself momentarily distracted, reminiscent of that exceedingly annoying brat. His mood darkened further. Yet, Harry was exhilarated, unable to resist glancing at Ethan, who was equally animated in his expression. However, Ethan sensed an impending misfortune. Sure enough, Snape's gaze lingered on them for a moment before he abruptly turned. Locking his sights on Ethan, he seemed to sense something, gazing intently at Ethan, and slowly said, Mr. Ethan White? Very well, another Gryffindor firebrand. Pray tell, what is the use of white fresh? Ethan sighed inwardly and replied, White fresh is a plant endowed with healing properties. When consumed raw, it can mend superficial wounds. And when distilled into an essence, its efficacy is even more remarkable. What about the berries of the mistletoe? They can be utilized to concoct ordinary antidotes, forgetfulness potions, and revitalizing agents. What is the formula for the laughing potion? The leaves of the howler tree, the wings of the billywig, the hairs of the prickly bush, the fluffy down, and horseradish powder. Ethan pondered for a moment and reminded, Professor, this doesn't seem to pertain to first-year curriculum. Such rudimentary knowledge. Must we wait until the second year to learn it? The eloquent Mr. Ethan White, I hope you maintain your impressive oratory skills. The Ministry of Magic is in dire need of talents like you. Malfoy and his companions chuckled softly. The Gryffindor lions grew restless. If it had not been apparent before, they could now distinctly feel Snape's disdain and hostility towards them. Silence. Snape's authoritative gaze swept over everyone. Ethan, unfazed, replied, Thank you for your concern. I believe that if I can acquire useful knowledge from you, I shall not need to rely on mere eloquence for my livelihood in the future. Ethan rolled his eyes in resignation, knowing he could not escape. Meanwhile, Harry was equally incensed, itching to argue with the unreasonable Snape, but thankfully Hermione held him back firmly. Chapter 21. Hagrid's Home. Ethan also discerned that regardless of their preparations, Snape would always find an excuse to deduct points if he so wished. However, he was there to seek knowledge, and if Snape fulfilled his duties, it would indeed be bearable to endure. Snape circled around them, occasionally interjecting with barbed remarks, prompting Harry to retort, only to be immediately penalized with a loss of 1 point. It was blatant baiting. All within Gryffindor quickly realized just how tyrannical and unreasonable Snape truly was. After potions class concluded, everyone ascended the stairs from the underground classroom. The Gryffindor Lions felt dejected. In their very first week of school, they had already lost 27 points, although they were not as successful as Ravenclaw. Thanks to Ethan and Hermione earning points in other classes, it was still insufficient to counterbalance the deductions. If this trend continued, Gryffindor would undoubtedly find itself at the bottom of the four houses. Moreover, it was evident that Professor Snape harbored a strong dislike for them. He had berated nearly all of Gryffindor. Even Hermione was not spared from his tirade. Perhaps apart from Slytherin, he held animosity towards everyone else. Among them, only Ethan, who was privy to the underlying circumstances, felt reticent to pass judgment. Snape evidently exhibited signs of madness. On one hand, he loathed Harry Potter's father, while on the other, he felt profound guilt for the death of Potter's mother. Yet, when confronting Harry, his ire was more pronounced. Innocent bystanders suffered as a result, and the entirety of Gryffindor found itself ensnared in his disdain. However, there was no alternative. Despite Severus Snape's dark and twisted demeanor, his expertise in potions was undeniably impeccable. His lessons were straightforward and comprehensible, and even Neville could grasp why a particular potion could cure boils, despite Snape's acerbic tongue. Harry mustered some energy and inquired, Ethan, shall we have lunch at Hagrid's hut? I recall him mentioning that his rock cakes are quite delectable. I think I shall pass, Ethan replied thoughtfully. I have arranged to tutor the Hufflepuff girls, Bones and her friends, for an hour at noon, aiming to ensure they grasp the Silver Needle transformation before the afternoon transfiguration class. Many of the Hufflepuff Badgers are somewhat slow-witted, not particularly adept at critical thinking, They resemble marionettes that require explicit instructions for each step to follow. Yet, whether in transfiguration or potions, there remained a distinction when compared to the rigorous precision of mathematics. Transfiguration demands a wizard's imagination and conviction. One must sincerely believe in their ability to succeed to significantly reduce the likelihood of failure. As for potions, crafting truly effective magical elixirs necessitates wand work in conjunction with precise formulas and procedures. A muggle, regardless of their adherence to the recipe, would still fail to concoct a potion. However, Ethan believed that over the years, professors must have recognized the unique characteristics of each house and would certainly adjust the pacing accordingly. Nonetheless, he still hoped that, with his assistance, those Hufflepuffs would master the Silver Needle transformation. Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance. Then, Ethan, let us meet at 3 this afternoon. Ethan nodded, parting ways with them as he ascended to the second floor. Hermione quickly caught up, visibly perplexed. Professor Snape assigned a hefty amount of homework. Is it truly worthwhile to invest your time in others? Sometimes, refusal is a virtue. Because I promised them, Ethan replied with a smile. Once a promise is made, it must be fulfilled. I hope you won't regret this in the future. Hermione rolled her eyes and briskly climbed the stairs. In the study room, the Hufflepuffs had yet to arrive, and Ethan was not in a hurry. He pondered while tackling the potion's homework, but after writing a little, he found himself at a standstill. The assignment set by Professor Snape was quite challenging, requiring extensive reference materials from the library. After a moment of contemplation, he took a sheet of paper and began to jot down notes and sketches. Once completed, he produced his wand and softly incanted duplicate in pairs. Instantly, a multitude of identical papers appeared on the desk. "White, you are quite early," exclaimed several Hufflepuff girls, astonished and somewhat embarrassed. Ethan waved them over, and they hurriedly approached, carrying a hint of sweetness from the candies they had. He distributed the notes on the desk to them, encouragingly stating, "For the next hour, please follow the exercises outlined here. Your theoretical knowledge is already quite solid. You simply require more practice." The Badgers peered closely and discovered that the notes included detailed breakdowns of wand movements, even specifying the precise angles of the gestures. As the young Badgers gazed upon the pristine new notebooks, they were profoundly moved, unable to resist the impulse to embrace Ethan and kiss his cheek. Ethan politely declined each gesture, urging everyone to focus on their practice. For the next hour, the young Badgers were utterly engrossed, fervently repeating their exercises as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Gradually, some succeeded in conjuring silver needles. 5, 10, 12. An avalanche of experience points notifications began to flood in. Successfully guided the transformation of silver needles, earning 4 experience points. Success. 5. Ethan was particularly astonished that each time a young Badger completed the silver needle transformation, he earned at least 4 experience points. This afternoon, Gryffindor had no classes. After tidying the classroom, Ethan sat on a stool, reviewing the experience accumulated over the last 4 days. Randomly exchange experience, 312,100. Freely exchange experience, 312,300. Intelligence, 9. Magic, 7. Spirit, 4. In just 4 days, he had amassed enough to unlock a bit of free potential. This was far more efficient than his solitary study sessions. Without hesitation, he allocated the points to magic. Although spirit was his lowest attribute, he prioritized intelligence and magic, focusing on mastering the disillusionment charm. Each day, he encountered floating ghosts in the corridors, with some even daring to join him for study sessions. He had long been yearning for this experience. Harry and Ron were waiting for him at the entrance. He hadn't seen them all day as they were off on some adventure. A few minutes later, he reunited with them, and together they departed the castle, traversing the grounds toward Hagrid's abode. Hagrid resided in a small wooden cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots displayed at the door. When Harry knocked, a deep bark resonated from within. Back Fong. The door creaked open, revealing Hagrid's bearded visage. His stature remained as imposing as ever. "Welcome, Harry. And who are these two?" Harry quickly introduced. "This is Ron Weasley, and this is Ethan White." "Another Weasley, is it?" Hagrid remarked, glancing at Ron. "I'm quite familiar with those Weasley brothers." Ron smiled awkwardly. George and Fred were notorious pranksters. Despite their commendable academic performance, Ron often heard professors bellowing at them in the hallways. "And Ethan White, that name rings a bell." Hagrid mused. Ethan interjected, "Mr. Hagrid, we met previously outside the Leaky Cauldron." "Oh, it's you," Hagrid exclaimed, turning to Harry. "Do you remember me telling you? Before I came to find you, I took a little fellow to Diagon Alley. I'm delighted to see you've become friends. Ethan is wonderful. He has been helping us with our transfiguration studies." Harry exclaimed eagerly. "That is splendid. Come Come in. Hagrid beckoned as he swung the door wide. The three entered in succession. The cabin was quite small, showing no signs of the undetectable extension charm. Hanging from the ceiling are hams and wildfowl, while a copper kettle simmers water in the hearth. In the corner stands a large bed, adorned with patchwork quilts made from scraps of fabric. Ron swallowed hard as he gazed at the ham. Ethan surveyed the room, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It had been a week. He needed to write a letter home. Without an owl or a known address, they would have no way to send him a message. Make yourselves comfortable, children, Hagrid exclaimed, busily retrieving rock-hard rock cakes. When he tossed one onto a plate, it clanged with a startling noise. Harry and Ron exchanged dubious glances, wondering if Hagrid had mistakenly thrown a real stone instead. Ethan received a grimy mat that Hagrid had tossed to him. Unicorn tail hair. Exchange value 2, magic affinity. Ethan was momentarily taken aback. Magic 1. Magic affinity 1. Chapter 22. The Treasure Room. Hagrid chatted animatedly with Harry. A large black dog lay across his lap, drool dampening his robes. Earlier, Harry and Ron had carelessly bitten into the rock cakes, nearly damaging their teeth. Now, eager to avoid the cakes, they hurriedly recounted their recent experiences to Hagrid, mentioning the mischievous Peeves, the insufferable Filch, Malfoy, and Snape. Ethan hardly paid attention to their conversation. Instead, he was lost in thought, gazing around the room. It seemed there were several unicorn hairs hanging on the walls, along with some long spider legs and what appeared to be horns from some creature. He swallowed and tentatively asked, Mr. Hagrid, may I explore? Of course, children. Hagrid replied with a warm smile, but please keep away from that area. Those are unicorn tail hairs meant for Ollivander, and those jars contain venom from acromantula spiders, which is quite dangerous. Ethan promptly abandoned his exploration plans, pointing to a woven mat with curiosity. Mr. Hagrid, these mats appear rather special. How many do you have? These? I made them from the leftover unicorn hair that Ollivander didn't select. They don't meet the quality needed for wands, Hagrid explained, rising to retrieve 3 from the corner. He asked with concern, do you need more padding? Ethan's face turned crimson, and he stammered excitedly, thank you, I would love to take a look. Feel free to examine them. Hagrid happily handed them to Ethan. Having just learned much about Ethan, he found the young boy quite endearing. Ethan stared intently at the mats, his pupils shimmering with excitement. Stamina 2, Magic Affinity 1, Spell Resistance 1, Magic 1. A delightful blush rose on Ethan's cheeks, and he nearly shouted with joy. Just 4 mats had bestowed upon him 2 points of magic. Harry and Ron approached with curiosity, but instinctively hesitated to touch the grimy, greasy mats, while Ethan appeared utterly captivated and ecstatic. Ethan, are these mats truly special? Ethan nodded vigorously, beaming with delight. These are made from unicorn tail hair, an exceedingly rare, magical material. Unicorns typically shun contact with humans, and their speed when galloping is astonishing, making the quest for a unicorn's tail hair exceedingly challenging. Ron gazed vacantly at the soiled cushions, retrieving his wand for a moment, his expression peculiar. The core of his wand was comprised of unicorn tail hair. Hagrid chuckled heartily, proclaiming, I am friends with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. I often bring them treats and groom their manies, and these gifts are bestowed upon me. Ron and Harry felt a sense of awe. Ethan refrained from glancing around indiscriminately, as it would be impolite. However, he had already gleaned considerable knowledge. Thus he remained seated, fulfilling the role of a diligent listener. An hour later, the trio took their leave, with Hagrid providing them with a substantial quantity of rock cakes, hefty enough to serve as projectiles. Upon returning to the castle, Ethan cradled a book in the library, deep in contemplation. Thus far, the admission letter, the specter, and the unicorn tail hair all possessed intrinsic value. Yet, what was the essence of this value? Was it magical prowess? However, prior to attending this school, he too had encountered objects of worth, but at that time, he had not unlocked any magic. His attributes were chiefly physical strength, albeit in limited quantity. Therefore, this value could not merely be defined by magical ability. Otherwise, would not all young wizards and professors embody value? Ethan remained perplexed, choosing to temporarily bury his uncertainties. He borrowed several books related to potion making from Madame Pomfrey, focusing intently on completing the assignment set by Snape. As the clock struck 6, Ethan gathered a multitude of books, depositing them in the study room before hastily making his way to the great hall for dinner. He had missed lunch earlier and was now ravenous. His plate was laden with roast beef, pan-fried fish, 3 substantial chicken legs, a serving of vegetable ham, rice, water, an apple, and 2 strawberry puddings. As it was still early, the great hall was not yet crowded, and when the house elf delivered his dinner, it elicited a few astonished glances from those present. The meal could easily suffice for 3 people. Ethan busied himself with his food, for he was not particularly discerning about taste. As long as it was palatable and devoid of strange flavors, he was content. His least favorite snack was a confection called Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans, which allegedly included flavors such as booger and vomit. It was akin to choosing between chocolate that tasted like excrement or excrement that tasted like chocolate. Which would one prefer? "Hi, Ethan, you look famished." A voice, light and melodious, gently graced his ears. Ethan swallowed his food and mumbled, "I missed lunch." "You need only to visit the kitchen and inform the house elves. They will gladly prepare a meal just for you. I must admit, I find it hard to fathom that you neglected your own lunch for the sake of another's homework. That is truly unbelievable." Another voice chimed in, rapid and bright, like beans spilling from a container. Ethan looked up in surprise to discover that Hermione and Luna had arrived together. Hermione seemed to notice his confusion, her eyes narrowing slightly, as she quickly explained, "We met in the library and discussed many recent events." Luna gently shook her head. Her dinner had yet to arrive. She gazed at Ethan and inquired, "May I have a pudding? Please." Ethan handed her the dish containing the pudding. Hermione could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Were you acquainted friends before?" Ethan replied, "How could that be? Luna hails from a wizarding family, while mine is merely a humble one running a cake shop. In fact, I had no inkling of the wizarding world until I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts." The two girls suddenly recalled this detail, having almost forgotten it. Yet Hermione remained perplexed, expressing her confusion. "But the way you address each other by name and even share food suggests a bond akin to longtime friends." "You are overthinking it, Granger. She was simply hungry, and I happened to have a pudding," Ethan explained, pushing another strawberry pudding towards her. Hermione looked down, hesitated for a long moment, and finally took a spoonful. "My home is on the hills of Wiltshire, near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole," Luna mentioned to Ethan. After a moment of thought, Ethan replied, "That is quite far. My home is on Willow Street in Lancashire, though both are in the west. They lie to the north and south respectively." Hermione looked at Luna in astonishment, exclaiming, "I heard Ron mention that the Weasley family resides in Wiltshire." "Indeed," Luna nodded cheerfully. "The Lovegoods and the Weasleys are neighbors." Hermione was once again left speechless. Famished, Ethan mumbled while eating, "It's really good." After dinner, Luna departed first, and Hermione headed to the library, while a satiated Ethan strolled outside the castle. On a cool, early autumn evening, Ethan looked up at the night sky and unexpectedly spotted a broomstick silently soaring away, carrying a figure clad in a tightly wrapped black cloak. Stunned, he stared in the direction the broom had flown until his eyes narrowed slightly. The Forbidden Forest? Chapter 23. The Good-Hearted Ethan. In the self-study room, the Hufflepuff Badgers entered joyfully, brandishing sweets and surrounding Ethan. "Ethan, in this afternoon's Transfiguration class, all 16 of us successfully performed the Silver Needle Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was very pleased and awarded us 2 points. Among the 4 houses, Hufflepuffs were the most numerous, while Ravenclaws were the least, with a ratio of about 3 to 1. However, not all Hufflepuffs sought him out, those who did not have their own ways of studying. Nonetheless, Ethan made sure to attend to each individual who approached him. One Hufflepuff girl remarked, "Ethan, what about Ravenclaw?" Susan Bones lowered her head and replied, "Ravenclaw accomplished all tasks." The professor awarded them 3 points. Ethan nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, the most intelligent young witches and wizards resided in Ravenclaw, often exceeding expectations in their cleverness. Since it was Friday, the Badgers gifted him a plethora of sweets before heading off to play. A mound of candies piled on the table caused Ethan to furrow his brow in distress. The school did not provide snacks, meaning that if one wished for treats, they had to purchase them with their own money. However, he had no desire for sweets. These snacks were rather costly, and besides, there was already a considerable stash in his dormitory. Even if he were to share some, he would still possess a substantial amount. He needed to devise an alternative solution. Ethan rubbed his forehead, pushed the candies aside, and resumed his reading. As the clock approached 9, Ethan secured the classroom door. Surprisingly, on this Friday evening, not a single soul came to seek his assistance in studying. He had meticulously prepared a comprehensive guide on the art of button transfiguration. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Professor McGonagall ascending the staircase and suddenly remembered that her office was located on the 2nd floor. "Good evening, Professor," he greeted promptly. Professor McGonagall nodded, regarding young Ethan with a hint of admiration. This child possessed qualities distinct from the other Gryffindors. He was not impulsive and never resorted to violence when faced with challenges. He was eager to assist his peers, especially in matters of knowledge, displaying remarkable generosity and selflessness. She had observed the meticulous notes Ethan had prepared for the Hufflepuff Badgers and had even copied some for reference as tutoring materials for the young wizards next year. As she scrutinized Ethan, noticing the considerable amount of candy he carried, she jested, "Mr. White, are these the sweets you received today? Indeed, would you care for some? To be honest, there's quite a lot, and I'm not entirely sure what to do with it all. If it were Dumbledore, he would surely relish sharing. But as for me, I would prefer a glass of butterbeer." Professor McGonagall chuckled, waving her hand lightly. "If you find yourself in a quandary, you may visit the headmaster's office. He is rather fond of sweets." Ethan smiled shyly and bounded down the stairs. "Good night, Professor." "Good night, Mr. White." And do refrain from running in the corridors. Ethan had no intention of seeking out Dumbledore. In fact, he preferred to avoid him altogether, at least until he mastered the art of mental occlusion. As for the candy, he was beginning to formulate an idea. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Harry, Ron, and Neville engaged in playful banter. The moment they spotted him, they exclaimed joyfully, "Ethan, come and have a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean." Scattered around them were numerous candy wrappers, all of which had originated from Ethan's box. "I'm not particularly fond of those," Ethan remarked. After a moment's consideration, he selected 3 bags of jelly beans from the pile of sweets he had received that day and distributed them among Harry, Ron, and Neville. "Wow, Ethan, you received so many candies again," Ron exclaimed, a mixture of envy and delight evident on his face. Ethan had little inclination for sweets. Most of the candies he received were consumed by his dormitory mates. Harry, intrigued, inquired, "Did the Hufflepuffs send these?" Ethan nodded and, pointing to the bag of jelly beans in Ron's hand, curiously asked, "How much does a bag like that cost?" The bag slipped from Ron's grasp, and the freckled lad looked somewhat anxious as he stammered, "Ethan, are you planning to charge us?" Ethan chuckled softly. "Rest assured, Ron, I would never do such a thing." In this dormitory, it seemed that Ron was perhaps even less affluent than he. Ron's uniform, textbooks, and even his wand were all secondhand. Ethan removed his garments and pondered. "I find these snacks rather expensive. If I were to continually provide candies and treats, over time, it would become quite a burden for many, which is not in alignment with my original intentions." Ron, Harry, Neville, and Seamus gathered around him. Neville whispered, "Are you not planning to accept any more sweets, Ethan?" He appeared somewhat troubled, for his grandmother had generously set aside extra funds for him to procure more snacks as a token of gratitude for Ethan. "Ethan, I believe you deserve this," Harry remarked. "You have assisted many." Ron and Seamus nodded in agreement, fully aware of the dedication Ethan had shown in his endeavors. "No, I merely intend to impose certain limitations. To refuse all offerings would contradict the principle of exchange. Furthermore, it may lead to new rumors," Ethan quipped, for instance. "One might speculate that Ethan White has secretly accepted some favor from the school, which is why he no longer accepts candies." The entire dormitory erupted in laughter. Ron suddenly said, "Ethan, Fred and George are quite well informed. I had asked them to inquire, and it seems the last rumor originated from Ravenclaw. They suspect the school has been aware of it for some time, as many portraits have been silenced." Harry concurred. "Indeed, last time Ravenclaw lost 100 points, and some are confined for a month. Perhaps those individuals are the culprits. Thus, we intended to investigate at Ravenclaw this afternoon." Neville scratched his head. "It's unfortunate that the password for Ravenclaw is exceedingly difficult. We cannot access their common room." Harry and Ron immediately looked embarrassed. Ethan scratched his head, realizing why Dumbledore claimed that secrets often spread like wildfire. Perhaps, under the scrutiny of the curious, this castle harbored no secrets at all? He smiled and said, "Thank you all, but let us move past that matter. Its impact is not as significant as it may seem." Ron gazed at him intently, exclaiming, "You truly are a good person, Ethan." Chapter 24, The Restricted Section. In the tranquil darkness, Ethan silently donned his morning robe, grasped his wand, and tiptoed through the chamber, descending the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room. The fireplace still glimmered with embers, and the armchairs appeared as shadowy forms. Ethan tightened his robe and pushed aside the portrait of the fat lady, departing quietly. The castle was exceptionally still in the dead of night. A chill draft swept through the corridors, causing even the figures in the portraits to tightly close their eyes, their faces taking on an unnatural pallor. Ethan made every effort to remain utterly silent, swiftly making his way to the 4th floor, where he stealthily entered the library. He was exceedingly cautious to avoid the protective enchantments set by Madame Pants, taking 10 minutes to approach the restricted section. Only a rope served as a barrier outside the restricted section, leading Ethan to question whether, despite its designation, the school perhaps maintained a subtly encouraging stance. Were the so-called regulations merely those of the Ministry of Magic rather than the school's own? Otherwise, why would there be no defenses at all? The fluorescent light flickered. Ethan murmured softly, and the tip of his wand instantly illuminated with a steady, gentle white glow. While he remained vigilant to the sounds outside, he meticulously searched, and after a moment, his eyes brightened as he retrieved a purple spellbook and swiftly perused its contents. Practical defensive magic and its countermeasures against dark arts. Armor of protection. Obstacles aplenty. He had found it. The disillusionment charm. The tomes of Hogwarts were enchanted with countercharms, rendering them impossible to replicate, an effective measure against piracy. Suddenly, a cat with crimson eyes darted into the library, colliding directly with Ethan, who was on the verge of departure. Mrs. Norris? Ethan's pupils dilated, instinctively tightening his grip on his wand, only to relax it moments later as he hurried downstairs. Before long, a cacophony of menacing roars and footsteps echoed through the corridor, awakening several portraits. In the dimly lit, empty classroom, Ethan exhaled softly, his expression fluctuating. Truly diligent, Mr. Filch. Fortunately, it was the weekend. Unable to leave in the short term, Ethan decided to sit cross-legged and ponder the disillusionment charm. He explored the incantation piece by piece, abandoning any attempt immediately at the slightest misstep, starting anew each time. It was not until 2 hours later, when the corridor outside returned to silence, that he cautiously exited the classroom, swiftly descending the stairs and leaving the castle. This time, fortune favored him, and he encountered the cat no more. Only when he had shed his garments and reclined upon his bed did Ethan finally relax, fatigue washing over him as he tangled his legs in the covers and succumbed to a profound slumber. A mere 4 o'clock spirit was indeed somewhat diminished. Ethan? Ethan? In a drowsy haze, he heard someone calling his name. Upon regaining consciousness, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through him. He feared that the events of the previous night had been revealed. He sat up, scanning his surroundings warily. Before him, Neville gazed timidly. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief, glancing around the room to find the others still deep in sleep. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Good morning, Neville. You're up quite early." Neville looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Hermione seems to be looking for you. She had Ron wake me." "She is looking for me? Thanks. You can go back to sleep." Ethan quickly donned his attire, wand in hand, and exited the room. In the common room, Hermione sat on the sofa engrossed in a hefty tome of magic. Descending the spiral staircase, he yawned and greeted, "Good morning, Granger." In his recollection, he couldn't recall having made any arrangements with her. Hermione closed her book and regarded him with curiosity. "I can't believe you would sleep in on a weekend. Saturday is meant for rest. Neville mentioned you had something for me." Having spent a week at Hogwarts, Ethan had mingled with many due to various circumstances. The clever young witch before him, in stark contrast, devoted all her leisure time to the library, although she relished guiding her peers. Her somewhat aloof demeanor led many to seek Ethan instead. Thus far, it appears that the young witch has not formed a close bond with her roommates, nor does she seem to possess many friends. Even Harry and Ron do not particularly favor her. Hermione remarked earnestly, "In fact, I am quite intrigued by your last attempt at button transfiguration. By combining the color-changing charm with transfiguration, one can create pattern buttons. I have been experimenting with it over the past few days, but I feel something is amiss." Well, Ethan pondered for a moment before rising. "This is not something that can be explained in a short time. Let's head to the Great Hall for breakfast first, and then we can go to an empty classroom." Hermione nodded, rummaging through her pocket to produce a box of chocolate frogs. Under Ethan's astonished gaze, the young witch emphasized, "I purchased this myself. It is not from the ones you gifted me. This is a trade." Ethan sighed. "All right, truth be told, I do not have a fondness for snacks, but Ron quite enjoys them." Upon hearing this, Hermione appeared displeased. "This is our exchange, and according to the principle, you must consume it yourself. If I were to eat it all, I would soon be even plumper than Neville, and my mouth would be filled with cavities. By then, my mother might very well have a breakdown." "But this was your request," Ethan countered. "Indeed, hence I intend to amend it." The two exchanged complaints as they departed the common room. At 2 in the afternoon, within the empty study classroom, Ethan swiftly inscribed all the details of the disillusionment charm, meticulously pondering over each word and breaking down the wand movements into dozens of small actions to ensure no errors would occur. This skill was honed through the notes he designed for the Badgers, proving quite effective and suitable for the less adept. Nevertheless, mastering the disillusionment charm remained a formidable challenge. It was not until the light outside began to dim that Ethan released a sigh of relief, waved his wand, and softly murmured, "Disillusionment charm." In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped him, and as he looked down, he noticed a distorted, transparent outline surrounding his body. This was due to his still rudimentary command of the charm. Adept wizards would cast it with such precision that their outlines would leave only the faintest trace, nearly imperceptible. A smile crept upon Ethan's face. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Once the method is grasped, proficiency will surely follow. However, caution is paramount. It would be prudent to learn all the advanced spells within the restricted section, particularly the brain-locking spell, although it is unlikely to be found there. Perhaps a search in Professor Snape's office might yield results. Additionally, maintaining mental acuity will require frequent late nights, as insufficient mental stamina could severely affect one's state. Suddenly, Ethan felt a wave of lightheadedness wash over him, a sense of weakness creeping in. He promptly dispelled the disillusionment charm and glanced at the time. 15 minutes. With a magical energy level at 11. He had managed only 15 minutes of the charm. However, for such an advanced spell, merely being able to execute it now is already quite remarkable. Meanwhile, in front of the bulletin board, many young witches and wizards noticed a new announcement. First year after-school study group. Effective today. Any student in need of assistance may not exchange candies valued over 1 canute. It is preferable to use knowledge or interesting items, such as acceptance letters, for viewing only, as trade. Ethan White. Chapter 25. The first venture despite Ethan's announcement and his anticipation for valuable magical artifacts to be brought forth. He evidently underestimated the fervent obsession these young wizards had for sweets. On Saturday evening, nearly all the Gryffindor cubs gathered in the empty classroom. Ethan requested a small blackboard from Professor McGonagall and meticulously elucidated the principles and techniques of the button transfiguration spell. Of course, this knowledge was derived from Professor McGonagall's teachings. However, her explanations often delved into profound depths, neglecting to emphasize simpler, foundational concepts. Consequently, the young wizards frequently appeared bewildered, lost in confusion. Ethan's current task was to fill in these foundational gaps. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall's pedagogical style allowed him to seize this opportunity. Over the course of one evening, he successfully taught approximately 70 cubs the basics of the button transfiguration spell. By the end of the weekend, under his persistent and patient corrections, even the slower learners, Neville and Seamus, made commendable progress, ultimately transforming buttons. For his efforts, Ethan accrued nearly 50 experience points and received 10 packages of sweets, each marked with a value of 1 canute. Remarkably, half of these nuts were chocolate frogs. Ethan found himself at a loss regarding what to do with them. Now, he could only ponder new avenues, such as whom to resell these confections to a half price. In the past few days, a number of Hufflepuff young wizards had approached him seeking assistance. Initially, those who had never visited the empty classroom merely intended to discreetly borrow Ethan's notes from their classmates. But to their surprise, every request was firmly declined. The Badgers, who had benefited from Ethan's guidance, felt a genuine desire to express their gratitude for his earnest efforts rather than covertly pilfer his wisdom. Ethan had not imposed any stringent conditions. Thus, over these 2 days, he garnered 1 affinity for magic, 1 spell resistance, 2 agility, 1 mental resilience, and 22 experience points. These 2 days have been exceptionally fulfilling for Ethan, to the extent that when Harry and Ron invited him to watch the school's Quidditch match, he had to politely decline. Harry, I believe Ethan would make an excellent professor for the school. His teachings are straightforward enough for even Neville to grasp. Harry nodded in agreement. Neville, indignant, protested. I'm not a fool, Ron. I simply have trouble retaining information. Harry and Ron merely shrugged in response. As the night deepened, Ethan rose from his bed, donned his clothes, and quietly exited his room. He deftly employed the disillusionment charm, pushed aside the fat lady's portrait, and swiftly made his way out. The fat lady, roused from her slumber, began to vociferate at the empty air, but Ethan chose to ignore her. Ethan dispelled the transfiguration spell, lit a candle, and began to read intently. Within the text lay numerous practical advanced spells, certainly more useful than Coraless. Perhaps once I master them, I could share this knowledge with others? This might just allow me to amass more experience points. As Ethan strolled past the portraits slumbering in the corridor, he suddenly halted, extending his hand to touch one. Violet's portrait, exchange value 1 mental power. A spark ignited in Ethan's eyes, and without hesitation, he executed the exchange and swiftly turned to flee. Mental power 1. Moments latte. A voice of furious outrage echoed behind him, awakening several portraits. By now, Ethan had reached his dormitory and quickly lay down to rest. At 7:30 a.m., Ron roused Ethan from slumber. Ethan let out a tremendous yawn, appearing utterly fatigued. Harry, concerned, inquired, Ethan, have you been worn out lately? The recent weather is quite conducive to sleeping in. Ethan mumbled a vague response. Ron, gazing foolishly out the window, observed the tempestuous storm outside, complete with howling winds and flashing lightning, and questioned, is this really suitable for sleeping in? As they exchanged words, they donned their attire and departed the common room together. The group huddled under a large umbrella, making their way to the castle. "Shift the umbrella this way a bit," Hermione shouted at them. A question mark appeared on everyone's forehead, including Ethan's. When had she squeezed in? In the corridor by the entrance, the young wizards busied themselves arranging their damp clothing. Ron scrutinized Hermione with curiosity, asking, "Did you oversleep too?" Hermione, fuming, shouted at them, "I have been right here in the common room. How could you not see me? Perhaps your stature is too diminutive. You ought to grow taller, Granger." Ron grinned widely, prompting the others to erupt into laughter as they made their way to the Great Hall. Hermione, infuriated, stomped her foot, glared at Ethan, and stormed off. Ethan, perplexed, wondered how Ron's remarks were relevant to him. After breakfast, Ethan suddenly noticed Luna already seated in the Great Hall. He approached her with a cheerful smile, saying, "Good morning. Luna, you've arrived quite early today." Luna, fixated on a distant spot in the void, blinked upon seeing him and replied, "Ethan, it is already 8 o'clock." Ethan chuckled awkwardly and inquired, "How have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you." Lowering his voice, he asked, "How are your roommates?" It seemed they had been caught speaking ill when the portrait in the corridor had witnessed them. Luna pondered and replied, "Professor McGonagall is quite upset, and Professor Flitwick was enraged as well, nearly expelling them." Ethan nodded, expressing concern. "They haven't taken it out on you, have they?" Luna blinked again, saying, "Professor McGonagall mentioned that the school has not publicized this incident. We must keep it a secret, or no one can save them." "That's good to hear," Ethan replied. And at that moment, his breakfast arrived, one dish after another, quickly filling half the table. Luna gazed at her plate of pudding, apple, and milk, then glanced at Ethan's veritable feast that seemed incongruous with his slender frame. "It is truly hard to believe you can consume so much food," she remarked candidly. Ethan contemplated for a moment and uncertainly replied, "Perhaps my affinity for magic is slightly higher, which makes me hungry quickly and aids in digestion." Thus far, his magical affinity had surpassed all other attributes. Bang! The doors of the hall were thrust open with alarming force, and Severus Snape, clad in a flowing black robe, strode in with urgency. Following closely behind him were the stern Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, Flitwick, and Filch. All the young wizards gazed at them in astonishment. Snape's serious gaze swept across the assembly. His wand pointed threateningly at his throat as his resonant, somber voice reverberated throughout the hall. In the early hours, someone attacked the portraits in the corridor. I need to know who among you did not remain in your dormitories last night. Ethan's pupils dilated as he struggled to maintain his composure. However, the moment he turned his head, he found himself locking eyes with Luna's pale gaze. She stared at him motionlessly, as if she could see through all his thoughts in an instant. Chapter 26, Flying Class. Could she have discerned something? A veil of unease settled over Ethan during Transfiguration class. He pondered whether Luna might possess an innate ability to read minds. Yet, since she had said nothing, perhaps, just perhaps, it was not as dreadful as he had imagined. He needed to swiftly learn the art of mental shielding. Otherwise, he felt utterly vulnerable. Shaking his head, he focused intently on the lesson, meticulously taking notes. 3 days passed in a blink, as obtaining acceptance letters became increasingly arduous, and due to the serious repercussions of the recent portrait incident. All fifth-year and above wizards were subjected to an inquiry by Professor Snape. Consequently, Ethan found himself placing a portion of his hopes on the young wizards of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, tirelessly teaching them Transfiguration each evening. It was not that he did not wish to teach them more. Rather, the Gryffindors, being playful, were reluctant to delve into further studies once they had mastered Transfiguration. As for the Hufflepuffs, they were barely able to keep pace with Professor McGonagall's lectures, let alone learn additional subjects. Ethan was even unable to instruct them on the nuances of combining Transfiguration with the color-changing charm. As for Slytherin and Ravenclaw, the former remained as haughty as ever, dismissing Ethan's tutoring sessions even if they struggled to grasp the material. Meanwhile, apart from Luna, the others in Ravenclaw seemed intent on avoiding him. Ethan had already resigned himself to low expectations regarding them. Perhaps it was time to rethink his approach, such as using Polyjuice Potion to transform into Malfoy-esque likeness, and then systematically defeat the Slytherin snakes. On Thursday, within the hall, Malfoy of Slytherin was regaling everyone with tales of his flying exploits. He claimed that at the tender age of 5, he had soared through the skies on his broomstick, expertly evading a Muggle airplane each time he encountered one. Seamus and Ron, unwilling to be outdone, stood on their benches, boasting as well. Seamus asserted that he rode his broomstick every time he ventured out, even to the lavatory, as it was the only way to truly feel the experience. Ron chimed in, recounting an incident where he nearly collided with a glider while riding Charlie's old broomstick. Regardless, it was all mere boasting, a game of one-upmanship. Meanwhile, the innocent little wizards gazed at them with admiration, utterly captivated. Among the first-year young wizards present, only a few were disinterested in the tales of boasting. Hermione was one of them, visibly anxious at that moment. Do you know why wizards fly on broomsticks? Because they offer ease of concealment, portability, and affordability. And even if discovered by muggles, there is no need for elaborate explanations. The earliest broomsticks were crafted from ash wood, with slender twigs of hazel haphazardly bound at one end, upon which simple spells were cast, such as for forward flight, ascent, descent, and halt. Hermione rambled on about her knowledge of flying broomsticks, while Neville listened with palpable trepidation. He had never ridden a broom, as his grandmother had always forbidden him from approaching one. He earnestly wished Hermione would share something useful rather than these trivialities. Ethan stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat fatigued. He had been exceptionally busy lately, his mind nearing the brink of overload. He had even allocated the free attribute points accumulated over the week to mental, yet still proved insufficient. Quirrell continued to neglect his duties in defense against the dark arts, his indifference to teaching nearly overt in nature. All the young wizards felt discontented with him, yet they could articulate little against him. While Quirrell recited only from the textbook, they could at most accuse him of mediocrity, but could not claim he was neglectful. Ethan's disdain for him grew. However, there was a moment when Quirrell demonstrated a spell publicly, the power and speed of which left Ethan astonished. He realized then that despite Quirrell's apparent ineptitude, he still possessed the level of a professor, beyond Ethan's ability to contend with. Ethan's sense of urgency intensified. Suddenly, a flurry of owls swooped in, circling the great hall. Ethan was no longer fazed by their presence. One of them even delivered 5 pounds to him. He was aware that pounds could be exchanged for galleons at Gringotts and Diagon Alley. Nevertheless, Ethan still had some funds at hand, provided by the school, though these were mostly spent on stationery supplies. He carefully tucked away the 5 pounds, not contemplating any extravagant spending. Look, Neville received a memory ball. Ethan and Hermione turned to see Neville holding a transparent crystal orb. Hermione exclaimed in surprise, I read in a book that if you forget something, the smoke in the memory ball turns red. Neville gazed around in confusion, mumbling, the problem is, I can't recall what I've forgotten. A collective sigh of resignation echoed among them. Just then, Malfoy happened to pass by and snatched the memory ball from Neville's grasp. Ron and Harry immediately leapt up to block his path, glaring at him intently. Professor McGonagall, observing the commotion from the head table, inquired, What is happening? Neville, feeling aggrieved, replied, Professor, Malfoy took my memory ball. Malfoy's expression shifted, and he promptly tossed the ball back to Neville, leaving with a scowl. With Professor McGonagall watching, Harry and Ron could only begrudgingly watch Malfoy's retreating figure, vowing to confront him soon. Ron glanced at Neville and muttered softly. Harry nodded emphatically, exclaiming, He's even more unbearable than Dudley. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the young wizards gathered on the grassy field in front of the school. Ms. Hooch, the flying instructor, arrived, her short gray hair framing her face, and her yellow eyes resembling those of a hawk. She surveyed the group and barked, What are you all staring at? Line up to the left of your broomsticks. Ethan lowered his gaze to his broom, which appeared to have seen better days, much like Professor Dumbledore himself. Now extend your right hand over the broomstick, Ms. Hooch called out, and say up, up. Harry's broom immediately leaped into his hand, both swift and steady. Hermione, standing nearby, widened her eyes in surprise and anxiously shouted up several times, yet her broom merely rolled around at her feet like a playful kitten, frustrating her to the point where she wished to stomp it to pieces. Ethan's lips moved silently, and his broom abruptly jumped into his grasp. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. His recent practice with the silent spell had yielded some success. Hermione stared at him in disbelief, even rubbing her eyes to ensure she hadn't misperceived the scene. Nearby, Ron bent over and shouted up. The broom finally soared into the air, but Ron was leaning too far, and it struck him squarely in the face. Laughter erupted among the Gryffindors. Once all the broomsticks had leapt into the young wizard's hands, Ms. Hooch continued, Now, pay attention to my movements. Sit at the end of the broomstick. Be careful not to slide off. Also, mind your grip. Listening intently to Ms. Hooch's commands, everyone was suddenly startled as Neville took off prematurely. He screamed in terror, his face drained of color, and his broom clearly spiraled out of control. Soaring high into the air, flipping upside down, and then darting about erratically like it had a mind of its own, Ms. Hooch began to show signs of concern. The young wizards chased after Neville's figure in the sky. Ethan suddenly spotted a statue ahead with a spear aimed directly at Neville's head. His expression changed drastically as he drew his wand from his pocket, shouting "Transfigure." The spear on the statue instantly morphed into a soft, pliable rope. Neville narrowly brushed past the statue's head. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for Ethan's timely transfiguration, Neville might have been impaled. In a state of sheer terror, Neville finally slipped off the broom, too quickly for anyone to react. Thud! He landed heavily on the grass, curling up in a ball. Ms. Hooch rushed over, her face as pale as Neville's. "Oh, thank goodness, just a broken wrist," she sighed in relief. "All right, child, you're fine. Get up. I'll take you to the hospital." Ms. Hooch cast a glance of deep appreciation at Ethan before hastily departing with Nave. A throng of students encircled Ethan, gripping his shoulders in excitement. "Ethan, we owe you a great debt. Your transfiguration skills are remarkable. To transform a spear into a rope from such a distance is truly impressive. Could you possibly teach us?" Ethan replied vaguely, "I would love to instruct you, but it seems your interests lie solely in your homework." Several students sheepishly scratched their heads. Indeed, once their assignments were completed, they struggled to remain seated. Unable to fathom how Ethan could find such joy in laboriously thick and tedious tomes of magic, Hermione furrowed her brow in suspicion and inquired, "Where did you learn the rope transfiguration? This is not something taught in the first year, is it?" "I just happened to stumble upon it in the library while idly browsing," he answered. "Which book, precisely?" The little witch was relentless in her pursuit. "Granger, you're being rather persistent," Ron remarked with irritation. Hermione shot him a fierce glare and sulked off to the side, fuming. "Huh, do you see that dim-witted giant over there?" A sudden, piercing laugh erupted from the other side. Ethan and his companions turned to find Malfoy standing amidst the Slytherins, brandishing a gleaming crystal ball. He laughed heartily. He even lost the memory ball his grandmother gave him. Ethan observed silently, showing no inclination to intervene. Ron, still concerned, warned him, "Ethan, you're too slender. When the fight breaks out, make sure to stand further back. We'll need you to mend our noses afterward." Ethan offered him a reassuring glance and, alongside Hermione, positioned themselves at the back of the crowd. In truth, if a fight were to ensue, his prowess at level 9 and strength at level 7 might rival anyone's. The Slytherins were not as united as Gryffindor's little lions. Upon sensing the impending conflict, many Slytherins discreetly retreated, casting wary glances at Ethan, who lingered at the rear. The earlier rope transformation had indeed startled them. Malfoy felt a twinge of fear as well. Yet, with many eyes upon him, he refused to show weakness, bellowing, pathetic, "Want the memory ball? Come and take it if you dare. I'll leave it in a place for Longbottom to retrieve." Impatiently, Malfoy mounted his broomstick and soared into the air with impressive speed and stability, proving his earlier boasts were not mere bluster. Infuriated, Harry immediately seized his broom and followed suit. Without a second thought, he focused solely on Malfoy, hurtling forward with determination, the wind whipping through his hair and his robes billowing behind him. Yet he flew with equal speed and steadiness. Ethan sighed, "It's too high. He could seriously injure himself." Ron had to abandon the notion. If Malfoy were to fall to his demise, the school would undoubtedly expel Ethan. However, Malfoy, startled by the height, quickly descended to a safer altitude, ensuring that even if his broom were to transform into a rope beneath him, he would not plummet to his death. Harry, unhesitating, charged toward the memory ball, leaning forward and directing his broom downward, accelerating into a dive in the blink of an eye. The hearts of everyone raced to their throats. Some young wizards could not help but scream out loud. Even Ethan had to admit that the spectacle was indeed stunning and perilous. Harry Potter. As the Gryffindor students cheered for Harry, an angry reprimand silenced all voices. Professor McGonagall, a fervent enthusiast of Quidditch, rushed over, her expression radiating fury. Instantly, everyone fell silent, and Harry, having just landed, trembled uncontrollably as he cast a desperate glance at Ron and Ethan. "We be expelled?" Ron shared his unease, while Ethan offered him an encouraging gesture. Yet, Harry's mind was in turmoil, and he followed Professor McGonagall in despair. However, just as they were about to leave, McGonagall turned to Ethan and said, "Mr. White, you are to accompany me as well." Ethan was taken aback. "What does this have to do with me?" Chapter 27, A Reward. Professor McGonagall instructed Ethan to wait in the corridor on the second floor, then hurried upstairs with the anxious Harry. Ethan sighed, sitting down heavily on the stairs, his brow furrowed. Did McGonagall intend to question him about where he had learned the art of transfiguration? He rubbed his temples in distress. Had he refrained from intervening, Neville might have lost his life, and even Madame Hooch had appeared quite shaken. Compared to such grave consequences, His clandestine study of transfiguration should not be deemed a significant issue. Should it? Meow. A cat suddenly leaped out from the staircase, eyeing Ethan with keen vigilance. He casted a glance, but chose to ignore it. Before long, Filch stormed in, his piercing eyes fixed on him as he barked. Mr. White of Gryffindor? It is class time. Why are you loitering in the corridor? Professor McGonagall has asked me to wait here for her. Mr. Filch, Ethan replied. I believe she will be here shortly. If Draco Malfoy was the object of Gryffindor's disdain, then Filch was universally reviled across all 4 houses, without exception. No matter the infraction, this caretaker would emerge like a specter, ready to berate the young wizards with his fearsome visage, as if he wished to devour their very souls. Filch's eyes bulged, and he shouted, If I find out you are deceiving me, Mr. White, I promise to lock you in the dungeon. Ethan stood up, his voice firm. Mr. Filch, are you threatening me? The school employed you not to intimidate and threaten students. Filch's expression darkened, his face contorting with malice as he attempted to intimidate Ethan into silence, advancing towards him with menace. Ethan, however, remained composed, calmly drawing his wand. Filch halted, his countenance a mix of rage and fear. Just then, Professor McGonagall hurried down the stairs with Harry. Upon witnessing the standoff, she asked, her demeanor steady. What is going on? Professor, Mr. Filch has been threatening me, claiming he will suspend me in the dungeon. Ethan exclaimed loudly. He even attempted to assault me. I was forced to defend myself. Following closely behind, Harry shot a fierce glare at Filch. Filch's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly explained. No, Professor McGonagall, this boy deceived me, claiming you instructed him to wait here. Clearly, he intends to skip class. Indeed, Professor, it appears to be a misunderstanding. Filch promptly bowed. Professor McGonagall glowered at him, stating, Furthermore, the methods of punishing students in the dungeons have long been abolished. You have no authority to handle students in such a manner. Should there be any further intimidation, I will recommend that Albus speak with you. Filch, looking utterly terrified, quickly declared he would not, clutching his cat and fleeing in haste. I understand, Professor, Harry quickly responded, his previous discontent evaporating. He nodded at Ethan and swiftly made his way downstairs. Ethan's expression remained grim. Professor McGonagall turned to him and said, Come with me, Mr. White. Ethan silently followed her into the office. Professor McGonagall rummaged through her desk and produced a box of cookies adorned with an array of nuts. She placed the cookies on the table and pushed them toward Ethan, gently saying, Please sit down, Mr. White. Are you still concerned about Mr. Filch? Ethan replied, That caretaker can be rather cruel. Just the other day, he frightened Neville to tears, causing him to be too afraid to go to the bathroom at night, nearly soiling his bed. Oh, poor Mr. Longbottom. He endured an entire night? No, he awakened us all, insisting we accompany him. Ethan lamented, and we had to keep a constant watch over him. Professor McGonagall remarked, I shall find a time to speak with Mr. Filch. He has indeed been rather excessive lately. As the head of Gryffindor, she typically refrained from favoring her own students academically, yet hearing of Filch's outrageous behavior ignited a spark of anger within her. Ethan nodded, inquiring gently, Professor, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Professor McGonagall composed herself, offering a smile. Do not be anxious. I witnessed everything. Had you not intervened in time, Mr. Longbottom would surely have sustained serious injuries. She gestured toward the window. Ethan stood on tiptoe to glance outside, realizing that both houses were conducting their flying lessons under the watchful eye of the professor. I was too preoccupied at the time. Regrettably, he still fractured his wrist. Ethan stammered. In comparison to the peril of losing one's life, this was a rather mild consequence. Professor McGonagall rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Neville's foolishness was somewhat staggering. If not for White's assistance, she sometimes wondered if the Sorting Hat had made an error, placing Mr. Longbottom, who ought to have been sorted into Hufflepuff, forcibly into Gryffindor. Conversely, she had always felt Ethan truly belonged in Gryffindor rather than Hufflepuff. Having clearly heard the dispute between Ethan and the Sorting Hat at the time, she slowly remarked, Mr. Longbottom's parents were exceptionally brave wizards, driven to madness by the Death Eaters during the First Wizarding War. Ethan's face instantly reflected shock. This is, in a way, a personal request, Professor McGonagall continued, Mr. White. I hope you can extend your care towards him. Mrs. Longbottom has written several letters expressing her gratitude to you. There's nothing to worry about, Professor, Ethan remarked. I am friends with Neville as well. Though he may be somewhat timid, his temperament is quite amiable. Neville was one of the few who could tolerate Hermione's incessant chatter. Professor McGonagall beamed with satisfaction and said, Given that you timely rescued your classmate, I shall award Gryffindor 10 points. Additionally, I will permit you to make a reasonable request. Ethan's eyes widened as he ventured, Professor, I have heard that the textbooks for second-year students are rather expensive. I would be immensely grateful if the school could continue to provide me with financial aid next year. Professor McGonagall chuckled and shook her head. Regarding the financial aid, the school will conduct an assessment before the summer break next year. As long as Mr. White adheres to the school's rules, I believe there will be no issue. You may propose a request concerning yourself. If you cannot think of one at the moment, you may defer it until the end of this term. Thank you very much. Professor. Ethan bowed deeply. He pondered for a moment, tucked a biscuit into his pocket, and resumed his studies. Ron and Harry quietly approached and whispered, Ethan, what did the professor want with you? She said that because I saved Neville, she awarded us 10 points and gave me a box of biscuits to share with everyone. The young lions erupted in joy. Ron exclaimed, Ethan, I'm sure Neville's grandmother will be grateful to you. After all, you have saved the sole heir of the Longbottom family. Chapter 28, Peeves' Nightmare. The news of Mr. Filch being reprimanded for unwarranted intimidation of students and Harry Potter becoming Gryffindor's seeker swiftly spread throughout the school. Filch had become somewhat restrained. At the very least, he no longer unleashed terrifying roars upon encountering students. However, the more sensational news was undoubtedly the Quidditch tale. It is well known that our Professor Minerva McGonagall is an ardent enthusiast of the sport. It was said that following Gryffindor's dismal defeat to Slytherin, she avoided Snape for several weeks. Despite regulations prohibiting first years from joining the Quidditch team, when Professor McGonagall witnessed Harry's performance in flying class, she decisively appointed him as the Seeker, seeking to redeem her past embarrassment. Consequently, Harry ceased attending remedial classes and devoted himself to rigorous practice on the pitch. For the professor warned that she would impose penalties if she discovered him neglecting his training. Upon learning of Harry's exceptional appointment as Seeker, many expressed immense enthusiasm and anticipation. As Harry's father, James Potter, had been a remarkably accomplished Seeker, with his accolades still displayed in the trophy room. In the evening, within the Great Hall, the Gryffindors gathered as usual for dinner. Harry found himself surrounded by older students who eagerly engaged him in discussions about various Quidditch matters. Etan sat alonce de luna, leisurely enjoying his meal while engaging in casual conversation. It must be the broom I received. It simply won't listen, Hermione exclaimed, fiercely stabbing her fork into her fried egg. Meanwhile, Ethan remained focused on his dinner. Luna suddenly exclaimed, Look over there, trouble is brewing again. Ethan and Hermione turned their attention to Harry's direction, where they noticed several upperclassmen had departed, and Ron and Harry were defiantly confronting Draco and his companions with their arms crossed. Without needing to listen, Ethan knew that a quarrel had erupted once more. He could even faintly hear the intermittent phrases of a wizard duel. As he pondered this, he noticed Hermione rushing over to join Harry and Ron in their argument. How many points do you intend to let Gryffindor lose? You're being utterly selfish. Even if points are lost, they aren't yours to lose. They belong to Ethan. Ron and Harry, equally incensed, stormed off. Ethan sighed, thinking, You may argue all you like, but why drag me into it? Hermione, equally furious, approached him, hands pressed against the table, glaring at Ethan, and declared, They plan to sneak out at night to duel with Malfoy. You must stop them. Ethan shook his head, replying, This is a matter of honor among men, Granger. I cannot possibly intervene. Hermione glared at him in anger, as if to say, What a useless man you are. That evening, during their study session, Ethan continued to assist the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students with their transfiguration practice, occasionally helping with potions as well. Filch stealthily entered, standing at the back, scrutinizing everyone intently. Ethan glanced over, realizing the old man harbored a grudge against him and was now trying to find faults. After failing to uncover any violations, Filch left in a huff. But Ethan knew he would return within half an hour. Growing irritated, he remarked coldly, If this incessant disturbance continues, perhaps I should seek out Professor Dumbledore to address the matter. Filch, who had just turned to leave, hurriedly exited. Ethan smirked and resumed writing formulas on the board. Once the study session concluded, Ethan dismissed everyone and tidied the classroom alone. He did not rush to leave, but instead sat in a chair, stretching leisurely. Random experience points, 355,100. Free experience points, 355,300. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated his free attribute points to his mental strength. Mental strength 1. Thus, he now possessed 7 points of mental strength, still inadequate to alleviate his daily struggles. He estimated he would need at least 15 points. I have already learned 4 defensive spells: the shield charm, the armor charm, the invisibility charm, and the obstruction charm. Tonight, I ought to learn the thief's sensing charm. As Filch has persistently sought to create trouble for me, I must be prepared. Once I master the sensing charm, it will be time to study some offensive spells. Ron and Harry hesitated as they watched him. Ron whispered, Should we call Ethan to join us? If he's there, he can surely make Malfoy regret it. After a long moment of hesitation, Harry shook his head and softly said, "Forget it. He is too tired. He saved Neville this morning and needs to help us study tonight. Let him rest." Ron nodded in agreement. "Harry, when the time comes, don't think about using spells. Just throw a punch." Harry nodded vigorously. In the early hours of the morning, Ethan was suddenly stirred by the sound of conversation. He cracked open his eyes to see Harry and Ron stealthily dressing and slipping out with their wands. Moments later, muffled voices of an argument drifted in from outside the door. Ethan sat up and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Simon, pondering briefly before donning his own clothes and quietly following them. In the common room, Hermione resembled an irate mother goose as she lowered her voice, chastising Ron and Harry. "Do you truly care nothing for Gryffindor? Only for yourselves? You have yet to earn a single point for the house. Yet you have already lost 26. The few points that White and I earned have been squandered by you. Get away." "Granger, Ethan didn't say anything about us," Ron retorted, visibly incensed. Ethan, hidden in the shadows, shot a reproachful glance at Hermione. How dare she call him adult? Harry and Ron fell silent, their confidence wavering. After a moment of contemplation, Harry declared resolutely, "Granger, tonight I must confront Malfoy. If I do get caught, I will not implicate Ethan. I will sincerely apologize to him. Let us go, Ron." Ron nodded silently in agreement. The two pushed aside the fat lady's portrait and crawled through the opening, with an irate Hermione trailing closely behind. Ethan stealthily approached the entrance. If his memory served him right, the fat lady should be visiting another portrait at this hour. Ron's impatient voice emerged. "That's your problem. I'm coming with you. Otherwise, if Filch finds out, I will certainly tell him. You would dare." Ron's voice rose significantly. "Shut up. Is that Neville?" Ethan waited quietly for a moment until the voices and footsteps outside faded away. Then he pushed open the portrait door and slipped out silently. The trophy room was on the 4th floor, and Ethan followed the sounds of the 4 as they ascended. Yet he did not enter. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows. Before long, a meticulously groomed Malfoy peeked in, smirking coldly before stealthily retreating downstairs. Ethan observed calmly, making no attempt to intervene. Shortly thereafter, Filch, with a lamp in one hand and a cat in the other, ascended excitedly, trying to suppress his voice. "Let us sniff around, my dear. They may be hiding in some corner." Inside the trophy room, Harry and the others were instantly alarmed and dashed around the corner. Filch seemed to have spotted a corner of someone's clothing and eagerly pursued. Ethan pointed his wand at Filch and silently cast a spell, Impedimenta. Filch's movements abruptly slowed, akin to an astronaut in space, as his eyes bulged, seemingly realizing what was happening, and an expression of terror crossed his face. A scream erupted from Neville, who likely thought Filch was closing in on them. This was followed by the loud clattering of metal hitting the ground, a sound so thunderous that even Ethan couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the terrified Filch, then, like a wraith, swiftly pursued after him. The 4 little wizards, caught in a state of panic, were unfortunate enough to be intercepted by Peeves the poltergeist. In a fit of glee, Peeves broke into song, leaving Harry and his companions in despair as they desperately ran towards the room at the end of the corridor. Ethan appeared silently beside Peeves, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he abruptly extended his hand. "Peeves poltergeist. Exchange value 2, mental resistance, spell resistance. Exchange. Mental 1. Peeves began to tremble violently, its semi-transparent form wavering momentarily. It emitted a chilling scream, darting its gaze around in terror. A thought crossed Ethan's mind. If Peeves did not vanish, could he continually exchange value by merely touching it? A dangerous light flickered in his eyes as he silently reached out once more. Peeves poltergeist. Exchange value 3, mental resistance. Spell resistance, agility. This time, there was no mental value, and Ethan felt a pang of disappointment, yet he unhesitatingly opted to exchange. Free will is worth harvesting. Peeves became significantly more ethereal, shrieking as it plunged into the wall. Ethan let it be, and at that moment, screams erupted from the door at the end of the corridor as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville fled in terror, bracing themselves against the door. Ethan cast a deep glance and promptly turned to leave. Chapter 29, Potions Class. The following morning, Ethan reluctantly opened his eyes at 7:30. Since he had begun staying up late recently, he rarely rose at 6 anymore. The dormitory was enveloped in tranquility, with several roommates still sound asleep. Stretching, he donned his garments, feeling the chill of the approaching autumn. Time to rise. He dutifully roused each of his companions. Half an hour later, they entered the Great Hall, and after finishing breakfast, Ethan habitually sat with Luna. It seemed their relationship had not improved following the events of the previous night. However, when Malfoy entered, the three of them sprang to their feet, encircling the terrified Malfoy. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a professor, Ron's fist would have surely made contact with Malfoy's eye socket. Hermione was fuming at Ron and Harry, and when the house elf delivered her breakfast, she picked it up and angrily seated herself beside Ethan, stabbing her fork into the fried egg. Ethan instinctively glanced at Ron and Harry, who merely shrugged. He quietly inquired, "Did you have a quarrel?" Hermione's eyebrows shot up, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Those two foolish brutes. I shan't speak to them again." Ethan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. If he were not endowed with a mature soul, the squabbles of children would hardly concern him. Otherwise, he would certainly be irked as well. She called him a silly bull, while Ron and Harry were mere foolish brutes. This know-it-all truly had a knack for nicknames. There was nothing amusing about it. Hermione rolled her eyes, recalling the three-headed hellhound she had seen the previous night, causing her to tremble as she remembered how close she had come to perishing. Luna tilted her head, observing her, and suddenly remarked, "You have many pesky flies around you." Hermione was taken aback and quickly glanced to her side, yet found nothing amiss. She cast a peculiar look at Luna, pondering the idiosyncrasies of this Ravenclaw girl. During potions class, the brooding Professor Snape continually circled around Harry, relishing in any minor misstep he made, as if unleashing years of pent-up resentment. In the corner, Ethan found it difficult to voice his thoughts. His perception of Snape had always been complex. Snape harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Harry's father and harbored wishes for Harry's demise. Yet he had inadvertently caused the death of Harry's mother. Consequently, his hatred for James Potter intensified, plunging him into a cycle of anguish and regret. His feelings towards Harry, which had initially been mere disdain, gradually morphed into a tangled web of love and hatred, primarily because Harry's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother's. Snape was a man of intricate and distorted emotions. From Ethan's perspective, it was impossible to categorize Snape as simply good or evil. His aversion towards Harry was genuine, as was his underlying affection and guilt. Therefore, he bore no resemblance to the term proud. Perhaps, deep down, he understood that Harry was the innocent child who lost his parents because of him, enduring nearly 11 years of a near-abusive life with his Muggle relatives. Yet, every time he beheld Harry's face, so reminiscent of James Potter, he found himself unable to rein in his temper, often succumbing to a pathological frenzy. Conversely, when Harry found himself in peril, memories of Harry's mother would surface, evoking a protective instinct, a profound sense of indebtedness, and overwhelming anxiety. Perhaps this was why he was willing to serve as Dumbledore's double agent, why he was so fervently intent on vanquishing Voldemort, while simultaneously harboring a deep-seated loathing for Harry. Fortunately, reason still lingered. Meanwhile, Harry was acutely aware that Snape indeed despised him, even harboring a hint of animosity. Ethan, seated in the corner, initially believed himself to be uninvolved, but was taken aback when Snape targeted him with a barrage of challenging questions, some even straying into third-year material. This provoked a few cold chuckles from Snape, yet proved effective in tempering his demeanor. However, the glimmer of annoyance in Snape's gaze towards Ethan became more pronounced. Ethan similarly held an aversion towards Snape, though he found him preferable to the likes of Quirrell. Despite Snape's biting tongue, he was indeed imparting knowledge. Suddenly, Ethan remarked, "To vent personal grievances on an 11-year-old child is quite unbecoming of a professor, if I may say so, Professor Snape." Ethan White. Snape bellowed in fury, disrespecting a professor. 10 points from Gryffindor. Ethan was unfazed by this, and, as he turned to leave, an elderly man with a white beard entered, holding Harry by the hand, whose eyes were red and clearly had been weeping. "Calm down, Severus. Maintain your composure." Dumbledore's voice seemed to harbor a soothing enchantment, instantly calming both Ethan and Snape. Ethan expressed his gratitude and departed with Harry, casting not a single glance at Snape's face, which was marred by protruding veins. Meanwhile, the onlooking Slytherins, upon sighting Dumbledore, scattered like rodents fleeing from a cat. Dumbledore regarded Snape with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Severus, your emotions appear to be somewhat unhinged. You are a professor at this school." "I apologize, Headmaster," Snape replied with a measured tone. "It seems the effects of certain potions may have contributed to my lack of control today." Dumbledore sighed and remarked, regardless, "They are merely 11-year-old children. Do not be overly harsh on them." Snape inhaled deeply, and recalling Ethan's earlier words, he clenched his teeth and retorted, "Children, that is clearly the most troublesome Gryffindor. He is undoubtedly the worst of them all." Harry, still somewhat choked with emotion, said, "Thank you, Ethan. I did not expect you to defend me like that." "It's nothing, Harry. He truly overstepped," Ethan replied, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. The chosen one seemed rather fragile, leaning against Ethan's shoulder throughout their journey. To prevent any misunderstandings, he mimicked Ron's camaraderie, walking with Harry's arm draped across his back. Harry was disheartened for quite some time, nearly missing his afternoon Quidditch practice. Ethan, however, dutifully completed all his assignments and assisted the young witches and wizards from both houses in practicing transfiguration. At 2 in the morning, Ethan opened his eyes, dressed quietly, and stealthily exited the dormitory, making his way to the potions classroom. He rummaged beneath the storage lockers and, upon discovering a tattered copy of Advanced Potion Making, a slight smile graced his lips as he swiftly departed. Despite his awkward demeanor, Snape's abilities were undeniably formidable. Before leaving, Ethan glanced in another direction, towards Snape's office, where a small private store of potion ingredients resided. He took a deep look before turning away. Chapter 30. The Argument. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, a month and a half had gone by. The weather had transitioned into late autumn, blanketing the Hogwarts grounds in golden leaves. Since their last conversation, Professor Snape appeared to have restrained his acerbic tongue, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, adopting a new form of cold indifference towards Harry and Ethan, akin to a subtle form of emotional cruelty. Ethan, however, was unfazed. While Snape's awkwardness persisted, his commitment to his duties was unwavering. For such diligence was requisite for a headmaster. Although he possessed little patience for foolish students, he nonetheless imparted the necessary teachings, leaving the responsibility of comprehension to them. Ethan managed quite well, meticulously recording all that was taught, even dissecting the material sentence by sentence, and compiling it into a booklet. He also posted a new announcement on the school's bulletin board. After-class learning sessions for first years. Effective immediately, a new segment on potions analysis will be added. Young wizards in need should prepare relevant materials, with the exchange requiring an additional contribution of supplies for Ethan. Upon the announcement's release, the young wizards from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff flocked eagerly, vying to pose their inquiries regarding the potions class. In Snape's eyes, only a select few students from the four houses were deemed worthy of his guidance, while he exhibited a blatant disregard for the rest. This indifference resulted in the first-year students generally performing poorly in potions. Even Harry, in the original narrative, achieved only a satisfactory grade in his OWL examination for this subject. Snape staunchly believed that personal talent surpassed all else in this discipline. However, Ethan demonstrated the value of diligence in overcoming shortcomings. Yet, this surge of students brought forth its own challenges. The classroom was too small to accommodate all those wishing to learn, leaving some to stand in the doorway to listen. And tensions nearly escalated into conflict. The plethora of questions posed by the students made the self-study sessions seem insufficient. Nonetheless, these obstacles were trivial for Ethan, who sought Professor McGonagall's assistance in securing a larger classroom on the second floor, one that was double the size of the original. He established a question collection system, requiring everyone to transcribe their inquiries and submit them to him in an organized manner. When Snape learned of this arrangement, he stormed in, furious, to confront Ethan, chastising him for being unworthy of dissecting his potions class, let alone teaching others. Ethan boldly engaged in a debate with him, armed with potion-related arguments, and an hour later, Snape left with a scowl, choosing to remain silent about the matter, yet his disdain for Ethan only deepened. Nevertheless, this debate catapulted Ethan to fame. All those attending study sessions began to trust him implicitly, as even Professor Snape had been unable to refute his points. Consequently, Hermione began to make occasional appearances during study sessions. Throughout the past 6 weeks, Ethan accumulated 12 points in free attributes and 5 points in random attributes. Following the incident with the portrait, he remained particularly cautious in this regard, avoiding all portraits and ghosts except for Peeves. He allocated 3 points to spirit, 5 points to magical power, and 4 points to intelligence. It was essential to enhance his intellect, as potions were indeed intricate and without a high level of intelligence, one could hardly keep pace with Snape's thought processes. As a result, Ethan's magical power reached 15 points, rendering his spells finally effective. The potency of spells heavily relied on magical power. The disparity in strength between a professor and a student casting the same incantation would be stark. Ethan estimated that he was now comparable to a second-year wizard. Regarding the 5 points in random attributes, he allocated 2 points to stamina and 3 points to mental resilience. Recently, Snape's temper had soured considerably, primarily due to a certain impudent Gryffindor student whose exceptional talent in potions did not mitigate his loathing. Furthermore, his storeroom had been robbed, resulting in the loss of numerous precious potion ingredients. He harbored suspicions towards many individuals, contemplating whether a bold dark wizard had stealthily infiltrated the school, as those potion materials could concoct several valuable elixirs. He even speculated if it might have been some mischievous student, especially that troublesome one from Gryffindor. Upon reflection, one realizes that the young lad is perpetually engrossed in his studies and assisting others with theirs, often to the extent of missing dinner. There are occasions when even Professor McGonagall, unable to resist, offers him a box of biscuits. Judging by this, it seems implausible that he could have had the time to commit any wrongdoing. Even the most gifted first-year witch or wizard would find it impossible to unravel the spells he has set, let alone the finesse required. One might question whether they possess sufficient magical energy. Hence, he refrained from investigating Ethan. For the lad is Minerva's cherished protege, and has spoken highly of him on more than one occasion lately. Undoubtedly, even Snape must concede that Ethan's aptitude for learning surpasses that of Hermione Granger, arguably ranking among the most exceptional in the annals of Hogwarts. Yet, he remains puzzled as to why the Sorting Hat did not place Ethan in Ravenclaw, opting instead to consign him to the house he despises most, Gryffindor. Hermione, trailing behind, persistently inquired, "Why was the confounding potion I concocted last night consistently inferior to yours? I followed your deconstructed steps meticulously." Ethan replied as they walked. There could be many reasons, such as the heat during brewing, time management, or even a magical essence. Brewing potions is not akin to solving mathematical equations. Achieving identical results is indeed challenging. Practice is key. Focus on mastering the technique rather than overly pursuing perfection. Hermione rolled her eyes, for she had already mastered the method of potion making. Yet, her concoctions consistently fell short of Ethan's, leaving her troubled. Harry and Ron exchanged glances at Hermione, remaining silent. In truth, since the incident a month and a half ago, Hermione had not spoken to them. However, neither Ron nor Harry believed they had erred. The fault lay with that insidious and shameless character, Malfoy. The group entered the Charms classroom, where Professor Flitwick was set to teach a new spell, dividing the class into pairs. Ethan, accustomed to the corners, was paired with Neville, while Harry teamed up with Seamus. Hermione and Ron, who preferred sitting at the front, were grouped together. Hermione's expression darkened immediately. If only time could rewind, she would surely have chosen to sit in the corner. Ron likewise appeared disinterested. With no one whispering in his ear, he felt an immense sense of freedom. Standing atop a book, Flitwick declared, "Today, we shall practice the levitation charm. It enables objects to soar. The trick lies in a wave and a flick, along with articulating the incantation correctly. Wingardium Leviosa. Now, children, dare try." Thus, all began to wave their wands. Ethan corrected Neville's mistakes, reminding him, "First, you must wave and then flick, and pay attention to your pronunciation. Do not forget the 2 points the professor just emphasized." Neville nodded nervously, remaining silent as he repeated the steps, practicing the segmented method Ethan had taught him. Although it was somewhat slow, it proved effective, and he had even begun to develop a habit of it. "Ethan, my grandmother is immensely grateful to you for saving me during the flying lesson. She wishes to thank you in person. However, the school regulations prevent her from doing so." "It's quite all right, Neville. Continue your practice," Ethan cheerfully replied to Neville, creating a warm and amiable atmosphere. Yet on another side, tensions were escalating. "You are mistaken. It is Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosar. Oh, since you were so knowledgeable, why don't you give it a try?" Ethan turned at the sound to find Ron and Hermione embroiled in yet another argument. Hermione cast a disdainful glance at Ron, waved her wand, and instantly the feather began to float. Professor Flitwick even cheered with delight. Hermione wore a triumphant expression, while an irritable Ron buried his face in his book, refusing to acknowledge her. At the end of class, as Ethan was tidying up his belongings, he suddenly heard Professor Flitwick call out, "Mr. White, Professor McGonagall would like to see you in her office at once." Momentarily taken aback, Ethan thanked the professor and hurried downstairs. Chapter 31, A Gift from the Longbottoms. In the office, Professor McGonagall was organizing her somewhat cluttered desk. Ethan knocked on the door. Nearly 2 months had passed since the beginning of the school year, a sufficient time for her to become acquainted with many young wizards. Harry's talent in magic was undeniable. However, he had little interest in studying and preferred to roll up his sleeves at a moment's notice. This had cost him numerous points. The youngest Weasley's son often accompanied Harry, and they invariably found trouble together, losing points in the process. Although he was somewhat more subdued than his mischievous twin brothers, he lacked much of the Weasley family's cleverness. As for Ethan White, this young wizard from a Muggle family had completely surpassed her expectations. He displayed exceptional talent, unwavering diligence, courage, integrity, and an astonishingly pleasant demeanor. Over the past 2 months, Ethan could often be found in the classroom, library, or study hall, dedicating himself to his studies. He hadn't attended a single Quidditch match. He had never caused any trouble and had earned considerable points for the house, even if most of them were lost due to Harry and Ron's antics. Yet, he never lost his temper with them, nor did he raise his voice. He was remarkably gentle for an 11-year-old. Yet he dared to argue with Snape for the sake of his classmates. His passion for learning was exceptional, and he remained humble, even in Snape's class. He diligently grasped the intricacies of potion-making, impressing even the most critical of professors. Ethan was also keen to share his knowledge, benefiting both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, as evident in their significantly improved grades in Transfiguration and Potions. This made Ethan White seem somewhat atypical for a Gryffindor, as he embodied qualities from 3 different houses: the bravery and integrity of Gryffindor, the hard work and kindness of Hufflepuff, and the intelligence of Ravenclaw. Such a remarkable young wizard being sorted into Gryffindor made Professor McGonagall appreciate the sorting hat for the first time. Ethan inquired, "Professor, did you call for me?" Lady Augusta Longbottom sent a letter along with several gifts. Professor McGonagall pointed to a corner of the office where a thick envelope and a gift box towering to a person's height were placed. Ethan gazed in astonishment. "Are these all for me?" "Ah, Neville did mention something, but he never indicated there would be gifts, let alone so many." Lady Longbottom remarked that these should have been sent to you a month and a half ago. Professor McGonagall shook her head in disbelief. Even she had lost hope in Neville's poor memory, yet he somehow managed to keep up with his studies. Ethan explained, "Neville and I are good friends. It's not about taking care of each other. Of course, class is now ended." Ethan first tucked the letter away and, with a flick of his wand, proclaimed loudly, "Wingardium Leviosa." Instantly, all the gift boxes soared into the air. Ethan bid farewell and departed. "Neville, could it be that your forgetful memory is filled with a heap of memory orbs?" Carrying the gift boxes, Ethan traversed the bustling common room and called out to Neville, who was with a few girls, to join him in their dormitory. The dormitory was empty. Ethan set down the gift boxes and casually remarked, "Neville, you didn't mention your grandmother sent me so many gifts." Neville scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. "I'm truly sorry. I seem to have forgotten." "No need for apologies. Come see what Lady Longbottom has sent me." Neville obediently sat beside him, equally intrigued. Suddenly, Ethan said, "This matter must remain a secret." Neville looked at him in confusion, his expression tinged with sadness. "Don't you like the gifts from my grandmother?" "No, I am indeed thrilled to receive gifts." Ethan patiently clarified, "It's just that I worry if others find out, they might also have their family send gifts to me. Eventually, I will write a letter, and you can help me send it to your grandmother. I will explain everything to her. You just need to keep it confidential." Neville sighed in relief. "Ethan, now I understand. I simply have a poor memory, but I'm not foolish. Well, there are a total of 7 gifts. Let us start with the smallest box." Ethan gently tapped the wand, and the gift box gradually unwrapped itself. Inside lay a thin piece of paper and a peculiar key. Ethan examined it closely and handed it to Neville, asking with curiosity, "What is this?" Neville's eyes widened. "Ethan, this is an account from Gringotts. There are 2,000 galleons inside." "How much?" Ethan was taken aback. 1 galleon is approximately 5 pounds. 2,000 galleons equals 10,000 pounds. Based on the purchasing power of 1991, that amounts to 100,000 RMB. It's hard to believe. Neville usually keeps a low profile, yet his family can casually afford such an amount. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ethan inquired, "Neville, is your family really that wealthy?" "I don't know, Ethan," Neville replied honestly, handing over the key and deposit slip. Ethan furrowed his brows deeply, a look of inner turmoil on his face. To be frank, the sudden appearance of such a substantial sum was undeniably tempting. It was unrealistic to claim he didn't desire it. This was a staggering sum of 10,000 pounds. More than what Ethan's family could earn in a year of hard work. However, if he were to accept it, would he not unconsciously seek to please Navy in the future? Would he not instinctively lower his own stature? It is often said that one who receives favors is beholden to the giver. Perhaps this was not the true intention of Lady Longbottom. She merely wished to express her gratitude. Yet, Ethan felt that accepting this money would render his relationship with Navy increasingly awkward and alien. He fixed his gaze upon Navy and shook his head, saying, "Navy, I cannot accept this money." Navy looked at him in astonishment. "No, Ethan, you should accept it. I spoke with my grandmother. You have been living on school grants." Ethan's vision darkened. "So it was indeed at your behest. This is for our friendship, Navy. If we no longer intend to be friends, I might consider accepting it." Ethan retorted fiercely. Navy appeared nearly petrified, pleading, "Ethan, please do not frighten me. Remember, Navy, true friendship does not require external sustenance. especially not monetary. I am not your companion merely because of your wealth. Otherwise, why would I not seek to curry favor with Harry? Chapter 32, Halloween. Ethan and Navy trembled as they opened the remaining 6 gift boxes, fearful of uncovering yet another sum of 2,000 galleons. Thankfully, their worries were unfounded. Among the remaining boxes lay a stack of stationery cards, redeemable for free ink and parchment, along with several magical tomes from the Longbottom family, 2 sets of thick clothing, and 2 pairs of new boots. Navy, your grandmother has exquisite taste. I truly adore these gifts, barring that 2,000 galleons. Upon hearing this, Navy beamed. Ethan, I will inform my grandmother to refrain from sending galleons in the future. Navy nodded vigorously, concerned he might lose track or forget. Suddenly, Navy recalled something and hurriedly exclaimed, Ethan, there's something I think you should know. Ron and Granger had a quarrel. Petal said Granger is hiding in the 3rd-floor girls' bathroom, crying. All right, I shall see you at the banquet tonight. I must also write a letter to my grandmother. Otherwise, I will surely forget. With a wave, Navy turned and dashed towards the dormitory. That rascal Quirrell has unleashed the troll from the dungeons. However, he did not anticipate that the mountain troll would be dispatched so easily by Harry and the others. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Quirrell sought another dragon egg, manipulating Hagrid in the process. Though trolls are exceedingly dim-witted, their towering height of 12 feet and mass exceeding a ton are sufficient to crush any threats. They possess immense strength and a savage disposition, making even fully grown wizards wary of confronting them directly. In the original narrative, Ron, Navy, and Hermione's method of dealing with the troll relied entirely upon luck and the protagonist's aura. If one were to feign ignorance, would the original storyline continue unaltered? Ethan's expression shifted unpredictably as he murmured, I truly cannot afford to gamble if I lose. He abruptly shook his head, pacing thoughtfully. Perhaps I should act now to rescue her? His eyes suddenly sparkled. This indeed seemed a commendable strategy. However, one must also consider the obstinacy of the young witch. Should persuasion fail, it would be rather inappropriate for him to force his way into the ladies' restroom. Therefore, the preparations he had previously contemplated needed to be executed. He swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, fortuitously encountering Professor McGonagall as she was on her way out. Professor, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Ethan stated, recounting the situation regarding Gallon while presenting the deposit slip and key. Professor McGonagall, taken aback, exclaimed, how can Mrs. Longbottom send such a substantial sum? It is quite reckless. However, Mr. White, I believe that since Mrs. Longbottom has done this, she must wish for you to accept it. But if I do accept, I am uncertain how I will face Neville afterward. Ethan sighed. To be honest, I am only 11 this year, and my needs for money are quite limited. Thus I find the courage to refuse. Of course, if it were merely 20 galleons, I might have chosen to keep it. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but chuckle. I shall ensure that this money is returned safely to Mrs. Longbottom. Thank you, Professor. Ethan replied, descending the stairs, feeling increasingly lighter the farther he distanced himself. Allohamra. The lock on the door to Greenhouse 2 clicked open instantly. Ethan slipped inside and beheld pots of vibrant green plants, the air thick with a pungent ammonia stench. After a brief search, he hastily retrieved a pot from an inconspicuous corner and made his exit. If there were any means by which an 11-year-old might contend with a giant or even a professor-level wizard, it would likely involve a few possibilities: poisoning powerful alchemical items, firearms, or exceedingly dangerous magical plants, like the mandrake he cradled in his arms. The cries of a mature mandrake can lead to instant death, while even a juvenile mandrake can induce fainting. For safety's sake, he opted not to procure a mature mandrake. That would be far too perilous, with a greater risk of discovery. Ethan's gaze was steady, his resolve as unyielding as iron, as taught in defense against the dark arts. The most successful form of defense is to eliminate the enemy before they can do the same to you. He cherished his life immensely, even if stained with blood. In the ladies' restroom on the 3rd floor, faint sobs of a girl echoed. Ethan hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was present, then knocked gently on the door. A muffled voice responded, I'm sorry, I will open the door shortly. Before long, a tear-streaked face appeared before him. Hermione was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated a boy would knock on the ladies' restroom door, let alone that it would be Ethan. Ethan quickly explained, Neville said you were here. I came to find you. Hermione sighed in relief, but then her expression fell, and with a loud bang, she slammed the door shut, sobbing disconsolately. Are you here to mock me? I deserve to have no friends. Everyone is your friend, White. You treat everyone so kindly. I am utterly inconsequential. Hermione spoke in a fervor that rendered her nearly incoherent. Just as Ron said, I am a nightmare. Ethan scratched his head. If you do not come out soon, the true nightmare may very well arrive. He continued, Granger at the very least. Open the door, or let us change venues for a rich cup of hot cocoa and some sweet treats. You can leave now, White. I wish to remain alone for a while longer. Ethan bowed his head in contemplation and finally said, Granger, I believe that what you just asserted is utterly incorrect. If you doubt this, would you care to wager with me? What sort of wager? I bet that Ron and Harry will certainly come looking for you. And Ron will apologize to you. They are your friends, and if you ask, they will come, no matter how reluctant. But I don't need them. No, I haven't informed them yet. Ethan replied patiently, but I am confident they will come. You may open the door now. We can sit together on the toilet and wait. This is the girls' restroom. We could also wait in the corridor. And if they do not come, would that not prove I am right? Only if you are willing to be friends with just those two. No, I do not wish to at all, especially not with Weasley. Chapter 33, How to Defeat a Troll. The washroom door swung open, and Hermione, wiping her tears, exclaimed angrily, regardless of whether Ron Weasley comes or not. He owes me an apology. I believe he won't disappoint you. Ethan pointed his wand to the floor, murmuring, refresh. They both sat down on the ground. Ethan produced some candies and offered them to Hermione. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand and picked up a bag of cream fudge. This confection could only be found at Honeyduke's, costing 2 sickles per bag. But as she gazed at the crooked writing on the package, she couldn't help but grimace, muttering as she ate, 1 sickle, huh? If you do not charge anything, they will not return. Hermione replied without hesitation, with just a few candies. One could master the most challenging transfiguration and potions classes. This deal is simply too advantageous. In a few years, many will obtain the most prestigious certificates. Therefore, even if your request were a bit pricier, they would gladly comply. Hermione snorted, You are worth that price. Ethan shook his head and inquired, Do you think if I changed my fee to 1 sickle, it would cause discontent among everyone? How could that be? Hermione stared at him in disbelief and could not help but exclaim, Just how low do you think of yourself? Or your knowledge? 1 sickle? Good heavens! 1 sickle cannot even buy a single candy. This knowledge does not belong to me. I cannot profit from it, nor have I ever considered monetizing it. Ethan waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, I believe there are others in the school like me, living off the scholarships. If they need my assistance, but must force themselves to buy 2 sickles of candy, I would feel terrible. Honestly, if it weren't for those 2 overly intelligent Ravenclaws, I wouldn't have felt the need to set any demands. So starting tomorrow, I will only charge 1 sickle, not a single coin more. Hermione stared at him in astonishment as Ethan leaned back, appearing somewhat languid, genuinely indifferent to the matter. For a moment, she felt inexplicably ashamed. Downstairs, there seemed to be a commotion, followed by a strange vibration resonating through the floor. At the staircase's entrance loomed a colossal figure, its skin as thick and unyielding as granite, its rotund body nearly obstructing the entire corridor. The creature, having noticed them, approached while muttering in a deep, guttural tone, dragging a hefty wooden club behind it. Its eyes glinted with a savage, bloodthirsty light, and viscous, transparent drool dribbled from the corners of its mouth. Hermione's mind buzzed, instantly blanketed in terror. A troll? A troll? How could there be a troll in the school? Trembling uncontrollably, she was paralyzed by primal fear, unable even to scream. It felt as though she had been ensnared by a freezing spell. She longed to grasp her wand, yet was devoid of strength, helplessly watching as the troll drew nearer. Suddenly, Ethan sprang into action, producing 2 dragonhide earmuffs from seemingly nowhere. Hermione watched as he donned one, then placed the other upon her head. She observed him raise his wand, though she heard no incantation. The massive troll abruptly stiffened, its beady eyes widening in shock, and the hefty club clattered to the ground. Then, as if performing a magic trick, Ethan conjured a large potted plant. Grabbing the vibrant green leaves, he yanked upward, revealing a wrinkled, grotesque creature that filled her vision. Even through the thick dragonhide earmuffs, she discerned a piercing wail that darkened her sight, nearly causing her to faint. Mandrake! This was a mandrake! Ethan, unfazed by the peril, stepped closer to the troll. The creature swayed dizzily for a moment before crashing backward with a thud. The shrill cries ceased, and he exhaled in relief. Despite his high mental resilience, the proximity to the mandrake left him feeling uncommonly distressed, his head swirling. Fortunately, it was not an adult mandrake. Ethan approached the troll, his gaze swirling with dark determination, and reached out to touch it. No response. He blinked in surprise, furrowing his brow. While he was aware that trolls were of little worth, he hadn't anticipated their complete lack of value. Suddenly, the troll's eyes flew open, struggling to rise. Ethan jumped back, and Hermione, who had just regained some strength, was equally startled. He expected the mandrake's effect to last so briefly. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his wand, pointing at the massive club, and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa!" The club soared into the air. With a decisive flick, he sent it crashing down onto the troll's neck. A sickening crack resounded as the troll grimaced in agony, its corpulent body thrashing momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A chill of sweat broke out on Ethan's brow. Hermione sank to the floor, dumbfounded by the scene before her. Hesitating, Ethan reached out once more. Mountain Troll, exchange value 8, stamina 2, strength 2, spell resistance 1, mental resistance 3. Ethan's heart lurched violently, his throat parched with an insatiable dryness. The troll's body appeared to shrink slightly. He touched it again. This time, there was no reaction. He suddenly realized that if his ability only worked on deceased giants, did that imply that he could touch any magical creature once it had perished? If this were the case, once this power was revealed, it was likely that even Dumbledore would take immediate action against him, wouldn't it? White? You. Ethan jolted awake, swiftly turning around to gaze at her with palpable tension. Hermione, clutching her head, continued to stare in horror at the corpse of the giant. She pointed at the potted plant in his arms and anxiously inquired, "How do you have Mandrake?" Ethan blinked, replying, "I borrowed it from the greenhouse." Hermione was incredulous. Borrowed? From Professor Sprout? How could she possibly lend you that? Oh, when I went, the professor happened to be absent. To have taken such a perilous herb without permission could lead to severe consequences if discovered, even for Ethan White. You must return it immediately. What on earth were you thinking, borrowing Mandrake? I intended to conduct some research, but it turned out to be quite useful, Ethan mumbled. Granger. You will keep this a secret, won't you? It has saved both our lives. Hermione's face turned ashen as she cast another fearful glance at the giant's corpse. Pursing her lips, she replied angrily, "Of course, I will keep it secret, but I do not condone your actions. You have truly learned from them. Besides, how could there be a giant at school?" Ethan shook his head. Naturally, there shouldn't be such a dangerous creature within the school grounds. But Quirrell brought it in to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore is aware of this, which is why Quirrell uttered that phrase, you know. Ethan spoke softly. "Let us leave now. If the professor sees us, it will be difficult to explain. We must tidy up and leave no trace." Hermione immediately agreed. She could not bear to remain there any longer. The two hurriedly packed their belongings, even cleaning the area thoroughly. They circumvented the giant's corpse and rushed towards the staircase. Just as they were about to descend, they nearly collided with Harry and Ron, who were rushing up in a state of panic. Hermione's expression turned to one of surprise as she instinctively glanced at Ethan. He shook his head and whispered, "Let us go. It would be disastrous if the professor saw us. We would lose many points and perhaps even face detention." The three of them tightened their expressions, refraining from further conversation as they hastily descended the stairs, blending into the departing crowd. Meanwhile, in the school, a grim-faced Snape limped down the staircase. Upon reaching the corridor on the third floor, he immediately spotted McGonagall, Flitwick, and Quirrell standing before the giant's corpse. He cast a dark glance at Quirrell and approached Professor McGonagall, asking, "Is it resolved?" McGonagall replied gravely, "No. When we arrived, we found the giant had already been slain. Its death, resulting from a blow to the neck with a wooden stick, is a rather fortuitous manner of dying." Professor Flitwick exclaimed, "What intrigues me more is how the individual who killed the giant managed to subdue it first." Quirrell remained silent, visibly shocked as he stared at the giant's body. Disbelief etched in his features. Snape contemplated for a moment, his face stern as he inquired, "So, you are telling me that the giant was not slain by a professor, but rather by a student?" The giant, with its coarse skin and thick flesh, possessed commendable magical resistance. Professor Flitwick confidently asserted, "It must be upper-year students. Only those in at least their 5th year would have the capability to slay a giant." Professor McGonagall, visibly irked, retorted, "They must have come up here for a rendezvous. These little rascals are quite the handful. At least there were no casualties," Snape remarked coolly, his piercing gaze fixed on Quirrell as he slowly inquired, "I believe the priority now is to ascertain why a giant has appeared within the school. Is it not, Professor Quirrell?" McGonagall, with a frosty stare at the giant's corpse, drew her wand and with a fierce flick, transformed it into a stone no larger than a palm. Another flick sent the stone shattering into dust, which was whisked away by a gust of wind through the window. Chapter 34, The Attack Incident. The house elves delivered food to the common room, where everyone gathered, indulging in laughter and merriment, creating a remarkably lively atmosphere. The dormitories of the school were safeguarded by magic and portrait guardians, ensuring that giants could not penetrate their sanctum, thus providing a sense of security. Hermione, having eaten a bit, felt her spirits lift as she searched for Ethan. Ron and Harry intercepted her. Ron, after a moment of hesitance, stammered, "I'm sorry, I was too harsh before." Having endured the giant ordeal, Hermione had largely dismissed his apology. Yet they had indeed come looking for her. Steeling herself, she asked, not particularly upset, "Have you seen White?" Harry nodded immediately. "Ethan never watches Quidditch. He find it too noisy." Ron inquired, "Should I go call him?" "No, that's not necessary," Hermione replied, shaking her head as she quietly resumed eating. Suspecting Ethan was not in the dormitory, but had slipped away again. He had somewhat underestimated the peril of the situation. If discovered by the school, even without expulsion, the consequences would be far from pleasant. However, this item was undeniably useful, though it could easily cause collateral damage without it. He would not have been able to dispatch the giant with such ease earlier. As he approached the school gates, a furtive trio caught his attention. "Shut up, Goyle!" Malfoy shot him a fierce glare before looking up towards the staircase, exclaiming excitedly, "Just now, I saw Potter and that Weasley sneaking upstairs. If I encounter a professor, I will certainly inform them." Crabbe and Goyle fell silent. The three crouched against the wall, their eyes fixed intently on the staircase. Ethan stealthily approached, surveying Malfoy with a slight smirk. He had been searching for an opportunity, and now it had presented itself. He raised his wand, his lips moving silently, casting a spell without uttering a sound. The trio collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious in an instant. Moments later, Ethan departed, quite pleased. With 3 bags of hair in hand. After a while, Filch discovered the 3 unconscious figures at the school entrance. He shone his lantern upon them, and upon recognition, let out a terrified scream. Instantly, chaos erupted within the school. Professor McGonagall entered the Gryffindor common room, which fell into an immediate hush. Transfiguration had always been one of the most challenging subjects, and, as the Transfiguration professor and head of Gryffindor, Minerva McGonagall held her students to exceptionally high standards, making her a figure of considerable apprehension among many young witches and wizards. Her stern gaze swept over everyone as she inquired, "I would like to know, who has just been out?" Hermione instantly felt a wave of anxiety. A group of students exchanged glances, and Percy Weasley, the 5th-year prefect, mustered the courage to respond, "Professor, everyone is here. No one has gone out." McGonagall fixed him with a sharp look, scanning the room. "Harry Potter? Ron Weasley?" Harry and Ron, visibly tense, stood up, exclaiming, "Professor, we haven't been out." Percy added hastily, "Professor, I assure you, they have been right here." Malfoy, Ron, and Harry felt a surge of irritation. Percy nodded vigorously, "Professor, I can guarantee they have been under my watchful eye." Professor McGonagall, adept at discerning truth from deception, knew that none of these youngsters could fool her. "Have you seen a troll?" she asked. "No, Professor, we haven't encountered anything," they replied. McGonagall continued to survey the room, then inquired, "Where's Granger?" Hermione stood up, lowering her head, "Professor, I only went to the bathroom upstairs." McGonagall chose not to press further, but after a moment, she suddenly asked, "Why is Mr. White not here?" Hermione's expression tightened, her heart racing. White preferred the solitude of the dormitory. Ron immediately offered, "Professor, should I go fetch him?" McGonagall nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Weasley." Ron dashed toward the spiral staircase. At that moment, the boys' dormitory door swung open. "Neville, I know you're writing to your grandmother, but please don't tell her I dislike such things. It might lead to misunderstandings." They all turned in surprise toward the staircase, only to see Professor McGonagall. Ron called out, "Ethan, the professor is looking for you." After saying this, he intended to rush back into the dormitory. "No need, Mr. White. I merely wanted to confirm your presence in the dormitory," McGonagall remarked, casting a stern look at everyone. A recent attack occurred outside, involving Draco Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe, who were wandering around the school. Until the perpetrator is found, I must ensure that every young witch and wizard in Gryffindor remains properly confined to their dormitory. Should anyone dare to venture out unaccompanied, I shall impose severe penalties. With that, she added, "Now, you may continue your meal." She nodded at Ethan upstairs before turning briskly to leave. The common room quickly descended back into its usual bustle. Fortunately, Neville was still in the dormitory writing letters. Chapter 35. Snape remains the same. However, unlike before, a new name appeared in the Gryffindor Seeker slot, Harry Potter. In truth, Quidditch matches were held weekly, with the 4 houses competing in turn, each experiencing their share of victories and defeats. Every wizard, in a state of frenzy, employs the loud voice charm, often resorting to mutual insults during moments of excitement. On one particular occasion, he witnessed the usually composed and serious Professor McGonagall cursing at a foul-mouthed Slytherin, prompting him to resolve to watch such matches less frequently. lest he become hopelessly enmeshed in their fervor. Mr. White? A gloomy, damp voice echoed from behind him. Is that a canute I see? In just 2 months. Won't that amount to 1 sickle? Indeed, Professor. Ethan produced a packet of sweets, gesturing to the text. It is precisely because the current self-study fee is 2 sickles that a mandatory charge of 1 canute is enforced. Moreover, the self-study sessions are predominantly attended by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students. Ethan continued, You are well aware that we are far from possessing the wealth of Slytherin. Snape cast him a disdainful glance, his tone haughty. There may be potion masters who inadvertently meet their demise through poisoning, but none shall starve, Mr. White. Rather than indulging in such childish antics, you would do well to devote more effort to your studies. The foremost challenge of potion classes lies not solely in theoretical learning. Hands-on practice is essential, requiring real-time correction and instruction from the teacher regarding numerous experiences and techniques. Ethan could not afford extra potion materials. He even refrained from purchasing snacks, although he currently lacked nothing. Yet, this did not alter the reality of his financial state. His very attire consisted of second-hand clothing, with several patches sewn in by Madame Sarah. Thus, the only opportunity he had to practice came from the potion materials Snape provided to students during class. This, of course, proved woefully insufficient. Potion classes are notoriously expensive, which is why Ethan's request was for an additional supply of materials. Snape regarded him with an impassive stare, coldly asserting, Mr. White, my knowledge of potion classes is not so cheaply acquired. Should the fee dare to dip below 1 sickle, I shall deem it a mark of disrespect. He then turned on his heel and strode away, leaving Ethan standing there, his expression a tumultuous mixture of emotions. Gazing after the departing Snape, he felt a great dilemma, yet called out, Professor Snape. In truth, 1 canute is the price for transfiguration. There is no charge for potion tutoring. In the great hall, Luna sat opposite Ethan, her light eyes fixed upon him, her voice melodious like a song. Hello, Ethan. I saw your new announcement. Everyone is talking about it. Oh, what do you think? She swayed her head, replying, It's quite good, Ethan. I mean, if it were me, I would gladly exchange 1 canute for knowledge of transfiguration. However, Ethan, everyone believes 1 sickle is a reasonable price. I am not relying on this for income. I merely wish to attract more participants to my tutoring sessions. Most importantly, he currently does not need to overly concern himself with earning money. Otherwise, he would have retained the 2,000 galleons Madame Longbottom had given him. Luna continued to gaze at him, suddenly remarking, Ethan, perhaps you resemble a Ravenclaw more. No, I would rather die than attend Ravenclaw. Humph. The young witch let out a soft huff through her nose. 2 individuals engaged in a light conversation until Hermione arrived, accompanied by Harry and Ron. Hermione, carrying a tray, took a seat diagonally opposite Ethan, while Ron joyfully draped his arm around Ethan's shoulder. Ethan, I saw your new announcement. I can hardly believe how remarkable you are, he exclaimed. Just moments ago, Andy informed me that he intends to attend tutoring sessions starting today. Andy, a Gryffindor residing in the adjacent dormitory, shares a similar reliance on school grants as Ethan. Initially, the young lad was quite enthusiastic about the tutoring, but as time passed, that fervor waned, and Ethan rarely saw him. This is splendid news, Hermione remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Ron. If you don't eat soon, I'm certain Professor Snape will deduct 3 points from you. Ron shrugged and obediently went to fetch his breakfast. One would think that relationships might improve after yesterday. Yet it appeared that the sources of annoyance remained unaltered. By the way, Harry, Ethan suddenly interjected, best of luck in the Quidditch match this afternoon. Let's defeat Slytherin. Harry, touched by the sentiment, flushed with excitement and nodded vigorously. Thanks, Ethan. I can do it. Ron whispered enthusiastically. Professor McGonagall bought Harry a Firebolt 2000 broomstick. It's the latest model. Ron, keep your voice down. Harry quickly cautioned, his anxiety bubbling to the surface. If everyone finds out, they'll all want one. Ron nodded in agreement, secretly envious, yet aware that Professor McGonagall was entirely unaware of his existence. Hermione, with an air of casual curiosity, looked at Ethan and asked, White, will you be attending the match this afternoon? Ethan replied with a smile, Of course. I wouldn't miss it. Besides, I have a small experiment to conduct. I've heard my potion tutoring session is entirely free, not a single canute charged. Oh, how generous Mr. Ethan White is. Just look at the robe he wears. I suspect it may be older than I am. The Slytherin students erupted in laughter. Despite Ethan's composure, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. However, he managed to maintain his emotional control, refraining from allowing Snape's deliberate provocation to ruin his potion. The Gryffindor students remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Snape. The animosity that Gryffindors harbored for Slytherin was perhaps significantly fueled by this professor. Ethan waved his wand to extinguish the flames beneath the cauldron, waiting a moment before adding the final ingredient, valerian root. This was the pivotal challenge for the success of the forgetfulness potion. To ensure its efficacy, the temperature must decrease before introducing valerian root. The instant the valerian root touched the mixture, the potion transformed in hue, bubbling with a kaleidoscope of colors before gradually settling into a remarkably pure shade of light blue. With a gentle tap of his wand above the cauldron, Ethan chanted, "Whirlwind, clear away." Instantly, a swirling current of air arose, carrying the escaping aromas straight out of the classroom. Ethan lowered his wand, scrutinizing each Slytherin intently. Snape abruptly fell silent, his gaze fixated on him, his expression shifting in an inexplicable manner. The Slytherins no longer smiled. Under Ethan's gaze, each of them shifted uncomfortably. Particularly, Draco and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. All three were wrapped in scarves, resembling little Quidditch players. Ethan remained impassive, having observed that these were the very ones who had laughed the loudest moments ago. They could indulge in their mirth for now, but soon enough, the tables would turn. "Professor, the potion has been brewed," came the announcement. Snape cast a dark glance around the room and, after a moment's pause, grunted, "Gryffindor gains 1 point. Mr. White, I sincerely hope you can maintain this momentum." It was a threat, a blatant threat. The other Gryffindors widened their eyes in astonishment. Ethan had actually garnered a point in potions class? Good heavens! It was well known that most of Gryffindor's points were lost in that very subject. However, this was the first time they had ever received a point. Yet, before the little wizards could fully rejoice, they heard Snape's cold voice. "Now, who can tell me the timing and order in which Mr. Ethan White added each ingredient while brewing the forgetfulness potion, as well as the required heat?" The classroom fell into a deathly silence. Snape, with a grim expression, continued, "Who can tell me how many techniques you have learned are contained in this cauldron of forgetfulness potion? What are the aspects that require caution?" Hermione contemplated raising her hand, though uncertainty lingered in her mind. After a brief hesitation, she raised it high. "Mr. Harry Potter?" Harry's face paled, and he stammered, "I don't know." Lack of focus in class resulted in Gryffindor losing another point. The atmosphere in Gryffindor plummeted once more. Snape remained his usual self. Nearby, Ron pointed at Draco and made a face, prompting Draco's expression to contort in anger. Snape approached the blackboard, his demeanor as somber as ever. "The forgetfulness potion is fraught with danger. Until you have memorized all the steps, no one is permitted to brew it independently, especially outside the classroom." A few young wizards could not help but glance at Ethan. He seemed oblivious, keeping his head down as he scribbled on his parchment. Even Snape had nothing to say this time. Chapter 36, The Test. In the afternoon, within the self-study classroom, Ethan gently stirred the potion in his cauldron. 3 portions of fluxweed, 2 bundles of 2-headed snails for leeches, 2 spoonfuls of lacewing flies, and the skin of an African tree snake. All to be brewed for an additional 24 hours. He stood up, slightly stretching his stiff limbs, and with a levitation charm, moved the cauldron to a corner. Vanished without a trace. The cauldron instantly disappeared, though it was merely rendered invisible. Ethan cast a cleaning charm on himself before hastening toward the Quidditch pitch. By now, young wizards from all 4 houses had gathered, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. Ethan arrived a bit late. The teams from 2 houses were already soaring around the flagpole, their movements fluid and skillful, a sight to behold. Every Gryffindor donned a scarf of gold and scarlet, cheering for Harry while vocally deriding Slytherin. Even the typically honest and timid Neville was, at this moment, gripping the wooden barrier with one hand, roaring and shaking his fist towards the Slytherin direction. Hermione was likewise bouncing with exuberance, waving her fists and shouting encouragement with all her might. Ethan felt his eye twitching in disbelief. It was terrifying. The Quidditch match could so easily transform an individual's very essence. He turned his head, searching for his target. Professor Quirrell's oversized hat was conspicuous, particularly with his expression of profound gloom. He strolled nearby, yawning and leaning against a post. The match had commenced. The Gryffindor chasers executed a remarkable breakout, sending the quaffle through Slytherin's hoops. They scored. The young lions of Gryffindor erupted into thunderous cheers. Ethan donned his gloves and retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket. Inside was a swelling potion, which would cause immediate swelling upon contact with the skin. This was knowledge acquired in their 4th-year potions class, with ingredients generously provided by Professor Snape. The situation on the field was rapidly evolving. Gryffindor's keeper was taken out by Slytherin's beater, and Slytherin began scoring consecutively, while commentator Lee Jordan denounced Slytherin's shamelessness vehemently. However, Harry soon spotted the golden snitch and began his pursuit, the Nimbus 2000 making him so swift that he left only a blur in his wake. Yet, at that very moment, Harry's broom went awry, nearly throwing him from the heights. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Ethan unscrewed the potion's cap, pointed his wand, and the entire vial instantly transformed into a coin. He silently cast another spell, and the coin floated delicately until it hovered before Quirrell. Quirrell's eyes were fixated on the broom, his lips moving incessantly. Although he noticed something drifting by, it clearly did not capture his attention. A smirk played on Ethan's lips as he swiftly uttered the reversal charm. Quirrell, mouth agape, watched helplessly as the potion flew into his mouth. An immediate, sharp sensation of swelling pierced through his nerves. A cry of pain escaped him involuntarily, and his forehead swelled prominently. Snape quickly realized what was amiss, his expression shifting in fury as he barked, "Frost and chill." The spilled potion and vial froze in midair. With a wave of his hand, Snape sent them far away, drifting into a distant river. Swelling potion, you have pilfered my materials. He glared at Quirrell with a mix of shock and rage, but at that moment, Quirrell's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling an inflated pufferfish, particularly his lips, which were thick, swollen, and crimson. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth in distress. Just then, the commentator's excited voice resonated throughout the arena. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. He has won 150 points for his team. As he ambled back to the castle, whistling with his hands behind his back, a small witch rushed breathlessly from behind, grabbing his cloak. Gasping for air, she stammered, "White, did you stop Snape?" Ethan momentarily froze, then shook his head vigorously. "Granger, I have no idea what you're talking about. I did nothing." He had been lurking in a place hidden from all eyes. And though anyone who examined his wand could unravel his deceit, it was evident that Hermione remained oblivious to this fact. Indeed, as Ethan had anticipated, Hermione discovered nothing amiss. However, she did witness Snape relentlessly casting spells on Harry, followed by the ensuing chaos, after which Harry's broom regained its normalcy. This only strengthened her conviction that Snape aimed to harm Harry. Yet, as she pondered the events unfolding, she suddenly caught sight of Ethan slipping away. Hermione was quite close to him, and Ethan could even detect a faint scent of ink emanating from her. He instinctively took a step back. "You cannot deceive me, Ethan. You were collecting your wand." Hermione whispered softly. "Though I am unsure of your actions, it is clear that you thwarted Snape. White, you once claimed we were friends, and I believe that friends should be honest with one another," she continued, her eyes clear yet filled with concern. It seemed that the bond of friendship they had forged just the previous night was now facing its greatest trial. Ethan could only respond, "I merely heard Quirrell curse Harry, causing him to fall from his broom, and I intended to teach him a lesson. You must keep this to yourself." Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. "Professor Quirrell? Haven't you realized?" Ethan retorted, "Think carefully. What has he truly taught us these past 2 months?" Hermione lowered her gaze in contemplation and replied, uncertainly, "It seems he simply had us recite from the textbook and tell stories. He never assigns us any homework." Quirrell's classes were lax, never awarding or deducting points. Yet he imparted little of practical substance. "Indeed, Quirrell intentionally refrains from teaching us anything," Ethan asserted. "As a result, many are still unable to perform any genuine magic. The few offensive spells she knows, she learned entirely on her own. However, many, like Harry, seem only able to produce a mere flicker of magic. Professor Quirrell merely describes spells in class without teaching specifics." Hermione felt she had uncovered a blind spot and incredulously asked, "But why would he do such a thing?" "Who knows?" Ethan pondered briefly before adding, "In any case, this man is certainly suspicious. I even suspect that yesterday's troll was his doing." Chapter 37, Polyjuice Potion. As November commenced, the autumn winds grew harsh, and the weather turned considerably colder. Following the conclusion of the Quidditch match, Hagrid invited Harry to his hut for tea. He went along with Ron, eagerly sharing with Hagrid that Snape had aimed to harm him, as Hermione had witnessed him casting a spell. Yet, Hagrid was entirely unconvinced. In his mumblings, he inadvertently let slip some indiscreet remarks. Ethan and Hermione remained unaware of these events. At that moment, the two were seated in the library, poring over their notes. They meticulously reviewed the content of the past 2 months of defense against the dark arts classes, discovering that everything aligned with Ethan's assertions. Quirrell had indeed taught little of the actual subject matter. He had merely read from the textbook and described magic. Perhaps he was even more suited to teaching the history of magic than Professor Binns. Hermione wore an expression of disbelief and exclaimed in anger, "Why would he do such a thing? Good heavens! We must inform Professor Dumbledore." Ethan replied, "What shall we tell the headmaster? He can only scold him for his incompetence." But nothing more. Hermione felt a surge of impatience. The thought of having such a reckless professor in their midst was unbearable. This was a matter of utmost importance, the defense against the dark arts class. As aspiring wizards of justice, they would inevitably encounter dark wizards in the future. If they could not receive proper guidance from competent teacher now, wouldn't they be destined to flee in terror later? Even setting aside the long-term implications, there was a significant chance she might not achieve an excellent grade by the end of the term. Goodness, the very thought was unimaginable. Perhaps she understood that the only path available to her now was self-improvement. Without a moment to spare to discuss previous matters with Ethan, she hurried off to borrow books from Madame Pants for her studies. Fortunately, the first-year curriculum was not overly difficult, consisting of fundamental concepts. And with nearly 2 months until the final exams, she had ample time to prepare. Another day of becoming stronger. Ethan mused, running his fingers through his thick hair. "Hey, Ethan." A group of Hufflepuff young wizards burst into the room, chattering excitedly. "In today's potions class, the professor didn't allow us to brew potions. But we heard that he has given you special permission to do so tonight. Can we join in?" "No." Ethan replied kindly. "The value of memory is indisputable. The forgetfulness potion is sufficiently dangerous, and we must have the professor supervise us." Over the past 2 months, the study room had seen a steady stream of students coming and going, but thankfully, the eager learners among them remained the majority. Once the Polyjuice potion was ready, he would first seek out Snape's office to learn the brainlock spell, and afterward, he would deal with those Slytherin rascals. However, at that moment in the common room, 3 young wizards were engaged in a heated argument. On one side stood Hermione, while on the other were Harry and Ron. Judging by their expressions, it appeared that Hermione's side had not emerged victorious. She was trembling with anger, while Ron and Harry's gazes were somewhat evasive, although they showed no signs of regret. The instant Hermione spotted him, she called out, "White, these 2 have just been deducted 10 points by the professor." Harry and Ron immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment, unable to meet Ethan's eyes. In the castle's entrance hall stood 4 hourglasses, which magically recorded the points for each house in real time. Whenever a professor announced a point gain or loss, the number of gems in the corresponding hourglass would change accordingly. Thus, the points for each house were clear for all to see. Ravenclaw had the highest score, while Gryffindor stood second to last. In truth, aside from Ravenclaw, the point differences among the other 3 houses were not substantial. Furthermore, with Ethan and Hermione in Gryffindor, Ethan could even manage to squeeze a point out of Professor Snape. Yet, they were still hindered by the antics of 2 troublemakers. Thus, the points that Ethan and Hermione had earned were nearly all squandered by Harry and Ron, which understandably incensed Hermione to such a degree that even they felt hesitant to confront Ethan. However, Ethan's interest in the House Cup was minimal. He was merely intrigued by the reasons behind the loss of points and approached them with curiosity, inquiring, "What happened?" Hermione, fuming, replied, "They yanked the scarf off Malfoy's head and led a group to mock him." Then Professor Snape arrived. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Ethan, you have no idea. Someone shaved Malfoy's head bald. He even concocted an excuse about being ill. Ha ha." Essentially, every Gryffindor harbored disdain for Slytherin, particularly for the exuberantly obnoxious Malfoy. Harry was often infuriated by Malfoy's antics, but could do little in retaliation, now that they had struck a nerve with Malfoy. He felt compelled to revel in the humor of the situation for days on end. The 2 laughed until their sides ached, oblivious to Ethan's peculiar expression. It was likely that Snape, witnessing this scene, was reminded of someone. The common room was sparsely populated, with 5th years preoccupied with exam preparations and advanced classes, while the 3rd and 4th years were seldom seen, each engrossed in their own affairs. Hermione collapsed into an armchair, her frustration palpable. "I always believed that as the chosen one, Harry should at least refrain from causing the house to lose points. It should have been a source of Gryffindor pride." The young witch did not disguise her discontent. Since the day she enrolled, she had been thrilled to attend classes alongside Harry. Yet, as days turned into weeks, she was forced to concede that apart from his fame, Harry was not significantly different from other wizards, and perhaps even more mischievous. Ethan remained silent, sipping water while listening to her grievances. The fire in the hearth crackled vigorously, and despite the chilling wind rattling the window panes, they felt no cold. Hermione's words flowed forth uninterrupted, and Ethan found himself unable to interject, realizing with surprise that he knew little of Hermione beyond hastily labeling her as intelligent. Indeed, compared to most 11-year-olds, this little witch was rather loquacious, capable of delivering a monologue all on her own. As the night deepened, Hermione finally succumbed to fatigue. She had spent the entire day in a state of anxiety. "Good night, Ethan," she said. "Good night," he replied. They parted ways at the dormitory door. one heading right and the other left. Inside the dorm, a few roommates were hosting a candy party, with Ron amusing everyone as flames erupted from his nose and ears, causing uproarious laughter. The following day, in the study room, Ethan gazed intently at a cauldron of potion brewing, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 38, The Effect. In the washroom, a cacophony of agonized retching echoed. Perhaps it could be fashioned into jelly, then coated with a layer of sugar? The youth in the mirror possesses a pallid, oval face with deliberately styled, light golden hair. When his chin is raised, he exudes an air of haughty defiance. Yet, when his thin lips press together, they instantly reveal a sharpness. Every member of Slytherin bears a pale complexion, as their dormitory lies underground, extending even beneath the Black Lake, where they can gaze at the fish swimming below each night before slumber. The problem, however, is the absence of sunlight. Serpents are not fond of the sun. Ethan practiced various expressions in front of the mirror, a slight smirk appearing as he strode out of the washroom. On the ground floor, before Professor Snape's office, Ethan glanced around, took out his wand, and swiftly muttered, "Alohomora." The door lock clicked open with a resounding thud. He pushed the door open and slipped inside. As ever, Professor Snape's office was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with countless glass specimen jars lining the shelves against the walls. Ethan felt little interest in these, only cautiously observing his surroundings. He drew his wand and lightly waved it through the air, uttering, "Revelio." Instantly, delicate strands of light appeared in the previously empty air, resembling a spider's web that enveloped the walls. Clearly, these were dark curses, evidently set in place by Professor Snape following the recent theft incident, particularly around the small room housing magical materials. Ethan carefully avoided them, making his way to Professor Snape's bookshelf, the sanctuary of mental fortresses and the Chamber of Souls. With utmost caution, he removed a tome from the shelf, its age surpassing even that of Dumbledore. He skimmed through its pages. Although his 13-year-old intellect could not retain every detail, it evidently enhanced his judgment. These books were captivating, and Ethan found it difficult to tear his gaze away. They were Professor Snape's private collection, containing fragments of knowledge unattainable even in the restricted section. How splendid knowledge is! He waved his wand, attempting to replicate one, but unsurprisingly failed. The book was warded against duplication. Ethan gritted his teeth in frustration. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, Professor Snape, wrapped in his black robes, hurriedly descended. Ethan immediately held his breath, pressing himself against the wall, narrowly evading detection. In the darkness, he quietly resumed his true form, retrieving a quill to jot down some inquiries on paper, which he then incinerated, the ashes dispersing like smoke across the lake surface. In the self-study classroom, numerous young witches and wizards diligently completed their assignments. Even in the absence of new lessons, they had grown accustomed to this space for their homework rather than the more crowded Great Hall. The Great Hall, aside from hosting feasts and meals, served as a self-study area for all the wizarding students across various houses and years. However, since the occurrence of certain events, Ethan had not returned to the Great Hall for his assignments, despite no longer hearing any further rumors. "Hey, Ethan." Harry greeted him. Ethan looked at him with surprise. Ever since Harry joined the Quidditch team, he had not been seen in the classroom. Harry evidently had something on his mind as he and Ron mysteriously pulled Ethan out of the classroom, whispering in the corridor, "Ethan, do you know about Nicodemus?" Ethan raised an eyebrow, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. "Not really. Who is he?" Harry promptly replied. "Hagrid mentioned he is a close friend of the headmaster." "Oh, is there any information regarding him in the library?" Harry and Ron shook their heads in disappointment. "No, we searched for a long time and found nothing." "Did you examine every book?" "We probably have about half the shelves left to check." "Keep at it. The answer might be hidden in that remaining half." Disheartened by their lack of answers, Harry and Ron made their way to the fourth-floor library, although they hoped Ethan could join them. He had to attend to the study room, and Hermione had long since declined their invitation, as she had been engrossed in research related to the defense against the dark arts. During this period, he had scarcely managed any free time, partly because the school had yet to identify the culprit behind the recent portrait attack, leading to increased vigilance. Any reckless move could potentially expose him. Additionally, he was genuinely wary of legitimacy. Before such a spell, he felt utterly defenseless, with all his secrets laid bare. Yet, if it were a special circumstance, like the previous encounter with the mountain troll, he might be able to manipulate things in such a way that no one would be the wiser. Thus, if he were to take some risks, perhaps aiding Harry against Quirrell, he could seize the opportunity when Harry obtained the Philosopher's Stone. After all, it was the only one in existence. Once Quirrell failed, Dumbledore would destroy it. If he missed this chance, it would be a lost opportunity forever. However, Was it truly worth such peril? Judging by his observations, Quirrell could effortlessly eliminate 5 of him in one breath. Ethan pondered for a moment, considering that if he could master the occlumency before that, he might dare to try, even if it were just a single touch. The rewards would undoubtedly be immense. Yet, he faced a Hogwarts professor, and no matter how clever he might be, he could not possibly defeat a professor head-on, even if it was likely the weakest one. The task of vanquishing Quirrell would ultimately fall to the savior, and at that point he would only need to be a cheerleader, shouting encouragement from the sidelines. The real fear was that Quirrell might eliminate him first. He could not withstand Quirrell's attacks. Even a casual spell would be beyond his defenses. Nevertheless, he would not be entirely without options. A slight smile played on Ethan's lips before he quickly composed himself. He desperately needed time. Chapter 39. Winter at Hogwarts in mid-December. Hogwarts felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Perhaps due to its geographical location, even amidst the howling winds, thick layers of pristine snow adorned the ground, cloaking it in a tranquil winter magic. Ethan donned a thick woolen sweater, and although putting on his robes made him appear somewhat bulky, who cared? As long as he stayed warm, that was all that mattered. Gazing out at the delicate snowflakes cascading from the heavens, Ethan exhaled a puff of white mist, grasped his quill once more, and resumed composing his second letter. It had been nearly 4 months since he departed from home. After completing the 2 letters, Ethan donned his robe, adorned himself with the warm earmuffs and gloves bestowed upon him by Professor McGonagall, and swiftly exited the dormitory. He sought out Hagrid and, 4 or 5 nuts, enlisted the services of an owl messenger. Even such a noble creature as an owl required Hagrid's care to ensure it did not succumb to the biting cold. Before the owl took flight, Ethan procured a mouse for its sustenance, allowing it to feast before sending it soaring into the vast, snowy expanse. In that moment of distraction, a small witch with tousled chestnut hair entered the room, wrapped in a scarf and clad in a cotton robe long enough to shroud her ankles, her hands encased in thick gloves. However, it seemed she had neglected to wear earmuffs, as she repeatedly pressed her hands to her ears. Ethan, it's freezing today. Are you sending a letter home too? If so, we could go together. After Hermione bid farewell to the owl as it departed from Hagrid's quaint hut, the 2 companions set off into the swirling snowstorm. Ethan removed his earmuffs and, catching the little witch somewhat off guard, placed them over her ears. Hermione's hair was indeed lush, concealing any evidence of earmuffs beneath its rich locks. Ethan remarked, "Consider this a Christmas gift, albeit not one I purchased myself." Hermione touched the earmuffs, lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Thank you. I shall prepare a Christmas gift for you as well. Aren't you cold? I have a hat, a gift from Madame Longbottom. While it lacks the convenience of earmuffs, it is quite warm." As he spoke, Ethan pulled out a black cotton hat from his garment, matching his winter attire, embellished with the image of a black bat and 2 outstretched wings resembling beastly horns. With that, Hermione's worries dissipated, and she couldn't help but smile as she touched the earmuffs. Every subject has reached a critical juncture, and with exams approaching, had it not been for the headmaster personally casting extension charms on the study room, I might have sought Professor McGonagall's assistance to change classrooms. Ethan rubbed his head. Although he had reaped many rewards during this period, it had indeed been exhausting. He realized that the notion of cramming for exams was a universal truth, known to people the world over. As test days approached, his study room would suddenly become the most popular gathering place among first-year witches and wizards, albeit primarily for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, along with a solitary Ravenclaw, Luna. Recently, Luna had taken to frequenting the study room. While she did not engage in helping others with their homework, she would occasionally chat, though her conversations often left her fellow wizards dazed and starry-eyed. Gradually, aside from Ethan, no one sought her company. However, during study sessions, Ethan often found himself assisting other young witches and wizards, leaving him little time to converse with Luna. Yet Luna seemed content, declaring that the study room was lively, and she enjoyed the bustle. The thought of Luna brought a smile to his face. The coursework at Hogwarts was indeed rigorous, yet time spent with Luna was always a source of relaxation. These days, he would fall asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Certainly, over the past month and a half, he has accumulated a remarkable 790 points of free experience, which translates to 9 points of free attributes. Previously, he would exert himself to the utmost, barely earning 3 points of free attributes in an entire month. He allocated 3 points to intelligence, 2 points to spirit, and 4 points to magic. Although the enhancement was not overwhelmingly apparent, he could still sense a difference. A striking example was that in Professor Snape's office, he could previously manage to note down only 3 pages of content, but after bolstering his intelligence, he could now effortlessly memorize 5 pages. Hermione murmured, In any case, I still don't quite understand why you would waste so much time for just one galleon. It clearly seems unwise. She did not deny that Ethan had significantly aided many young witches and wizards, which was indeed a noble endeavor. But if it were her, she could never sacrifice at least 3 hours each day to assist others in their studies. I'm not doing it for a galleon, Ethan replied, shaking his head in resignation. If it were purely for money, I would certainly raise my prices. Just as Professor Snape mentioned, charging less than 1 sickles would be an affront to the professor. Hey Ethan, Granger, it's delightful to see you both this morning. At the castle entrance, a golden-haired young witch, cradling books, waved at them. Her nose was rosy from the cold, and her earlobes appeared similarly flushed. Good morning, Luna. It seems you've forgotten to wear a hat, Hermione remarked. It was borrowed by the Bowtruckle. I couldn't find it this morning, Luna replied. Ethan responded with a thoughtful "oh," extending his hand to catch the falling snowflakes, adding, it has been rather chilly lately. I haven't yet decided what to get you for Christmas. And this hat seems quite fitting. He removed the hat and placed it atop Luna's head, perfectly covering her ears. The sight of the little witch adorned with a black bat hat was far more endearing than himself. Luna delicately extended her fingertip to touch the thick wool, involuntarily inhaling sharply. Hermione watched them, bemused, glancing between the hat and the ear flaps, then back to the hat, and once more to the ear flaps. Chapter 40. If only the professor were incompetent, he finally completed his perusal of Professor Snape's extensive collection, and his understanding of the mind-shielding technique began to take a clearer shape. The mind-shielding technique is an active training method for mental strength and resistance. When one's mental strength is sufficiently high, if someone were to employ legilimency against him, he would be acutely aware of it and capable of consciously resisting. Conversely, when one's mental resistance is adequately elevated, even without knowing who used legilimency, one could still passively resist it. Regrettably, this also highlighted that the mind-shielding technique cannot be hastily mastered, and there are no shortcuts. Even the training methods are elusive, Ethan mused. It resembled a specialized training regimen requiring a wizard proficient in legilimency to continuously attack, thereby stimulating the trainee's potential and passively enhancing their mental resistance. However, Ethan found himself in a predicament. He had initially sought to learn this to evade the probing nature of legilimency. Upon leaving the office, Ethan quietly materialized in the lavatory, deep in thought as he made his way outside. Having finished exploring Professor Snape's library, he was left with only a room filled with potion ingredients, though it was fraught with curses and wards. Now, he finds himself in a position where he does not require it as much. Of course, the curses and warnings are quite intriguing. Perhaps in the future, when boredom strikes, he might come here to unravel some puzzles. Ethan plunged into the dungeon, traversing through a dimly lit corridor, only to be obstructed by a stone wall, upon which a massive python coiled, its cold, vertical eyes piercingly fixated on the intruder. Employing the disillusionment charm, Ethan quietly awaited. This was the entrance to Slytherin's common room, and without the correct password, one could not gain entry. Recently, Ethan had been exceptionally busy, yet he had finally grasped the essence of the mental occlusion spell, and it was only natural that he would attend to some long-overdue matters. Before long, a golden-haired Malfoy arrived in a flurry, flanked by his 2 lackeys. Malfoy, with impatience, shouted, "Pure blood!" The serpent slithered away, and the stone wall rose, revealing an arched doorway. Slytherin's common room was long and narrow, reminiscent of being inside a snake's belly, with a greenish hue emanating from the ambient light, casting the entire room in a shade of dark emerald. Outside, a body of water could be seen, occasionally revealing the silhouette of a giant squid. Malfoy threw himself onto the sofa, tearing open a candy bag while gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Harry Potter, and that Weasley, I shall make them pay." Goyle chimed in, "They still think they can defeat us in the Quidditch finals. If it weren't for that Firebolt 2000, they wouldn't T-score a single point." Malfoy, now standing, coldly smirked. "Lately, I've sensed something amiss with Harry Potter. You must keep a close watch on him. I suspect he was the one who ambushed us last time. My father has already written to Dumbledore. It won't be long before we catch Harry Potter." Ethan, who was poised to act, paused momentarily, observing the trio's seething expressions, scratching his head in bewilderment. How curious it was that they had been suspecting Harry all along. What an unjust accusation to bear. With a gentle flick of his wand, the unsuspecting trio felt their eyelids grow heavy, and soon they toppled over, lost to slumber. The dormitory bore a resemblance to Gryffindor's, yet the 4 poster beds were draped with green silk curtains, as opposed to Gryffindor's flannel. Ethan piled the 3 of them into a corner and tapped his wand repeatedly. Immediately, a series of large chests swung open. He rummaged through their contents, but to his disappointment, aside from 5 acceptance letters, there was nothing of value to be found. Although he gained 2 points in spell resistance, 1 point in strength, and 2 points in mental resilience, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. After acquiring the attributes, he restored each chest to its original state, concluding that aside from possessing a bit more wealth, Slytherin had little else to offer. He exited the dormitory, extending his hand, and meticulously searched every inch of Slytherin. Portraits and sculptures were all devoid of merit. Ethan sighed in disappointment. Having exerted such effort to enter, it felt like a loss to leave empty-handed. However, creating a scene would surely provoke the school's ire, and he had no confidence in evading the scrutiny of numerous professors, particularly the inscrutable Dumbledore. Perhaps he should cast a sleeping spell on everyone, or perhaps utilize the draft of living death. In the washroom, Ethan's expression shifted as he listened to the clamor outside and the approaching footsteps. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, quickly employing the disillusionment charm to conceal himself, and swiftly departed from the Slytherin common room. He had inquired and learned that Snape made his rounds every evening. Should he happen upon Ethan during such an endeavor, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps it was best to tread the path of a gentleman thief, for this was the most expedient way to accumulate mental resilience, and he could not afford to abandon it. Thus, the self-study classroom became a bustling hub of activity. Each day, young wizards would bring forth their queries, ranging from the simple to the complex, compiling them on Ethan's desk before the study session. After reviewing them, he would select the most prevalent questions to address. After a moment of contemplation, he stood and approached the blackboard, inscribing a title. The previously raucous classroom quickly fell silent. Turning to face his peers, he mused. I recently encountered a rather intriguing question, one that had vexed me months ago, and it appears you all have come to recognize it as well. All eyes followed his gaze to the blackboard. What if the professor is inept? Ethan chuckled at the words he had just written, prompting laughter from everyone present. Though he did not specify who he referred to, it was clear to all. With a flick of his wand, the letters on the blackboard dissipated like wisps of cloud, replaced by a new phrase, never cease to push one's self forward. However, they all understood that the institution operated on a lifetime employment basis. Thus, the competence of any professor was beyond their purview to determine. So, if one were unfortunate enough to encounter such an individual, should they resign themselves to despair? No. Even in the absence of a capable professor, the school boasted a vast library, wherein they could uncover any answers they sought and acquire knowledge at their leisure. Even in the face of adversity, even when assistance seemed elusive, they must not halt their pursuit of learning. They were not alone, even when confronted with insurmountable challenges. They could rely on one another for support. This was the conclusion I arrived at after grappling with my confusion. Chapter 41. The Resurrected Peeves. Late at night, feeling fatigued, Ethan lay in bed, glancing at Harry and Ron huddled together, engaged in a game of wizard chess. This had become a unique form of hypnotic entertainment for him. Watching them before sleep always ensured a restful night. However, tonight felt somewhat different. A peculiar sound lingered at the edge of his hearing. Turning his head, he spotted a gray-haired mouse rummaging through a candy bag. This dormitory was home to but one mouse, Ron's pet, Scabbers. Ethan shifted his position, observing it with a discerning gaze. This mouse seemed to belong to a certain wizard. What was his name? Who had betrayed Harry's parents and had played a significant role in Voldemort's resurrection, thus ensnaring Harry's family in a web of peril. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he realized something. Ethan turned onto his side, his eyes gently closing. It seems there exists a spell known as the Forgetfulness Charm, yet it is nowhere to be found, in neither the library nor the restricted section, nor in Professor Snape's office. Where might one seek it? A night passed in silence. The following morning, the world outside was blanketed in pristine snow. Ethan shivered as he donned his thick attire and clutched a book, making his way briskly to the castle. He had given away his hat and earmuffs, but fortunately, he still possessed another hat, and thankfully, no one required gloves. As Christmas approached, many young wizards found their focus on studies waning, eagerly anticipating the holiday. Moreover, due to the ineptitude of a certain professor, diligent young wizards were now compelled to self-study a rather esoteric and perilous core subject. With such daily pressures, it would be peculiar not to crave a holiday. Back at home, he had cherished winter, when his father would procure game like rabbits and pheasants from local hunters, and they would set up a large pot indoors while snowflakes danced outside, filling the house with delightful aromas of cooked meat. In the corridor, the Weasley twins from the third year were engaged in a snowball fight, casting spells upon their snowballs to make them chase after their targets. Even Professor Quirrell found himself on the receiving end of several well-aimed hits. Peeves the poltergeist had not made an appearance for some time. suggesting a more erratic behavior than before. Ethan observed it quietly. Had it truly recovered? Peeves, be gone. With a furious shout, Peeves vanished in a flash. Whether by coincidence or design, the Bloody Baron appeared, pursuing Peeves while bellowing and crashing into the walls. As Ethan pondered this, a few young witches approached. One of whom boldly tapped him on the shoulder. He glanced out the window, furrowing his brow. The remote town of Sursk was quite isolated. With roads in disrepair, surely it hadn't been sealed off by heavy snow? Underage wizards were prohibited from riding broomsticks outdoors, and even if they could, the cold would be unbearable. Hey, Ethan. Just then, Luna waved at him as she passed by, still wearing her little bat hat, which looked rather odd with her robe. But who cared? Ethan was similarly attired. He exchanged pleasantries with Parvati, promising to see her in class soon, and hurried after Luna, unable to suppress a laugh. Is that a protective charm? Luna, with her flawless, pale skin and flowing golden hair, resembled a beautiful fairy from myth. A tiny triangular flag adorned her hat as she lifted her face, her vacant gaze sharpening slightly. I fear the Snorkack will steal it. Do Snorkacks dislike the cold as well? They conversed about whimsical topics while directing their house elf to prepare breakfast. Ethan ordered a bowl of spicy beef soup, a serving of lamb stew, and some bread. Luna, however, continued to eat sparingly, mostly opting for vegetarian fare. Observing her breakfast, Ethan pushed the lamb stew towards her, saying, "You ought to have some meat soup, or you'll freeze solid. You have herbology class this morning, right?" Luna blinked, noticing that Ethan had ordered another bowl of lamb stew. "Ethan, I discovered a splendid place near the school, but it's too cold now. I wish to explore it come spring. Would you like to join me? Of course, I am quite intrigued by the Forbidden Forest as well." "How delightful. Ethan, you always speak with piercing clarity." For a moment, Ethan found it difficult to discern whether his words were heartfelt or laced with subtle barbs. He chuckled lightly and, along with Luna, speared a piece of lamb. After spending considerable time together, Professor McGonagall had grown accustomed to witnessing her little wizards counting 1, 2, 3, and then casting spells in unison. In contrast to Gryffindor, the Slytherin side appeared somewhat chaotic. They looked quizzically at Gryffindor, particularly at Ethan White, who seemed to be the one commanding the scene from his corner, wielding his wand like a conductor's baton, orchestrating a transformation spell. Ethan, however, remained indifferent to the opinions of these little snakes. He simply hadn't found the opportunity lately, as he was still preoccupied with the other dormitories within Slytherin. As for Ravenclaw, their dormitory was too well guarded for him to make any inroads. If only it were a tad more challenging, perhaps even beyond Ravenclaw's grasp. "Now, you may study," announced Professor McGonagall. In a room full of students, only Ethan wore a look of disappointment. If the professor did not teach new transformation spells, who would attend his study session? Where would he find his opportunities? Just then, Professor McGonagall approached him and said, "Ethan, come with me for a moment." Ethan immediately rose and followed her out of the classroom. However, his mother had not informed him of this matter in her letter. He expressed his surprise, saying, "Professor, I did not receive any letter from my mother. Had I known, I would have applied to stay at school." The registration for staying had already concluded a week prior. Professor McGonagall, slightly pleased, remarked, "I was in Lancashire yesterday and happened to meet Mrs. Sarah on the way. She treated me to hazelnut cake, and we chatted about your life at school. She is very proud of you, Ethan." Suddenly, it dawned on Ethan. So, their conversation had been face-to-face. No wonder there was no letter for him. Chapter 42, Like a Wizard. As the class bell rang and Professor McGonagall departed, a throng of students immediately surrounded Ethan, clamoring to ask, "Ethan, what did the professor want with you?" "Nothing much. She was just delivering a letter from my mother," Ethan replied, waving the envelope in his hand. The little lions of Gryffindor collectively exclaimed and dispersed, leaving only Hermione and Ethan to gather their textbooks. Why was the professor delivering it? Hermione inquired. It's akin to visiting a classmate as home during the new year. Both parties might feel a bit awkward, Ethan pondered, then chuckled. It's a rite of passage we all must endure eventually. Hermione shrugged. A sense of foreboding crept into Ethan's mind. Thus, that night's study session indeed found him alone. With a sigh, he realized that his growth in experience had drastically slowed. The transition from luxury to frugality was quite disconcerting. Bang! Professor Snape, his expression dark as a thundercloud, stormed into the study room. Ethan was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of anxiety. Had he been discovered for sneaking into the office? Or for his clandestine foray into Slytherin? Or perhaps it was about the polyjuice potion. Resist? Strike first? No, that was entirely out of the question. Severus Snape is an undeniably formidable figure within the school, and no matter how much Ethan struggles, he cannot hope to contend with him. Upon realizing this, he gradually eased his tension, whether he faced death horizontally or vertically. He believed that his actions should not warrant such a severe punishment. If he were to confess candidly, he might even secure a reprieve. He set down his quill, placing his hands on his lap, patiently awaiting his fate. Ethan obediently bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Professor." Snape, with a dark and brooding demeanor, declared, "I have a batch of materials to process and a supply of rejuvenation potion to brew. Due to the pressing time constraints, I require an assistant. If he can execute everything flawlessly, I shall compensate him with 5 galleons. However, should he botch even a single potion, I will expel him permanently." Ethan raised his hand and inquired, "Expulsion?" "Only the headmaster possesses the authority to expel a student." He promptly stood up, exclaiming, "I would be more than delighted to assist you, Professor. I assure you, I will exert every effort to brew each bottle of rejuvenation potion to perfection, without delay." Ethan gathered his books, placed them on the desk, took his wand, donned his dragonhide gloves and mask, and swiftly exited the classroom. Snape remained behind, coldly scrutinizing several books on the desk. With a slight movement of his fingers, a volume titled Magical Potions and Elixirs opened itself, and he examined the densely packed notes within, his expression softening slightly. He closed the book and departed the classroom like a gust of wind. The rejuvenation potion is a magical elixir capable of forcing plants to sprout. Just 3 drops of the rejuvenation potion, combined with 6 drops of the Tut's revitalizing essence, could even restore a deceased crab claw plant to vitality. The ingredients for the potion include bubotuber pus, dew infused with moonstone, sap from mandrake seedlings, powdered sunlight orchid roots, fine roots of living root grass, mistletoe berries, magical royal jelly, and unicorn hair. Ethan pondered for a moment, then abruptly changed direction, racing toward Hagrid's hut. Among the ingredients, the one with the strictest preservation requirements is the fine roots of living root grass. In such frigid weather, they could easily succumb to frost. Therefore, he could not risk visiting Professor Sprout first, as she might instruct him to seek Hagrid, rendering his effort futile. Of course, he could retrieve materials from the greenhouse to take to the potions classroom, but he could not guarantee Snape would exhibit the necessary patience. He had to visit Hagrid first to obtain the magical royal jelly and unicorn hair. Ethan grimaced. Snape was undoubtedly aware of this, yet he chose not to mention it. From a distance, Ethan could see Hagrid's towering figure standing in front of the hut, beside a large crate. "Good evening, Mr. Hagrid," Ethan called out, waving enthusiastically. Hagrid looked at him, surprised, and replied, "Little Ethan, Harry didn't come by today." "No, I am here to assist Professor Snape in procuring magical royal jelly and unicorn hair." Hagrid, incredulous, exclaimed, "Goodness! Snape sent you alone to carry such a large box?" He gestured towards a crate, which was taller than Ethan himself. Ethan stood on his tiptoes to take a glance into the box, which contained 3 tall glass jars filled with a pale, golden magical royal jelly. Beside them lay 2 bundles of hair, one golden and the other silvery white. Hagrid was still bellowing when he heard Ethan's words, prompting him to mumble, "Listen, young Ethan, I must patrol the Forbidden Forest soon. There have been strange individuals lurking about, and I simply do not have the time to assist you with the delivery. Rest assured, I can manage it myself." Although Hagrid harbored some doubts, time was of the essence, so he handed Ethan the documents and a magical quill. Gesturing with his thick fingers to a blank space, "Sign your name here. You must deliver it safely to Snape." This was a standard form for receiving potion ingredients, and in the event of any mishap, the recipient would bear the primary responsibility. After double-checking for accuracy, Ethan signed his name, withdrew his wand, pointed at the box, and exclaimed, "Wingardium Leviosa." The large box floated steadily into the air, trailing after Ethan as he departed. "Goodbye, Mr. Hagrid, and Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas to you too. Young Ethan, your levitation spell is quite impressive. I mean, you truly resemble a wizard." "Thank you, Hagrid. I am indeed a wizard." Ethan felt a twinge of frustration. What did it mean to resemble one? It had been nearly half a year. Was he not a true wizard by now? Chapter 43, The Holidays. When Ethan arrived at the classroom with 2 large boxes of potion ingredients, Snape said nothing initially, merely inspecting the living root of the grass to ensure Ethan had made no mistakes before allowing him to begin sorting the materials. The professor wore his customary scowl, his sharp tongue unrelenting as he mocked Ethan for his lack of adaptability. Ethan remained silent, diligently attending to his tasks. Earning 5 galleons for 2 days of work, equivalent to 25 pounds, was not insignificant, and enduring a bit of scolding was a small price to pay. According to Snape's estimation, even a third-year wizard would be occupied until midnight to finish, and for a first-year novice, no matter how clever, it would certainly take the entire night. It was the dead of winter, and the air in the classroom was so frigid that it felt as if water would freeze upon contact. Each material had its own method of inspection, all of which had been covered in potion class. For instance, with dew soaked in moonstone, a single drop on the hand, when gently rubbed with the thumb, should feel cold and slick if effective. Otherwise, if it felt dry, it was deemed contaminated. The most tedious task was the unicorn hair. According to the text, if impurities exceeded 20, there was a risk of the potion losing its efficacy. This meant that less than 1/5 of the hair material could consist of waste. A single strand of hair held no value, and Ethan could not rely on external means. He could only depend on his intellect and knowledge. By the time he finished examining the last strand of hair, his eyes felt nearly cross-eyed from the strain. The process of brewing the revitalizing agent was also exceedingly intricate, especially in bulk, requiring a great deal of work. Snape was not merely using Ethan as a laborer. He too was engaged in his own tasks. As Ethan left the basement, the school was nearly deserted, all the young witches and wizards confined to their dormitories. A cat leaped gracefully into the corridor, its gaze fixed intently on Ethan. He cast a glance and recognized it as Filch's cat, choosing not to pay it much mind. The last time he had quarreled with Filch, it had nearly escalated to physical confrontation, yet he felt justified in that matter, with Professor McGonagall firmly on his side. Since then, despite Filch's persistent attempts to provoke him, McGonagall had evidently been protective, resulting in an unspoken truce between them. Filch, unable to find any leverage against Ethan, felt increasingly frustrated, akin to a dog that could not catch a hedgehog. Ethan strolled leisurely down the corridor, and, as he turned a corner, predictably, Filch sprang out like a specter, his expression dark and his eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement. He barked, "Ethan White, students are not permitted to be out at this hour. You are in violation of school rules. Come, you are to see the professor." Ethan remained unfazed, feeling somewhat drowsy and disinclined to ignite anger. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Mr. Filch, there's still 5 minutes left. If I'm still here after that, you may take me to see the professor." Implicitly, he demonstrated his familiarity with the rules. Indeed, time was not yet up, causing Filch to momentarily lose his breath, glaring as if possessed by an evil spirit. If it were Neville, he might have cried in fright, but Ethan was not easily intimidated. Despite his outward kindness and saintly demeanor, a darker side lurked within, and should he be truly provoked, no one would emerge unscathed. A shadow approached from the corner, and upon recognizing it as Professor Snape, Filch exclaimed, "Professor, Ethan White just emerged from the basement. I suspect he is engaged in some wrongdoing." This accusation was not entirely baseless, as the basement housed only the common rooms of Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Ethan quickly dismissed the thought of being dragged by Filch to see the professor, if trouble arose. He would simply let Snape handle it, for he was merely a diligent worker. The Gryffindor common room was lively, with flames dancing in the fireplace, dispelling the chill of the air. Wizards of all years laughed heartily, with tables laden with an assortment of sweets and snacks. With the holiday approaching, they were eager to celebrate in advance. "Hey, Ethan, where have you been? We've been searching everywhere for you." The matter of brewing the polyjuice potion was to be kept secret, so he could only use this as a pretext. However, taking notes was the simplest task. Once a draft was prepared, he could magically duplicate it as many times as necessary. He had already prepared the notes, requiring no effort at all. Outside, the wind howled, while the atmosphere within was filled with merriment. Leaning on his arms, Ethan felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He turned his head casually towards Ron's bed, where a mouse was nibbling on candy, then closed his eyes, swiftly slipping into a sweet slumber. Chapter 44, Christmas Gifts. December 24th, Christmas Eve. Delicate snowflakes danced in the air. The holidays had begun, yet the young wizards in the dormitory were still sound asleep. Ethan donned his thick winter coat, casting a final glance at the mouse nibbling on candy by the windowsill before leaving the room. In the lounge stood an exceedingly tall fir tree, beneath which lay a veritable mountain of gift boxes, creating a truly magnificent sight. A gentle breeze carried delicate snowflakes that brushed coolly against Ethan's face. He had grown accustomed to arriving early at the study hall to practice spells for 2 hours before heading to the hall for breakfast, and subsequently to the potions classroom, where he would assume the role of today's laborer. However, this morning, he notably did not encounter Luna, his dining companion. The potions classroom was devoid of any presence, as Professor Snape had yet to arrive. Ethan continued sorting through unicorn hair, diligently removing all refuse. Once he had eliminated the waste, he meticulously followed the formula for the rejuvenating potion left on the blackboard by Professor Snape, weighing and categorizing each ingredient, engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, in the school, Hermione was hauling a substantial suitcase, energetically racing up to the second floor, then bursting into the hall, searching for Ethan's figure. However, she found no sign of him. Only two individuals engrossed in a game of wizard chess. Hermione's eyes brightened, and she promptly made her way over. Harry, you've lost again," Ron exclaimed excitedly, having won 3 consecutive games and accrued a considerable amount of candy, which Ethan had distributed to them. Harry appeared somewhat disheartened, as he could never seem to best Ron in wizard chess. "Merry Christmas," Hermione remarked lightly after observing for a while. Ron scrutinized her, asking in surprise, "Merry Christmas. Have you packed your gifts already? Is that present for us?" Harry also turned to look, noticing Hermione dragging her suitcase with her left hand while clutching a large gift box in her right. "I placed your gifts beneath the fir tree. Where is Ethan? Has he not risen yet?" Ron replied, "From September until now, I've never seen Ethan sleep in. Perhaps you might find him in the study hall." "P.S. Not in the study hall." Hermione pondered for a moment, frowning. "Never mind. Could you please deliver this gift to Ethan? I must catch the train." "A gift for Ethan? Why not leave it under the fir tree? His gifts are nearly piled to the ceiling," Ron remarked somewhat enviously, wishing he could receive such a bounty, though it was understandable given that hardly anyone in Gryffindor knew him well enough to send him gifts. Hermione rolled her eyes, placing the present on the table, and asked Harry, "Have you found any information on Nickleby?" Harry shook his head, looking dejected. "Ron and I scoured the entire library and found no record of this person." Hermione glanced around, leaned in closer, and whispered, "As a token of gratitude for helping me deliver the gift, I will share a secret. There is a restricted section in the library." With that, she dragged her suitcase away. Harry and Ron stood there, dumbfounded, until Ron finally muttered, "I told you, she'll be the end of us." It was not until evening that Ethan finally encountered Professor Snape in the potions classroom. Gazing at Snape's stern demeanor, Ethan felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. Surely, he must be just an assistant, right? Professor Snape perpetually wore a sullen expression, silently gliding around the classroom. He casually picked up some rejuvenating potion that Ethan had brewed. After Ethan meticulously selected the materials, he waited in vain for Snape's arrival. To avoid wasting time, he reluctantly set about brewing the potion himself. This was an equally tedious and laborious process. By the end of the day, Ethan had managed to brew a third of the required amount on his own. Snape shook a bottle, the pale green liquid inside swaying gently. He twisted off the cap and poured its contents into a barren flower pot. In no time, vibrant green shoots sprouted from the pot, but due to the frigid temperature, they soon wilted. "Brew according to this standard," Snape remarked coldly. "Place the completed rejuvenating potions in that box. I shall inspect them the day after tomorrow." "Am I merely an assistant?" Ethan mused quietly. Realizing that earning 5 galleons was not an easy feat, he sighed inwardly and replied, "Understood." Snape was as brisk in his departure as he was in his arrival. Yet before he left, he tossed a bag to Ethan. "Do not forget about the Christmas dinner later. The headmaster dislikes tardiness." With that, he hurried off, seemingly preoccupied with an urgent matter. Ethan opened the bag to find it contained 5 gleaming galleons, which caused his eyebrows to raise in surprise. Not bad, despite delegating all tasks to him. The compensation was prompt. Last time, his mother had sent him £5, and recently, Ron's 2 brothers had helped him sell some sweets. Additionally, he earned nearly 5 sickles weekly from the study hall, amounting to about 1 galleon a month. Ethan quickly calculated and could not help but smile. At this rate, by the summer before next year, he should be able to earn 12 galleons, and with the school's grant, he might not even need to ask his family for money, thanks to the incredibly low fees and exceptional service. The number of young witches and wizards visiting the empty classroom had increased significantly compared to when he sold sweets. Consequently, Ethan's experience in exchanging had grown at an accelerated pace. However, no matter how fast he improved, it was impossible to elevate his magical prowess to a formidable level within a year. To contend with a professor, a direct approach was utterly impractical. He would need to employ unconventional methods. Ethan gently stirred the potion in the cauldron, extinguishing the flame once the liquid had changed color several times, allowing it to cool. The freshly brewed, rejuvenating potion presented a pale white hue, cooling to a delicate shade of green. While waiting for the potion to cool, Ethan washed his hands and donned a clean, simple robe. Before departing, he bottled the potion, secured it in the box, locked the door, and hurried upstairs. Suddenly, Peeves the poltergeist erupted with glee, shouting, "Here, as a naughty student sneaking into potions class." "Naughty student," he continued to shout excitedly while tossing chalk pieces. Ethan's fingers twitched slightly, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a hem, causing him to freeze momentarily. He cast a deep glance at Peeves before turning and fleeing. Once he had left, a Slytherin student emerged from the shadows, wearing an expression of surprise and hesitation, before hastily making his way to Professor Snape's office. Chapter 45, The Feast. As Ethan entered the hall, his eyes were immediately drawn to the bearded figure of Professor Dumbledore at the head table, who was directing the young wizards in a rendition of Christmas carols. To the left sat Professor McGonagall and Hagrid, while to the right were Professors Flitwick, Snape, and Quirrell. Snape was coldly casting sidelong glances at Quirrell, who appeared quite uncomfortable, constantly shielding his face with his hand. On the tables were plump, roasted turkeys, towering heaps of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, small sausages, and platters of gravy. Floating above were clusters of wizarding crackers, each concealing small gifts such as plastic toys or flimsy paper hats, and possibly even little white mice. At that moment, Ron's two brothers were enthusiastically pulling the crackers apart. The first-year wizards were the most numerous, and as Ethan scanned the room, he recognized only Ron and Harry, along with Ron's three brothers, though he was not particularly well acquainted with them, making it awkward to join them. Harry and Ron were each clad in deep brown sweaters, with an embroidered on Harry's and in Ron's. Ethan soon realized that Ron's brothers were wearing identical sweaters, each displaying different initials, which he deduced were the first letters of their names. Their eyes lit up in unison as they exclaimed, "Ethan, you finally made it. Where have you been? We've been searching high and low for you." Over the past 6 months, Ethan had been quite kind to them, particularly in their studies, earning their affection. Yet, he had always been so busy that they rarely had the chance to gather. "These sweaters are lovely," he remarked after helping the professors with some tasks. Ron's eyes brightened as he replied, "Really? My mom knitted it. It's a pity she doesn't know you. Otherwise, she would have surely sent you one as well." Harry nodded vigorously, placing a square gift box into Ethan's arms, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "This is Hermione's Christmas gift." Ethan shook it lightly, noticing its weight, but lacking any indication of its contents. He speculated, "It must be a book." "We think so too," they chimed in unison. After all, gifting a book was quintessentially fitting for that little wish. Snape and Ethan exchanged glances before turning to look at Professor McGonagall, who was beckoning him. He had no choice but to set down his chicken leg, wipe his hands clean, and rise to approach her. Ron and Harry trailed behind him, soon exchanging nervous glances with Snape. Ron whispered, "It seems Ethan might have irked Snape." Harry, feeling an inexplicable tension, could only watch Ethan's retreating figure with concern. As Ethan reached the front of the head table, all the professors turned their gaze toward him, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. Among the assembled professors, Quirrell appeared the weakest, while Dumbledore exuded an aura of formidable power, his mastery of legilimency nearly unparalleled. Ethan found himself worried that the headmaster might pry into his thoughts without restraint. "This is what I ought to do," he instinctively thought, glancing at Snape, who wore a dark expression. Snape muttered something to the young wizard beside him, who displayed a look of fear before turning and fleeing. Dumbledore regarded Ethan with great interest, tilting his head with a cheerful smile. "I am truly delighted to see such an exceptional young wizard in our school this year. Thank you. I shall treasure this moment." Yet, there was an odd sensation regarding Snape's demeanor, as if he were discussing matters of personal significance. At the guest table, Hagrid took a hearty gulp of his drink and exclaimed, "Minerva, you seem quite fond of that little fellow Ethan. While he is indeed impressive, I believe Harry also deserves your affection." "You are quite right, Hagrid," Professor McGonagall replied nonchalantly. "I hold an equal fondness for every little lion. If Harry's transfiguration grades were as outstanding as Ethan's, I would certainly be more prepared." Hagrid shrugged, feeling the conversation falter. Ethan pondered for a moment, uncertainly voicing, "The professor mentioned she left a gift in the self-study room, but then she vanished. It feels a bit peculiar." Harry's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Could it possibly be a Firebolt 2000? Last time, Professor McGonagall gifted me one." "How splendid. You all have received gifts from the professors," Ron remarked, green with envy, lamenting that the professor hardly knew who he was, thus unlikely to bestow a gift upon him. Ethan still found the situation somewhat strange. He planned to visit the self-study room the following day and was certain he would uncover that gift. It hardly warranted mention. The only rationale he could conceive for the professor's words was that perhaps they were not directed at him, but rather at someone else at the guest table, most likely Professor Snape. However, he had not encountered any conflict with Snape recently, and the professor had even compensated him in advance, indicating his satisfaction. After much contemplation, Ethan shook his head and focused on his dinner. A thought struck him. The intriguing gift must pertain to an invisibility cloak, and Harry should encounter the Mirror of Eris that very night. He was quite eager to touch that mirror, though he worried Dumbledore would be watching and feared exposure. Harry and Ron widened their eyes in astonishment. Harry quickly grasped the situation, compassionately offering, "Ethan, if you're short on funds, I can lend you some." He believed Ethan to be truly kind-hearted, as he only accepted a single canute for his efforts during study sessions. Despite his evident need for money, his plain robes more tattered than Ron's. Ron, feeling intrigued, tentatively asked, "Ethan, do you still need assistance? Perhaps I could help." After contemplating, Ethan replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ron, but this matter was assigned to me by the professor, and she requested that I keep it confidential, not to disclose the details of the work." Harry chuckled. "Ron, perhaps you should focus on passing your final exams first." Ron shrugged and grabbed a chicken leg, devouring it heartily. Chapter 46. Harry's Desperate Pursuit. After the Christmas feast concluded, Ethan strolled leisurely towards the self-study room, accompanied by Ron and Harry. Initially, Ethan had no desire to attend, but the duo's curiosity regarding Professor McGonagall's Christmas gift had persistently urged him to come along. In the self-study classroom, there were no other changes, save for a large, square gift box adorned with a red ribbon resting atop the foremost desk. A Christmas gift for Ethan from Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron gathered around, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they urged, "Ethan, hurry and unwrap it." Their enthusiasm surpassed even Ethan's own. He picked up the box and shook it lightly, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "It must be a book." When it came to gift-giving, certain considerations were paramount. Dangerous, extravagant, or peculiar items were strictly off-limits. Thus, books and stationery, such as quills, were deemed the most appropriate gifts between teacher and student. As he untied the ribbon and turned the box upside down, he indeed found it filled with several thick tomes, at least 3, one of which was an impressive 7 inches thick, with a stack of cards resting atop. Books, indeed, Ethan mused. Harry and Ron's enthusiasm waned immediately. They had been immersed in the library day in and day out, and the sight of books now stirred feelings of nausea. Ethan first gathered the cards, and upon examining them, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Wow, it's a clothing voucher from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions." Ron exclaimed, leaning in. "With one card, you can order a complete set of school robes, a formal gown, and a travel cloak." Harry, equally astonished, added, "Ethan, my clothes were also custom-made at Madame Malkin's, and everything was splendid, except for the fact that I ran into Draco Malfoy there." Ethan silently counted the cards, 10 in total, indicating that he could procure a new outfit each year at Madame Malkin's. This was indeed a valuable gift. Clothing, especially bespoke garments, rarely comes cheap in any country. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Professor McGonagall, though typically stern, clearly observed everything about her students. "Honestly, Ethan, you truly need a new outfit," Harry said earnestly, flipping through the fabric of Ethan's plain robe, which was nearly worn through in some places and bore noticeable tears through which the outline of pudding was visible. Ron nodded in agreement, a hint of envy in his gaze. His own school uniform consisted of his brother's hand-me-downs, which, though better than Ethan's, still seemed to pale in comparison. Ethan's attire might even be older than they were. Ethan solemnly tucked away all the cards. "Professor McGonagall may be strict, but she is genuinely kind, far kinder than Snape." Harry reflected. Ron nodded repeatedly. Although he had little to do with the matter, Snape's disdain for all Gryffindors often left him on the receiving end of reprimands as well. Ethan directed his attention to the books gifted by Professor McGonagall. Intermediate Transfiguration, which would only be utilized in the 3rd year, this year's issue of Today's Transfiguration, and the marvelous Quidditch Ball. The selection was notably thoughtful, while Intermediate Transfiguration would not be needed until the 3rd year. It was evident that the professor believed the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration had already proven insufficient for Ethan, who was now deemed worthy of delving into more advanced transfigurative knowledge. If she were to become even more agitated, she might dare to drag Dumbledore along for a visit, engaging in a spirited debate until she emerged victorious. After all, she was a Gryffindor. Suddenly, Ron inquired, "Harry, which professor do you like the most?" Harry paused, momentarily bewildered, and murmured, "I like Hagrid best." But he isn't a professor. He recognized that every professor at the school paid him considerable attention. Yet none treated him with the same kindness as Professor McGonagall did towards Ethan, aside from Hagrid. They shared a friendship. "What about you, Ron?" Ron pondered for a moment, looking dejected as he replied, "I think the professors don't even know who I am, but if it comes to disliking someone, I could certainly name one." He exchanged glances with Harry, and they both exclaimed in unison, "Snape." Both turned their gaze towards Ethan, who shrugged and remarked, "I dislike Quirrell even more." Harry and Ron fell silent. Indeed, Quirrell was quite unremarkable, particularly after everyone realized he was not actually teaching them defense against the dark arts. Had it not been for Snape, Quirrell would undoubtedly hold the title of the most detested professor at Hogwarts. After some contemplation, Harry concluded that Snape was indeed more loathsome. Although Quirrell failed to impart knowledge, his classes were not overly harsh, nor did he arbitrarily deduct points. As for Ethan, he departed, making his way to the dungeons, where he would continue his toil in potions class. Professor Snape seemed entirely unconcerned, as he did not make an appearance that evening. Ethan cast a protective charm at the door, lightly tapping his wand, igniting flames beneath 3 cauldrons, while potion ingredients sequentially entered the pots, being stirred gently. Time flowed silently, like a gentle stream. Hermione was correct. The library possessed a restricted section, and he needed to ascertain who Nicholas Flamel truly was and what lay concealed beneath the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog. The fat lady, roused from her slumber by a push, hoarsely inquired several times but saw no one, ultimately grumbling and blocking the entrance once more. The library was ominously eerie as Harry traversed rows of bookshelves, carrying a lantern until he crossed a thin rope and entered the restricted section, which was utterly unguarded. There were no iron locks or even a protective enchantment. Harry found this astonishing, and it was no wonder Hermione had cautioned him to be wary of the restricted section. With so many tomes, where could he possibly find Nicholas Flamel? If only Ethan were present, his brilliance would surely lead him to the answer in no time. Harry exhaled in frustration, shedding his cloak and beginning to search. The books in the restricted section were peculiar, appearing even older than those in the school. Some lacking titles altogether, while others seemed almost alive, whispering faintly. After a brief search, he suddenly pulled out a large book, black and silver interspersed. But as he opened it, a piercing scream erupted from within. Startled, Harry hastily shut the book, yet before he could catch his breath, hurried footsteps and Filch's sharp voice rang out. "Who's in there?" Harry was nearly paralyzed with fright, desperately pulling his invisibility cloak around him. Although he accidentally shattered a lamp in his haste, he paid no heed to it. He covered his nose and bent low as he dashed out of the library. Just as he thought he could exhale in relief, he unexpectedly collided with Snape and Quirrell. Snape seemed to be pressing Quirrell for answers, but as Harry approached, both professors appeared to sense something amiss and simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. Harry was so startled that he almost cried out. He clamped his mouth shut and retreated slowly until he reached a corner, then turned and fled in a panic to the lower level. Chapter 47. No one is as capable as Ethan. Only 7 vials of rejuvenation potion remained, and tomorrow he could easily finish them. Ethan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10:40, well past curfew. It was time for him to leave, as Snape would not be returning. However, Snape was likely not resting either. According to his understanding of the original text, he should be confronting Quirrell at this moment, and might even encounter Harry in the dead of night. Harry's invisibility cloak had not evaded Professor Snape's notice, yet he chose not to expose the poor boy. Playing with Harry like a puppet, Snape had warned Harry that if he were caught wandering about in the dead of night again, he would personally expel him. This night, it was not just Snape and Quirrell. Dumbledore was also watching from the shadows, harboring a multitude of secrets he would never willingly divulge. Ethan locked the door and had barely taken a few steps when he was startled by the sudden appearance of an arm in midair. He jumped back in shock and instinctively drew his wand. "Ethan, it's me." A hurried whisper called out, as Harry suddenly emerged halfway from his invisibility cloak, a mix of surprise and urgency on his face. In the dead of night, the sudden appearance of half a person was indeed startling, a powerful visual shock. Although Ethan felt a flicker of annoyance, he masked his emotions and asked in astonishment, "Harry, what is going on?" "No time to explain," Harry stammered in panic. "Filch and Snape are chasing me. If they catch me, I'm done for." This was no exaggeration. Anyone who violated school rules faced dire consequences, except for Harry. On such a joyous occasion, especially after receiving such a precious Christmas gift from Professor McGonagall, it would be truly disappointing to provoke trouble. Ethan, however, had a legitimate reason. Even if he were caught by Snape, he had no fear. If it escalated to Professor McGonagall, he trusted she would side with him. What was initially meant to be a search for an assistant to brew the rejuvenation potion had turned into a one-man task for Ethan, as Snape had effectively abdicated responsibility, leaving all the potion making and material selection to him. To meet the deadline, Ethan had no choice but to work late into the night. But Harry was in a different predicament. He had sneaked out, and if caught, he would certainly face severe repercussions. Overwhelmed with panic, Harry was at a loss. Ethan offered a comforting word, "Don't be afraid, follow me." He unlocked the door to the potion's masteress office once more, ushering Harry inside, and closed the door just as hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. He pointed to the seat in the far corner and whispered, "Go sit over there," and remained silent. Harry, already in a state of disarray, immediately complied without hesitation. In truth, the wizards of Gryffindor were accustomed to following Ethan's lead. He carefully settled onto the stool, enveloped himself in the invisibility cloak, and vanished into thin air. Ethan did not provide any additional cover for Harry. He merely snapped his fingers, and flames erupted beneath the recently cooled cauldron, causing the concoction within to slowly heat and change color. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open. Snape entered, his expression dark, followed closely by Filch. Harry, hidden in the corner, was instantly filled with terror, desperately covering his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Snape cast a discreet glance towards the corner of the classroom, fixed his gaze on Ethan, and inquired ominously, "Mr. Ethan White, what time is it?" Ethan replied with a hint of resentment. "I must work overtime to ensure that all the rejuvenation potions are completed before the day after tomorrow. To be honest, I have been looking forward to seeing you earlier." Filch's eyes widened as he took in the heaps of potion ingredients scattered throughout the classroom and the numerous cauldrons on the tables, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. It appeared that the professor had confined Ethan White to the potions classroom, treating him like a pack mule. For first year, the demand to brew such an extensive array of potions was indeed burdensome, and it was no wonder he was toiling late into the night. Snape found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he was the one who should be concocting the potions. However, for the past few days, Quirrell had been rather unruly, requiring his oversight, which led him to overlook Ethan. Moreover, Ethan's performance had been so exemplary that Snape instinctively disregarded the fact that he was merely a first-year wizard, even if his abilities were remarkable. His magical prowess could not keep pace, and thus his potion-making speed was naturally limited. He cast another discreet glance at Filch, his expression darkening further. This matter would surely reach Minerva by tomorrow, and she would undoubtedly confront him about it. All of this was the fault of that scoundrel Quirrell. Snape shot him a cold glance, glanced once more at the corner, and wordlessly turned to leave. Filch followed closely behind, hesitantly asking, "Professor, could it be that Ethan White ventured into the restricted section?" Snape replied icily, "I have placed a ward on the door. I can assure you he has not left the classroom tonight." Filch nodded submissively, refraining from further comment. Perhaps he merely sought to curry favor with Snape, attributing this incident to White, but Snape was no fool. As one of the few masters of potions in the wizarding world, he would not tolerate such slander against a young wizard. He felt a growing irritation towards Filch, deeming it foolish that Dumbledore would employ such a person in the school. However, matters of staff were not within his purview, and he had no desire to engage in idle gossip. Emerging from the invisibility cloak, Harry let out a long sigh of relief and murmured, "Thank you, Ethan. It's unlikely. He still has rounds to make, and by the time he returns, we'll be long gone." Ethan shook his head. Snape surely knew Harry was in the classroom, but he was unaware that Ethan was privy to this fact. Hence he feigned ignorance. Harry felt a subtle relief as he gazed into the cauldron filled with potion, his tone somewhat peculiar when he remarked, "So, you're assisting Snape? He has always been a tormentor to you." Indeed, in potions class, Snape was the principal victim, constantly hovering around him, reprimanding him for every mistake, and even striking his head. Should he dare to retort, Snape would immediately deduct points. In this regard, Ethan emerged as the second major victim, frequently subjected to Snape's bizarre and intricate questions, queries so perplexing that even Hermione struggled to answer them. Yet, Ethan managed to provide the correct responses and even dared to brew potions, leaving Snape utterly exasperated, primarily due to the prospect of financial gain. Ethan chuckled lightly. "Those matters in class are trivial." Chapter 48. What do you yearn for? After bottling the final batch of rejuvenating potion, Ethan, accompanied by Harry, who was draped in an invisibility cloak, exited the potions classroom. Concerned that Filch might be lurking in shadows, they maintained silence throughout their journey. However, the path beneath their feet felt peculiar. Upon reaching the first floor, they found themselves unable to locate the school's main entrance and were compelled to ascend to the next level. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a dilapidated little house, truly in disrepair, with a door devoid of even a lock. Ethan's heart sank, realizing that despite all precautions, he had not evaded discovery. If he accompanied Harry to view the Mirror of Ariste, the old bee, referring to Dumbledore, might inquire about what he saw and what his innermost desires were. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that Ethan was oblivious to his own yearnings. He neither sought power nor riches, thus far. His sole concern was to grow and avoid becoming mere cannon fodder alongside Harry. Standing before the door, his expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, wavering on whether to proceed. Harry gently tugged at him, whispering, "We should hurry, otherwise Filch will come looking for trouble." The door ahead swung open of its own accord. Ethan sighed internally, Realizing retreat was no longer an option, footsteps indeed echoed behind them. Should they be cornered now, it would require considerable effort to extricate themselves from the situation. Upon entering the house, Ethan was taken aback to find Harry had removed the cloak, standing in front of an imposing mirror, lost in thought. The mirror towered to the ceiling, adorned with a lavish golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. The mirror of Ariste. Ethan, too, found himself entranced, instinctively stepping closer, compelled to discover what his own heart truly desired. Standing beside Harry, he gazed steadily into the mirror, which swiftly revealed a peculiar image. Initially astonished, his expression grew increasingly enigmatic. Harry remained in a daze until suddenly tears streamed down his face as he reached out toward the mirror, choking out "Dad, Mom." Upon hearing this, Ethan fell into silence, his gaze filled with complexity as he gently patted Harry's shoulder. The Potter family had indeed suffered misfortune, ensnared by an unreliable prophecy and betrayal. Regarding prophecies, Ethan held no belief, for the intricate web of cause and effect was exceedingly difficult to discern. Had it not been for that cursed prophecy, Harry's parents would not have perished at the hands of Voldemort, and Harry would not have become a Horcrux. If they were to meet in the future, Harry might not stand a chance against Voldemort. Of course, it is also possible that Voldemort could indeed meet his demise at Harry's hands. Regardless, the death of Harry's parents is inextricably linked to the one who uttered that prophecy. This is also the second thing he loathes most at school, along with the second person he detests. He does not believe in prophecies. He trusts only himself, convinced that what is deemed the future is merely a preparation laid out by today's actions. In other words, he does not subscribe to the notion of fate. Ethan's gaze was tranquil as he detected footsteps behind him and turned to find the ever-watchful Dumbledore, who had been hiding nearby, using the disillusionment charm. Dumbledore smiled gently, winking as he said, "It's quite understandable, Mr. White. Sometimes Professor Snape can indeed be rather careless about certain matters." Ethan managed an awkward smile, realizing that everything that transpired tonight was under the old wizard's keen observation. Were it not for this thought, he would not have been so compliant as to remain in the potions classroom this evening. He would have already raided the Slytherin dormitory. Dumbledore showed no intention of pursuing the matter further and strolled over to the mirror, gazing into its depths with a sense of nostalgia. "It seems you have, like countless others before you, discovered the allure of the mirror of Ariste. I don't know what this is, Headmaster, but I saw my parents," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. Dumbledore regarded him with a gentle gaze, then suddenly turned to the silent Ethan, inquiring with curiosity, "Mr. White, what did you see?" Ethan knew he could not deceive the headmaster and replied candidly, "I saw, I gave Professor Quirrell a good beating." Harry burst into laughter, his sorrow dissipating instantly, and he added, "Headmaster, Professor Quirrell never teaches us anything, which is why we don't particularly like him." Dumbledore chuckled softly, offering no further commentary, merely stating, "The mirror shows us only our most fervent and intense desires buried deep within our hearts. You have never seen your family, so you see them surrounding you. Mr. White is a wizard who cherishes knowledge. However, this mirror cannot impart knowledge nor reveal the truth to us. People waste away in its presence, becoming entranced by what they behold, even driven to madness, for they do not know whether what they see is real or attainable. But remember, it is of no benefit to become enraptured by fleeting dreams while neglecting the realities of life." Reluctantly, Harry cast one last longing glance at the mirror, unable to resist reaching out to touch it, before bowing to Dumbledore and departing with the reticent Ethan. Harry felt a profound sense of loss as he whispered to Ethan, "This is the first time I've seen their faces. I truly wish I could keep that mirror forever." Ethan let out a gentle sigh and softly remarked, "Harry, if they were still alive, they would undoubtedly wish for you to bravely look ahead. However, now that we are aware of this mirror, perhaps when you truly wish to see them again, you could request the headmaster's assistance." Harry's eyes lit up, and he nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right, Ethan." Ethan pressed his lips together and fell silent. In truth, it was a rather ill-conceived notion. He had just managed to suppress the urge to reach out and touch it. Yet, this did not mean he would relinquish the idea entirely. There would likely be another opportunity in the future, but after that, the mirror would vanish along with the Philosopher's Stone. He needed to seize this chance. Chapter 49. The blood-curdling screams at midnight. Ethan was taken aback to discover that the towering stack of gift boxes beneath the fir tree was, astonishingly, all intended for him. The combined number of wizards from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was barely 30, yet the quantity of boxes far exceeded that number. For instance, from the Longbottom household, he received gifts from both Neville and his grandmother, as well as several boxes from Pettigrew. This was indeed a considerable undertaking. Ethan found himself too preoccupied to write, and he had no time even to unwrap the presents, so he decided to transport them to the dormitory and neatly arrange them against the wall. After finishing his tasks with Snape, he would return to unwrap each box. As the Christmas holiday commenced, the magical school felt remarkably deserted. Ethan trudged through the snow, anticipating another mundane day, only to find that Professor Snape had arrived early in the morning. He maintained his usual stoic demeanor, busily concocting potions. To be frank, this experience was infinitely more valuable than 5 galleons. While assisting Snape, Ethan diligently took notes and occasionally mustered the courage to ask questions. For example, regarding the powder of sunroot, the textbook stated that it required gentle roasting and grinding, taking several minutes. However, Snape employed a heat wind spell. A cloud of faintly reddish mist enveloped the sunroot entirely, and when the spell was lifted, the sunroot had transformed into an exceedingly fine powder. This spell was not recorded in the spellbook, and it was Ethan's first encounter with it. He suspected it might be a creation of Snape himself. Though Snape's appearance was intimidating and his words often harsh, he was far more generous with knowledge than Quirrell. He wrote down the incantation and method for the heat wind spell with a quill, informing Ethan that handling potion materials was merely a fundamental application of the heat wind spell, which could also be used in combat. This seemingly unremarkable heat wind spell was, in fact, a triple composite spell of the shatter spell, the fire spell, and the whirlwind spell. The shatter spell and fire spell were both quite advanced dark magic, which wizards were not eligible to learn until their 5th year. Privately, Ethan had only just begun to grasp its basic power. Furthermore, the incantation was merely one aspect. The heat wind spell demanded an almost obsessive precision in magical control, making it considerably challenging to master. Ethan momentarily envisioned the scenario. If a wizard were enveloped in a heat wind, he would simultaneously endure a trifold assault from spells. He suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Snape, observing his reaction, noted the look of distaste on Ethan's face, and for once, a rare glimmer of satisfaction crossed his own. On this particular day, Ethan found himself experiencing an unusually pleasant time with Snape. The last 6 potions had been successfully brewed, and a few potion ingredients remained. As Ethan took his leave, Snape instructed him to take the leftover sunlight orchid roots. Ethan, needing them for practicing the heatwave charm, graciously accepted. Ron, wielding a quill and parchment, was tasked with recording, while Harry was responsible for handing over the boxes, and Ethan focused on unwrapping. Upon unveiling the final gift box, Ethan received 7 scarves, 5 sets of gloves, 5 quills, a hat, sweets, jerky, several books, and an abundance of socks. The spectacle left Harry and Ron in awe, as they suddenly realized the potential of writing letters. However, a moment's reflection brought a tinge of disappointment. It seemed unlikely anyone would send them such an array of gifts, rendering their newfound knowledge somewhat futile. This realization was undeniably disheartening. Ethan cheerfully shared the jerky, and such fleeting emotions were quickly dispelled without the need for consolation. The trio sat by the fireplace, engaging in various conversations, and before they knew it, the day had slipped away. In the dead of night, Ethan opened his eyes to find Harry's empty bed, and he couldn't help but shake his head. For the past few days, despite not voicing it, Harry had been preoccupied with the mirror of Ariste, yet disappointment awaited him. Dumbledore had likely concealed the mirror deep within the Chamber of Secrets. Ethan retrieved his wand, gently sweeping it through the darkness as slumber enveloped the dormitory. Harry soon fell into a deep sleep, his breathing becoming steady, while even Ron's rat slept soundly. Clad in his clothes, Ethan quietly descended from his bed and stealthily departed the common room. The fat lady, once again roused from her slumber, found no one and couldn't help but scold the air before begrudgingly closing her eyes and blocking the door once more. Ethan observed her from a distance, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. It wasn't he the right time to act. As he ascended to the 5th floor, he suddenly heard the sound of a doorknob turning, followed by a shadow darting past. It was Peeves. Floating in midair, he excitedly searched for the source of the noise, exclaiming, "Annoying first-year brats, roaming about at this hour. Where are you? I shall find you." He flitted about the corridor like a headless fly. Under the influence of the disillusionment charm, Ethan silently observed him and abruptly reached out. Peeves Poltergeist. Redemption value 3, mental resistance, spell resistance, agility. Redeem. Mental resistance 1, spell resistance 1, agility 1. Peeves' semi-transparent form immediately flickered, recalling encounters from many days prior, and he let out a terrified scream. "It's you! It's you!" Yet, unable to locate his target, he fled in panic towards the walls. A dangerous glint flickered in Ethan's eyes as he silently extended his hand once more. Peeves, poltergeist. Redemption value 2, mental resistance, spell resistance. Mental resistance 1, spell resistance 1. Peeves narrowly escaped, becoming a wisp of smoke, and amidst the chilling cries, he finally fled into the unknown. The corridor loomed ominously, shrouded in a cold gloom where even the flames were tinged with an eerie green. Suddenly, a ghost adorned with shackles and a robe stained with blood appeared silently, its eyes wide with vigilance as it surveyed its surroundings. The voice of the Bloody Baron, the ghost of Slytherin, echoed as it pursued Peeves. Ethan slowly reached into his chest, feeling nothing at all. You have encountered a ghost. Bloody Baron, exchange value 5, mental power, mental resistance, spell resistance. Mental 1, mental resistance 1, spell resistance 3. The Bloody Baron's grayish-white form shuddered, and countless wisps of smoke dissipated, releasing a thunderous cry of rage. Chapter 50, The Ghost's Runaway Incident. The next morning, Ethan was stirred awake by someone nudging him. Wake up, Ethan. Something's happened at school, Harry whispered urgently. Ethan immediately jolted to attention, hastily dressing while inquiring, has Professor Quirrell finally been dismissed? Not Professor Quirrell, Harry replied with a quizzical expression, thinking that Ethan truly bore a strong dislike for Quirrell, eagerly anticipating his dismissal. Once dressed, Ethan was promptly pulled out by Harry. There, blocking the dormitory entrance, stood Professor McGonagall in her emerald robe. She looked at Ethan and shrugged slightly. I'm afraid I've disappointing news. Professor Quirrell has not been dismissed. Ethan's expression changed, and he awkwardly murmured, I was merely jesting. Minerva shook her head. She had frequently heard young wizards complaining about Quirrell, lamenting that he taught nothing at all, rendering his classes duller than Professor Binns. Just yesterday, she had overheard Dumbledore mention that the clever Mr. White was so frustrated by the lack of knowledge and defense against the dark arts that he was almost inclined to give Professor Quirrell a sound thrashing. Yet, honestly speaking, if a suitable professor for defense against the dark arts could be found, Dumbledore would likely have no qualms about making a change. But the issue lay in the scarcity of candidates. This matter involved some complexities that Minerva could not divulge to the students, but she stated seriously, last night, Mr. Bloody Baron was attacked under mysterious circumstances, and we must investigate thoroughly to eliminate any potential threats. Harry, astonished, exclaimed, the Bloody Baron? A ghost? Who could possibly attack a ghost? We cannot even touch them. If one were to consider the most haunted place in all of England, it would undoubtedly be Hogwarts Castle, where ghosts abound. They even attend classes like students, strolling through the corridors in groups, and young wizards could pass through their forms unimpeded. It was no wonder Harry wore an expression of disbelief. Professor McGonagall tilted her head slightly, stating with exasperation, in any case, the ghosts are now collectively protesting. If the school does not provide an explanation, they threaten to leave home. Ghosts running away from home? Both Ethan and Harry wore peculiar expressions. By the time Ron woke up, the three of them followed Professor McGonagall out of the common room. Along the way, Harry whispered, I swear, this is the most extraordinary thing I've ever heard. Ghosts actually threatening to run away. Ron covered his mouth with both hands, barely suppressing his laughter. As for how to investigate, perhaps there is no method more effective than the art of legilimency. Indeed, it was just as he had anticipated. A group of young wizards gazed up, mouths agape, in awe of the spectacle before them. On the main dais stood Dumbledore, Snape, Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Quirrell, all arranged in a solemn line. Ron murmured, Goodness, I never imagined there were so many ghosts in the school. Ethan, equally astonished, stared wide-eyed. If only he could touch each one, perhaps he could elevate his mental prowess to an extraordinary level. Alas, it remained a mere fantasy. After merely touching the Bloody Baron yesterday, the entire Hogwarts would be in an uproar. Filch stood guard at the entrance. Silence. Dumbledore's resonant voice silenced all, and once order was restored, he began to address the matter at hand. Ethan tuned out, disinterested. Professor Snape strolled slowly past each young wizard, pausing momentarily before Harry and then again before Ethan, before continuing on his way. Just as he was lost in thought, a hand tugged at his sleeve, and Harry's voice reached his ears. Ethan, we can leave now. He followed suit, inquiring as they walked what was said. The headmaster assured us he would uncover the truth behind this incident and instructed that no one should wander alone. We must always go in pairs, Harry replied swiftly. Ethan nodded, then asked, did he mention how the Bloody Baron was attacked? No. Harry glanced around and whispered, it seems only the Bloody Baron was assaulted, leading many to suspect that one of the ghosts might have deliberately targeted him. Ron interjected, after all, we can hardly interact with ghosts. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a ghost happened to glide by, producing a disgruntled sound like air passing through. Ethan also extended his hand, allowing the ghost to pass through his palm. Touch the ghost. The tongueless banshee exchanged value 2, mental resistance, agility. Under the headmaster's reassurances, the ghosts finally calmed down, deciding to grant the school one more chance. Should such an incident occur again, they vowed to leave home for good, going wherever they pleased. In any case, they would not remain at Hogwarts. Next, Ethan imagined that Dumbledore would surely lay an intricate web throughout the castle, should another ghostly assault transpire. Dumbledore would undoubtedly be the first to respond. It appeared that hope must rest upon the young wizards. However, he vaguely recalled a room in the school that grants wishes. Perhaps it held what he sought? Just as Ethan pondered this, Harry and Ron suddenly rushed to find him. Ron, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ethan, George, and the others say they have a way to discover who attacked the ghost. They want to know if we're up for an adventure tonight." "Oh, they wouldn't tell us, if not for needing Harry's invisibility cloak. They would be gone on their own," Ron shrugged. The Marauders Map. The Weasley brothers have the Marauders Map. Chapter 51. The Marauders Map. The Marauders Map is an extraordinary artifact that meticulously tracks the movements of every individual within the castle, accurately identifying each person, regardless of whether they are an animagus, have consumed Polyjuice Potion, or are cloaked in invisibility. Even the ghosts of Hogwarts are represented on this map. Ethan felt a pang of frustration, realizing that his seemingly foolproof plan was riddled with flaws, especially considering Ron's rat and the Marauders Map in the possession of the Weasley twins. He turned to Harry and inquired, "Harry, shall we go?" "Primarily because of your invisibility cloak." Without hesitation, Harry nodded and replied, "Absolutely. We must uncover the nature of this danger. It could harm the ghosts, and perhaps even us." Ethan silently agreed. "Very well, let us proceed together." He was uncertain if the cloak could conceal 5 individuals, yet he knew that venturing into the castle would likely lead to their capture. However, this was an opportunity that necessitated action, ideally to have Filch confiscate the Marauders Map once more. The 3 donned their robes and stealthily exited the dormitory, where the slightly older Weasley twins awaited them downstairs. One of the twins, George, jovially draped an arm around Ethan's shoulder and exclaimed, "I was worried you might not show up, Ethan. I heard from someone in Slytherin that someone reported you to Snape and ended up in trouble." Fred chimed in, "If we happen to be caught by Snape tonight, we shall rely on you." The twins were identical in height, appearance, and even hairstyle. Ethan glanced back and forth, unable to distinguish between them. Not even their mother could tell them apart. He shook his head and said, "I've done some work for Professor Snape these past few days. If we are caught tonight, he certainly won't be lenient." The twins exchanged glances, surprised. Ron, oblivious to this detail, looked at Ethan in astonishment. "You work for Snape?" In his eyes, and indeed in the eyes of all Gryffindors, Slytherin was the most detested house, and their headmaster, Snape, was someone whom all Gryffindors must resist. Ron's reaction also bore the weight of his own stubbornness. He turned to Harry, who immediately reassured him. "Ron, I'm aware of this matter. That night, it was thanks to Ethan that I wasn't caught by Snape and Filch." Relieved, Ron almost voiced a suspicion that Ethan might secretly be siding with Snape. And if that were the case, Ethan could not be allowed to participate in tonight's endeavor. George curiously asked, "What is the compensation for your work?" 5 galleons, Ethan replied, "which is quite significant for me." The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances, realizing that 5 galleons was indeed a considerable sum. If Snape sought them out, they too would be willing to work. They chose not to pursue the matter further. Harry produced the invisibility cloak and whispered, "Shall we depart?" The 5 of them huddled together, draping the cloak over themselves, almost squeezing through the doorway, and amidst the fat lady's protests, they swiftly made their way into the castle. Surrounded by a throng of people, Ethan felt the crowd's pressure and silence, silently praying that no one would break the quiet with an untimely flatulence. Ron whispered, "George, it's time for you to tell us if there's any way to capture the one attacking the ghost." George smiled mysteriously, exchanged a glance with Fred, and pulled out a blank piece of parchment from his pocket. Bowing his head, he declared, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, ink lines appeared upon the parchment, swiftly outlining the entire layout of Hogwarts, followed by an array of names emerging on its surface. Fred exclaimed with delight, "This is the treasure we discovered 2 years ago at school, known as the Marauders Map. It not only tracks everyone within the castle, but also reveals how to access secret passages." George grinned, pointing towards the entrance, where 5 names were almost crammed together. "Look, we're right here." Harry and Ron stared in awe at the incredibly magical map, and Harry couldn't help but ask, "Can it track ghosts as well?" "Of course." George cheerfully pointed to a spot. "Look, nearly headless Nick is hiding next to the headmaster's office. He used to be in the Gryffindor common room." "What about the Bloody Baron?" It seems he is not in the school." After searching around, George and Fred shook their heads. Ethan felt a sudden stir within him and exclaimed, "Filch is coming." The group immediately tensed, observing Filch's name approaching their location. "Quick, press against the wall and remain silent." They swiftly concealed themselves against the wall. Moments later, Filch hurried past, lantern in hand, accompanied by his cat, oblivious to their presence. The group quickly glanced at the map and were astonished to see Snape and Quirrell approaching together, and even more incredulously, a large name belonging to Hagrid trailing behind them. "Oh no, Hagrid must be coming with Fawne." George and Fred's faces paled. The invisibility cloak can render one unseen, but it cannot mask sense. Harry, equally terrified, knew Fawne would rush at him if discovered. This was certainly not the right moment for a reunion. Run upstairs. Forget about the cloak," Fred urged, hastily slipping out from under the invisibility cloak, as 5 people could not move together efficiently. George followed suit. The brothers always moved in tandem. Harry and Ron, equally panicked and sweating, dashed out without a thought for the cloak. Ethan, draped in the invisibility cloak, instinctively opened his mouth. But the two were already sprinting up the stairs. He shook his head in disbelief. What use was running to the second floor? Aside from Filch, the professors all had keys to the second-floor study rooms, providing no refuge. He drew his wand, pointed it at himself, and quietly uttered disillusionment charm. His figure quickly became transparent, and his scent vanished entirely. Technically speaking, the disillusionment charm is a form of transfiguration, applicable to both people and objects, allowing one to evade detection by dogs. Truly remarkable. He had previously used it while brewing Polyjuice Potion, and now he could apply it to himself. Moments later, Professors Snape and Quirrell entered the school, making their way directly to the second floor without pause. The imposing figure of Hagrid was leading a large black dog, Fawne, closely trailing behind the two individuals. Fawne, with his nose to the ground, seemed to catch a particular scent, nudging at the spot where the previous group had stood, before lifting his head and gazing intently towards the staircase, barking a few times. Hagrid paused momentarily, casting a dubious glance at Fawne. Snape and Quirrell turned their heads in unison. "Have you discovered something, Hagrid?" "No, Professor. This little fellow has merely detected Harry's scent," Hagrid replied, shrugging in an attempt to ease the tension. "Harry hasn't been here for a few days." Snape furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from above. Ethan, hiding nearby, paled, immediately recognizing it. The howling charm, one of the alarm spells. Snape and Quirrell exchanged a quick glance and transformed into shadows, racing upstairs. Hagrid hurriedly followed in pursuit. Chapter 52, Opportunity. The Weasley brothers had been caught. Initially, the two had been evading the professors, darting around in circles thanks to the Marauder's map. However, Hagrid had released Fawne, directly cornering them in the storage room on the 7th floor. They had intended to escape through a secret passage, but the professors were too close behind, leaving them no time to activate it. Harry and Ron had narrowly evaded capture in the study room, lacking a key but possessing knowledge of unlocking charms. They felt compelled to master this skill, likely due to the psychological impact left by the three-headed hellhound. In the midst of the chaos, Ethan found them, and the three, cloaked, made their escape from the castle. "We're doomed." In the dormitory, Ron wore a pained expression, sighing heavily. His two brothers were notorious troublemakers, and heaven knew the wrath that would befall them when Professor McGonagall learned of this incident. Harry shared his frustration. Who could have predicted they would bring Fawne along? Ethan found himself at a loss for words, joining in their lament for a time before each retreated to their beds. The two brothers had fallen into the trap. It was impossible for them to provoke the professors further. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, it came as no surprise to the trio to find Professor McGonagall, her face a mask of fury. Before everyone, she announced the punishment for the Weasley brothers, a deduction of 50 points, a month of detention, and a warning that any further misconduct would result in expulsion. The Weasley brothers hung their heads in despair. They remained loyal, refusing to betray Ethan and the others. After McGonagall stormed off, Ron and Harry approached, listening to the brothers' woeful lament. The previous night, they had been summoned by Snape to face McGonagall, receiving a severe reprimand, and the Marauder's map had been confiscated, necessitating future attempts to retrieve it from the office. "Damn it, I wonder who set the howling charm on the third-floor staircase." The brothers exchanged glances, each sighing deeply. Harry and Ron were filled with a sense of dread and relief. Fortunately, they had not followed the two to the third floor. Otherwise, McGonagall would undoubtedly have exploded with rage. George looked at the three of them, puzzled, and asked, "How did you manage to avoid capture?" "We hid in Ethan's study room." Harry and Ron spoke in unison. Ethan remarked, "I donned Harry's invisibility cloak and then a shrill sound echoed from upstairs, prompting the professor and Hagrid to rush up in a flurry. The two brothers fell silent, cursing the wretched howling charm. Ethan, I could really use a pack of Honeydew sweets. You must have some left, right? I also need to practice Quidditch. We have a showdown with Slytherin after the term begins. As Harry said this, he glanced at Ron. Ron, indifferent, nodded slightly. Let us go together. It wasn't until noon that Ethan departed from the dormitory. Utilizing the disillusionment charm, he stealthily made his way to Professor Snape's office. Once he confirmed the professor was absent, he dispelled the protective enchantment on the door and immediately spotted the blank parchment carelessly strewn across the desk. The Marauder's map was a must-have, as it pertained to his greatest secret. The ghostly escapade and the escapades of the Weasley brothers were insufficient to stir any significant commotion at Hogwarts. Soon, the school returned to its tranquil routine. Harry yearned for her advice, but as they ascended the staircase to the girls' dormitory, it transformed into a slide, unceremoniously ejecting him and Ron. Perhaps in a library? Harry suggested, or maybe in the study room. I'd see him in the Great Hall at lunchtime. Ron scratched his head. He was famished, devoured a great deal, and even took several apples with him. Hermione gazed at them incredulously. So, you neither discovered who Nickelmane is, nor did you study properly, merely hiding in the common room, playing wizard's chess? Do not tell me you spent the entire Christmas holiday engaged in that game. Harry and Ron were momentarily at a loss for words. Harry, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, What else were we to do? There was nothing to occupy us. Ethan was summoned by Snape for his potion-making talents due to his intellect. We would have liked to join, but Snape has no regard for us. Ron sighed as well. 5 galleons. I envy him and wish to earn some money myself. Yet the sight of the potions textbook overwhelms me. It leaves me restless. This money is far beyond my reach. Let us go together. Exams are approaching, and I need to speak with him about reserving a spot in the study room. How astonishing. You clearly do not study, yet you are aware of the exam schedule? Hermione remarked curtly. Ron and Harry shrugged. That was her irksome trait, always speaking from a condescending perch. In the study room, Ethan set down his wand, his expression betraying excitement. Experience points earned. 615,300. Magic. Intelligence. 1. After 6 months, his magical prowess had finally surpassed 20 points, a considerable feat. Among all attributes, mental resilience remained the highest, followed closely by magical power, fruits of his tireless efforts over the past half-year. Currently, his lowest attribute was physical resilience, standing at a mere 5 points. However, Ethan knew he could not solely focus on enhancing his magical attribute. Otherwise, he would become akin to a house elf, a magical creature possessing great power, yet lacking in intellect, leading to a rather dismal existence. Intellect is equally crucial for his advancement, aiding him in swiftly acquiring profound knowledge. Just as he recently obtained the Heat Wind spell, a triple complex incantation, 2 of which delve into the intricate realm of dark sorcery. Even with his current intellect, he still finds himself somewhat perplexed. Professor Snape provided him with a method and incantation, yet achieving a flawless fusion of the 3 spells proved exceedingly challenging. It is likely that Snape understood the impossibility of him mastering it immediately, hence his candor. Now, with a slight enhancement in his intellect, Ethan, upon revisiting this spell, finally begins to grasp it, as he is not one to easily surrender. He fears only the lack of knowledge to pursue, never the pursuit of knowledge itself. Once more, Ethan placed the last apple upon his desk, brandishing his wand. A pale azure whirlwind delicately enveloped it, swiftly transitioning from blue to red, only to suddenly ignite into flames, reducing the apple to a charred mass, fragmented into pieces of varying sizes. Chapter 53, Entangled to the End. It appears that the disparity between him and the professor extends beyond mere magical prowess. It encompasses control over magic and comprehension of incantations. Ethan jotted down the reasons for his 35th failure in his notebook and continued to wave his wand. A diminutive crimson mist swirled beneath his wand like a nebula. After observing for a moment, he shook his head. No, the temperature remains excessively high. Had it been Professor Snape casting the spell, the color would be considerably lighter. He attempted to suppress his magical energy, yet the mist flickered and dissipated swiftly. Ethan furrowed his brow, glancing at his wand, and succumbed to deep contemplation. Any slight suppression led to immediate dispersal of the magic, while maintaining the original intensity resulted in instant charring of the apple. His control was severely lacking. How might he enhance it, or train it? After pondering for a while, he locked the door and hurried to the library on the 4th floor. Librarian Madame Pants was vigilantly watching over each young wizard, ensuring they did not inadvertently venture into the restricted section. Ethan inquired, "Excuse me, I wish to seek some materials on magical energy. None. Madame Pance's demeanor was not particularly friendly, but neither was it overtly hostile, at most. She displayed a hint of impatience. Many young wizards constantly attempt to shortcut their way to increased magical power. Such actions can yield dire consequences. Therefore, Dumbledore prohibits first-year students from accessing such materials. Ethan paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at the restricted section. You misunderstand. I do not wish to amplify my magical power, merely to gain a deeper understanding of it. Go consult your professor. Madame Pants retorted with growing impatience. If you can procure a note from your professor, I might be able to assist you. Indeed, was it concealed within the restricted section? Ethan did not linger on this matter and promptly dashed downstairs, heading straight to Professor McGonagall's office. However, to his surprise, not only was Professor McGonagall absent from the school, but the Weasley twins, who were supposed to be in detention, were also nowhere to be found. With no other options, Ethan contemplated briefly and then sprinted down to the basement level. Professor Snape was in his office, seemingly engaged in potion-making. Upon being interrupted by Ethan, his expression turned sour. He fixed a steely gaze on Ethan and flatly stated, "If you have matters to discuss, seek out Professor McGonagall. I am not the head of Gryffindor." However, Professor McGonagall was not present at the school. Ethan lowered his head and said, "I hope you can assist me by granting a pass. I wish to study the intricacies of magical control." Snape coldly replied, "Such requests are to be directed to your house head. I cannot grant a permit for the restricted section to a wizard from another house. If you cannot locate Professor McGonagall, I suggest you either wait or check the Quidditch pitch." Professor, I believe that the existence of houses should merely facilitate student management. Devoid of any bias, Slytherin is your student, and so am I. Ethan insisted, holding onto the door, undeterred. The school was rife with various magical traps, and if he had any other choice, he would rather not venture through the school at night. Meanwhile, Hermione and her companions hurried into the study room. But Ethan was absent. On the desk lay an open notebook and a pile of dark residue. As they leaned in for a closer look, they discovered that the notebook contained not a single word. Hermione's eyes suddenly brightened with surprise. It's a concealment charm. If tampered with, the notebook might undergo certain changes. She had only encountered such magic in texts, and had yet to learn herself, as it was far beyond first-year knowledge. In fact, she suspected that only the restricted section would hold such a spell. Could it be that the good-hearted Ethan was also curious about the knowledge within the restricted section? Hermione's eyes crinkled with amusement, feeling she had caught Ethan in a moment of intrigue. Two other students exchanged glances and quietly inquired, "What is a concealment charm?" Hermione wearily rubbed her forehead. "It is a highly sophisticated spell that can conceal secrets, although I've only read about it in some books. I recall Professor Flitwick mentioning it once. Everyone has secrets, Ron." Harry seemed to sense Ron's intentions and gently tugged at his sleeve. Hermione retorted without hesitation, "So what? Even if I were to give you the notebook, you wouldn't be able to unravel it. This is certainly not a first-year spell." Harry also grasped Ron's hand. "Ron, we cannot proceed this way. Ethan is our friend." Ron shrugged. "But aren't you curious why Ethan is so remarkably talented? Every professor praises him. Even Snape has chosen him as an assistant. It's simply astounding. This year, Gryffindor's success hinges on Ethan and Hermione's contributions. Although a significant portion has been lost by the two of them, yet they still believe that if a professor required an assistant, Ethan would invariably be the preferred choice." The reasons eluded them. With keen interest, Ron picked up a piece of apple residue and asked, "What is this? Breadcrumbs? Soil? Shredded meat? Perhaps the remains of some insect." "That is apple residue," Hermione replied with exasperation. "I can't believe you can't even identify this. Harry, perhaps you should read more and not spend all day playing wizard chess with Ron." Harry merely shrugged, speechless. He had indeed indulged too much lately. In truth, he was not particularly fond of wizard's chess, as he often found himself defeated, yet he disliked reading even more. Ron, feeling indignant after hearing this, retorted, "Wizard's chess is an excellent game. It sharpens our intellect. I would even wager that you could never best me." This was undoubtedly the finest jest of the year. Hermione tossed her hair back and, pointing at the table, declared unapologetically, "Now bring out your wizard's chess. I shall give you a proper lesson." Ron, invigorated by her challenge, promptly took a seat opposite Harry. Meanwhile, Ethan was still pestering Snape, peering through the crack of the door, his mouth firing off words like a machine gun. Among the professors at the school, only Professor McGonagall and Snape were familiar to him. He had never encountered others, like Professor Flitwick, outside of the classroom or the Great Hall. "Professor, I believe no one understands the allure of knowledge better than you. I have found myself utterly lost in my control over magic and am in dire need of learning." He implored, "Could you possibly turn away a student so eager for knowledge. Snape's face darkened, and he suddenly realized another of this boy's irksome qualities, his relentless enthusiasm for his interests. Showing no sign of retreat, as if he had no shame at all. Infuriated, Snape threw a piece of paper out and slammed the door shut, clearly wishing to no longer endure Ethan's incessant chatter. Ethan, his face alight with surprise, picked up the paper and, upon seeing Snape's signature, exclaimed his gratitude loudly and dashed away. Chapter 54. The Clever Hermione. Queen, move to E5. Hermione, you've lost again. Ron and Harry erupted into laughter. Hermione's face flushed with anger, and she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she could not best Ron at wizard's chess. Ethan glanced down at the book in his arms, curious, and approached, asking, "How are you playing chess here?" Ron grimaced, stowed away the chessboard, and with a quick glance, pointed to a notebook, asking Ethan, "What does it say?" Ethan set down his book and cheerfully replied, "This is my error notebook." With a flick of his wand, a flurry of letters and formulas appeared on the page. "Don't look too closely. These are all mistakes," he cautioned, noticing the three were captivated by the sight. Hermione pondered for a moment, frowning. "These are indeed incorrect spell-casting methods, and they pose a certain danger. Why record so many erroneous formulas? To avoid repeating the same mistakes." Ethan explained, waving his wand to make the writing on the notebook swiftly vanish. Harry suddenly understood, saying, "No wonder you had to add a concealment charm." Ethan nodded slightly. It was a personal habit of his. In case his notes were lost, he did not wish for them to be picked up and misused. Hence the protective charm, and the true content legible only to him. He turned to the three and inquired, "What brings you to me?" Harry and Ron both looked at Hermione. Though reluctant to speak in front of them, she felt there was no need for concealment and admitted, "I heard that throughout the entire Christmas holiday, you were helping Professor Snape brew potions?" "Indeed, I could earn a bit of money," he replied. Ethan gathered the remnants of apples from the table, for the concoction was complete and there was no longer a need for secrecy. "What potion?" "A few revitalizers. As this winter has been exceedingly harsh, this presented a splendid opportunity for practical application." Ethan smiled. "There will certainly be more chances in the future." Hermione shrugged, glancing at the books Ethan had brought over, and exclaimed in surprise, "Are these from the restricted section? You went to find Professor McGonagall, didn't you?" Ethan shook his head, saying, "Professor McGonagall is not in her office, and Ron's two brothers are also absent. I obtained the note from Professor Snape. This is the only legitimate way for young wizards to approach the restricted section. It is truly hard to imagine that Snape would grant you a note," Ron said incredulously. Ron hurried after him. "Harry, wait for me. I truly do not understand what those two are up to every day." Hermione couldn't help but shake her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. The Weasley family is undeniably talented. Even George and Fred excel academically, yet Ron is the most mischievous. And Harry, so many hold high hopes for him. Ethan pondered for a moment and replied, "It's all right. They will all grow up. Their experiences surpass those of many, and the dangers and predicaments they face are beyond ordinary imagination. As for him, he must strive to survive in this process, avoiding being swept away in the turmoil." Hermione tilted her head to look at him, sensing that Ethan's words held deeper meaning, yet he seemed reluctant to elaborate. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, "What spell are you studying?" "A few days ago, while assisting in potion making, I learned about a complex spell called the Hot Wind Charm, which is exceedingly difficult to master. It requires proficiency in the Whirlwind Charm, the Blazing Fire Charm, and the Shattering Charm, yet I have always struggled to control my magic." Ethan did not hold back, attempting to demonstrate to Hermione while sharing the challenges he faced. As she listened, Hermione became engrossed, meticulously examining the incantation and method of casting the Hot Wind Charm. She took out her wand and waved it gently. A pale blue mist quickly took shape, gradually shifting to a fiery red. However, it was evident that her magical power was far inferior to Ethan's. The cloud merely acquired a hint of red before dissipating. She sighed, feeling frustrated. Indeed, it is quite challenging, maintaining the Whirlwind Charm while gradually merging the Blazing Fire Charm. And finally adding a layer of the Shattering Charm is impossible. "Ethan, this is simply beyond what a first year could master, perhaps in 2 years. When we are a bit older, we may be able to wield it with ease." Ethan contemplated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Cast the spell once more." Hermione, puzzled but determined, attempted it again, though it quickly collapsed once more. Ethan, however, seemed to ponder deeply. "Your control over magic is better than mine. The reason you cannot manifest, it may simply be due to insufficient magical power for the transformation spell. Right? I think I understand. The essence of the Hot Wind Charm is not nesting, but transformation." Hermione nodded repeatedly, waving her wand. "If it were a nested charm, It would require a profound understanding of both the spell and the magic. The transformation spell serves as a clever workaround. Not a workaround, Ethan shook his head, unable to conceal his delight. I'm misunderstood. The essence of the hot wind charm is indeed a dual, incomplete transformation spell. The process of transformation is not constant. It is perpetually evolving, changing in accordance with the variations of the target state. Professor Snape's comprehension of spells, along with his mastery of potions, far surpasses my imagination. And you, Hermione, you are exceptionally astute. He was concerned that Hermione might not grasp his explanation, so he drew his wand and gently waved it, causing a pale azure cloud to swiftly take shape and rotate gracefully. Ethan did not forget to elucidate. Behold, this is the first layer of the whirlwind charm. Next, we merely need to transmute it into the blazing fire charm. The pale azure cloud instantaneously transformed into a fierce conflagration of crimson flames, but under Ethan's control. The flames quickly dissipated, morphing into a breathtaking crimson cloud. However, it soon faded significantly, revealing faint hints of pale azure once more. Ethan, unable to conceal his delight, exclaimed, "Yes, precisely. This represents a dynamic equilibrium. One must oscillate between the two spells. This way, one can adeptly regulate its temperature, much like adjusting the hot and cold water while bathing." The smile on Ethan's face grew ever more radiant. Meanwhile, Hermione stood in awe. "Even if you're correct, from whence do you derive such immense magical power? I share this line of thought, yet why can I not manifest it?" Chapter 55, The Ambush. The incidents involving the Phantom Assault had not recurred, and Harry had abandoned his search for the erased mirror. Nevertheless, the weather at Hogwarts remained dismal, with continuous rain following a heavy snowfall. However, in anticipation of the impending Quidditch House Cup finals, the entire Hogwarts was experiencing a surge of excitement. Should Gryffindor triumph, they could put an end to Slytherin's 7-year streak of championships. The entire school had been eagerly anticipating this moment, with various promotions and suspense mounting to a crescendo. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat restless during her lessons, frequently calling Harry aside to bolster his spirits, even releasing the Weasley twins, who were supposed to be in detention. Ethan had not seen Harry before bed for several days. Ron mentioned that Quidditch Captain Wood was a training fanatic, constantly scolding his two brothers, leaving Harry utterly exhausted. Yet he welcomed the challenge with enthusiasm. Friday afternoons were devoid of classes, with all 4 houses and 5-year groups enjoying a respite. The Quidditch Championship match was originally slated for that afternoon, but due to the inclement weather, it had to be postponed by a day to Saturday. Thus, the afternoon would feature a match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, serving as a warm-up for the following day. Ethan, not fond of raucousness and disinterested in an event unrelated to Gryffindor, chose to remain in the study room, continuing to practice the transformation charm. Of course, Ethan had also discerned Snape's deception. Snape claimed that this spell could be utilized against foes, but in truth, it was a ruse. Strictly speaking, the hot wind charm is merely a technique for controlling magical power and spells. The caster must perpetually maintain the balance between the two. Otherwise, the spell would collapse instantaneously, rendering it utterly harmless. Upon this realization, Ethan initially felt a surge of anger, but upon reflection, he considered, if the hot wind charm were indeed a highly destructive dark magic, how could Snape possibly impart it to him so readily? The relationships among everyone have not reached that level at all. Upon realizing this, Ethan silently cursed a few clever remarks, then felt a sense of relief. Luna pushed open the classroom door and found Ethan, her eyes alight with joy as she asked, "Ethan, do you remember the promise we made last time?" Ethan gazed at her for a moment and quickly recalled her previous mention of discovering an amusing place, inquiring if he would like to join her. That place must be the Forbidden Forest. Glancing at the drizzling rain outside, Ethan curiously asked, "Now?" Luna nodded, patting her small bag, her pearly teeth gleaming as she cheerfully replied, "I prepared some gifts, but the school's guards have been particularly strict lately, with wards everywhere." She had attempted to sneak out several times, but had been unsuccessful, ultimately deciding to seek Ethan on an afternoon when she had no classes. The dangers of the Forbidden Forest at night were not solely due to the magical creatures within. There was also a Chiron hunting unicorns. This afternoon, he could familiarize himself with the terrain before making any moves. He tidied his desk and, bouncing alongside Luna, left the school. He wished to maintain a composed demeanor, yet the exuberance of the little witch beside him made it difficult. If he didn't skip along, he would fall behind. Mr. Hagrid guarded the entrance to the Forbidden Forest with a large black dog. "If we approach in this manner, we will surely be stopped," Luna remarked, rummaging through her pocket to produce a small box filled with white powder. "But there's no need to worry. It has been raining all day, and I also brought odor-reducing powder. She took a handful and sprinkled it over Ethan, then handed the box to him. He imitated her, dousing her in return. Ethan, do you like the Christmas gift I gave you? Yes, I truly do. Luna's gift was a fist-sized crystal ball, within which a pair of tiny dancers twirled gracefully beneath swirling snowflakes. Ethan placed it on his bedside table, gazing at it for a while before sleep. Evidently, this was not Luna's first excursion into the Forbidden Forest. She led Ethan through a series of evasive maneuvers, successfully avoiding Mr. Hagrid's attention and entering a vast grove of towering oaks. The surrounding light dimmed significantly, and the ground was soft and mushy, a result of countless years of decaying leaves. The air was tainted with a sweet, earthy scent mixed with a faintly sour aroma of rotting wood, which would have been unbearable without the breeze, potentially leading to miasma. Luna's eyes widened, her light-colored irises seemingly reflecting everything around them. She grasped Ethan's hand and exclaimed joyfully, "Over there!" Ethan followed her to a puddle, where Luna released his hand and retrieved a piece of beef adorned with a delicate, colorful ribbon. She looked skyward and spoke to the air, untying the ribbon and tossing the beef into the distance. Then, Ethan watched as the beef gradually vanished into the air. His pupils constricted as he murmured to himself, "Nightmare?" The nightmare, an incredibly enigmatic magical creature, could only be seen by those who had directly faced death or grasped its significance. It is said that Hagrid is the only one in all of Britain who has tamed a thestral. The thestrals in the Forbidden Forest are under his care, and they typically pull the carriages for the school. However, on occasions when Dumbledore is traveling for an extended period and wishes to avoid apparition, he also utilizes the thestrals for his journeys. Thestrals themselves are symbols of death and ominous foreboding. The core of that ancient wand appears to be composed of thestral tail hair. At this thought, Ethan felt a flicker of curiosity and tentatively asked, "Luna, may I touch it?" Luna looked up for a moment, bewildered, and replied, "It has left, Ethan. It seems it does not quite favor you." Ethan shook his head in disappointment, pondering how this creature seemed to possess an intelligence even surpassing Hermione's. "Do not take it to heart. Perhaps it is merely our first encounter. In time, we shall visit often, and it will gradually come to appreciate you." As Luna spoke, she retrieved several pieces of beef, placing them meticulously on the ground, stating earnestly, "These are gifts for the Niffler. I hope that in the coming year, they will not be too bothersome." Ethan observed silently. Although he was unsure if there truly existed creatures like the pesky dung beetle and the Niffler, Luna had mentioned that if a person were to lie, the number of dung beetles nearby would increase. Luna relied on this to discern truth from deception, and she had never been mistaken, which led him to entertain a belief in such creatures. Of course, it might also be that Luna possessed an extraordinary gift. Perhaps she was a natural legilimens, able to perceive the true thoughts of a person and thereby distinguish truth from falsehood. Luna continued to converse with the air. After listening for a while, Ethan glanced around. The towering oaks cast deep shadows, making it difficult to encounter another unless one were to walk right into them. In the dim recesses of the forest, an elusive gaze was fixed upon Ethan. Suddenly, he felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his wand and shouted, "Protego." Chapter 56. Every flaw has its weakness. A dark beam sliced through the air, striking Ethan squarely in the back and forcing him to the ground. However, due to the timely casting of the shield charm, he sustained no injuries and quickly deduced that his assailant was positioned at a considerable distance. Otherwise, the spell's impact would have been far more potent. Ethan rolled to the side, just as another dark beam struck the ground, sending a spray of dirt into the air. He swiftly pulled Luna down beside him and urgently recited, "Protego." Luna, still somewhat disoriented, understood they were under attack, gripping her wand tightly, yet remaining uncertain. Thanks to Quirrell, the first-year wizards had not had the opportunity to learn offensive spells. When faced with a real ambush, they found themselves utterly unprepared, unsure of how to defend themselves or confront the enemy. Ethan led her to hide behind an oak tree, whispering, "Stay calm. He dares not approach." The surroundings fell silent once more, the air thick with tension, making it hard to breathe. Ethan was not one to passively await an outcome, nor one to endure blows without retaliating. Shadows clouded his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly from this moment. "I need you to close your eyes and crouch down slowly. If I do not make a sound, you must not open your eyes." Ethan gazed silently at her, and with a subtle flick of his wand, their figures vanished from sight. The silent incantation of the disillusionment charm and the vanishing spell completed. Ethan then grasped his wand firmly and ventured deeper into the shadowy forest. After traversing nearly 30 meters, he finally discerned a silhouette, a tall figure cloaked in black, making its way into the depths of the forbidden forest. Ethan's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting as he raised his wand, pointing it with a chilling precision. The air was silently sliced apart as transparent blades cut through the leaves, leaving sharp gashes in their wake. Whoosh! 3 invisible blades followed suit. The figure, now aware of the imminent danger, abruptly swung his wand, casting the ironclad charm. A burst of golden sparks erupted around him, succeeded by yet another 3 sparks. Stumbling back several paces, the man was clearly startled. Ethan lowered his body, swiftly closing the distance, and with an unabashed flourish of his wand, unleashed a formidable spell. A potent surge of magic striking the man squarely in the chest. The black robe tore apart, revealing the astonished and furious visage of an unfamiliar man. Ethan paused momentarily, having expected to confront Chilo, yet here stood an unknown adversary. This individual bore no resemblance to anyone from the school. How could he dare to tread within the forbidden forest? Did he not fear Dumbledore? With this thought, Ethan's resolve hardened. If this were a professor, he might have hesitated. However, an unknown assailant who dared to ambush him and believed he could escape unscathed? Such presumption was ludicrous. With another fierce incantation, Ethan shifted his position. Under the influence of the vanishing spell, his opponent struggled to pinpoint his location, increasingly agitated as he unleashed a barrage of spells, yet clearly wary of attracting undue attention. He refrained from employing more powerful fire spells. Ethan, however, harbored no such reservations. He produced 2 crystal vials, originally intended for Chilo, now fortuitously repurposed for the stranger. With a twinge of regret, he uncorked the vials, and with a flick of his wand, summoned a pale azure whirlwind that enveloped the liquid, transforming it into 2 arcs of water that floated gracefully in midair. Seizing the moment, he drove his wand downward, dousing the man in purple and brown potions. With an unforeseen assault, the middle-aged wizard's visage grotesquely swelled, and soon a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, resulting in rapid swelling and decay. Unable to stifle a cry of agony, he dropped his wand. Ethan's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly murmured, "Wand, come to me." The light brown wand soared into his palm. The middle-aged wizard, now aware of his predicament, realized too late, his eyes swollen to mere slits, his lips puffed like sausages, rendering him mute. Terror gripped him as he turned to flee. Ethan, feeling the restless energy of the wand in his hand, bore an intensity beyond his years. He raised his wand, pointing it at the fleeing wizard, and with a commanding shout declared, "Sleep now." The wand emitted a mournful wail as a flash of crimson light erupted from its tip. The middle-aged wizard collapsed heavily to the ground. Ethan strode over, gazing at the unconscious figure before him. With his wand raised high and then lowered, he oscillated between a fierce intensity and a moment of internal struggle, ultimately exhaling a sigh as he relinquished some unsavory thoughts. He produced a pair of dragon-hide gloves and swiftly searched the body, extracting a pouch, a collection of peculiar crystal vials, and a roll of parchment. These were spoils of victory, and Ethan was determined not to overlook a single item. Upon completing his search, he resolutely employed a severing charm, tearing the garments from the unfortunate soul and binding them into strips, which he then hung from a tree. With a flourish of his wand, he sent forth a magnificent firework into the sky. The commotion was sufficient to draw the attention of both Hagrid and the school, signaling something unusual afoot. With a sudden manifestation, Luna appeared before him, the little witch still crouched against a tree, her hands covering her eyes. "Who is it?" she inquired. "I don't recognize him. He doesn't seem to be one of our school's wizards," Ethan replied hastily. "What have you done to him?" "I offered him a potion of swelling and then rendered him unconscious," Ethan explained succinctly. As they hastened out of the forbidden forest, Ethan's expression abruptly altered, and he pulled Luna behind an oak tree. Shadows of figures on broomsticks surged toward the direction of the earlier explosion of fireworks. After a prolonged wait, the pair felt it was safe to exit the forest, trotting toward the Black Lake and making their way along a narrow path to the edge of the school grounds. Here, they felt a sense of security. No one would suspect their escape from the forbidden forest. "Luna, we must keep this matter confidential," Ethan whispered. "I understand, Ethan," Luna replied, waving her hand as she skipped ahead. As he took a few more steps, Ethan's brow furrowed deeper. Scenes from earlier flashed through his mind like a film in reverse, all the way to the moment of the ambush. He halted, his expression growing increasingly grim. Suddenly, he recalled Luna laying out a multitude of raw beef by the lake, each piece adorned with ribbons. Chapter 57. The Culprit Unveiled. Within the Forbidden Forest, several professors silently observed the unfortunate wizard hanging upside down from tree. Snape watched as Professor McGonagall stormed away, her face flushed with indignation, and then cast a cold glance at Quirrell. Quirrell shivered, his face a picture of grievance. "This has nothing to do with me." Dumbledore arrived at a leisurely pace, his gaze falling upon the unfortunate wizard suspended from a tree. "I was just wondering why Minerva departed so abruptly," he remarked with a smile. Snape's expression darkened. "It's the swelling potion and the stunning spell. Administer some healing potions and provide him with a robe. We have so many children in this school, it's hardly appropriate for him to be running about in his current state." Dumbledore turned to Hagrid, inquiring, "Hagrid, have you made any discoveries?" A unicorn was nudging Hagrid with its head, its silver mane glistening like the finest silk, smooth and radiant. Quirrell continued to cast furtive glances in that direction, his eyes darting about. Hagrid finally patted the unicorn's head, permitting it to depart. He approached Dumbledore, hesitating before speaking. "It said that not long ago, 2 little ones sneaked into the Forbidden Forest, and after greeting the nightmare, they were ambushed by this creature." The expressions of several professors simultaneously shifted. Dumbledore's countenance darkened, an invisible pressure enveloping the surroundings. Even Hagrid, with his imposing stature, found it difficult to breathe. Dumbledore surveyed the area and commanded, "Quickly, search around. No need to rush." Hagrid hurriedly restrained several professors, hesitatingly adding, "It said a young wizard thwarted the ambush and even managed to defeat him. He has already fled." Upon saying this, he pointed with his thick finger at the individual hanging upside down from the tree, his furry face displaying incredulity. This was an adult wizard, perhaps even a malevolent dark wizard. After all, a fifth-year student would merely be 16 years old. The news was indeed shocking. Even Dumbledore was taken aback, glancing at Snape and Quirrell with a jovial inquiry. "Among the fifth-year students, who has befriended the Thestral?" Snape, with a grim demeanor, replied, "The swelling solution is a third-year lesson. Fifth-year students no longer study this. It must have been brewed illicitly." Quirrell timidly suggested, "Perhaps we should narrow our focus to wizards who have attended care of magical creatures class, as only through this means could they have encountered a Thestral." Dumbledore pondered this, his expression softening as he remarked, "Whoever it may be, it is nonetheless good news. You have nurtured a formidable young wizard who successfully defended himself, vanquished an enemy, and, after incapacitating him, chose not to inflict further harm, merely administering a slight reprimand." Hagrid shrugged and added, "I suspect they fled secretly, fearing punishment for trespassing into the Forbidden Forest." Snape and Quirrell remained noncommittal. Dumbledore, with a hint of exasperation, stated, "Hagrid, this is your oversight. You must reflect upon it." Hagrid shrugged again, remaining silent. Dumbledore raised his hand, his tone steady. "Severus, tend to him, then awaken him. We shall examine his memories." Snape promptly lowered the individual with his wand, retrieving a vial from his pocket to sprinkle on the person's swollen face. The swelling subsided quickly, revealing a completely unfamiliar middle-aged visage. Dumbledore sighed, "A most unfamiliar face. It seems the school possesses what he requires." Snape scrutinized the face, his expression growing darker as he slowly remarked, "This fellow appears quite feeble. He must have sustained serious injuries. Scoundrels like him deserve to rot in Azkaban." Hagrid grumbled in agreement. Snape shot him a glance, his wand pointed coldly, "Dispel." The middle-aged wizard shuddered, gradually opening his eyes, only to reveal despair upon recognizing Dumbledore, Snape, Hagrid, and a professor in a large hat. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Ethan had spent the entire night in trepidation, fearing that his identity would be exposed due to a few carrots, leading Professor McGonagall to send him to Azkaban for re-education. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Early Saturday morning, all houses received a notification to convene in the Great Hall. Ethan's heart raced as he vaguely surmised the matter at hand. Yet no one had approached him the previous day. Perhaps he and Luna had not been discovered. He followed the others into the auditorium, his mind in turmoil, making an effort to sit in a position where the guest of honor could not see him. On the dais, Dumbledore awaited their arrival, flanked by all the professors. Not only the professors, but an uncountable number of ghosts floated above the hall, also convening for the occasion. Ethan looked around with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, unable to resist glancing in the direction of Ravenclaw, where Luna happened to be looking back at him, winking playfully. Silence. Dumbledore raised his hand, surveying the assembly, his voice resonating. "Recently, our school has been plagued by a series of unfortunate events. Professor Snape's office was the scene of a theft. Mr. Barrow was attacked. And just yesterday, Two little ones ventured into the forbidden forest and faced peril. The forbidden forest is treacherous. No one is permitted to enter without authorization. The expressions of all the professors darkened, and a serious atmosphere enveloped the auditorium, stifling all present. The young witches and wizards were filled with unease. Even the most reckless Slytherins fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Dumbledore continued. Also yesterday, among you was a remarkable young wizard who not only thwarted the attack, but also vanquished the assailant. This is indeed a cause for celebration. However, I must inform you that the attacker is a notorious dark wizard, weakened only due to a perilous experiment. Had he been his prime, no young wizard here could have withstood him. We now suspect that the recent events at the school are connected to him and his accomplices. Rest assured, the Ministry's Aurors will soon apprehend them. The school deeply regrets the lapses in our defenses. Listening to the assurances from the head table, Ethan's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. His spirit uplifted. Excellent. The scapegoat has been identified. The true culprit has been found. The school is safe. Everything will pass without incident. Chapter 58, The Disparity. No wonder after the Monkey King wreaked havoc in the heavens. Every deity greeted him with smiles, affectionately addressing him as the great sage, Ethan mused to himself. After the assembly concluded, smiles adorned every face. Even the ghosts seemed to share in the joy. The culprit had been captured, the school was secure, clarity had returned, and gatherings could resume. As for the audacious dark wizard who dared infiltrate the school, the Dementors in Azkaban would surely take good care of him. Ethan popped a chocolate ball into his mouth, the rich sweetness of strawberry and cream flooding his senses, enveloping him in delightful aromas. He took out the wand he had acquired, examining it closely. It appeared to be made of pine, measuring 11.5 inches, with a core likely from unicorn hair. This wand elicited a strong aversion in him. Previously in the Forbidden Forest, he had barely managed to cast a simple spell, unable to articulate any more powerful incantations. The saying worthless if discarded, useless if kept aptly described this item. Ethan gripped it tightly, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Wand pine. Exchange value 5, magic affinity, mental strength, mental resistance, spell resistance. I truly cannot afford to let you go. Ethan sighed softly and chose to exchange it. In an instant, the wand withered and lost much of its luster, its once vibrant glow now diminished. Even its intangible resilience weakened to the utmost. Ethan grasped it tightly once more. Wand pine. Exchange value 2, magic affinity, mental resistance. Suddenly, the wand in Ethan's hand splintered like rotting wood, revealing an unpolished core within. A pale azure whirlwind surged upward, gradually transforming into a crimson haze. Ethan opened the window, allowing the cold wind to gust in, carrying away a handful of ashes. He withdrew several crystal vials, examining them for a moment before frowning. Antidote, white fresh essence, blood replenishing potion. The principal was indeed correct. This person had sustained severe injuries. Was he also in search of unicorn blood? Then why did he impulsively attack me? He muttered in exasperation, pulling out a sheet of yellowed blank parchment. The reason it appeared blank was that an invisible spell lay upon it, a charm he employed frequently and knew well. Ethan took out his wand and tapped the parchment thrice, reciting word by word, "Reveal your form." A hurried scrawl of words swiftly materialized and then dissipated on the parchment, the secret that transcends death. After the script vanished, ink-black lines emerged, rapidly sketching out a map. After a few red dots flickered, the entire parchment transformed into a fireball. The change was so sudden that Ethan barely had time to raise his wand. The parchment had already been consumed by the flames. His expression fluctuated, and with a wave of his wand, the surroundings were cleared anew. Yet finally, he could not restrain a curse. What madness is this? When the red dots flickered earlier, he had clearly seen their locations. One in the principal's office, another in Quirrell's office, and one that seemed to be on the 8th floor of the castle, though it was quite vague and he could not discern the exact position. Even if that individual had indeed infiltrated the castle, did he dare to steal from Dumbledore's office? Or to confront Quirrell? All this flamboyance suggested that he had indeed been practicing dark magic for too long, leading to a warped mind. Ethan was utterly speechless, shaking his head as he fished out his last heavy pocket. Within were 21 galleons, a dozen sickles, and some nuts. To an adult wizard, this sum would be considered rather meager. However, for an 11-year-old young wizard, it was a veritable fortune. Coupled with the 5 pounds given by Mrs. White, the 5 galleons earned from Snape, and the school's grants, it should suffice for all expenses for the coming year. Ethan's expression brightened considerably, feeling it was well worth the struggle he had endured. He sighed inwardly, initially elated by the 21 points of magic, What a foolish joy. After employing the disillusionment charm, silent casting, and the stunning spell without a hitch, he had executed flawlessly. Yet, he had failed to successfully ambush a gravely injured dark wizard. It was as if he had played the fool. The gap between myself and adult wizards remains far too vast. Ethan pondered. This battle had provided him with a clearer and more vivid understanding of the disparities that existed. Though Quirrell was known as the most lackadaisical professor at Hogwarts, he was nonetheless a genuine graduate of the institution and a Ravenclaw wizard. Within the wizarding world, he was hardly lacking in capability, for otherwise he would not have dared to confront Voldemort alone. Presently, Ethan found himself unable to contend even with a severely wounded dark wizard. So how could he possibly stand against Quirrell? Or rather, how could he survive the onslaught while seizing the Philosopher's Stone and the Mirror of Ariste? It seemed an insurmountable challenge. With a deep breath, Ethan gazed pensively out the window. Perhaps he should adopt a passive approach to the unfolding events, allowing the story to proceed along its intended trajectory, permitting Harry to vanquish Quirrell. Yet, as a Gryffindor wizard, he had become deeply entangled with his peers over the past 6 months. How could he remain an outsider? Perhaps he could explore other avenues for opportunity? Ethan stood lost in thought, rapidly sketching out one plan after another in his mind, only to dismiss them all in quick succession. Ethan! Ethan! Harry burst into the study room, clutching a wrapper from a chocolate frog, his face alight with excitement. We found information about Nicholas Flamel. He was a friend of Dumbledore's. An alchemist. He possesses the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's enthusiasm was palpable as he shared their discovery. Ron and Hermione followed closely behind, equally breathless. Ron cast a hesitant glance at Ethan and murmured, "Harry, Ethan doesn't know about that." That night, he, Harry, Neville, and Hermione had ventured to confront Malfoy, only to be outwitted, a fact unknown to Ethan, or so Ron believed. The four had narrowly escaped Filch's clutches and had nearly been devoured by a three-headed dog. A harrowing experience that had haunted Ron with nightmares for several nights. Harry suddenly recalled this incident and appeared momentarily flustered. "It's fine, Ron. Ethan is our good friend. He should know about this, and he might even be able to help us." After a moment's contemplation, Ron reluctantly accepted this rationale, muttering, "If that's the case, perhaps our chances will be greater." Hermione, hands on her hips and breathless, retorted, "It was I who found it in the book. If you hadn't borrowed it, Ron and I would have discovered it sooner." Harry chimed in with a complaint of his own. Ron nodded in agreement, quickly aligning with Harry against Hermione, causing her face to flush with indignation. Ethan rubbed his temples in exasperation. Indeed, one could not evade what was destined to come. He stepped into the midst of the trio and, with a sense of resignation, inquired, "So you've unearthed information on Flamel, and what comes next?" Upon mentioning the matter at hand, Harry's spirits lifted, and he promptly declared, "We should seek out Hagrid to clarify things. Additionally, I want to inquire about the Forbidden Forest." Hermione and Ron nodded vigorously. Raising an eyebrow, Ethan replied, "Then let us hasten. I, too, wish to know." Chapter 59, A Familiar Scene. Yet, this matter would not be easily unraveled. In the afternoon, a Quidditch House Cup final was set to take place, pitting Gryffindor against the 7-time champions Slytherin. This match had become the focal point of Hogwarts, with even Headmaster Dumbledore personally inspecting the grounds. The weather had, against the odds, improved somewhat, though still drizzly. The winds had abated significantly. Almost all the professors were dressed in their finest attire, with Professor McGonagall donning a vibrant green robe and a tall black top hat. Her expression a mix of seriousness and anticipation. Since Charlie's graduation, Gryffindor had suffered 7 consecutive defeats, and after each match, she had to avoid Snape. With only half an hour remaining before the match commenced, Gryffindor's most gifted seeker was in a state of panic. What should I do? I just learned that the referee for this match would be Snape. Good heavens, this is utterly unfair. Ron exclaimed in frustration. He will undoubtedly favor Slytherin. He might even take action against you. Hermione, casting a subtle glance at Ethan, hesitated and suggested, perhaps, rather than focusing on Snape, we should be more wary of Professor Quirrell. Ron and Harry looked at her, puzzled. Why Quirrell? He has been quite nice to us and never deducts points. Hermione wore a conflicted expression. This matter was Ethan's secret, and she had promised to keep it. Reluctantly, she nudged Ethan, urging him to speak. Ethan glanced at her and casually replied, "No need to worry. I saw that Headmaster Dumbledore is also present. With him watching, no one would dare act against you." Harry's eyes widened in relief, and he joyfully exclaimed, "If the headmaster is overseeing, even Snape wouldn't dare to do anything to me." Still feeling uneasy, Hermione hesitated before asking, "Ethan, you'll be watching the House Cup match, won't you?" Harry, having set aside his worries, hurried towards the changing room, with Ron and Hermione trailing behind him. Ethan strolled slowly into the castle, despite the match being half an hour away. Nearly everyone had gathered at the pitch in a fervor akin to that of a World Cup final. As Ethan ascended to the third floor, a terrified cry echoed from above. Ethan! Help! Ethan! Ethan? Who's this Ethan? Longbottom. You truly are a coward. Stand still and don't move. Freeze in place. Ethan paused momentarily, his expression darkening as he drew his wand and strode purposefully to the fourth floor. Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe had cornered Neville outside the library, with Malfoy brandishing his wand, a triumphant smirk on his face. Neville was on the verge of tears, his legs trembling and glued together, repeatedly calling out his name. Malfoy's laughter abruptly ceased as he gaped at Ethan approaching, a look of panic crossing his face as he instinctively raised his wand. Ethan's gaze hardened. With a swift flick of his wand, he commanded, "Bind him at once." A thick rope shot forth from the tip of his wand, ensnaring Malfoy, who was now a quivering ball of fear, while Goyle and Crabbe hastily drew their wands in alarm. Ethan's expression darkened as his wand sliced through the air, emitting a sharp shriek, all petrified. Instantly, Goyle and Crabbe's faces turned to the hue of stone, their bodies rigidly collapsing onto the staircase. At this, Malfoy was driven to tears, exclaiming loudly, "I won't do it again. I apologize." Neville, unable to contain himself, threw his arms around Ethan and began to weep profusely. Ethan remained momentarily silent, his wand directed at Malfoy and his companions, softly uttering a spell. Wingardium Leviosa, the three of them simultaneously floated into the air. Malfoy was utterly terrified, fearing that Ethan intended to throw them out of the window. The librarian, Madame Pants, could no longer stand idly by. She hurried forward, her tone stern. "They have already suffered enough. Release them." Ethan calmly regarded her. "Why did you not intervene when they were tormenting Neville? Now that I intend to take them to the professor, you wish to impede my progress?" Madame Pants's expression shifted, her discomfort evident. It was merely a bit of roughhousing. "You may save that explanation for the professors," Ethan replied, turning to Neville, his anger palpable. "Let us go find Professor McGonagall." Neville wiped his tears and nodded vigorously. Madame Pants dared not obstruct them any longer, watching helplessly as Ethan led the suspended individuals and Neville downstairs. As they made their way to the Quidditch pitch, their unusual appearance drew many curious glances. Professor McGonagall, who had secured the best vantage point for the match, quickly noticed them and, unable to remain seated, rose abruptly and, accompanied by Snape, hurriedly left the stands. "What is the meaning of this?" McGonagall inquired, her gaze shifting between the teary-eyed Neville and the still sobbing Malfoy, irritation brewing within her. Snape's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Ethan. "Did you use the petrification spell on them?" Ethan, filled with indignation, retorted. "Those three cornered Neville, relentlessly practicing the leglocker curse on him. When I approached, they attempted to attack me as well. I was compelled to defend myself. And Madame Pants, she sat by and did nothing. Yet when I sought to bring them to the professors, she chose to interfere, unable to hold back his grievances any longer." Neville burst into tears once more. Snape's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he turned his glare towards Malfoy. McGonagall's face visibly reddened with anger as she drew her wand, pointing it at Neville's legs. Without uttering a spell, the leglocker curse was dispelled. Neville immediately clung to Ethan once more. "Release them, Ethan." McGonagall's furious gaze fell upon Malfoy. "Mr. Draco Malfoy, you better have a reasonable explanation. Should you dare to lie, I will ensure your expulsion." "Why, yes, I'm sorry," Malfoy stammered, his face paling further as he wept. "I was wrong to act that way." "Please, remain calm, Professor McGonagall," Snape interjected, his expression equally grim. "I will keep a close watch on them and ascertain the facts once the match concludes." Chapter 60. This is certainly not first-year knowledge. The matter was swiftly investigated. The two professors approached Madame Pants, and under their stern scrutiny, the irritable librarian could only grimace as she provided an explanation, daring not to withhold any details. However, both Minerva and Snape felt discontented with her. As the administrator, allowing such a situation to transpire and subsequently attempting to conceal, it was simply reprehensible. Snape meticulously examined Malfoy's wand and confirmed that he had indeed employed the leglocker curse. At this point, all evidence came to light. Snape announced the deduction of 150 points from Slytherin and imposed a month's detention on Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe, warning that any further transgressions would result in their expulsion. Neville wept bitterly, his sorrow so profound that even Professor McGonagall felt a pang of compassion. Neville's parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, had been driven to madness 11 years prior by the Cruciatus Curse during the battle against the Death Eaters. A haunting tragedy shared by every member of the Order of the Phoenix. Thus, when she furiously sought to expel Malfoy, hearing Snape plead for leniency left her astonished, disappointed, and even more incensed. This led to a near altercation between the two professors, ultimately drawing the attention of Dumbledore. "Ethan, should I tell my grandmother?" Neville stuttered through his tears. Ethan hesitated before sighing. "Malfoy and his cronies have faced punishment, and I am not defending them. However, your grandmother is quite advanced in age. If you disclose this incident to her, it will only serve to anger her and cause her concern for you. You are a young man, and such encounters will arise again. You must confront them with bravery and overcome them. Do not allow your family to worry incessantly about you, Neville." He and Neville had always shared a strong friendship, perhaps even stronger than with others in their dormitory, and witnessing Neville being bullied had genuinely angered him. Neville sniffled. "I want to tell Grandma." Professor McGonagall felt a sense of relief, ready to speak, when Ethan interjected, "I will teach you a few powerful spells. Next time you encounter Malfoy, give him a proper thrashing. If your wand is ineffective, you can always resort to your fists." Neville nodded emphatically. "I will certainly give him a proper beating." Professor McGonagall's expression stiffened momentarily, feigning ignorance of their conversation, and hurried off to the stands. The Quidditch pitch erupted with fervor, as everyone cheered loudly. Harry soared above the field like an eagle, diving down swiftly to seize the golden snitch. The roar of the crowd exploded. Even Ethan felt a painful throb in his eardrums. This highly anticipated semi-final of the House Cup concluded in less than 5 minutes. Gryffindor had ended Slytherin's 7-year reign. Professor McGonagall, usually so composed, was now shouting with exuberance, even shaking her fist at Snape. Snape's countenance was indeed quite grim in every conceivable sense. The match concluded, and even Ethan found himself astonished at how easily Slytherin had faltered. Of course, such details were inconsequential. He dusted himself off and, alongside Neville, left in high spirits. 2 hours later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived at the study hall together. "Ethan, you won't believe it. Professor McGonagall just awarded us an additional 50 points. Harry exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "That is equivalent to the points deducted from Ron and me over 6 months. Almost 4 months," Ron chimed in. Hermione doused them with cold water, declaring, "The points that Ethan and I earn will undoubtedly surpass 50. Yet, our house's score is currently lower than Hufflepuff's." Ron, equally defiant, nodded in agreement. Finally, Ethan interjected, "Shall we seek out Hagrid? Come on, let's go. Neville, are you joining us?" The 5 of them parted ways at the school gates, with Ethan hastening after Harry towards Hagrid's hut. To their astonishment, Hagrid was seated on the sofa, quietly engrossed in a book. This sight greatly surprised Harry, who anxiously regarded his large friend. "Hagrid, I've never seen you read before. Have you consumed something unusual?" Hagrid rolled his eyes, closed the book, and set it aside. Ethan caught a glimpse of the cover, which read a guide to raising dragons. Hagrid poured them some hot water and produced a heavy rock cake. As the plate landed on the table, it emitted a solid, resounding thud. Ethan could swear that in such cold weather, those rock cakes could easily serve as stones. "Harry, congratulations on winning the match," he said earnestly, shaking Harry's hand. Amidst Harry's beaming, flushed face, Hagrid surveyed the group and inquired, "Is there something I can assist you with?" He was looking at Ethan, who pondered for a moment before curiously asking, "Have there been any newly compiled pastries lately? Or perhaps some less than ideal unicorn hairs? I would quite like to see them." He stood up and approached a cabinet, retrieving a wooden basin adorned with shimmering unicorn tail hairs. He handed the basin to Ethan, who carefully accepted it and looked up to ask, "Are these all the leftovers?" Quiz time. The 4 of them straightened up in unison, with Hermione eagerly glancing at Ethan. Hagrid, beaming with delight, posed a question, "What potion requires the use of silver unicorn tail hair?" Upon finishing, he turned his gaze towards Harry, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Harry vaguely felt as though he had encountered the answer before, but suddenly found himself at a loss, so he instinctively turned to Ethan. Ethan, in a contemplative tone, responded, "A standard antidote." Ron shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "I was just about to remember." Hagrid, chuckling, snapped his fingers and selected a long strand of silver unicorn tail hair, wrapping it around Ethan's sleeve. "I know that too," Hermione exclaimed, her expression one of frustration. She had forgotten that this was not a classroom setting and had instinctively raised her hand when the answer came to her. Ethan looked at her and suggested, "The next question should be, what potion requires golden unicorn tail hair?" Indeed, while silver unicorn tail hair can suffice, the effect of golden hair is superior, Hagrid replied, gazing expectantly at Harry. Harry hesitated for a moment, still bewildered, muttering, I suppose this isn't first-year knowledge. Chapter 61. The Dragon Egg. Realizing that potion knowledge was Harry's weak point, this impromptu quiz quickly shifted towards Quidditch. They discussed topics such as the Porskoff ploy and the backpass, subjects in which Harry and Ron excelled, and soon, strands of unicorn tail hair were entwined around their arms. Hermione rolled her eyes. Indeed, she could not answer those questions. To surpass Ethan and secure the top position in the year-end examinations, she had devoted all her time to studying. Ethan, equally indifferent, had already examined those tail hairs, finding them devoid of any redeemable value, rendering their possession inconsequential. As for the possibility of concocting an antidote, that was out of the question, for the ingredients required extended far beyond mere unicorn tail hairs. When the Q&A game concluded, Harry inquired, Hagrid, how was that dark wizard captured? Hagrid broke off a piece of rock cake, gesturing for them to eat while shrugging. Dumbledore forbade me from divulging the details. But as long as it is within the Forbidden Forest, nothing escapes my notice. The young wizards fixated intently on their plates. Even Ethan wore a grave expression. Moments latte. Ron resignedly picked up a piece, placed it in his mouth, and after a few futile bites, winced in pain, clutching his cheek. Hagrid, did you set up protective enchantments in the Forbidden Forest? No need for such things, Hagrid replied proudly. The unicorns, thestrals, and centaurs in the Forbidden Forest are my friends. They will alert me should anything occur. Incredible, Ron exclaimed. Does the school know who defeated that dark wizard? Hagrid tossed a piece of rock cake into his mouth, savoring its sweetness, and shook his head. Unicorns cannot identify individuals. To them, all humans appear identical, unless one has spent considerable time with them. But unicorns are not fond of humans. Most magical creatures indeed harbor a certain disdain for humanity, and their tempers are rarely gentle. Disappointment etched on their faces. Harry pondered for a moment and suddenly declared, Hagrid, we know what the dog is guarding. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Observing Hagrid's reaction, he immediately adopted an expression of certainty and exclaimed, Hagrid, this is not difficult to deduce, for someone has their sights set on it. It's Snape. You may find it hard to believe, but I witnessed it myself yesterday. He even pressured Quirrell, demanding to know how to get past the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog is your pet. Hagrid was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. Impossible. Professor Snape could never do such a thing. He is a professor at the school. Besides, no, Harry, I cannot disclose this to you. You already know too much. I truly do not understand how you know about the incident with Quirrell. Hermione was taken aback, entirely unaware of this matter, but upon seeing Ron's expression, it was clear he was informed. As for Ethan, he too seemed oblivious, equally astonished. Hagrid, I'm telling the truth. Snape must be attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked at him urgently. Why won't you believe me? Professor Snape has also cast protective spells on the stone. Hagrid, exasperated, replied, thus he could not steal the Philosopher's Stone, and no one can take it. Apart from myself and Professor Snape, there are also Professors Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, and Quirrell. Yes, even Dumbledore has cast magic. The more I explain, the more assured I become. With so many professors setting protective spells, no one can steal the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, only Dumbledore and I possess the knowledge of how to navigate the intricacies of Fluffy. This is reassuring. It appears that Snape has yet to succeed. Harry exhaled a prolonged sigh of relief, tugging at his collar as he gazed at the tightly sealed window, feeling somewhat perplexed. Hagrid, it is indeed quite chilly outside. However, could we perhaps open a window? It is rather warm in here. Absolutely not, Harry. Hagrid remained immovable in his chair, his broad frame completely obscuring the fireplace. Ron, seated at the edge, peered through a narrow gap and exclaimed in astonishment, There's a large, dark egg in the fireplace. What is that? Oh, surely not. Hagrid? His expression shifted to one of profound surprise as a realization dawned upon him. Despite his best efforts to conceal it, Hagrid's face betrayed his exasperation as he stammered. It's just an egg. Ron asserted confidently. A dragon egg. Indeed, it is a dragon egg. Hermione and Harry's mouths fell open in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Ethan maintained his usual unobtrusive demeanor, yet curiosity flickered across his face upon witnessing the legendary dragon egg. After all, it was a dragon. Despite its resemblance to a large lizard, its power was undeniable. Harry, still in a daze, asked, Where did you acquire a dragon egg? I won it. Hagrid chuckled, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I won it from an Irishman while drinking at the pub. But that's illegal, Ron muttered. The law passed at the 1709 Wizarding Conference explicitly forbids the keeping of dragons, and they're notoriously difficult to tame, posing significant dangers. Ethan inquired curiously, Are there no dragons at Hogwarts? None. It's far too perilous, Hagrid sighed. But I have always longed to raise a dragon. Look, I've managed quite well with Fluffy, and he has been quite helpful. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Ethan listened quietly to their conversation, maintaining a certain silence. The dragon egg had been intentionally lost to Hagrid by Quirrell, who was also aware of how to navigate the three-headed dog. However, he must have encountered new complications that prevented him from proceeding further. At this juncture, Voldemort must be nearing his end, as he required unicorn blood to sustain his life. This implies that if the timing were appropriate, he might be able to stage a preemptive strike to weaken Quirrell, ideally seizing his wand in the process. In the coming days, it would be imperative to be more diligent. Chapter 62. Quirrell. The only discernible difference was that the professors assigned an increasing volume of homework, to the extent that even Ron found himself diligently toiling away in the study hall each evening. As the exams approached, the study hall became increasingly crowded. In addition to preparing for the exams, there were new lessons in transfiguration, potion-making, new spells, and the care of magical plants. Even Quirrell, for the first time, taught an offensive spell, the tickling charm, which elicited laughter and merriment. The second half of the first-year curriculum was proving to be increasingly challenging, with assignments piling up relentlessly. The young wizards of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff bore faint dark circles beneath their eyes, yet no one voiced any complaints. With Ethan's foolproof notes, accessible even to the dim-witted, they were spared from tearing their hair out. Ethan found himself quite busy, as the young wizard from both houses paraded before him like a revolving lantern, allowing him to accurately discern each individual's appearance and voice. His experience points surged, and within a mere fortnight, he had amassed 5 free attribute points, 3 in magic, 1 in intelligence, and 1 in spirit. Ethan felt himself growing stronger. Yet when he touched his thick hair, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps his strength had not increased significantly. However, observing Dumbledore's abundant locks, he mused that perhaps a greater head of hair correlates with greater power. The frigid weather at the end of January still clung to the air, with howling winds producing an eerie whistling sound. That evening, after bidding farewell to the last few Hufflepuff wizards, Ethan leaned over his desk, jotting down plans for the next day and correcting a few errors, thus concluding his day. He locked the door and sauntered away, a smile gracing his face. Entirely uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old wizard, instead resembling a soon-to-retire elderly teacher. Truth be told, Ethan was quite content with his current life, fulfilling, stable, surrounded by kind-hearted and innocent friends, enjoying daily meals and conversations with Luna. Such happiness belonged solely to the present moment. Of course, if it weren't for Voldemort's machinations, his joy would undoubtedly be amplified. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Harry, Ron, and Neville clamoring around Seamus, who had just performed a color-changing spell in their room, nearly turning Ron's pet, Rat, into a charred mess. Ethan couldn't help but admire Seamus' audacity. Crawling into bed, he listened to the howling wind outside as he slipped into slumber. A few hours later, he awoke, donned a warm coat, and quietly exited his room. I swear I will not engage in noble deeds. Amidst the faint murmurs of incantations, names flickered in and out on the Marauder's map. Recently, Quirrell had ventured into the Forbidden Forest at least 7 times under the cloak of secrecy. Ethan had been attempting to track him down, yet each endeavor had proven fruitless. The Forbidden Forest stretched vast and ominous, especially at night, cloaked in darkness and danger, and Ethan dared not venture too far. Unicorns were not to be trifled with, particularly the adults. Even if one could not overpower the school professors, it certainly possessed the means to defend itself. Outside the forest, Ethan produced a vial of potion, inhaled deeply, and, suppressing his nausea, gulped it down. His physique quickly elongated, becoming taller and more robust, his expression transforming into one of dull-wittedness. This served as an extra layer of protection. Should Quirrell happen to see him, at the very least, he would not recognize Ethan's true face. Crabbe touched his chubby cheeks and plunged into the Forbidden Forest. This night, with its pitch-black skies and howling winds, was sure to elicit some commotion from Quirrell, who had traversed these grounds countless times. Half in anticipation and half in trepidation, Ethan ventured deeper into the forest. The air thick with the scent of decaying leaves and an unidentifiable acrid odor, accompanied solely by the howling wind and the rustling of leaves. Suddenly, a faint white light pierced through the darkness of the night, quickly dissipating. Ethan's eyes brightened, and he stealthily approached the source. In the clearing of the oak grove, a figure clad in black robes wielded a wand that unleashed a barrage of blue flames, while mere meters away, a silver unicorn bled profusely, its silvery blood splattering the ground. It reared its head and whinnied, yet no sound escaped its lips. Ethan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A silencing charm? No. It was something more sinister, the silencing curse. Once afflicted by this enchantment, neither man nor beast could utter a single sound. If one lacked the ability to cast spells silently, a mere silencing curse could render a wizard as defenseless as a lamb. Enlightenment dawned upon Ethan, understanding the implications. So it could be wielded in this manner. The silencing curse, silent casting, and the sandstorm spell. The unicorn possessed a remarkable resistance to magic. Even with Chi Luo's prowess, it would take considerable effort to subdue it. However, it was also possible that he hesitated to unleash more potent dark spells, fearing the commotion it might incite. Ethan felt the vials of potion in his pocket and frowned slightly. Chi Luo was entirely concealed within his robe, rendering the swelling potion of little use. Yet Ethan could not simply stand by and watch Chi Luo succeed. He pondered for a moment, feeling uneasy, and retreated several meters before drawing his wand. Pointing it at the unicorn and murmuring, "Stop spell." Upon completing this incantation, he immediately turned and fled, simultaneously casting a spell on himself. Enemy trap. This spell was akin to an invisibility charm, but could also mask one's scent, a technique he had witnessed Hagrid employ when walking his dog. Behind him, the unicorn's scream suddenly echoed through the night sky. Chi Luo, taken off guard, faltered, causing his grip on the wand to tremble. What? The spell had failed? He croaked in disbelief, seemingly unwilling to depart so easily. In the shadows, Ethan gripped his wand tightly. The opportunity to strike might only present itself once, but not at this moment. However, if he could not find an opening, he would not recklessly reveal himself and make Chi Luo wary. Once he acted, it must bear fruit. The ground began to tremble, as though all the unicorns had converged upon the scene. In the distance, urgent barking could be heard. Chi Luo steeled himself, and with a swift flick of his wand, he unleashed a blinding green light. The struggling unicorn instantly stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Ethan was horrified, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The unforgivable curse, Avada Kedavra. This man had gone mad. Chi Luo, as if possessed, lunged at the unicorn's lifeless body, drinking deeply, when suddenly, a furious roar echoed from afar. It was Hagrid, arriving faster than the unicorns. Clearly, Chi Luo dared not reveal his identity, casting one last resentful glance before vanishing into the shadows. The Forbidden Forest was in chaos. Hagrid did not pursue further, having discovered the lifeless unicorn, collapsing to his knees in despair and weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing the entire scene, Ethan felt a chilling dread wash over him. The Killing Curse, the Grim Reaper's Harvest. Chapter 63. Luna. Let us take them down first. The night was thick as ink, the wind howling in the heights, tugging at the clouds. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, in front of the Black Lake, Hagrid cast aside his torch, the brilliant flames swiftly engulfing the lifeless body of the unicorn. His great beard trembled violently, as if he were fervently uttering something. However, Ethan was positioned too far away to discern or hear clearly. By the dormitory window, Ethan gazed at the flickering light, continuously rubbing his cold fingers together. The Killing Curse. The foremost of the three unforgivable curses was an incantation of death. The victim would perish immediately, and it was inexorable, impervious even to the shield charm. Throughout history, only one individual had survived the Killing Curse, Harry Potter. I am not Harry, to quarrel. I am merely an inconsequential bystander. Yet, should he perceive me as a threat, might he not resort to gnawing on me? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. After all, Voldemort is far from merciful. Ethan massaged his temples. Perhaps there was only one or two opportunities to strike. This was considerably more challenging than initially anticipated. The profound night was gradually yielding to the dawn. Ethan fought against drowsiness, straightened his legs, kicked aside the freshly warmed blanket, donned his clothes, freshened up, and strolled out, heading directly to the library. Madame Pants was already present, but upon seeing him, her face darkened considerably, and she feigned ignorance by looking away. Ethan harbored little fondness for her either. Making his way to the desired bookshelf, after a thorough search, disappointment washed over him. The introduction to the Killing Curse was limited to its use against humans. If apprehended by the Ministry of Magic, the perpetrator would face a life sentence in Azkaban. He could not locate a detailed explanation of the unforgivable curses in the ordinary shelves. Perhaps it resided in the restricted section. But such an endeavor could not be undertaken openly, nor did he possess a valid reason to seek a professor's permission. During the defense against the dark arts class, Ethan was, unusually, somewhat distracted, yet it mattered little as it was all merely storytelling. At the podium, Professor Quirrell, with a face full of timidity and grievance, spoke in a low voice, yet beneath the surface, he was a man willing to wield the killing curse without hesitation. At last, the class concluded, and a swarm of young wizards bolted from the room. "Ethan, we're going to Hagrid this evening. Would you like to join us?" Harry said mysteriously. Ethan glanced at Quirrell, who was busy tidying up the desk, and inquired discreetly, "Is there something afoot?" Ron raised his eyebrows, "Something like that. You'll find out soon enough." After a moment's contemplation, Ethan suddenly realized. Was it the baby dragon about to hatch? It seemed Hagrid had not divulged the unicorn incident to Harry and the others. Shaking his head with regret, he replied, "I must oversee the study hall. I want to be going this time." Harry and Ron could only scratch their heads in confusion. Hermione suddenly suggested, "We can visit Hagrid on Saturday instead." "Yes, we can go again on Saturday." Ron nearly let slip the secret, but Harry quickly covered his mouth upon realizing it. The group gathered their belongings and departed. Quirrell, lifting his head while tidying the desks, gazed at the empty classroom, his expression darkening significantly, only to soon reveal a glimmer of fear. "It requires blood." At the castle entrance, Hermione observed the two brimming with excitement and hesitated, saying, "If possible, I think I shall refrain from going." Harry and Ron were taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "But Hagrid invited all four of us. Ethan is occupied with the study room. What about you?" Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, "How can I not have anything on my plate? Not only I, but you all have matters to attend to. The final exams are just around the corner. Only by passing can we advance to the second year. I have no concerns, but what about you? I've never seen you spend a complete 3 hours in the study room." "It's just for tonight," Harry stammered. "The hatching of the baby dragon is only happening tonight." Ron quickly assured, "Once tonight is over, we will certainly buckle down and study. This is the hatching of a baby dragon. Such an event is rare." "Absolutely." The three hurried toward Hagrid's hut. In the Great Hall, Ethan sat across from Luna, holding a tray with a lackluster demeanor. Luna was engrossed in a large magazine. The cover upside down, emblazoned with the words, "Sing the Opposite," edited by Xenophilius Lovegood. "Ethan, are you not hungry tonight?" Ethan glanced down at his tray, which contained a serving of roast beef, mashed potatoes, a generous portion of strawberries, a chocolate muffin, and a glass of orange juice. "It's not too bad," he replied. Luna set aside her magazine, craning her neck to survey his meal before shaking her head and saying, "Tonight's menu is a worry package." Ethan looked at her in surprise. "What is a worry package?" "Because you only crave sweet treats when you're troubled," Luna pointed to the strawberries and chocolate muffin, a slight smile gracing her lips. "You don't typically enjoy overly sweet food, but you occasionally find them on your tray. Those occasions correspond to when you're feeling anxious, hence I call it a worry package." She gazed intently at Ethan, unconsciously drawn in by her penetrating gaze, which seemed to reflect his innermost secrets. His instincts began to stir. Startled, Ethan averted his gaze, nodding slightly. "You observe remarkably well. I have indeed been a bit troubled these past few days." Luna, seemingly oblivious, looked at him with curiosity. "Would you care to share?" Ethan pondered for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "It concerns defense against the dark arts. If, hypothetically, someone were to launch a formidable dark magic attack against us, what means do we have to protect ourselves?" That was a challenging question. Luna contemplated earnestly and, with newfound conviction, declared, "First, we eliminate them." Chapter 64. The Mysterious Attack of the Mysterious One, 2. How to articulate this? Though the current defense against the dark arts class teaches nothing substantial, the principles of the subject have long been etched in the minds of all young wizards. Learning to wield offensive magic to shield oneself from dark creatures and malevolent spells. It seems wizards prefer proactive aggression over passive defense, which is precisely why Hogwarts offers a course in defense against the dark arts. Ethan smiled. "But what if the adversary is too powerful for us to defeat, yet we must confront them? What then?" Luna regarded him earnestly. "Then we simply escape." Furrowing her brow, Luna pondered, "Seek help from Professor?" Ethan chuckled softly, feeling an inexplicable lift in his spirits as he pushed the roasted beef to the center of the table and commenced the evening meal. At 9 o'clock, as was customary, the self-study session concluded for the day. Ethan glanced out at the night sky through the long window, retrieving the Marauder's map and whispering to himself, "I swear I shall not engage in virtuous deeds." Last night, due to his disturbance, Quirrell had scarcely consumed 3 sips of blood, an utterly insufficient amount for Voldemort. Quirrell might very well take action tonight. However, Hagrid would undoubtedly inform the school about the unicorn's murder. As Ethan pondered, his gaze swiftly roamed the map. Oddly, all the professors remained within the school, Could it be that Hagrid had not reported this incident? In the dormitory, only Neville and Seamus were present, idly engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Ethan cast a curious glance at Harry and Ron's empty beds, greeted Neville, completed his ablutions, climbed into bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Such was the nature of things. The crucial matter was that Norbert could not remain at school. Tomorrow, I shall pen a letter. It bit me. Hagrid even forbids me from frightening him. I can hardly believe Hagrid truly wishes to be his mother. He was even singing a lullaby to Norbert as we departed. Is your hand all right? It hurts. Amidst the hushed murmurs, silence returned to the dormitory. At midnight, Ethan awoke as scheduled, a hint of pain etched across his face. Damned Quirrell had disrupted his routine, rendering it strangely peculiar. He silently donned his clothes and stealthily exited the room, only to be startled as he passed Ron S.'s bed. It seemed to him, perhaps an illusion, that Ron S.'s hand had grown considerably larger. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a row of bite marks, the wounds tinged a faint green. Poisoned? And yet he still sleeps? Ethan regarded Ron with an odd expression, noting his flushed complexion and steady breathing. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly slipped away. It appeared that Ron would not perish imminently. Quirrell remained the pressing concern. Ethan sprinted to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, first consuming a vial of polyjuice potion to transform into a plump version of himself, and then casting a disillusionment charm before dashing into the woods. During this time, he had gleaned a vague understanding of where the unicorns resided. Even if he could not track Quirrell, there was a significant likelihood of encountering him in that vicinity. This night, the atmosphere in the Forbidden Forest bore an unusual weightiness. Leaning against a great oak tree, Ethan curled into a small ball, attentively listening to the sounds of the wind. A distant barking pierced the stillness. Causing his skin to prickle, he swiftly cast an additional layer of a concealment charm to mask his scent. Before long, Hagrid appeared, leading a dog alongside him, astonishingly wielding a massive crossbow with a quiver brimming with arrows slung over his shoulder. Ethan's eyelids twitched at the sight. The arrowheads alone could nearly pierce his body. Hagrid continued on, leading the dog away. Ethan did not dispel the enchantment. He was uncertain just how keen the dog's sense of smell was and from what distance it could detect him. Silently, a heavy burden of pressure settled upon his heart. Ethan quietly covered his nose and slowly turned his head to the side. A figure clad in black stood silently in an open space several meters away, seemingly unaware of Ethan's presence. Yet, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to stealthily retreat further, ensuring that the weakened Voldemort could no longer detect him. Indeed, Quirrell did not notice him and stepped into the unicorn's territory, likely dusted with some sort of odor-reducing powder. Otherwise, the earlier encounter with Fong would have been impossible. Ethan gripped his wand tightly, trailing quietly behind Quirrell, mirroring his movements. When Quirrell moved, so did he. When Quirrell paused, so did he. Occasionally, Ethan could hear Quirrell's pleas. He was beginning to understand why the name Voldemort instilled such fear, to the point that it was seldom spoken, even in his severely weakened state. Voldemort could effortlessly manipulate the professors of Hogwarts, hinting at the immense power he must have possessed at the height of his strength. It was no wonder that Harry, who vanquished Voldemort, had become so renowned. The contributions of Harry's family to the wizarding world were truly monumental. Ethan, wary of attracting attention, dared not gaze at Quirrell for too long, stealing glances instead. He swallowed hard, feeling as though time dragged on interminably. Hagrid had been patrolling for quite some time. Why had he not yet returned? Suddenly, Quirrell moved, his wand emitting a spark that struck a silver-white unicorn, causing it to leap in surprise. Rather than fleeing, the unicorn, in a fit of anger, raised its hooves and charged at Quirrell, a reaction that Quirrell had anticipated. His wand unleashed 2 streaks of red lightning, leaving 2 gashes on the unicorn's side. Ethan observed closely, recognizing that the first spell had been a silent charm, while the second was a spell that caused the earth to tremble. For reasons unknown, Quirrell seemed reluctant to resort to the unforgivable curses. As he inhaled gently through his nose, Ethan faintly heard the sound of barking. Gathering his resolve, he raised his wand, his pupils dilating as he swung it with urgency. Flames erupted fiercely beside Quirrell, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Without hesitation, Ethan cast a disillusionment charm and fled. In an instant, the barking intensified, and a furious Hagrid came charging toward the scene. Taken by surprise, Quirrell found himself on the verge of being scorched, rolling on the ground in desperation until the flames subsided. Reluctantly casting a glance at the unicorn, he soon vanished into the shadows. Chapter 65, Disarmament. The Forbidden Forest was alive with commotion that night. Hagrid roared in anger, launching crossbow bolts one after another at the dark figure. The hooded figure, elusive and ghostly, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, skillfully evading every bolt that flew his way. Yet it was evident that the cloaked figure was equally furious, abandoning caution as he raced forward, determined to eliminate the one who thwarted his plans. Eliminate that meddler. A sinister voice hissed like a serpent in Quirrell's ear. Chilo was equally filled with hatred and anger, yet he found no one to vent his frustration upon, exclaiming in desperation, "I can't see. To the left. You fool." With a sudden flick of his wand, sparks erupted from its tip, igniting a fierce blaze within the forest. Ethan, who was running headlong, felt the searing heat behind him, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his back. Cursing inwardly, he thought, that insufferable Chilo, why doesn't he exert himself like this during class? Yet, it seemed as if Chilo had eyes atop his head, effortlessly pursuing him in the very direction he fled. This won't do. If this continues, I shall inevitably be caught. Gritting his teeth, Ethan pointed his wand at his throat and bellowed, "Chilo." His voice boomed, startling the surroundings into a flurry of movement. Chilo, who was relentlessly pursuing him, felt as if icy water had been poured over him, stiffening in place as the chill ran down his spine. Finally, Ethan seized a moment to catch his breath, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the forbidden forest. "Run, you fool." The hissing voice of a serpent jolted Chilo back to reality. Panic seized him, and he stammered, "Master, we've been exposed." "Master." With a whoosh, a crossbow bolt shot past, striking a nearby oak tree. "Go." Chilo finally snapped to attention, plunging into the darkness in a frenzy. On the outskirts of the forbidden forest, Ethan leaned against a tree, breathless and nearly doubled over, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. The sensation of being pursued by Chilo felt akin to having a vice grip around his throat, ready to crush him at any moment. Surviving was indeed no easy feat. With a long sigh, Ethan steadied his breathing and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, determined to make his way back to the dormitory. However, halfway there he suddenly halted, seething with anger. This night had yielded nothing of worth. Instead, he had been chased like a rabbit. Although he had thwarted Chilo's plans once more, the latter would undoubtedly continue his pursuits. It was he who would now be on guard, making any future ambushes far more challenging. He called out Chilo's name with a booming voice, certain he had frightened him sufficiently. Yet, there were few souls in the forbidden forest. Hagrid, lumbering and far away, might not even hear him. If this night were to conclude in such a manner, it would feel as if he had suffered a significant loss. Ethan tilted his head back. The clouds hung heavily, nearly pressing down upon the castle spires, and the wind howled, vaguely resembling Chilo's cries. Ethan found himself exasperated. Obsessed with Chilo day after day, he felt on the brink of mental collapse. He shook his head, yet the sound of Chilo's weeping grew increasingly clearer. Quietly, he turned his head, peering towards the edge of the Black Lake. In the distance, a figure knelt by the water's edge, sobbing and pleading. Ethan immediately crouched low, his heartbeat thundering like a drum. What misfortune! How have I encountered this wretch again? His expression shifted, and shaking his head, he prepared to flee. The open area left him exposed. Any movement would surely betray his presence. Even in this vulnerable state, Chilo was far from someone he could confront. Just as Ethan resolved to turn away, a shadow, nearly blending into the night, fell upon the ground. Was it Professor Snape? In the distance, Ethan suddenly froze, paralyzed with fear. Indeed, Snape had been fixated on Quirrell. His eyes darted anxiously, and he quietly gripped his wand. "Snape?" Quirrell nearly shouted, hastily wrapping his scarf around his head. Snape halted, his expression impassive as he regarded Quirrell. "It seems there are secrets lurking beneath your grand hat. Care to share, Mr. Quirrell?" "Stay back, Snape. I do not wish to be your enemy." Quirrell shouted desperately while retreating. Snape smirked coldly, quickening his pace. Quirrell, almost in despair, cried out, "Snape!" He drew his wand, but Snape was quicker. Disarm. A burst of flames erupted, striking Quirrell, who was sent flying, his wand tumbling far from his grasp. Clutching his chest, Quirrell rose, glaring hatefully at Snape before turning and fleeing into the forbidden forest. Snape chuckled derisively, transforming back into a shadow that melded with the night. Ethan's heart raced as he rushed forward, dropping to the ground to search frantically until his eyes brightened upon spotting the wand. Without hesitation, he seized it and sprinted away. Wand, hawthorn, unicorn hair, 9.5 inches, exchange value 9, magic, mental power, magical affinity, spell resistance, mental resistance. Ethan's heartbeat quickened even more. A full 9 points. This wand is formidable. Exchange. Ethan swiftly chose to exchange it. It was Quirrell's wand. It absolutely could not remain in his possession. Magic 1. Mental power 1. Magical affinity 3. Spell resistance 2. Mental resistance 2. Alas, both the magic and mental power were merely 1 point each. The wand in his hand seemed to emit a mournful cry, feeling significantly lighter and emptier. Wand, exchange value 3, magical affinity, mental resistance. Magical affinity 1, mental resistance 2. With a crack, the wand splintered into 2 pieces, releasing a scent of decay. Ethan inhaled sharply and dashed into the school, entering the study room. Once his heart, nearly leaping from his throat, had calmed down, he let out a long sigh. A flare of light appeared and then vanished, the night wind carrying away the ashes. Quirrell would likely have to cast spells without his wand, but losing it would undoubtedly diminish his power. Even if we were to confront each other again, I would have a significantly greater chance of survival. Ethan couldn't help but clench his fist in triumph. However, unexpectedly, a shadow slipped through the school gates and hurried into the castle. Ethan's eyelids flickered, and he immediately cast 2 protective spells, Disillusionment Charm and Entrapment Trap. Slow footsteps echoed in the corridor before fading away. Instinctively, Ethan covered his nose. Time passed slowly, and at last, the footsteps in the corridor vanished. Ethan, steadying his nerves, quietly retrieved the Marauder's map. After reciting the incantation, intricate lines appeared on the map. His name emerged in the study room on the 2nd floor, and just a wall away in the corridor, another name clearly materialized, Severus Snape. Chapter 66. At last, a good night's sleep. Severus Snape lingered on the 2nd floor for quite some time before ascending to the 3rd, then the 4th, and finally the 5th. The dormitory was enveloped in a profound silence, with each occupant lost in a deep slumber, save for Ron, whose hand appeared to have swollen considerably. In his dreams, Ron displayed signs of distress. Ethan observed for a moment, glanced at the time, hesitated briefly, and eventually roused him. "Ron, you've been poisoned. We must head to the hospital wing immediately," Ethan whispered. Ron stared in shock at his enlarged hand and let out a pained cry. "It hurts so much. I fear it might be broken." His anguished shout startled everyone in the dormitory awake. Harry rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing Ron's swollen palm, gasped, "Goodness, Ron, you seem to have been poisoned." Neville and Seamus exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring their confusion. "Ron, what bit you?" Ron opened his mouth, groaning. "I need to get to the hospital wing. The pain is unbearable." Lacking the strength to dress himself, the others hurriedly assisted him into his coat and shoes. And amidst the commotion, they set off to find Percy. Woken in the dead of night, Percy's expression was grim, but upon seeing Ron's condition, it darkened further. "What bit you?" "It was a dog," Ron exclaimed. "Percy, stop talking nonsense. I'm in agony. Is it truly a dog bite?" Percy clearly harbored doubts, yet, seeing his brother's distress, he could only scowl and hastily escort him away. Ethan had already nestled into his bed, his face serene. He had finally managed to dispose of Quirrell's wand. Regardless of the tumultuous process, the outcome was favorable. Now, he could enjoy a restful sleep and make further preparations. He had no intention of causing further havoc for Quirrell, who would undoubtedly be on high alert. Having disposed of the wand had already fulfilled his objective. That night was particularly thrilling for Ethan, almost describable as a brush with death. As he relaxed, fatigue swiftly engulfed him. He soon drifted into slumber, oblivious even to Harry's quiet words. The following morning, Ethan awoke at 8 o'clock, startling Harry, who was in the midst of neatly arranging his bed. It was the first time in a long while that Harry had seen Ethan rise so late. "Ethan, had it not been for you last night, Ron would undoubtedly be in dire straits." Harry smiled at him. Ethan pondered for a moment, shaking his head and expressing his confusion. "He is already in trouble. Professor McGonagall will surely find out about this." "How did Ron get poisoned?" "It was Norbert, Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback," Harry replied softly. "It hatched, and when Ron was playing with it, it bit him quite fiercely. Even though it has just been born, its venom is remarkably potent. After all, it is a dragon." Ethan raised an eyebrow, looking at Harry. "Is Hagrid truly planning to keep it in the Forbidden Forest?" "That seems unlikely," Harry hesitated. "Hagrid said the Forbidden Forest is currently unsafe. Someone killed a poor unicorn. However, dragons are dangerous in their own right, and when it grows, it could harm other magical creatures. What do you propose we do then?" "Ron's brother Charlie is raising dragons in Romania, and Ron plans to write a letter inquiring whether he can send Norbert there for care." As Ron was admitted to the hospital in the dead of night, Ethan and Harry made their way to the castle's great hall. However, just as they settled down, Professor McGonagall approached unexpectedly. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, report to my office immediately." Harry couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, worried that Ron had succumbed to pain and divulged Norbert's secret. It was Hagrid's secret, and if the professor learned of it, Not only would they face consequences, but Hagrid would also suffer. He clutched Ethan's sleeve tightly and whispered, "Ethan, will you come with us?" Hermione felt uneasy as well. It was her first time being summoned to the office. Ethan, contemplating his next meal, had no choice but to agree. The trio hurriedly slipped out of the hall and made their way to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. Professor McGonagall appeared quite furious. Upon their arrival, she adjusted her glasses and directed a piercing gaze at Ethan. "You're involved in this too?" Ethan honestly replied, "Professor, I merely accompanied them." Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, both reflecting the same confusion in each other's eyes. They rapidly searched their minds, but could not fathom what incident had provoked Professor McGonagall's ire. If Ron had not intentionally teased Norbert, Norbert would not have bitten his finger. Hermione stood speechless, trembling in fear. Harry and Hermione immediately cast pleading looks at Ethan. He felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head and responded, "I don't know, Professor. I was quite tired last night and went to bed as soon as I got to the dormitory, but I did hear Ron speaking in a daze. And it couldn't have been much past 10. The school's curfew was at 9:30 p.m. If it was before 10, the situation shouldn't be too grave." Professor McGonagall, trusting Ethan, softened her expression. She then turned her stern gaze toward Hermione. "Miss Granger, I never imagined you would partake in such mischief with them." "Yes, Professor." The three responded weakly. They left the office in a dejected manner, with little which Hermione looking utterly disheartened, almost on the verge of tears. "This is the first time I've lost points. It's all right. You'll get used to it," Harry reassured her, speaking with the tone of someone who had been through it before. Hermione felt a wave of despair wash over her. Chapter 67, The Duel of Spells. Without dwelling on the wounded Hermione, he was curious to see the expression on Quirrell's face, who had misplaced his wand when he arrived for class today. Outside, dark clouds loomed, casting a dim light within the classroom. Suddenly, the door swung open, ushering in a gust of cold wind, accompanied by the entrance of a tall, slender figure with a somewhat brooding demeanor. Ethan's eyes widened in astonishment. The whispers in the classroom ceased abruptly, all eyes turning in surprise towards the doorway. Snape, with his usual indifference etched on his face, strode swiftly to the podium, spun around sharply, and flung his black cloak behind him. The young witches and wizards in the classroom were startled by his sudden presence. Snape cast a brooding glance over each student's face, his expression impassive as he announced, "Professor Quirrell has taken an extended leave of absence, and from this day forth until the end of the term, I shall be assuming his duties." The classroom fell into a hushed silence, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. Snape's dark eyes turned to Harry Potter. "Mr. Potter, before expressing concern for Professor Quirrell, perhaps you ought to focus more on your own academic performance. Any wizard failing their exams will be held back and unable to advance to the second year." Harry's face paled in fear, rendering him speechless. Hermione, equally bewildered, recalled Harry mentioning that Snape had threatened Quirrell, seemingly coercing him into seeking a means to overcome the three-headed dog. Yet now, how had he usurped the class altogether? She instinctively turned to her side to glance at Ethan. Ethan, staring ahead, appeared to be deep in thought, seemingly unperturbed by Snape's takeover. Unable to contain herself, Hermione nudged Ethan with her elbow and whispered, "I know you're not fond of Quirrell, but Snape isn't exactly an improvement, is he? He has a penchant for deducting points." Ethan looked at her quizzically and replied, "If he teaches us genuine skills, what does it matter if he deducts a few points?" Quirrell had certainly not taken leave due to mere absence. Rather, Snape had likely perceived the secret concealed beneath his scarf, compounded by Quirrell's fear of whether Hagrid had overheard his identity. Thus, it was probable he had either fled or hidden himself away, too frightened to show his face. Upon reflection, Hermione's initial aversion dissipated, and her eyes widened in anticipation as she turned her gaze back to the podium. On the platform, Snape began to speak in his characteristic monotonous tone. "The study of defense against the dark arts is not merely about defense. It is also about decisive action. Today, we shall learn a practical and aggressive spell, Expelliarmus." He descended from the platform, his wand flicking gracefully as he demonstrated the motion with precision. "Focus your will, exert power through your wrist, and aim clearly. Not only must you disarm your opponent, but you must also undermine their fighting spirit." A crimson beam shot forth, striking the armor within the classroom, accompanied by a resounding crash as the sword in the armor's grasp flew high before crashing down, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Was this truly a class on defense against the dark arts? This seemed contrary to the norm. Typically, by this time, Professor Quirrell would have sipped half a cup of water, recounted the background of a story, and prepared to delve into the subject matter. When had it become acceptable to wield wands in defense against the dark arts class? Students only needed to take notes with their quills. In the future, should they ever encounter a dark wizard, perhaps sitting down to share a plethora of stories might suffice to win them over without a fight. Such was the highest form of psychological warfare, one even Dumbledore might not master. The young wizards collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes glistening with tears. It appeared that defense against the dark arts could indeed encompass the learning of magic. Each student frantically retrieved their wands, gazing at Snape with fervent admiration. Even the usually aloof Snape seemed taken aback, frowning as he declared, "Remember, the essence of the spell lies in focus and speed. Now, I require a volunteer to come forward and duel with me, to provide a more detailed demonstration. Harry Potter?" Harry's expression shifted dramatically as he swallowed hard, grasping his wand and mustering the courage to step into the aisle. Snape regarded him coldly, his wand raised before him, his tone devoid of warmth. "Now, cast the disarming spell against me." "Professor, I haven't learned it yet," Harry stammered, his eyes locked anxiously on Snape. From a distance, Ethan sensed that Harry must be questioning whether Snape was abusing his authority to find an excuse to reprimand him. Ethan himself felt uncertain about it. Perhaps Snape indeed harbored such intentions. "I shall give you 3 seconds to prepare," Snape said ominously. 1, 2. Despair washed over Harry as he waved his wand. Shouting in fury, "Expelliarmus!" A beam of red light burst forth from the tip of his wand, striking fiercely towards Snape. To Harry's astonishment, Snape's face registered shock as he swiftly countered with a red beam of his own, neutralizing the attack. Harry stood frozen, glancing at his wand and then at Snape, whose expression was a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. "Did I succeed? Wow!" The surrounding young witches and wizards gasped in unison. Snape cast a glance toward the corner of the classroom, next Ethan White. Ethan rose, gripping his wand tightly as he stepped into the aisle, his gaze fixed on Snape, his demeanor grave. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed upon them in anticipation. Snape's expression remained impassive. "Use the disarming spell against me." "Professor." Ethan ventured cautiously. "You won't retaliate, will you?" Snape raised his wand. 32. The implication was clear. Upon the countdown's conclusion, he would initiate an attack. Fuming, Ethan raised his wand high, exclaiming, "Expelliarmus!" A brilliant red beam erupted like a bolt of lightning, far thicker and more dazzling than Harry's previous attempt. Snape's expression shifted as he swiftly pointed his wand at himself, bellowing, "Protego!" Bang! Ethan's countenance altered drastically. The shield charm could indeed rebound spells, a fact he had been apprehensive about. With his slight frame, a direct hit would surely send him flying, possibly resulting in broken bones. "Snape, you lack honor in combat," he thought, knowing that while Snape could wield the shield charm, he could not, for it was restricted to the forbidden section. If he attempted to use it, he would undoubtedly expose himself. Gasps erupted from the assembled young witches and wizards. Even Snape seemed to experience a twinge of regret. The beam of light hurtled forward in the blink of an eye, prompting Ethan to frantically throw a book into the air, shouting, "Transfigure." The book instantly morphed into a sturdy wooden plank. Bang! The beam struck the wooden door, carving a sizable hole and scattering sparks against the classroom wall, which quickly dissipated. Ethan, hiding behind the wooden plank, felt a wave of relief wash over him. A collective sigh echoed throughout the room. Hermione gazed in disbelief at the scene, witnessing the dazzling disarming spell alongside the unprecedented transfiguration. "That was my book." Ethan glared angrily at Snape. Snape's reaction was peculiar: astonishment, surprise, and a complex array of emotions that were difficult to decipher. The remarkable enchantment, the art of transformation, and even more impressive reactions. Snape cast a deep glance at Ethan. Gryffindor gains 2 points. Next, Snape summoned several more students. Some succeeded, while others faltered, yet none displayed the flamboyance of Ethan. Hermione managed to cast the spell twice, only resulting in a slight flicker of light, failing to elicit Snape's formidable shield charm. Earlier, Snape had been momentarily startled by Ethan, which had sharpened his focus. However, he gradually realized that it was not merely the current crop of young wizards he had underestimated, but Ethan specifically. He ceased to instruct each student individually, allowing them to pair up for practice. Ethan, however, was relegated to a defensive role, unable to attack. His disarming charm was at least of third-year caliber, and none of the young wizards could withstand it. The classroom buzzed with the sounds of incantations, the young wizards exceedingly exhilarated. This was far more engaging than merely listening to stories. As for Professor Quirrell's absence and Snape's substitution, those matters seemed trivial. Finally, the class came to an end. Harry and Hermione hurried off to find Ron. They initially called for Ethan, but he had something to attend to and urged them to go ahead. Clutching Neville's damaged textbook, Ethan hastily caught up with Professor Snape, lowering his gaze respectfully. Professor, I recall there is a repairing charm in our curriculum. Could you assist in mending Neville's book? He is quite distressed. Snape halted, glancing at him with a stoic expression. 4 o'clock this afternoon. Have him come to my office. Thank you. I dare not go, Ethan replied. Upon hearing he would have to visit Snape's office, Neville nearly burst into tears. Ethan, I can just buy a new one. What are you afraid of? I'll accompany you. Ethan responded without hesitation. It was his fault that it got damaged. Ethan, you broke it. No, had he not used the shield charm, the spell wouldn't have rebounded. I distinctly asked him if it would retaliate. But, no buts. Rest assured, Neville, this book will surely be restored. Ethan assured with a pat on his chest. Neville looked at Ethan, confusion etched on his face. Ethan, Professor Snape always seems to target you, yet you don't appear to be angry with him. They were dorm mates and good friends, speaking candidly without reservations. Ethan, in high spirits, replied with a smile. His character is indeed lacking, yet he is never stingy when it comes to imparting knowledge. By that measure, he surpasses Quirrell 100-fold. He should have been teaching this course long ago. Ethan sighed, shaking his head. Alas, it's all Voldemort's fault for cursing the defense against the dark arts professors, preventing him from teaching properly. Neville listened perplexed, asking, doesn't the school pay him 2 salaries? Who knows? The two continued to murmur as they walked. At precisely 4 o'clock, Ethan pulled Neville down to the lower level, making a beeline for Snape's office. The basement was quite expansive, yet aside from potions class, very few Gryffindors ventured down. Neville had never been here and was unfamiliar with the route, but Ethan skillfully navigated and led him to the office door. Ethan, you seem quite familiar with this place. Well, I have visited a few times. No sooner had he spoken than the office door swung open, revealing Professor Snape, who stood in the doorway and tossed a book to Neville. Flustered, Neville fumbled to catch it, only to be astonished to discover it was a new textbook. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Ethan and, with an impassive expression, remarked, I do not recall extending an invitation for you to be my guest. With that, Snape retreated a step and slammed the door shut. Neville shrank back, clutching the book tightly, and murmured as he walked, Professor Snape gave me a new textbook. It's quite splendid, far more exquisite than the previous one. However, it lacks any notes. What notes? Ethan inquired. The chaotic tales that Quirrell recounted? I wrote down the disarming charm we learned this morning, fearing I might forget it. It's no great matter. You can copy it down again. Besides, with exams approaching, it would serve as an excellent opportunity for additional memorization. Ethan reassured Neville, draping an arm around his shoulder as they joyfully departed from the basement level. That evening, the study room bristled with activity as every young wizard brandished their wands, practicing the disarming charm in the open space. Goodness, although this was not the first time they had been introduced to Quirrell's tickling charm, learning an engaging and practical spell like the disarming charm was indeed an unprecedented experience. Who would have thought that defense against the dark arts could be so captivating and instructive? Or those days of merely listening to stories worth? They should have enlisted Professor Snape as a part-time instructor much sooner. Curiously, he inquired, how's it going? Ron perked up, his expression animated as he replied. Charlie wrote to me. He said he would send a few friends over to take Norbert away. Ethan gestured toward Ron's hand. That's not what I meant. How's your hand? Ron waved his left arm. Oh, this? It's fine now, just a bit swollen. Madame Pomfrey said it should be back to normal by the day after tomorrow. Harry looked at him and asked, Ethan, we're going to see Norbert tonight. Will you join us? Ethan shook his head. I think I shall have a good night's sleep. Ever since I started keeping an eye on Quirrell, I haven't slept soundly. All right. We'll be sending Norbert off on Saturday night. If you wish to see him, do remember the time. Harry and Ron nodded vigorously. Due to the deduction of 15 points, Hermione had not spoken to them all day. Ethan hurried to freshen up, then lay down on his bed, covering himself with a light blanket as the weather had turned somewhat warmer, requiring no heavy bedding. He turned his gaze towards the deep night outside. Listening to the sounds of a few people chatting, his eyelids grew heavy, and he soon drifted into slumber. In his dream, Quirrell appeared inexplicably, gazing at him with a malevolent and resentful expression. He raised his wand and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a beam of green light. Startled, Ethan jolted upright. Chapter 69, Hermione, I must study diligently. Originally, Hermione was supposed to accompany them to see Norbert. However, after her first experience of losing significant points and witnessing the disparity between herself and Ethan in defense against the dark arts, she nearly succumbed to despair. She had merely just completed her 5th grade spell book, yet she fancied herself ready to frolic. What a ludicrous notion. Harry lamented that Hermione had not spoken to him or Ron for several days. Ethan found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. In truth, the witch he had encountered was a dispirited one, perpetually clutching a hefty tome, often solitary in her pursuits. She either immersed herself in study at the library or practiced spells in empty classrooms, her demeanor taciturn and her spirits low. Even Wadawasi Pettigrew remarked that Hermione had been wearing a perpetual frown lately. Even in the dormitory, she was engrossed in her books, shunning conversation with anyone. For Hermione, who was resolutely competitive in all matters, losing 5 points and receiving a reprimand was indeed a heavy blow. Harry and Ron wore expressions of concern. After half a year together, they had grown accustomed to the presence of a meddlesome and chatty little witch. Now, Hermione's silence left them feeling quite despondent. In the great hall, a table of students appeared glum. Only Ethan was focused on consuming his meal as the weather gradually warmed, making roasted lamb chops less appealing than fish, fresh watercress, and ham pies, accompanied by a glass of chilled orange juice. Hermione, burdened by her thick spell book, took a seat beside him, her face weary as she rubbed her eyes and said, "Ethan, after breakfast, I hope you can come by." Today was Saturday, a day free of classes, yet the younger witches and wizards were not permitted to leave the school unaccompanied. "Very well," Ethan replied nonchalantly. Harry discreetly nudged him with his elbow, and Ethan swallowed a mouthful of pie, wiping his mouth. "Perfect, Harry and Ron need to do their homework too. Shall we all work together?" Ron and Harry nodded vigorously. Hermione merely pursed her lips, saying nothing further. After breakfast, the group noisily squeezed into the study room, where Ron and Harry produced a hefty stack of assignments. Hermione led Ethan to the usual practice area for spells, earnestly inquiring, "What is the transfiguration technique for turning a book into a wooden board, which we learned in defense against the dark arts? I have searched high and low, but found nothing." "Ah, that isn't precisely specialized transfiguration. It's merely a handy little technique for practice," Ethan replied, striding to the desk and deftly extracting a well-thumbed copy of Transfiguration Today. He wiped the cover clean and handed it to her. This issue contains an article discussing how to practice transformation spells, with examples like turning objects into boxes, wooden boards, and tree bark. Ethan continued, "The article posits a core principle. A competent transfiguration master must be well-versed in the construction of at least 500 objects for convenient use." Hermione received it with surprise, tracing the curled page corners, for it was evident that Ethan had perused this magazine countless times. She asked, dazed, "How many have you memorized?" 51, he replied. "It truly is quite challenging." Ethan mused, transfiguration is an astonishing form of magic, yet it is also the most complex. Thus, those who achieve extraordinary feats in this realm are undoubtedly the creme de la creme of the wizarding world, like Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. This is perhaps why Professor McGonagall's assignments are always the most numerous, the most challenging, and allow for no margin of error. The three individuals in the classroom were rendered speechless. Harry, dazed for a moment, murmured, "So, it turns out that Professor Dumbledore is indeed a master of transfiguration." Indeed, Professor Dumbledore was McGonagall's mentor in the art of transfiguration and had been the head of the transfiguration department prior to assuming the role of headmaster. Hermione, somewhat irked, retorted, "All of this is documented in the history of Hogwarts. Professor Binns has mentioned it as well. Have you even been paying attention in class?" Harry shrugged. "I just momentarily forgot." Meanwhile, Ron's eyes suddenly brightened as he exclaimed, "I should have memorized 30 transfiguration formulas. So, it seems my gap with Ethan isn't as vast." Hermione, both amused and exasperated, quickly interjected, "If we're counting the number of items remembered, I could conjure 80 items just with the switching spell. However, I cannot achieve what Ethan does, perfectly transforming an object in an incredibly short time. It's not only flawless, but also deflects spells. Such proficiency requires extensive, tedious practice. Ethan can transform 51 different objects. Can you?" Ron was left speechless, stubbornly insisting, "Maybe I could." Harry and Ron both quietly sighed with relief. Hermione was clearly still agitated. Otherwise, her tone would not be so brusque. "This is a magazine, published quarterly. Professor McGonagall has subscribed for the entire year," Ethan remarked, pointing at the thick stack of magazines on the desk, smilingly adding, "You can take a look. There are many fascinating things inside." Hermione coolly replied, "If it teaches how to play wizard chess, then perhaps they might find it interesting." Ron and Harry exchanged glances, choosing not to argue with her this time, considering the previous incident that had cost them points. Hermione continued flipping through the pages, and when she found the paper Ethan had mentioned, her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "The paper was written by Professor McGonagall?" Ethan confirmed. Professor McGonagall said she occasionally proofreads for today's Transfiguration magazine and sometimes publishes papers. Hermione's expression grew complex as she muttered, "Honestly, why does the professor favor you so much? I want such a magazine too." Her words were somewhat embarrassing to admit. Ethan scratched his head and pointed to the magazines on the desk, saying, "You can look at them anytime. No need to be shy." Hermione huffed, her chin raised defiantly. "I won't hold back with you. I will master Transfiguration. I will become the greatest Transfiguration master." Her spirit was resolute, filled with confidence, as if by grasping the magazine. She had seized the powerful secret of Ethan. Her face radiated with newfound brightness. Harry excitedly interjected, "Hermione, we have to send Norbert off tonight. You'll be coming, right?" Hermione's expression faltered, and she glanced painfully at Harry and Ron. After a moment of internal struggle, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Just tonight. Just this once. From tomorrow. I will not fool around with you again. I must study diligently." Hermione was in distress, as though a pitch-black shadow had ensnared her feet, clamoring to drag her into its depths alongside Harry and Ron. Meanwhile, Ethan remained jovially unaffected, seemingly illuminated by a spotlight that kept all darkness at bay, yet showed no inclination to extend a helping hand. Her complexion shifted, anguish evident as she exclaimed, "Just tonight. Merely tonight. I vow never to engage in your foolish antics again. From tomorrow onward, I shall dedicate myself to my studies." Chapter 70. Hermione, I must confront them. Ethan was exceedingly occupied, particularly as the number of students seeking his guidance in the study hall grew steadily, leaving him little room to attend to other matters. Even Hermione felt that his presence was unwarranted. Ethan was indeed quite fatigued. Had he not enhanced his mental fortitude, he would not have managed to sustain the rigorous schedule of at least 2 hours of spell practice daily, coupled with extensive note-taking for multiple core subjects, a plethora of homework, mentoring other young wizards in the study hall, and engaging in magical meditation. However, Ethan's decision to forego sleep that night was not merely for rest. He had recently mastered the forgetting charm and intended to visit the greenhouse at midnight to gather ingredients for potions. Chilo had vanished entirely, no longer seen at the school. It was certain he had not ventured far, likely hiding in some secluded spot within the Forbidden Forest. A sense of unease gnawed at Ethan, compelling him to prepare meticulously, ensuring he had ample supplies of potions such as the swelling solution and the laughing potion. Were it not for the professor's vigilant oversight, he would have been tempted to procure a mandrake. At the stroke of dawn, Ethan awoke punctually. As anticipated, Harry and Ron were absent. However, he was taken aback to find Neville missing as well. In the expansive dormitory, only he and Seamus remained. Silently, Ethan rose from his bed, grasping his wand, and stealthily approached Ron's bedside. The one-toed rat, Scabbers, lay nestled in the blankets, sleeping soundly. Ethan glanced around before lifting the creature and making his way to the washroom. Softly murmuring, "Sleepy, fall down." All forgotten. The rat twitched several times, its hind legs kicking reflexively. Unsettled, Ethan raised his wand once more. "Sleepy, fall down. All forgotten. Sleepy." He tossed the rat onto Ron's bed, stifling a yawn as he contemplated whether to change his mind and indulge in a proper slumber. Suddenly, a flash of red light darted past the long window. Startled, Ethan dashed to the window, where he beheld 2 groups of individuals furiously pointing their wands at one another. Another faint red light flickered, only to be obstructed by a suddenly materializing board. The board then vanished, revealing another burst of red light that felled an opponent. Meanwhile, it appeared that 3 or 4 others had engaged in a scuffle. Ethan's eyes widened as a thought unexpectedly crossed his mind. Could it be Hermione? Who were they battling? As he hesitated, contemplating his next move, a figure emerged from the previous scuffle's location, seemingly retrieving something, before abruptly glancing toward the long window. Ethan was startled, immediately crouching down, and by the time he stood again, there was no trace of anyone. Could it be that the person from earlier was Dumbledore? Had he been lurking nearby, watching? Thankfully, he hadn't wandered off tonight. Ethan silently counted his blessings as he pulled out the Marauder's map from beneath his blankets, muttering softly, "I swear I shall not do good deeds." The map revealed a myriad of lines, with names overlapping, emerging from the entrance of the school. Minerva McGonagall, Hermione, Harry, Ron, Neville, Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe, and Argus Filch. The corners of Ethan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Wasn't it said that they were to escort Norbert out of the school? How had they ended up in a scuffle with Malfoy and his entourage while wearing the invisibility cloak? Moreover, Malfoy and his companions should still be in detention, shouldn't they? The last time, those 3 had been severely punished for openly bullying a fellow student. Ethan searched again, but was astonished to find no mention of Dumbledore's name. leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, his heart inexplicably racing. He quickly extinguished the light from his wand, tucked the map away, and closed his eyes. After a considerable wait, just as Ethan was on the verge of slumber, he finally heard commotion from the activity room outside, the voice of Professor McGonagall echoing through. "You lot dare to run about again." Harry, Ron, and Neville entered the dormitory like defeated roosters, utterly dejected. Neville collapsed onto his bed, burying his face in the pillow and sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Ron and Harry sat on the carpet, heads hung low, wearing expressions of dismay. This was it. Hermione would never forgive them now. They sighed heavily. Ethan could no longer pretend to be asleep. He lit a candle and approached them, whispering, "What happened?" Harry opened his mouth, bitterness evident in his voice. "We were caught by Professor McGonagall." "But you had the invisibility cloak, Harry. Where is it?" Harry's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "Oh no, Ron. The invisibility cloak is still lying there." Ron opened his mouth. A look of despair etched on his face as he replied, "Let's wait until dawn to retrieve it. If we get caught again, we will truly be expelled." They ambushed us en route, threatening to inform the professor, and then Neville came running over. Amidst the commotion, we ended up in a fight with them. Harry lamented, his words becoming jumbled, but Ethan understood. Perhaps it was due to the questionable character of their upperclassman, Snape, that the lowerclassman, Slytherin, also exhibited some disarray. Snape's sharp tongue was notorious, and the entire Slytherin contingent spoke in a peculiar manner, with Malfoy being the most insufferable of them all. It was likely this provocation that incited Harry and Ron to retaliate physically, and Hermione would surely not stand idly by, engaging in a disarming spell. In the midst of the altercation, the professor had been attracted to the scene. This was a classic case of a small impatience ruining a grand plan. However, Malfoy and his crew were likely not faring any better, as they were also under restrictions. Ethan shook his head in disbelief, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "How did the professor punish you?" "Professor deducted 150 points from us." "A month of confinement," Harry lamented. "It's over, Ethan. All is lost. By dawn, everyone will know about this." "What about Malfoy and the others?" "I don't know. Snape took them away." Ethan fell silent. Hufflepuff and Slytherin's scores had steadily risen, claiming the top 2 positions. Subsequently, due to Malfoy and his cohorts openly using spells to bully Neville, they were suddenly docked 150 points, causing Slytherin to plummet to the bottom, overtaken by Ravenclaw. Consequently, Hufflepuff, having done nothing remarkable, ascended to first place, followed by Gryffindor in second, Ravenclaw in third, and Slytherin in fourth. However, after 6 months of effort, Ravenclaw had closed the 100-point gap and was nearly catching up to Gryffindor. It seemed their rank had only dropped 1 position, but the original distance to Hufflepuff was minimal. With some effort, they still had hope of contending for the House Cup. Now, however, it appeared utterly impossible. The semester was nearing its end. Unless Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were also docked 150 points, there was no way to catch up. In truth, Ethan did not place much importance on these matters, yet he could not represent all of Gryffindor alone. One could only imagine the fury of the other young wizards of Gryffindor the following day. Chapter 71, Ethan, IXXXXX. In the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, 4 enormous hourglasses stood, each recording the scores of their respective houses in real time. Whenever points were deducted or awarded, the corresponding house's hourglass would immediately reflect the change in its gems. On this day, the hourglass representing Gryffindor suddenly lost a considerable number of rubies, although the hourglass next door, filled with emeralds, was even more pitiful, containing but a few gems. But who cared about Slytherin? The wizards of Gryffindor gathered around the hourglass, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What had happened? Why had we lost 150 points? Check the notice board. There must be a reason. A throng of young wizards surged forward. Indeed, the notice board bore the explanation. Harry and his companions had engaged in an open brawl with Draco Malfoy and others from Slytherin in the early hours of the morning. Everyone stood in stunned silence. No wonder Slytherin had lost points too. It turned out both sides had fought. But why fight in the early morning? And to be caught by the professor. The corridor erupted in chaos as everyone angrily sought out Harry. Ethan had somewhat anticipated the school's reaction, yet he was completely taken aback by his own predicament. Confinement? Me? Why? In Professor McGonagall's office, Ethan incredulously pointed at himself. He and T even participated in the fight. Why was he being confined? Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her expression stern as she replied, "This is a directive from Dumbledore. He believes you did not prevent your roommate from violating school rules and must bear some responsibility. There will be no points deducted, but you are to serve confinement together." What? Ethan was even more incredulous. Does that mean Seamus has to be confined too? Mr. Simon Finnegan is indeed unaware of the matter at hand. He is innocent. Ethan, his brow furrowed, exclaimed, "But I had no idea they would engage in a confrontation with Malfoy. Frankly speaking, if he had known, how could he have remained passive? How could he have allowed the scuffle to persist for so long? Professor McGonagall shook her head, feeling equally helpless. She, too, was perplexed as to why Dumbledore insisted on confining Ethan and what purported benefits could possibly arise from such a decision. All she perceived was the frustration reflected in Ethan's eyes. Yet, what the study hall? Would they wait until the study session concluded before imposing the confinement? Just as Professor McGonagall was about to speak, Ethan interjected, "Professor, we cannot interrupt the study hall. The workload has been increasing, and final exams are approaching. If we halt it, many will be affected." Professor McGonagall sighed. "The confinement will take place on Saturday and Sunday, and will not disrupt the study hall." "Oh, that is a relief," Ethan replied, furrowing his brows. "But how long will it last?" "Until the end of this term, just like Harry and the others." Ethan felt a wave of despair wash over him, casting a discontented glance at Professor McGonagall before sulking away. How infuriating. It seems there is no escape. After Ethan departed, Professor McGonagall suddenly donned a stern expression and stormed off to the headmaster's office. In the Great Hall, the Gryffindor table was occupied by Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who sat together while others kept their distance. The trio kept their heads down, feeling as though invisible needles were pricking at them from every direction. Ethan plopped down beside them, observing the dejected quartet and weakly inquiring, "Where is Neville?" Ron murmured, "Neville is still asleep. He cried all night." Hermione glanced at him with her swollen eyes, turning away in shame. Harry, filled with regret, lamented, "I shall never meddle again." Ron shrugged. "It's not just us who lost points. Malfoy and his lot got their comeuppance too." No one acknowledged him. Disheartened, Ron turned to the equally glum Ethan and asked, "Ethan, why do you seem even more miserable than we do?" Ethan gazed out at the blue sky, sighing, "I am also confined." "What?" Harry and Ron exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide. Even Hermione quickly turned, incredulous. "You went out last night?" "Not at all," Ethan sighed again. "But Dumbledore stated that because I failed to prevent your breach of school rules, I must bear some responsibility. No points will be deducted, but I must serve the confinement alongside you." The three fell silent, exchanging awkward glances. This matter had nothing to do with Ethan. How could Dumbledore arrive at such a decision? Hermione's voice was laden with guilt. "I am truly sorry, Ethan." He could now ascertain that Dumbledore must have seen him last night, hence the decision. Transfiguration, indeed, was bound to bring further reprimands. At that moment, Luna approached, carrying her tray. She sat beside Ethan, momentarily pausing to observe the breakfast, curiously regarding him. "A troubled meal?" Ethan smiled, pushing the roast beef on his plate toward her, inviting her to share. Hermione gazed in disbelief at the platter of roasted beef before them, then cast her eyes down at her own plate, which held nothing but mashed potatoes and an unremarkable roasted chicken leg. There seemed little to share. With a determined bite, she began to chew the chicken leg vigorously. Professor McGonagall, visibly incensed like never before, cast a stern glance at the four mischief-makers, whose faces turned ashen. Yet in a rare moment, she chose not to address the incident in class, instead launching directly into the lesson. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students bore equally grim expressions. Around Draco Malfoy, there were only empty seats, and they appeared dejected. Even Malfoy's meticulously styled hair seemed somewhat disheveled. Having caused trouble twice in succession, Slytherin had undeniably plummeted to fourth place, with no hope of redemption this year. For the naturally combative Slytherins, the plight of these three must surely be worse than that of Harry and his friends. Ron leaned over the table and whispered, "I heard Malfoy's father donated a sum of galleons to the school, along with a contribution to Slytherin." Harry scoffed. "It seems the school will soon receive yet another 2 donations from the Malfoy family." Hermione rolled her eyes in response. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, prompting Harry and his companions to fall silent. She cast a sharp look in their direction and declared, "Today, we shall learn how to employ transfiguration in combat." With a flourish of her wand, a book abruptly transformed into an owl, then disbanded into a swarm of crows, which swiftly coalesced into a wild boar adorned with tusks, which promptly smashed the desk in two. Professor McGonagall executed several transformations, all involving living creatures, leaving the young witches and wizards in a state of astonishment. These were merely the most elementary forms of transfiguration. Should you manage to graduate successfully by your 3rd year, you will reach such proficiency. The best defense is an offense. Yet not all defenses are offensive. Transfiguration can serve both to attack and to protect, akin to the spell Ethan demonstrated in their recent defense against the Dark Arts class. A feat most first years could not achieve. However, by 2nd year, as your magical prowess deepens, you may begin to practice such techniques. As Professor McGonagall spoke, The wild boar on the floor suddenly morphed into a wooden crate, a door, a stone wall, and an iron plate. This time, the young witches and wizards were utterly entranced. Chapter 72, Detention. On Saturday evening, Ethan, Harry, Malfoy, and Neville stood disheartened before Professor McGonagall's desk. With a sigh, she addressed Filch, "Take them to find Hagrid. Their detention begins tonight at 11. "Follow me," Filch responded, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he picked up a lantern and led the four out of the Transfiguration classroom. It was hard to fathom that even the exemplary Ethan White would find himself in detention one day. Filch, grinning with pride, remarked, "What a pity. The school has abolished the old-fashioned methods of punishment, locking misbehaving students in dungeons and hanging them from the ceiling for days on end. However, I still have some chains left in my office. Perhaps I ought to lubricate them, as they might prove useful one day." Ethan White chuckled heartily, unable to contain his laughter any longer. He cast a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Filch, disregarding him entirely, and turned to the visibly distressed Neville and Harry, asking, "Where are Hermione and Ron?" Harry replied with a hint of resignation. "Hermione's detention has been in effect since last week. She's been working in the library for Madame Pants. Ron's detention notice hasn't been delivered yet. Professor McGonagall likely hasn't found a suitable task for him." Detention, in essence, entails assigning students menial tasks, often involving assisting professors. If a professor has no need for help, other options may be considered. Ethan nodded somberly. He had initially contemplated either assisting Snape or Professor McGonagall, hoping to glean some knowledge, but instead, he found himself accompanying Harry on a patrol of the Forbidden Forest tonight. This was hardly a favorable assignment, especially with the possibility of the missing Quirrell lurking within. Filch barked at Ethan, "No talking, and don't even think about escaping. Otherwise, you want to be in for a pleasant time." Ethan merely scoffed, completely ignoring him. Filch's expression shifted several times, his fists clenched. Yet he dared not take any rash action. In their previous altercations, he had not gained any advantage and had even received a warning from Professor McGonagall. It was rumored that Madame Pants, who had opposed Ethan, had been summoned for a discussion by Dumbledore. Malfoy, walking at the other end of Filch, appeared visibly anxious. Among the students in detention tonight, 3 were Gryffindors, and one of them was Ethan White, whom he despised even more than Harry. He felt both anger and fear. If Ethan and Harry decided to confront him in the Forbidden Forest, he knew he wouldn't be able to defend himself. The group marched briskly through the night, soon spotting the glow of light from Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's voice echoed in the distance. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm about to set off." "Wow, did you hear that? It's Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Filch shot him a disdainful glance, retorting sarcastically, "Indeed. Tonight you all will accompany Hagrid on a patrol of the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest?" Malfoy's face paled in terror. "I'm not going. I've heard there are werewolves in there. If one bites me, who could that be blamed on?" Filch laughed heartily. Neville was thoroughly frightened, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Don't be afraid, Neville," Ethan reassured him. "Listen, is that a dog barking?" Neville strained to listen, bewildered. "I don't hear anything." "It must be Fong," Harry suggested uncertainly. "Hagrid has a large black dog named Fawn." Filch listened intently, puzzled. "What dog sounds?" Ethan chuckled softly. In the darkness, Hagrid approached with long strides, a large black dog trailing behind him. Hagrid wielded an oversized crossbow, with a quiver slung over his shoulder, and impatiently remarked, "I've been waiting for ages." "Oh, Harry, Ethan, you're all here. One ought not to be overly courteous to them, Hagrid. They are here to face their punishment. You must escort them through the Forbidden Forest, particularly Ethan White. You may not be aware, but he possesses remarkable abilities that could prove invaluable in navigating perilous situations." Filch cast a malevolent glance at Ethan. Ethan turned his head, locking eyes with him and taking a step forward. Filch instinctively recoiled, then, regaining his composure, exclaimed with a mix of shame and anger, "What are you attempting, Ethan White?" Ethan wore a politely cordial smile as he replied, "Mr. Filch, I'm sincerely grateful for your guidance thus far. It shall remain etched in my memory." Filch's expression shifted dramatically, a blend of astonishment and fury as he bellowed, "Ethan White, how dare you intimidate the school's caretaker?" "I am genuinely thankful, Mr. Filch." Ethan shook his head. "You misunderstand. I am but a first-year wizard, lacking the prowess to frighten you." He gazed intently into Filch's eyes and continued, "We are to coexist for 6 more years, Mr. Filch. It would serve you well to exercise discretion and adopt a more amiable demeanor. It would be to your benefit." Filch's countenance fluctuated, and with a scowl, he declared, "I shall return tomorrow morning." Ultimately, he refrained from uttering further threats, departing in a disheveled manner with his lantern. Malfoy, apprehensive, cast a wary glance at Ethan, retreating 2 steps as he shouted, "I will absolutely not venture into the Forbidden Forest, not even if it costs me my life." After the incident with Neville, he had already become enemies with Ethan. This fellow was unafraid of anything, even intimidating Filch, if he were to lay hands on him in the forest. Hagrid glared at him, stating, "If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, cease your foolishness. Now be silent." Malfoy, filled with both anger and fear, regarded Hagrid, momentarily silenced. Hagrid was correct. He had already grossly violated school rules twice. His father had made 4 substantial donations to the school and had scolded him thoroughly in a letter, warning him to refrain from causing further trouble. Hagrid took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Listen well. The Forbidden Forest is indeed perilous, more so than ever before. Everyone must keep close to me. Now grasp your wands." He turned and led the 4 of them across the clearing, following a narrow path into the darkened woods. Ethan silently trailed at the back, clutching his wand, cautious not to betray any expression. Dumbledore might be nearby, perhaps even observing him. Suddenly, Hagrid halted, pointing to a silvery pool on the ground, irritably exclaiming, "Do you see that? It is the blood of a unicorn. Recently, a monster has been lurking in the Forbidden Forest, specifically targeting unicorns. Just a short while ago, one was slain. I have been contending with that monster for some time, yet it has managed to strike again. Tonight, we must locate the wounded unicorn." Malfoy, on the verge of tears, interjected, "What if that monster finds us first? As long as you are with me or Yaya, neither that monster nor any other creature in the Forbidden Forest can harm you," Hagrid said in a grave tone. "This evening, there will be many of us. We must divide into 2 groups. I shall accompany you." Malfoy cast a fearful glance at Ethan and shouted in response. Ethan gazed at the group of individuals for a moment, hesitating before declaring, "I, Malfoy, and Harry shall form one team. Neville and Yaya will comprise the other." He continued, "Whoever finds the unicorn should fire a green spark. Ethan, I have faith in your abilities." Ethan shrugged, taking Neville's hand, and calmly urged, "Let us proceed." Chapter 73, Platinum Attributes. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil and decomposing leaves. Ethan trailed slightly behind, occasionally glancing left and right, issuing commands to Yaya. They treaded carefully, following the sporadic silver streaks of unicorn blood that glimmered on the ground. After a considerable time, Ethan detected subtle sounds of movement in the darkness, likely due to Yaya's presence, which had spared him and Neville from attack. Neville, now reluctant to venture ahead, walked alongside Ethan, his voice trembling as he remarked, "Ethan, the blood seems to be increasing." Silver trails were smeared across branches and grass alike. Ethan's heart tightened at the sight, muttering, "Neville, stay behind me. If anything seems amiss, shoot off the fireworks immediately." "All right." Neville gulped nervously. Ethan scrutinized the surroundings for a moment before guiding Yaya through an opening in the underbrush, leading to a clearing. In the center of this space lay a radiant unicorn, its silver blood forming a small river around it. "Woof! Woof!" Yaya barked loudly. Had it not been for Ethan's quick reflexes, Neville would have screamed in terror. Ethan cast his sharp gaze about, aware that even in the absence of Chilo, he would soon arrive. But since he had discovered first, Chilo would not have the opportunity to claim it. He raised his wand, pointing at the unicorn, and whispered, "Rapid transformation." Yet, only a small spark erupted from the unicorn's body, with no change occurring. Taken aback, Ethan quickly realized that the unicorn's magical resistance surpassed his own power. He could not alter its form. Suddenly, faint sounds of movement echoed from a distance. A chill ran down Ethan's spine as he sensed something lurking in the shadows. Fixating on him, without a second thought, he leaped in front of the unicorn's corpse and called out, "Neville, Yaya, come here quickly." Neville rushed forward in a panic, clumsily nearly tumbling into the pool of blood. A fierce wind swept through, accompanied by a low growl that was anything but human. Ethan swiftly pointed his wand to the ground. "Protective shield." A buzzing sound resonated as a nearly transparent, pale golden barrier swiftly formed around him, barely accommodating 2 individuals and a dog alongside the unicorn's remains. The surface of the shield shimmered like rippling water, with faint outlines of shields emerging. This was a protective charm, a variant of a shield charm, often employed to safeguard dwellings or campsites. Although it could not repel the most malevolent dark magic, it effectively provided early warnings and deflected lower-level spells and physical intrusions. In terms of both learning complexity and the need for sustained magical energy during casting, this spell was indeed a 5th-year charm, more challenging than the shield charm itself. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. A heavy gloom settled over Ethan's heart, for he was acutely aware that the malevolence lurking in the shadows was directed at him. rather than the lifeless form of the unicorn upon the ground. Suddenly, a hooded figure collided forcefully with the protective barrier, causing Ethan to gasp as the impact left him breathless, nearly causing him to falter in maintaining his magical energy. Through the exceedingly thin and transparent shield, Ethan locked eyes with the hooded figure outside, who crouched menacingly. The creature possessed murky, slitted pupils, twisted and grotesque, radiating an inhuman malice. Yaya, call Hagrid over. Ethan, Nawi, where are you? A confrontation ensued, and Ethan dared not avert his gaze. He extended a hand backward, attempting to rouse Nawi, but the distance proved too great, and instead, his palm landed upon a unicorn's belly. Unicorn, adult. Exchange value, 12, soul resistance, magic affinity, spell resistance, stamina, agility. What? A soul? Such a property exists? Ethan gasped in astonishment and chose to exchange without hesitation. You have come into contact with the unicorn's soul. Unlocked platinum attribute, soul. Unlocked platinum attribute, soul resistance. Soul 1, soul resistance 2, magic 2, magic affinity 1, spell resistance 4, stamina 1, agility 1. Ethan's eyes suddenly brightened, and the pitch-black night seemed to illuminate. He beheld a swirling mass of ominous black energy, a profoundly sinister apparition, clinging to the figure before him, entwined with a nearly fragmented phantom of a humanoid shape. The dark energy expanded outward, attempting to encroach upon him and invade his mind, yet was repelled by a faint, white luminescence. A cold sweat broke out on Ethan's brow. Had he not touched the unicorn's carcass and unlocked the soul resistance attribute, he would have been oblivious to the insidious encroachment of Voldemort. You wish to drink the unicorn's blood? Very well. I shall ensure you gain nothing of strength. Ethan steeled himself, pressing once more against the unicorn's belly. Unicorn exchange value, 5, magic affinity, spell resistance, agility. Magic 2, magic affinity 1, spell resistance 1, agility 1. Magic surged forth from within him, causing the barrier he maintained to shine even more brilliantly. The hooded figure before him staggered to its feet, raising a hand. A sense of dread washed over Ethan. A primal instinct of danger surged from the depths of his being, prompting him to seize Nawi and roll aside without a second thought. Boom! A surge of crimson flames erupted, exploding upon the unicorn's carcass and sending forth a spray of silvery blood. The shockwave hurled Ethan and Nawi far away. Yaya emitted a whimper. The cloaked figure did not pursue them. Instead, it eagerly descended upon the unicorn's remains, greedily drinking its blood. Gritting his teeth, Ethan hoisted Nawi onto his back and staggered away in haste. A crossbow bolt whistled through the air, embedding itself at an angle into a pool of blood. Halt! You monstrous creature! Hagrid bellowed, striding purposefully after it, the bolt in hand. Harry and Malfoy gasped for breath, trailing behind. Hagrid? Ethan? Neville? Harry called, breathless. Suddenly, his vision blurred as a tall figure in a cloak obstructed his path, silver blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, each drop staining the fabric of its front. Malfoy emitted a terrified scream and stumbled away in panic. A sharp, searing pain erupted from Harry's forehead wound, so sudden and intense that he barely had time to grunt before collapsing to the ground, his vision fading to darkness. When he finally regained his senses, he found a centaur standing beside him, its platinum hair glistening, possessing the body of a silver-maned steed. Chapter 74, Harry's Discovery. This is truly beyond the realm of humanity. Ethan, covered in grime, stood before Hagrid's hut, guzzling water from a flask. Malfoy and Neville lay on the ground, still unconscious. I am genuinely sorry, Ethan said, as Hagrid's furry face reflected deep frustration. Not only had he failed to catch the creature, but he had also nearly endangered Ethan and Neville, and, worse still, lost Harry. Ethan shook his head in silence, overwhelmed with unspoken grievances. Had it been Hermione or even Harry in place of Neville, the situation would not have been so dire. Yet, it was Neville who had fainted from fright, almost leading to a tragic fate for the unicorn. He sighed. Next time such a task arises, I shall certainly suggest to Professor McGonagall that Neville be assigned a less perilous role, or at least have Hermione take his place. Otherwise, I can manage it alone. It was not that he bore any ill will towards Neville. They had always been good friends. However, such perilous occurrences were far too dangerous for Neville, exceeding his limits entirely. And then there was that fellow, always dragging his feet. Hagrid glared angrily at Malfoy, thinking that had he not been so slow along the way, he would have arrived much sooner. As for Malfoy, Ethan felt it was beyond his concern and likely Professor McGonagall's as well. It was up to Snape to decide. Thus, Ethan refrained from commenting, only to suddenly spot a silver figure darting out of the forbidden forest. But it was not a unicorn. It was a centaur, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. It was quite a remarkable sight. "Harry? Where's Harry?" Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, rising to his feet and turning around. Upon seeing the centaur, he exclaimed, "My goodness, Firenze! You saved Harry. Harry, are you all right?" Hagrid approached eagerly, while Ethan remained still, for the centaur was watching him intently, its gaze wary. "I'm fine, Hagrid," Harry replied, sliding down from the centaur's back. "Thank you, Mr. Firenze." As Harry and Hagrid conversed, they shared many words, stopping only when they reached Ethan. Hagrid arrived with a motorcycle, transporting the unconscious Malfoy and Neville, and handed Harry and Ethan 2 flying broomsticks. Hagrid needed to escort the 2 little ones to Madame Pomfrey at the school hospital and report to Dumbledore about the recent attacks on unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. The school must take action. Ethan and Harry made their way directly to Professor McGonagall's office. That evening, Professor McGonagall was on duty, diligently organizing some papers on Transfiguration. When she saw 2 muddy little figures appear in her office, she momentarily paused in surprise. Harry glanced at Ethan, who could only say, "Professor, there are matters we must discuss with you. The Forbidden Forest is far too dangerous. We believe Neville should be confined to a safer location." Professor McGonagall scrutinized the soot marks on Ethan's clothes, remnants of fire magic, and asked sternly, "What did you encounter?" Ethan replied gravely, "A hooded figure hunting unicorns and drinking their blood." Harry interjected at the right moment. Neville and Malfoy were both knocked unconscious and nearly got Ethan killed. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened immediately, and she exclaimed, "Where is Hagrid? What is he doing?" Harry replied helplessly, "He has to look after Malfoy." Professor McGonagall's demeanor shifted. She paced the office, shaking her head. "No, you are safe. Someone assured me of that." Ethan and Harry exchanged glances. Ethan, with utmost seriousness, insisted, "Professor, I believe the school should intervene. At least 2 unicorns have already perished in the Forbidden Forest." Without further discussion, Ethan and Harry ascended to the 5th floor of the castle, where a lavish lavatory reserved for prefects awaited them. In the warm embrace of the water, they both sighed in relief. Ethan, that hooded figure, Harry touched the scar on his forehead, anxiety evident in his voice. "Firenze told me he is Voldemort. For unicorn blood can prolong life, but it cannot restore him completely. The true aim of that hooded figure is the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the school." Harry trembled, struggling to control his voice. "That hooded figure will surely come to the school. He must know Snape. Snape has been pressuring Professor Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Now that Quirrell has taken leave from the school, Snape will undoubtedly attempt to take it himself. We must stop him." Ethan listened intently, still perplexed about how this connected to Snape. He wiped his face with a towel, contemplating this matter should ideally be brought to Dumbledore's attention. "But we lack evidence to substantiate our claims. Harry, if we cannot find proof and suspect a professor, we risk expulsion, especially at such a critical time." Harry, momentarily stunned, looked frustrated. "We must find evidence and keep a close watch on Snape. We cannot allow him to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Ethan sighed, "But before that, I think we should review our studies. The final exams are fast approaching. If we fail, we might have to repeat the first year." Merlin's beard. Harry stumbled in the water, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. Harry hurriedly recounted his encounter in the Forbidden Forest Tehran, whose expression darkened at the mere mention of Voldemort's name. He swiftly implored Harry to refrain from uttering that name again. When Harry pulled back the covers, he was astonished to discover his long-lost invisibility cloak neatly laid out on the bed, accompanied by a note that read, "Just in case." Chapter 75, Late Spring. As winter yields to spring, the last remnants of chill at Hogwarts quietly dissipate, and the contours of the castle appear soft and radiant beneath the sun's warm embrace. Following the incident in the Forbidden Forest, the professors have taken over the late-night patrols with Hagrid, and even Dumbledore has personally visited on 2 occasions. The Cloakman seems to have vanished. Harry, who has been anxiously monitoring the situation, has heard no further whispers. He has visited Hagrid several times, who merely informed him that the Cloakman has likely fled the Forbidden Forest. Harry felt a mixture of joy and unease. With Dumbledore at the school, Voldemort would surely not dare to enter and kill him. Yet, would there not come a day when that could happen? The sun today is particularly warm, bright yet not blinding, with a gentle breeze carrying the faint scent of flowers. Outside the castle, on the lush green grass, Ethan rests his arms behind his head, gazing dreamily at the delicate, cotton-like white clouds drifting across the horizon. Neville has gone to the herbology greenhouse to learn how to care for various plants. As for him, He has been summoned to the potions classroom by Snape, where he toils to brew a batch of herbicide and wound cleanser. Were it not for Professor McGonagall's assurance that this was Dumbledore's request, he might suspect that Snape was abusing his authority to avoid paying him, thus relegating him to detention. Nevertheless, the arduous days seem to be nearing their end. Of course, these past months have been taxing, yet his academic progress has remained uninterrupted, even accelerating due to his enhanced attributes. Ethan White. Attributes, slightly. Random potential, 0. Free potential, 0. Random experience points, 7, 382, 100. Non-exchangeable. Soul resistance. Free experience points, 7, 382, 300. Non-exchangeable. Soul resistance. I have accumulated 7,000 points of free experience. Yet the option to exchange for this soul attribute has still not appeared. Surely, the platinum attribute cannot be entirely non-exchangeable? Or perhaps my experience points are still insufficient. Would 10,000 suffice? Ethan stretched lazily and sighed softly. For a platinum attribute like soul, 10,000 points likely remains far from adequate. Perhaps it requires several tens of thousands, or even 100,000. Magic, 13. Intelligence, 5. Spirit, 5. A whisper of wind seems to linger in his ears. As the tips of Ethan's hair dance, glistening with a lustrous sheen, he rubbed his eyes and, in a moment of reverie, beheld the sunlight filtering through the dust, refracting into faint rainbows in the air. From a distance, the soft murmur of conversation, the jubilant sounds of laughter, and the rustling of sparrows flapping their wings all meld together, as if separated by a veil of flowing water, gently swaying before gradually coming into focus. The sound of hurried footsteps approaches. Hermione crouched down, glancing in turn at Ethan, Neville, Harry, and Ron, incredulously exclaiming, "How can you all be hiding here? Taking a nap? Why didn't you call for me?" She rolled her eyes and quietly inquired, "Ethan, how are things in the potions classroom?" Ethan replied with a nod, "It's manageable. He usually doesn't come to the classroom, allowing me to work in peace." Ever since Snape had enlisted him, his time spent with his friends had significantly diminished. Hermione looked at him with a hint of envy and whispered, "Ethan, my detention in the library has ended. Could you speak to Professor Snape and ask if I could assist in the potions classroom as well?" Ethan nodded, "No problem." The three individuals lying beside them opened their eyes, propping themselves up in astonishment. Ron exclaimed incredulously, "Have you lost your mind? Detention is over. And you still want to work for Snape?" Hermione, instantly annoyed, retorted, "If it weren't for you, Ron, if you hadn't rushed in to fight Malfoy, we wouldn't have been in detention." "Be quiet." Harry attempted to interject. "How about visiting Professor Binns' office? He would surely welcome you." Hermione rolled her eyes. "I wish to learn about potions, not engage in some tedious task." Ron, who had been lounging nearby, stretched and sat up from the grass, addressing the nearly asleep Harry. "Harry, we should head to Professor Binns' office." Reluctantly, Harry got up, running alongside Ron towards the school. "Ethan, Hermione, I'm off to the greenhouses. See you later." Neville waved as he dashed off. Hermione smoothed her skirt and sat beside Ethan, curious. "What potions have you been brewing lately?" Ethan counted on his fingers, white willow essence, Scabious potion, and a batch of love potion. Just 2 days ago, Madame Pomfrey ordered some cough syrup, which I finished brewing this morning. Hermione stared in disbelief. "You brewed all of these by yourself?" At first, he would watch me for a while. Ethan shook his head, but after I brewed a few batches, he stopped coming. Hermione was nearly envious to the point of frustration, standing up and stamping her feet, spinning in circles. "Ethan, you must persuade Professor Snape. I long to brew potions as well." First-year wizards are strictly prohibited from brewing potions independently. They must either receive permission from a professor or have one supervising them. However, even if permitted, wizards from ordinary backgrounds cannot afford the exorbitant costs of potion ingredients. The privilege of learning directly from a professor and continuously brewing various potions, like Ethan, was indeed enviable. "Don't fret," Ethan stood up, contemplating. "We could first seek out Professor McGonagall and inquire. If she approves, Snape will undoubtedly comply." Hermione shook her head. Feeling disheartened, Professor McGonagall declined. She stated she cannot make decisions for another professor. I had asked her long ago and received no approval then. Hermione blinked, feeling a mix of excitement and hesitation. Could this lead to trouble? "Rest assured," Ethan replied. "If it were anyone else, I might need to think it over. But I am well aware of your abilities." A smile finally graced Hermione's somewhat troubled face. Chapter 76. Nose Opening Potion. Snape lifted a vial of cough potion, the liquid displaying a pristine, warm amber hue, refracting tiny glimmers of light under the candle's glow. "This week, we shall continue to brew 30 batches of the nose-opening potion," Snape intoned in his deep voice, The preparation steps and formula are written on the blackboard. Ethan nodded in habitual agreement, casually flipping open a potion book titled Fundamental Magical Potions of St. Mungo's. Both the cough syrup and the nose-opening potion were detailed within its pages. This book belonged to Snape and was lent to him temporarily. "Professor, I heard that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school?" he inquired. "To be precise," Snape replied expressionlessly, "it is forbidden to use magic in front of muggles and in unauthorized settings. This is stipulated by the regulations for the reasonable restriction of underage wizards. All underage wizards must adhere to this, and the ministry will send those who refuse to comply to Azkaban to serve as dinner for the Dementors. Unless you reside in a wizarding family or are facing a life-threatening situation, you may be exempt from punishment, but even then, a lengthy investigation period will ensue." "But Professor, 2 months is quite a long summer break," Snape, without lifting his eyelids, replied. "The trace is attached to one's soul. No one can defy it. As for the duration of the holiday, I will assign ample homework to ensure you have a thoroughly enriching break." Ethan, undeterred, ventured, "Professor, even with a mountain of assignments, I still wish to have some time to practice magic." "That is not possible." Snape's tone remained icy. "The moment your family employs magic, I assure you, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures will be informed immediately, and Aurors will be dispatched to apprehend you. The school is not solely for your benefit." Snape's voice was cold. "Perhaps you could find an adult wizard, should any trouble arise. Let them take the fall for you at Azkaban." Ethan shrugged and changed the subject. "Professor, if you don't mind, I would like to enlist Hermione's help. Her confinement in the library has ended, and she is seeking a new place for detention." Snape suddenly raised his head, laced with sarcasm. "Mr. White, do you believe that merely memorizing the preparation steps and knowing the potion's formula will suffice in successfully brewing potions?" "Certainly not, Professor." Ethan shook his head, replying earnestly. "One must also possess stable magical power and maintain constant focus over all changes." He added, "I only wish for her assistance in handling some potion ingredients. I can assure you that no issues will arise." Snape regarded him with a piercing gaze, coldly stating, "The stability of one's magic will also affect the potion's efficacy. Should a single vial go awry and subsequently cause an incident, you alone will bear the responsibility, Mr. White." Ethan politely bowed. "Rest assured, I shall remain thoroughly vigilant." At 8 o'clock that evening, there was a gentle knock on the potion's classroom door. The door was opened a crack, and Hermione peered inside nervously. Ethan opened the door wider and whispered, "Come in. Professor Snape is not here, but he has given his consent." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Ethan gazed earnestly into her eyes, stating, "We must begin by learning to handle the materials. Until you receive recognition, you cannot concoct potions. It's quite straightforward." Hermione, brimming with confidence, replied, "I've memorized everything." "Then let us transform the knowledge in your mind into practical application," Ethan instructed, pointing to the blackboard. "This is the formula for the nasal clarity potion. Take note of it, and we shall commence with the preparation of the ingredients. Since this is a potion customized by Madame Pomfrey, we must exercise utmost caution." Hermione swallowed hard, intently observing the preparation process outlined on the board. As she studied, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "This potion is at least 5 times more complex than any I've learned so far. To brew it successfully in a short time frame, one must possess a considerable amount of magical power." Shaking her head, she added, "I can't do it. If it were me, it might take at least 3 days to brew a single batch." Ethan chuckled softly, reassuring her, "There's no need for anxiety or competition. Your focus should be on mastering each step of the brewing process accurately, and then creating a flawless potion. The duration is of little significance. As we grow, our magical abilities will continue to expand." Hermione exhaled, nodding in understanding. For a bright, competitive, and eager young witch, it was difficult to accept, yet she remained composed. Donning her gloves, she scrutinized the materials in the bucket and declared, "I will start with the daffodil root. It is the easiest to handle." Ethan shook his head, explaining, "When dealing with potion materials, you must first adopt a holistic perspective. Certain ingredients are time-consuming and should be prioritized, while others are delicate and should be addressed last. Some substances are prone to volatility and require freezing spells, and one must constantly monitor the temperature, humidity, and even light conditions in the room. For particularly perishable materials, we must process them in real time during the brewing, taking them as needed. In many respects, the nasal clarity potion is akin to the stimulant potion, but it also serves to alleviate severe colds, functioning as an enhanced version of the latter. Observe the list of ingredients: ginger root, peppermint, mistletoe berries, angelica, guardian tree roots, horseradish, mandrake, and daffodil root. Among these, angelica is the most challenging to handle, It is the primary ingredient for the confusion potion, and an overdose can easily lead to encephalitis. Therefore, we must first neutralize its toxicity, preserving its efficacy. While we await the detoxification of the Angelica, we can process the daffodil root. Hermione suddenly realized the importance of this, hastily retrieving her notebook to jot down Ethan's words, feeling somewhat frustrated as she remarked, "Indeed, Angelica is the most troublesome, requiring the longest preparation time. It must be handled first. The guardian tree roots are the most precious to maintain their vitality. Should they be processed during brewing?" Outside the potion classroom, Snape stood silently, and upon hearing Ethan's explanation, the tension in his expression eased slightly. He turned and departed without a sound. He entrusted the potions classroom to Ethan, for Ethan possessed the capability and did not disappoint him. However, this did not imply indifference. Much like Hermione Granger, had it been the initial Ethan proposing such a matter, he would have surely banished him far away. As for now, he was willing to grant him a single opportunity, though it was merely this once. Chapter 77, Final Examinations. Ethan pleaded for a moment of repose. The young witch lay across her desk, unconsciously murmuring in her dreams, her brows knitted tightly together. Whether from grappling with the conundrums of potion brewing or being conscripted by Ethan as a laborer, several cauldrons bubbled softly, a faint current swirling above, carrying away all scent. Ethan vigilantly oversaw them, notebook and quill in hand, occasionally jotting down each alteration within the cauldrons. The classroom door creaked open. Snape cast a glance at the slumbering Hermione, then at the cauldrons, and spoke in a low tone. "Reduce the time for adding the peppermint. This will enhance the potion's effectiveness by another 5. Is it 3 seconds? He queried. "Maintain it between 2 to 5 seconds. The median is more suitable." Ethan swiftly recorded this in his notebook. Such knowledge was never found in textbooks, nor was it universal. It varied according to the individual. 35 seconds suited him, yet for Hermione, it might not hold true. This exemplified the advantage of having a teacher, for many matters lack a standardized approach. A good teacher can identify issues and provide the most fitting solutions. Snape entered and exited silently, embodying an elusive presence. Yet, Ethan had grown somewhat accustomed to it. He bottled several cauldrons of more effective nose-clearing potion, placing them into a box, and cast a sturdy sealing charm along with a warding spell, marking the conclusion of the day's endeavors. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, rousing Hermione from her slumber, dazedly surveying her surroundings. The classroom, the cauldrons. Oh, right, they were still in the potions classroom. Hastily, Hermione rubbed her eyes and stood up. She stared blankly at the now tidied desk, then at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already 10 o'clock at night. A wave of panic washed over her. Oh no, we've missed curfew. It was indeed quite late, and the corridor was devoid of any presence. Hermione felt a surge of fear at the thought of encountering Filch, only for him to be lurking in the shadows of the corner, awaiting their return. Her face turned pale with fright. Ethan glanced over, cheerfully saying, "Good evening, Mr. Filch. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Filch's expression darkened as he clutched his cat and turned away. The two ascended to the first floor, for it was not yet 10:30. Ethan sighed. "Do you think he stood there for no reason? He was waiting for me to exceed the time limit. Indeed, this caretaker is quite diligent, albeit overly petty. Mr. Filch." Hermione seemed to recall something and whispered, "He appears to be a squib." A squib, in essence, refers to a muggle born in a wizarding family who cannot wield magic, thus barred from attending a magical school. Ethan acknowledged with a sound, wishing him good fortune. Returning to the lounge, the two individuals did not immediately part ways, but instead took their seats at a round table, diligently comparing their notes, rectifying errors, and filling in gaps. That evening, Hermione absorbed a wealth of new knowledge. Her elation mingled with frustration. Should I prepare some invigorating potions? Or perhaps a stimulant? After merely an hour of work, fatigue enveloped her, and all she desired was slumber. Meanwhile, Ethan remained remarkably alert, his eyes bright and spirited, betraying no hint of weariness. Ethan shook his head and remarked, "What we are studying now exceeds the prescribed curriculum. The professor mentioned that we will only encounter such therapeutic potions in our 3rd year, with more advanced studies reserved for 5th or even 6th year enhancement classes. But your energy is so abundant, while I feel like I'm lagging behind." The young witch remained silent, seemingly reluctant to express her concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan whispered some words. Hermione's expression shifted dramatically, her hand instinctively reaching to touch her cheeks and eyes. "Will I really develop acne? Will I become nearsighted?" Indeed, the concerns extended further, stunted growth, developmental issues, and accelerated aging. As the weather at Hogwarts grew increasingly warm, The young wizards were both anxious and apprehensive about the impending final examinations. 7 core subjects needed to be completed within 4 days. The first examination for Gryffindor was Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall appeared particularly stern today, her piercing gaze intimidating enough to deter direct eye contact. Now line up the door. Only when the person in front leaves may the next enter. The young wizards collectively swallowed hard. Ron, wand in hand, nervously stepped into the classroom. Professor McGonagall, arms crossed, scrutinized him with a serious demeanor. Now, Mr. Weasley, please transform this mouse into a snuff box. Ron swallowed hard, envisioning the appearance of the snuff box in his mind, then waved his wand, tapping it thrice while exclaiming, "Rapid transformation." The mouse on the desk swiftly morphed into a perfectly square box, palm-sized and seemingly successful. Ron immediately exhaled in relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Professor McGonagall observed the result closely, adjusted her spectacles, and nodded. "You may exit, Mr. Weasley." Was that a passing grade? Ron quickly expressed his gratitude and dashed off, elated. A smile graced Professor McGonagall's lips as well, despite the numerous troublemakers from the Weasley family. They undeniably possessed considerable magical talent. With a frown, Professor McGonagall began tidying the desk when she spotted a singed mouse, struggling on its hind legs, clearly on the brink of collapse. It was evident that the mouse had met a disastrous end. "I should really inquire with Ollivander as to why he won't sell a unicorn hair wand to Seamus Finnegan," Professor McGonagall muttered with exasperation. "Perhaps Seamus has a particular affinity for explosive spells?" Ethan, uncertain, spoke up. He raised his wand, exerted a forceful tap, and declared, "Rapid transformation." A beautifully crafted snuff box appeared on the desk, its surface resembling smooth jade. The lid was adorned with an oval ruby at its center, surrounded by delicate turquoise gemstones, intricately arranged into a floral motif. Golden and silver threads meander across the jade surface, intricately outlining a complex pattern of vines. Chapter 78, Ethan. In the potions classroom, Snape fixated on the trembling young wizards, his voice deep and deliberate. The examination topic was the forgetfulness potion. Any failure, explosion, or fire during the process would result in an automatic failure. The first group comprised Ethan White, Neville Longbottom, Harry Potter, and Seamus. For cauldrons were lined up in a row. Ethan did not hastily ignite the flame. Instead, he cautiously inspected the ingredients, knowing that material preparation was also part of the examination and that Professor Snape would not overlook this step. Mistletoe berries, valerian root, standard ingredients, and the water from the river Lethe, nettle, a standard ingredient, was to be added later. The water from the river Lethe appeared somewhat murky and required filtration. As he rummaged through the materials, he carefully chopped the nettle and retrieved a filter to commence the filtration of the Lethe water. Neville, Harry, and Seamus exchanged furtive glances, quickly scrutinizing their nettle and searching for their filters. Snape's expression darkened. He rolled up a book and struck each of them, reprimanding, "Complete your examination." Ethan subtly nodded towards Neville's mistletoe berries. Harry and Seamus suddenly understood, their faces filled with indignation as they bowed their heads to recheck their materials. Each of them faced different issues with their ingredients, which seemed rather underhanded. The surrounding young wizards swallowed hard, intently observing each of Ethan's steps. Ethan ignited the fire, waiting for the water in the cauldron to heat up, then gradually added the standard ingredients, stirring gently before incorporating the Lethe water and mistletoe berries, extinguishing the flame, and adding the valerian root. Having brewed the forgetfulness potion months prior and taught it in the study hall numerous times, he was thoroughly familiar with the process, finding it devoid of challenge. As the potion cooled, Snape glanced over. "Destroy it, you may leave. The forgetfulness potion is hazardous. It must either be contained or destroyed. Never left unattended." Ethan poured the white powder from the nearby box into the cauldron, and the potion instantly transformed into clear water. He cleaned up, tidied the table, and departed the classroom. These examinations posed little difficulty, merely routine questions. However, besides practical spellcasting, theoretical knowledge was also assessed, for which the school had issued new quills imbued with anti-cheating magic, tormenting a group of young wizards to no end. When the final History of Magic exam concluded, the classroom erupted with cheers. By the Black Lake, Hermione exclaimed, "It was much easier than I imagined." The Werewolf Code of Conduct and the House Elf Rebellion were not included among the difficult topics. "Please, Hermione, I don't want to hear anything more about exams." Ron rolled onto the grass, stretching his limbs comfortably. "At least for the next week. Let us enjoy ourselves." Hermione's expression darkened, slightly irritated. "Enjoy what? Did you not see the snuff box Ethan conjured? Now look at what you produced." Ron pretended not to hear, glancing around in surprise, and asked, "By the way, Harry, where did Ethan go? It seems he didn't come out with us." Hermione immediately suggested, "Perhaps he went to see Madame Pomfrey?" Harry, feeling quite uneasy, remarked I wasn't ill. But that night, when I encountered the cloaked man, my scar throbbed intensely. Moreover, I have this persistent feeling that I have forgotten something. It's nothing, Harry. As long as Dumbledore is here, that cloaked man would never dare to harm you. Harry pressed his hand against his wound, staring vacantly at the azure sky. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore pushed a plate of sizzling honey sweets across the table, saying, "The final exams are over. Minerva, how did they go?" Minerva promptly stuffed the sweets into her pockets. A portrait on the wall cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow, our clever little witch has taken a liking to sweets." The walls of the office were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, most of whom listened attentively, with only one lively portrait, featuring a man with slender eyebrows and a goatee, standing out. "Mr. Black," the elderly Minerva said with a hint of exasperation, "I am merely bringing a small gift for the students." Dumbledore looked up at the portrait and gently stated, "We need to discuss some matters." The portraits nodded in unison. Closing their eyes, even the most boisterous portrait of Headmaster Black reluctantly silenced himself. Minerva produced a stack of parchment and handed it to Dumbledore. "I have spoken with several other professors, and the final exams went remarkably well. This year's young wizards achieved unexpectedly good results. Not a single student has failed, and they will all advance to the second year." She continued, "Next, we must prepare for the end-of-year banquet, summer arrangements, the allocation of scholarships for each grade, the admission of new students, the list of advanced classes, and we also need to meet with the graduates. There is so much to do, I can hardly keep up. Albus, if you could help me with some of this, perhaps I might find time to catch a couple of Quidditch matches." "That's all right. Much of the work must be completed during the summer," Dumbledore replied. "Oh, then I too will be attending numerous meetings over the summer." Minerva's expression darkened immediately. Dumbledore smiled gently and said, "In fact, I wish to discuss Mr. Ethan White with you." Minerva's demeanor shifted as she retorted, "Speaking of Ethan, you still have not informed me of the reason behind his confinement. This is an exceedingly unfair treatment. Even the headmaster should not treat an innocent young wizard in such a manner. If this matter lacks a reasonable explanation, I will be quite upset." Dumbledore hurriedly pushed another plate of candies towards her. Considering his words carefully, this matter was indeed my fault, but had I not acted thus, I might have formed some misunderstandings regarding Mr. White. Professor McGonagall looked at him skeptically. "Don't be absurd. Ethan has never spoken a word to you." Dumbledore pursed his lips and smiled. "You might still not understand him enough, Minerva. Mr. White's talent in magic surpasses your imagination. His magical prowess has far exceeded that of his peers. Perhaps even the third-year students cannot compare to him. He is already capable of brewing the potions required by Madame Pomfrey. Looking at him, I am reminded of Tom in his time, and even he pales in comparison." Minerva's expression changed dramatically. "Do not mention that person. Ethan is nothing like him. Indeed, they are quite different." Dumbledore nodded slightly, remarking that Mr. White possessed not only a remarkable talent for magic, but also a commendable care for those around him, even in the face of life-threatening peril. He did not abandon his friends, a quality that Tom could never emulate, and one that dispelled my previous misconceptions about him. Initially, I suspected this young lad harbored secrets, perhaps even a concealed, darker side. He holds a disdain for Quirrell, yet this stems from Quirrell's failure to impart knowledge, a reasonable reaction rather than an innate disposition. He selflessly shares his knowledge, expressing concern that others may struggle to grasp it, and goes to great lengths to simplify complex concepts. The younger students affectionately refer to his notes as fool's notes, which I found to be an impressive simplification, worthy of being a reference for the next generation of young wizards. Despite his considerable efforts, he asked for nothing in return, treating everyone equally, eschewing cliques, avoiding the promotion of bizarre ideologies, and demanding no payment. He remains indifferent to house points and the opinions of others, prioritizing knowledge and friendship. He genuinely cares for Neville, even though Neville has caused him no small amount of trouble. Honestly, Minerva, he hardly seems like an 11-year-old child. Perhaps having a complete family from a young age truly makes a difference? Chapter 79, Under the Trapdoor. The evening sunlight lazily spilled over the glass roof of the greenhouse. Ethan pushed the door open and beheld Professor Sprout, gloved and meticulously collecting leaves from the mandrakes, while Neville, wearing earmuffs, nervously observed from a safe distance. "Professor Sprout, I've come to collect the 300 sprigs of lavender and standard ingredients ordered by Professor Snape." "Very well, Professor," Neville whispered as he scurried to the door, turning to Ethan with a smile. "Ethan, be careful. Don't knock over the pots. They contain fully grown mandrakes, and their cries can be deadly." Ethan nodded. noticing that many pots were askew. Professor Sprout was covered in dirt, evidently too busy to attend to anything else. Clearly, she remained apprehensive about Neville, unwilling to let him handle the pots. I apologize, Ethan, but these mandrake leaves must be harvested promptly or will affect their potency. Ethan understood well. The potions classroom is still in examination mode. If you don't mind, I can assist. I often help Professor Snape with materials. That would be splendid. Ethan, Professor Sprout chuckled. The batch of herbicide you brewed performed excellently. I've ordered another from Professor Snape. It's a pity, though, that your detention period is nearing its end. Ethan paused, saying, There's nothing to regret. I would be more than happy to assist you in the future. It's not the same, the cheerful professor replied. If I ask Professor Snape to brew it, I need to pay in full. If it's you, I shall only pay 1/5, but during detention, I merely need to provide the materials and 1/10 of the fee. Ethan, I truly wish you would make more mistakes. That would be quite Gryffindor of you. Ethan offered an awkward smile, realizing he had indeed been too sparing with the leaf harvesting. By the way, how does one transplant a mandrake? Ethan. Suddenly, Harry appeared at the entrance of the greenhouse like a gust of wind, anxiously gazing at Ethan. Ethan, I have something important to discuss with you. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Professor Sprout greeted with a warm smile. Once Mr. Ethan finishes this task, he will be free to leave. You may wait patiently at the door for a moment. Harry hesitated, his urgency intensifying as he looked at Ethan. Ethan nodded, swiftly arranging the remaining flower pots with Neville, and before the professor, confirmed the potion ingredients and their quantities, using the levitation spell to carry the box out of the greenhouse. Ethan, listen to me. Hagrid revealed the way to deal with Quirrell to someone else, the very person who lost the dragon egg to him. My wounds have been aching for days. I suspect the hooded figure infiltrated the school that night, with Dumbledore in London for a meeting. That person is surely going to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight. We must stop him. Harry exclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. Ethan, I know you are capable. You have to help us. Ethan's gaze sharpened, his breathing quickening. Ever since receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he had been apprehensive about becoming embroiled in trouble, fearing he might become mere collateral damage on the path to becoming a savior, while savoring the exquisite life of magic. He was also terrified of when he might face an Avada Kedavra. He had attempted to evade such fate, only to find himself confined and narrowly escaping death in the Forbidden Forest. He tried to change things, but what did 11-year-old wizards truly understand? The playful remained playful, and even when knowledge was fragmented and chewed up, those uninterested remained dismissive. Helpless, he magnified the ruthlessness within, sneaking into Professor Snape's office to learn spells and delve into dark magic, repeatedly causing mischief for Quirrell. Now that day had truly arrived at long last. With a gentle sigh, Ethan spoke seriously, then it shall be tonight. After curfew, regardless of who it is, we will stop him. Splendid. We have the invisibility cloak. There should be no problem. Harry's face paled, yet his eyes were resolute. He would not allow Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone, nor would he permit Voldemort to obtain it. Harry stumbled away, while Ethan tilted his head back, the sun just sinking behind the peaks, casting a shadowy hue over the treetops. The evening breeze rustled gently, as the earth was cloaked by the encroaching night. Ethan inhaled the floral scent carried by the wind, lowering his head slightly, the shadows of his hair obscuring his cheeks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were anxiously awaiting him. The common room was now empty, and Ethan turned to the three of them, asking, Are you ready? Their faces were pale, but they all nodded vigorously. Go get the invisibility cloak, Harry. Hermione, you and Harry go together and cast a sleeping spell on Neville and Seamus. After a moment of hesitation, Hermione followed suit. A minute later, the two returned, running down the stairs, Hermione's face somewhat pale, mumbling, Forgive me, Neville. Harry draped the invisibility cloak over the four of them, fortunate that their small frames allowed it to cover them adequately. Together, they pushed through the portrait of the fat lady. Ethan led the way, cradling a box in his arms, his stride steady and his expression calm. The three anxious companions found some solace in his presence, and the menacing suits of armor lurking in the darkness appeared less intimidating. However, as they ascended the staircase of the school castle, a cat gracefully leaped into view. Perched nearby, its gaze fixed upon them. Ron, irked, muttered through gritted teeth, Mrs. Norris must be around. Harry whispered, Let us move quietly, so we don't alert it. The four of them carefully sidestepped the unfortunate feline and reached the fourth floor without incident, proceeding to the end of the corridor. Apart from Ethan, the other three had visited this place once before. The door remained locked, yet this posed no obstacle for them. Hermione drew her wand and pointed it, declaring, Alohomora. With a resounding click, the lock sprang open. As they entered, they were greeted by the sound of a harp being played, while a massive, three-headed dog slumbered soundly. Harry and Ron struggled to shift one of the creature's paws aside. Ethan gazed at the beast, stroking its furry, coarse cheek, but received no indication of danger. He sighed softly. What a remarkable creature. If it were to be slain, it could yield a considerable amount of power, particularly in strength. However, it is Hagrid's pet. The three turned their heads to him in unison. Ethan had no choice but to step forward, clutch the box tightly, and leap first into the unknown. I'll go second, Hermione whispered, pressing down her skirt before following suit. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, nodded determinedly, and jumped after her. Chapter 80, The Challenge. The sensation upon landing was surprisingly soft. Ron, relieved at not having broken his leg, quickly turned to his side, only to see half of Hermione and Harry's bodies. Ethan had vanished from sight. Panic surged through him as he called out, Ethan? Hermione? Harry, what happened to you? Idiot! Look down! Hermione screamed. Ron suddenly felt something coiling around his ankle, swiftly creeping up his leg and constricting him tightly. Terrified, he shouted, What is this thing? Don't struggle, Hermione urged. It's a devil-esque snare, a magical plant. Professor Sprout mentioned it. The more you fight, the tighter it grips. Think of something quickly. I can't breathe, Harry gasped, desperately trying to suppress a vine that sought to ensnare his chest. At that moment, Ethan's voice resonated from below. It fears light and fire. Exactly. It is afraid of light and flames. Hermione exclaimed, realization dawning upon her as she raised her wand high. Lumos Solum. A beam of brilliant white light pierced through the darkness, causing the tendrils of the devil-esque snare to recoil in terror, releasing the three of them as they fell to the ground. Rubbing their backsides, they stood and looked at Ethan, who still held the wooden box, bewildered as they asked, Ethan, why didn't you save us just now? It was too high. Ethan pointed to the ceiling. If I had cast a spell suddenly, you might have broken your legs. That makes sense, Hermione sighed with relief. Let us hurry. Otherwise, Snape may have already succeeded. Harry's expression tightened as he dashed down the corridor, coming to a halt before a stout, securely locked wooden door. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his wand and declared loudly, Alohomora, yet the lock remained utterly unyielding. Merlin's beard. A counterlocking spell has been cast upon it. Hermione gazed upwards at the shimmering little birds flitting about in the air and suddenly exclaimed, Look, those are not birds. They are keys. And nearby, the flying broomstick. This must be a mechanism left by Professor Flitwick. This was particularly relevant since the final exam in their charms class had revolved around making a pineapple perform a tap dance across a table. Ethan, who had been clutching a wooden box, nodded calmly, suggesting, Hermione, why not try the freezing charm? Hermione drew her wand and pointed it towards the air, but after a prolonged moment, she shook her head in frustration. It's no use. There are too many keys. They're flying too swiftly. If we startle them, they will scatter everywhere. Ethan turned his gaze to Harry, stating, Harry, the individual who entered before us must have used the correct key to unlock the door. It must differ somehow from the others. Perhaps its wings are injured, or something else is amiss. You need to catch that key. Harry nodded eagerly, mounted his broom, and soared into the air, beginning his search for the distinctive key. Hermione approached Ethan, puzzled. Ethan, surely you could freeze all the keys? Ethan looked upwards and replied, I must conserve my magic for the final adversary. Understanding dawned on Hermione and Ron immediately. I've got it. I've caught it. Harry shouted triumphantly. This key has injured wings. It must be the right one. Hermione, catch it. He flung the key down from midair. Hermione fumbled, but managed to catch it just in time, swiftly unlocking the door before Harry was overtaken by the other keys, thus narrowly passing the challenge. In contrast to the flustered trio, Ethan remained as serene as a still lake, cradling the wooden box in his arms and walking steadily amidst the group. The new chamber was engulfed in darkness, but as the four of them stepped inside, the surroundings were suddenly illuminated. They found themselves beside an enormous chessboard, where towering black pieces loomed ominously across from them, facing white pieces devoid of facial features. Trembling in fear, Ron's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Is this wizard's chess? It seems we must win this game to pass through the room. Leave it to me. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances with Ethan. After a brief moment of silence, Ethan pointed at the White King, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Hermione, use the blasting curse. Hermione blushed slightly, murmuring, It's too large. I can only conjure a small spark at best. Then I shall take charge, Ron declared confidently. Ethan doesn't know how to play wizard's chess, and both Harry and Hermione are hopeless at it, so it's up to me. All right, Harry, you will take the role of the bishop. Hermione, you will be the castle, and as for me, I shall become a knight. Let us charge through the opposition, Ron exclaimed, mounting a black warhorse and commencing his command over the chess pieces in fierce combat against their adversaries. Ethan cradled a wooden box in his hands, quietly observing the fierce battle unfolding on the chessboard. In a previous life, this spectacle had been filtered through a screen. Now, it lay merely a few meters away. Surreal and dreamlike. Harry, once I am captured by the White Queen, you must checkmate the king. This is the only way. No, Ron. No, Harry, you must do it. The White Queen shattered the knight, causing Ron to tumble heavily to the ground. Wiping away his tears, Harry stepped forward to confront the king, exclaiming loudly, "Check." The White King removed his crown and cast it at Harry's feet. They had triumphed. The white pieces bowed and retreated, clearing a path straight to the door. Harry and Hermione gazed sorrowfully at the unconscious Ron. Ethan approached them, and together they pushed open the wooden door, only to be assaulted by a nauseating stench. Harry and Hermione's faces flushed as tears streamed down from the noxious fumes. Ethan's calm voice reached Hermione's ears. "Hermione, use the Scourgify spell. Cleanse and refresh." A gentle breeze swept through, drastically improving the air quality in the room. Hermione and Harry sighed in relief, wiping away their tears as they turned their attention to the center of the room. There lay a mountain troll, larger than the one they had previously escaped from, its body drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. They trembled at the sight of such an enormous creature, its presence imposing even in repose. Ethan touched the troll's arm. "Troll, exchange value 5, stamina, strength, spell resistance, mental resistance. Stamina 2, strength 1, spell resistance 1, mental resistance 1. Harry and Hermione exhaled in relief and hurried across the room, pulling open the wooden door. To their surprise, the final chamber contained nothing but a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped vials. This was undoubtedly the work of Snape. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances with Ethan, who silently approached the table, and they followed suit. "Harry, this vial is yours. Why must you drink the potion?" Before Hermione could finish her sentence, flames suddenly erupted around them, and a wave of heat engulfed them, causing both to gasp in shock. Only Ethan remained unfazed. He opened the box and retrieved 3 crystal vials, drinking them down in one fluid motion, calmly stating, "Harry, you may enter now. I will seek an opportunity from the shadows." Harry's expression hardened with determination as he downed a potion, instantly feeling an overwhelming chill surge through him. Gritting his teeth, he advanced through the flames. Fire resistance potion, hypersensitivity potion, bafflement elixir. Did you purchase them? I brewed them myself, though their efficacy pales in comparison to Professor Snape's. Ethan sealed the box, concealing its contents from Hermione's view, his gaze piercing through the flames toward the depths of the corridor, where Harry's astonished voice had just echoed. Chapter 81, Quirrell, oh Quirrell. As Harry ascended the final staircase to the last chamber, he held his breath at the sight of the cloaked figure he had encountered that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, standing before a grand mirror, the mirror of Ariste, the very object he had longed for. No wonder it was elusive. Dumbledore had concealed it in this very place. The cloaked man abruptly turned around, removing the shroud that cloaked him, revealing a face marked by a somber expression, twisted with anger. Harry was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "Professor Quirrell? Snape said you took a leave of absence." "Snape? Indeed, Snape." Quirrell's face contorted further, brimming with agitation. "Because of him, I revealed the master and had to flee." Harry remained incredulous, repeatedly uttering, "How is this possible? It should be Snape. He is the one who seeks to kill me." Hermione witnessed him casting spells during the Quidditch match. "Snape?" Quirrell shouted angrily. "The one who wishes to kill you is me." But a fool tossed a bottle of swelling solution at me, and Snape was there to counter the spell. "If it weren't for them ruining my plans, I would have already seen you dead." He continued. "Later, he even accused me of stealing his potion ingredients. Absurd. Then he snatched my wand." Harry staggered back, incredulity washing over him. "You released the troll on purpose?" "Unfortunately, it perished too swiftly. Silent. Utterly worthless." Quirrell's face turned a shade of pale, filled with frustration. "I was foolish. I should have chosen a more formidable troll." Harry, reeling from the revelation, shook his head in disbelief. "Why? Why do you want to kill me? You should despise Snape more. I clearly saw him threaten you. You were even crying." Harry struggled to comprehend why both Snape and Quirrell harbored such animosity towards him. What had he done to deserve this? "You cannot deceive me, Harry. I am aware of your invisibility cloak. You often roam the school at night. We have crossed paths several times. I merely pretended not to notice you. As for Snape, I certainly detest him, but I'm no match for him. Moreover, the master's orders take precedence." Harry grew increasingly bewildered, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Well, have I ever entered the Forbidden Forest? The only time I went. You were the one who scared me into unconsciousness. In a hoarse voice, he demanded, who insinuated that I was the one ruining your plans? Who is your master? My master, Quirrell murmured, terror etched in his features, is the greatest wizard. Wherever I go, he accompanies me. At times, I even entertained thoughts of rebellion against him. Harry could not comprehend Quirrell's ramblings, yet sensed his derangement, as if he were afflicted by mania. Trembling, he retreated, silently praying for Ethan to arrive swiftly. Quirrell regarded him coldly, snapping his fingers, and several ropes materialized, binding Harry tightly. Bind him swiftly. Silent casting. Wandless magic. Harry's face drained of color as he struggled in vain against the tightening restraints. Suddenly, a hoarse, chilling voice echoed in the room. There's another little pest here. Quirrell paused, abruptly turning, his gaze fixated on the surroundings, one hand pressing down forcefully. Flames arise. Immediately, towering flames erupted, nearly scorching Harry, who cried out in terror. Ethan. Ethan? Ethan White. Another insufferable little pest. More detestable than Harry Potter. Chilo let out a furious roar, glancing around. You little demon, come out. Do not think I cannot find you. He pointed with his right hand, and the moment he indicated a spot, it erupted into fierce flames. A wave of scorching heat blew Harry off balance. Chilo, in a fit of rage, demanded, Master, please tell me where Ethan White is. The chilling voice responded with a growl. He has hidden himself with the disillusionment charm. On the stairs. On the stairs. No, do not mind him. Seize Harry. He knows how to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Chilo cast a resentful glance at the empty staircase, fuming. I have taught you nothing. I certainly did not teach you the disillusionment charm. That cunning little creature must have sneaked into the restricted section. Chilo seized Harry and snapped his fingers, causing the ropes binding Harry to loosen immediately. He forced Harry to stand before the mirror of Ariste, impatiently inquiring, Now tell me, what did you see? Harry's eyes widened as he gazed into the mirror. Suddenly, the reflection of himself blinked and gave a sly smile, slipping a vibrant red stone into his pocket. Its weight instantly felt. He thought frantically, I must not let Chilo get the Philosopher's Stone. I cannot hand it over to Voldemort. Stammering, he replied, I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I won the House Cup. Chilo's expression fell in disappointment as he yanked Harry aside, anxiously scrutinizing every corner of the mirror. Seizing the moment, Harry turned and fled. He grasped the Philosopher's Stone and hurled it toward the stairs without a second thought. Ethan, catch it. Run. The stone arced through the air, suddenly freezing mid-flight. Ethan caught it. Harry's face lit up with joy. As long as Ethan escaped with the Philosopher's Stone, neither Chilo nor Voldemort could obtain it. Chilo spun around abruptly, reaching out toward the sky, his furious roar echoing. No, give it to me. Boom. A conflagration erupted, but it was blocked by a shimmering barrier. Ethan's silhouette emerged, one hand gripping his wand and the other clutching the Philosopher's Stone, his complexion somewhat pale. Yet his gaze toward Chilo bore compassion and sorrow. Harry, equally transfixed, seemed oblivious to the incantation Ethan was uttering. Chilo bellowed in rage, Ethan White, hand over the Philosopher's Stone at once. If you dare to run, I will kill Harry Potter immediately. A chill ran down Harry's spine, draining the color from his face. I swear by Dumbledore's beard, Chilo seethed, his eyes bulging as he fixed his gaze intently on Ethan, demanding speak. Chapter 82. An Unexpected Turn. Ethan inquired with a calm demeanor. Throughout this past year, you have regaled us with stories daily, yet have imparted no knowledge. Is this decree from your master, or a manifestation of your own volition? Truly, the ever-curious Ethan White was indulging in a sardonic jest, as Quirrell coldly retorted. As a professor, it is my inherent duty to educate. However, my master insists that this notion is utterly foolish. He believes I should first enlighten you to the brutal truth of the world's survival of the fittest. Ethan grimaced in disdain. What a fool you are, Voldemort. Harry could not restrain himself, exclaiming, But you are merely telling stories, far more tedious than Professor Bin's history of magic. Where's the truth in that? Silence, Harry. It is your ignorance that blinds you. Quirrell's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as he shouted, The stories are merely a facade. It is your inability to comprehend that is the issue, not my storytelling prowess. Ethan White, you must tell Harry he is the one who is foolish. Calm down. Professor Quirrell. Ethan's voice possessed a soothing quality akin to a gentle charm. Telling stories does indeed require a unique skill. I know a wizard who excels in this art, named Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart? A look of disdain crossed Quirrell's face. He is nothing but a pompous charlatan. Enough. A sharp, Piercing shriek interrupted Quirrell's words. No, allow me to converse with him first. But master, your strength silence. Quirrell trembled, raising his hand to remove the scarf from his head. As the large scarf fell away, his bald head appeared peculiarly diminutive. Quirrell slowly turned to face the mirror. Harry's eyes widened in horror as he recoiled in sheer terror. For there, on the back of Quirrell's head, was a face. This visage was chalky white, with blood-red eyes and two slender nostrils that resembled those of a serpent. Voldemort, you are Voldemort. Harry's voice trembled uncontrollably. Voldemort chuckled darkly, fixing a cold stare upon Ethan as he hissed, Ethan White, surrender to the Philosopher's Stone, and I may allow you to join the Death Eaters. Otherwise, I shall ensure your existence is a living nightmare. Philosopher's Stone, exchange value, 8, magic, mental strength, physical strength, mental resistance, magic, 2, mental strength, 2, physical strength, 3, mental resistance, 1. A peculiar light ignited in Ethan's eyes as he queried, Lord Voldemort, my third question is, what state do you currently inhabit? Are you alive? Or have you already succumbed to death? Voldemort paused, his laughter turning hoarse and sinister. Indeed, you are an inquisitive little wizard. I can assure you, I possess immortality. Even in the form of shadows and vapor, I shall never truly perish. Ethan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, I have studied modern magical history and am aware that you were killed by Harry at least once. Your physical form was utterly destroyed. Thus, even if you retain consciousness now, you should be considered akin to a ghost, wouldn't you agree? This matter struck a raw nerve within Voldemort, igniting a furious rage as his blood-red eyes blazed with fury. He roared, kill him. I desire to drain his blood. Chilo abruptly turned, a flicker of struggle evident in his gaze, though it was fleeting and quickly dissipated. He fixed his intense stare on Ethan, bellowing heart-piercing. It is the heart-piercing curse. The unforgivable curse. Almost instantaneously, as Chilo raised his hand, Ethan hurled an iron ball with great force. The ball transformed mid-air with a thunderous bang, expanding into a colossal steel shield that met the curse head-on. The surface of the shield erupted in sparks, rapidly charring and soon splintering into fragments. Ethan's expression darkened as he swiftly threw another iron ball, which morphed again into a massive steel shield, barely countering the onslaught of the heart-piercing curse. Chilo's face contorted in shock, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable spectacle in the world, and he shrieked, silent casting. A first-year wizard? How can this be? Harry stood in stunned silence, observing as Ethan merely tossed an iron ball, and in the next instant, the life-saving shield appeared without incantation or gesture, silent and seamless. Had Ethan's transfiguration become this formidable? Ethan, panting slightly on the stone steps, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, maintained a sharp gaze without the slightest hesitation as he abruptly raised his wand. Whoosh! The tip of the wand erupted with a burst of ethereal blue sparks, crackling as it surged toward Chilo. The silent spell unleashed a tempest of sand and stone. Yet, almost simultaneously, a translucent shield materialized before Chilo. Boom! The blue sparks exploded, radiating a blinding light and producing a thunderous sound. Chilo's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he pointed his right hand at Ethan, his magic surging violently, transforming into a more ferocious blaze of blue flames. Another silent spell, another tempest of sand and stone. Ethan grunted softly, casting the iron ball once more, and a series of shields rapidly formed, stacking together to shield him securely. Boom! Amidst the more intense flames, he suddenly heard Harry scream, "Watch out, Ethan!" With a fierce shout, Ethan directed his wand to the ground, exclaiming, "Protect us all!" A pale golden translucent barrier formed instantaneously. His face twisted in rage, he roared, "Damn Snape, if you hadn't stolen my wand, how could you possibly stand against me?" Ethan gasped for breath, sweat dripping steadily to the ground. Clenching his teeth, he hurled the iron ball and swiftly raised his wand, not aimed at Chilo, but at Harry. Harry, crouched against the wall, was momentarily stunned, and even Chilo was taken aback. Ethan's lips moved slightly, and the spell shot forth. The iron ball in midair abruptly transformed into a fuzzy earmuff, striking Harry squarely in the chest. Realization dawned on Harry, and he hurriedly placed it over his ears. Chilo's face was one of incredulity, with steely determination in his eyes. Ethan pointed his wand at the wooden box on the ground, which shattered into splinters, revealing an unsightly flower pot that also fragmented, exposing a most grotesque plant. Ethan clamped his hands over his ears. When Chilo discerned what it was, his expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, Mandrake!" A wave of sound, palpable as a physical force, reverberated throughout the entire basement. Ethan felt a sharp throb in his head, as if a piercing iron spear had brutally penetrated his skull. The agony was unbearable, and blood gushed from his nose. Fortunately, after a year of accumulation, his mental resilience had reached a formidable 43 points, allowing him to cling to consciousness, avoiding succumbing to the wails of the mandrake. Unexpectedly, Quirrell staggered a few steps, his body seeming to lose all structure, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Ethan swiftly raised his wand towards the mandrake, casting 2 spells in quick succession. Silencio, stupefy. The deadly cries ceased. Ethan exhaled in relief and hurried to check on Harry, who had also succumbed to fatigue, leaning weakly against the wall. However, thanks to the protection of his earmuffs, he appeared conscious and unharmed. Harry's face was etched with fear and anxiety. Ethan, how could you have brought such a dangerous thing? Is that a mature mandrake? It was merely a precautionary measure. Ethan sighed. It's exceedingly difficult to combat, even without my wand, against the immensely weakened Quirrell. I doubt we could stand a chance together. Oh no, it's I who cannot compete. But you did it, Ethan. You successfully defeated him. Harry beamed with joy, unsteadily making his way towards Ethan, who also wore a faint smile. Indeed, confronting a professor directly was utterly impossible, even against an incapacitated Quirrell. Nevertheless, in a year or two, if not defeating Quirrell outright, they should at least be able to hold their own. Just as the two were reveling in their victory, the fallen Quirrell suddenly opened his eyes, which were elongated and blood-red. His cheeks began to contort, and his nose elongated into a sinister shape. He rose silently, fixating his gaze on Ethan and the back of Harry. Ethan's smile vanished in an instant. Chapter 83. The Soul. A hand suddenly tightened around Harry's throat. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, who had taken possession of his body, bore a malevolent grin, pointing at Ethan and bellowing, Avada Kedavra. That hand burned like coal, and even Voldemort could not endure the excruciating pain. Harry clutched his forehead wound tightly, also crying out in agony. Harry, grab him, Ethan shouted. In a moment of desperation, Harry charged towards Voldemort, wildly grasping at his hands, arms, cheeks, and neck. Voldemort writhed in unbearable pain, struggling to shake Harry off. Yet Harry clung to him as if glued, eyes tightly shut, his face a mask of desperate courage. Meanwhile, Ethan raised his wand, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Enraged, Voldemort let out a deafening roar, and a thick, sinister black mist billowed from Quirrell, intertwining in midair to form a humanoid silhouette. It resembled a ghost, yet was far more substantial. It charged at Harry, who was utterly defenseless, crashing heavily to the ground. Voldemort, however, disregarded him entirely, roaring as he lunged towards Ethan, now harboring a greater hatred for him than for Harry. If it were not for this mischievous imp, how could it be in such disarray? A profound sense of crisis surged within Ethan, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He glared furiously, gritting his teeth as he raised his hands defensively before him. In that moment, he truly felt as if he had grasped something, yet the overwhelming force nearly shattered his stance. He staggered back a step and unleashed an even greater roar directed at Voldemort, who stood before him. You are already dead. You have touched the soul. Voldemort fragmented. Exchange value 2, soul resistance. This was a line of remarkably brilliant platinum lettering. Exchange. Let me exchange to end him. Soul 1. Soul resistance 1. A dazzling, perilous light suddenly ignited in Ethan's eyes as he fixated on Voldemort, as if beholding the most precious treasure in the world. The roar emanating from Voldemort abruptly transformed into a wretched howl, as the black mist enveloping him churned violently, dissipating like a cloud of smoke, swiftly fleeing down the stone steps. Hey, stop. Don't go. Ethan, filled with urgency, attempted to pursue, but his legs buckled and he stumbled, nearly knocking out his front teeth on the steps. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, compelling him to abandon the chase. He fished out the magical stone from his pocket, gripping it tightly in his hand, and laboriously crawled towards the mirror of Ariste. If I cannot have Voldemort, I shall settle for a glimpse of the mirror. Magical stone fragment. Exchange value 3, stamina, spirit resistance. Ethan White. A faint, exceedingly weak voice arose from his side. Ethan paused momentarily, noticing that Chilo had opened his eyes, breathing heavily. Instantly, every hair on Ethan's body stood on end. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized that although Chilo was still alive, his gaze was vacant, his breath growing fainter, and his expression bore no trace of malice, only an endless well of regret. Understanding dawned upon him. This was the true Chilo, not Voldemort. Chilo grimaced, tears streaming down his face. It is all my fault. I recklessly sought out Voldemort's whereabouts, foolishly hoping to learn the secrets of dark magic from him. I was truly naive. Ethan bit his lip, regarding him with a complex gaze. Chilo's eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, tears continuously flowing from the corners of his eyes. Yet his breath had all but vanished. A wisp of white mist emerged from Chilo's corpse, faintly resembling his visage, swirling around the body before swiftly disintegrating into transparent specks. Completely vanishing. He had long been drained by Voldemort, reduced to nothingness, both in body and soul. Ethan sighed, recognizing the true essence of Ravenclaw's nature. Intellect that was perhaps too sharp, leading one to foolishly aspire to learn dark magic for Voldemort. Undoubtedly, as the second Dark Lord, Voldemort's mastery of dark arts was unquestionable. Alas, he had overestimated himself while underestimating his opponent. Weak, arrogant, pitiable. Shaking his head, he struggled to crawl to the mirror, leaning against it for support. Mirror of Erased. Exchange value 7. Spirit, magic, spirit resistance, magical affinity. Ethan pressed his fist against his cheek, his eyelids growing heavy. He yawned, tilting his head, and slipped into darkness. A faint murmur of conversation reached his ears, prompting him to open his eyes. Upon seeing an entirely unfamiliar ceiling, he immediately sensed something was amiss and quickly sat up in bed. Before him lay rows of hospital beds, and seated on a stool beside one of them was Dumbledore, clad in a white robe, gazing at him with a gentle expression. Ethan was momentarily taken aback, glancing around to discover Harry lying in the adjacent bed, still fast asleep with his eyes closed. Regaining his composure, Ethan turned to Dumbledore and asked, "Headmaster, are you already aware of everything?" Dumbledore nodded with a warm smile. "You truly surprise me, Mr. White." What do you mean by that?" Ethan inquired. Dumbledore chuckled softly, in terms of both magical prowess and spells. "When Minerva learned that you had dueled with Professor Quirrell using your remarkable transfiguration skills, she was absolutely thrilled." "What? Even Professor McGonagall knows about this?" Ethan exclaimed in astonishment. Dumbledore, with a knowing look, replied, "Though the events in the underground classroom are a secret, secrets have a way of spreading. Not only the professors but the students are aware as well." Ethan pondered the extraordinary nature of it all, speculating whether a certain level of magical depth might grant one abilities akin to clairvoyance, or if some remarkable alchemical artifact had been involved while he and Harry were locked in a fierce duel with Quirrell. He envisioned a gathering of professors around a table, perhaps even indulging in light wagers about Quirrell's transfiguration techniques. Ethan quickly shook his head, casting aside such chaotic thoughts. The professors were esteemed individuals, far removed from such frivolity. Dumbledore, his demeanor cheerful, explained, "There is no such ability or artifact. The professors at this school are quite prudent. If they sensed danger, they would undoubtedly arrive immediately." Ethan, startled, tightened his nerves and cautiously confessed, "Headmaster, I took a mandrake. That night, in the Forbidden Forest, I confronted the cloaked man directly. He admitted I was completely outmatched, lacking any means of resistance. If I were to prevail, I would have to resort to some unorthodox tactics. A most astute consideration." Dumbledore nodded. Ethan exhaled softly. With the headmaster's support, he hoped this matter would soon be resolved. He continued, "Professor Quirrell feels immense guilt. His attempts to harm Harry, slay the unicorn, and seize the Philosopher's Stone were all coerced by Voldemort." Dumbledore nodded, looking at him intently. "And how do you perceive this?" Ethan spoke earnestly, conveying nothing but the truth. In the presence of a master of legilimency and the most powerful white wizard in history, to lie would be utterly absurd. Dumbledore fell into a brief contemplation, shaking his head. "You seem to forget that you are merely 11 years old, even if you're soon to turn 12. You're still a child. Professor Quirrell, hailing from Ravenclaw, is an exceptionally talented wizard. For a first-year student to engage in combat with Professor Quirrell, who is without his wand, and not only hold his own, but actually win, is remarkable. Such matters, even I find astonishing." Listening to Dumbledore's exclamations, Ethan gazed at him with skepticism. "Headmaster, you weren't lurking nearby the entire time, were you?" Dumbledore, stroking his beard, replied, "Of course by the time I arrived, the duel had concluded. However, you must understand, Mr. White, there are no secrets within these walls." Ethan nodded with a smile, internally skeptical. "Headmaster, the Philosopher's Stone. It has been destroyed. Might Professor Snape continue to teach the defense against the Dark Arts class next year? I regret to inform you, Mr. White, that due to certain circumstances, it is best for Professor Snape to remain solely in potions. I would prefer not to lose him." Chapter 84. Ethan, why is there such a lack of enthusiasm for learning? As Ethan exited the hospital wing, Harry remained unresponsive. The headmaster's explanation was that Harry's old injuries had resurfaced, necessitating an extended period of recuperation. Ron embraced Ethan tightly, exclaiming, "Ethan, thank goodness you're all right. It's wonderful to have you back." Neville, holding a bouquet of tulips, earnestly remarked, "Ethan, I know you must have been concerned about me joining you, which is why Hermione cast a spell on me." Ethan gravely nodded. "Indeed, that place is far too perilous. Just look at Harry. He hasn't awakened yet." Neville's eyes instantly reddened, and he sniffled, "Ethan, I will diligently study spells from now on. I must be of assistance next time." "It's all right, Neville. You have always shown great bravery." Hermione, with reddened eyes, had been waiting beside them, but after a prolonged moment without Neville releasing Ethan, she voiced her displeasure. "Have you hug enough? It's my turn now." "Oh." Neville obediently let go of Ethan and stepped aside. Hermione and Ethan locked eyes, while Ron and Neville watched with wide eyes. Damn it, after Neville's earlier outburst, the atmosphere of affection had dissipated. Hermione's face was nearly flushed, and she expressed her annoyance. "Forget it, as long as you're fine." "Forget it? What does that mean?" Ethan pondered, sensing no personal issues, yet she appeared rather discontent. Had the final grades been released? Ethan! As they conversed, a throng of young witches and wizards rushed over. "Ethan, we are so delighted to see you recovered." Ethan found himself surrounded, even Hermione being pushed aside. She felt increasingly disheartened, unable to voice her feelings. Like her, everyone else was Ethan's friend. She had witnessed numerous individuals rush to Professor McGonagall, pleading to visit Ethan in the hospital. Once the crowd finally dispersed, Ethan found himself laden with an abundance of candies and flowers, far too many to carry. He cautiously placed them on the ground, drew out his wand, and with a deft flick of his wrist, intoned the spell. Transfiguration, rapid. Instantly, a layer of crimson petals appeared on the ground, dancing gracefully in the gentle breeze, swirling around his wand, and soon coalescing into a magnificent bloom. "Wow." Ron and Neville stood mesmerized. Hermione's eyes widened as she murmured, "You transformed all these disparate items into petals at once? What sort of transfiguration is this? How did you accomplish that?" "It is a spell." Ethan explained that in the latest issue of today's Transfiguration, there is an introduction to the transformation spell. He sought detailed information, but found it exceedingly challenging. It was only on his first attempt that he succeeded. His magical attributes have accumulated to a remarkable 47 points, with significant increases in both intelligence and spirit, enabling him to barely achieve this feat to cast a high-level spell. Understanding and comprehension are inextricably linked to wisdom, while stable release and control depend on magical power and spirit. None of these three attributes can be overlooked. The destroyed magical stone, along with the mirror of Ariste, has saved him nearly half a year's arduous effort, yielding immense rewards. Reflecting on this, Ethan found himself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about the elusive Voldemort, who, apart from unicorns, is one of the only beings capable of perceiving the soul attribute. Even a magical stone could not discern it. In other words, Voldemort's existence may be rarer than the magical stone itself. It is no wonder that the Dark Lord is so coveted. Ethan too felt a twinge of desire. However, learning from past experiences, he vowed not to seek Voldemort until his attributes surpassed 200 or even 300. Hermione repeated the name of the transformation spell, firmly committing it to memory. The group sauntered toward the common room. The final exams had concluded, and there had been minimal classes that week. Additionally, the professor of defense against the dark arts had been incapacitated by Ethan and Harry. Although Snape still taught this subject, with only a few days remaining, it was evident that little could be imparted. Now, nearly everyone was awaiting the summer break, and Ethan was no exception. With the end of final exams, students had ceased attending the study hall, resulting in a significant drop in his experience accumulation rate. This sensation was distressing, and he even began to harbor a dislike for the upcoming holiday. Shouldn't we suggest to the school that such challenging magic requires a longer holiday? It's unreasonable. Perhaps they should establish a summer remedial class. As for the holiday itself, a mere 2 or 3 days would suffice, don't you think? Would the school agree? Ethan mused aloud as he walked. Ron and Neville looked at him in sheer horror, exclaiming, "No. Are you a devil? I do not want to study. No remedial classes. I want summer. I want to have fun." They clutched their heads and fled in despair. Even Hermione shook her head vigorously, declaring, "I don't want remedial classes. My dad said he would take me to Egypt for a vacation. No, I don't want remedial classes." She too ran away. Ethan gazed at her retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh, feeling a pang of sadness. Why does no one love learning? Time, after all, is a precious commodity. For reasons unknown, within a single afternoon, the notion of Ethan proposing a summer remedial class spread throughout the entire school. Upon discovering his audacious suggestion, Nearly everyone reacted with the same feelings of terror and anxiety, vociferously declaring him a devil. This sentiment was not confined to Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Even the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Slytherin rushed to their respective heads of house to protest vehemently. They would rather endure anything than attend a summer remedial class. Professor McGonagall, preoccupied with preparing for the year-end banquet, found it necessary to summon everyone to the auditorium, assuring them repeatedly that Ethan's suggestion would not be implemented and that there would be no summer remedial classes, thereby alleviating the uneasy atmosphere. However, Ethan's remarkable abilities were evident to all, leaving no doubt about his intentions. After all, he could already use transfiguration to protect himself. Only a wizard with a profound passion for learning could achieve such a feat, Professor McGonagall delicately remarked. Ethan, as a professor, I undoubtedly wish for my students to excel academically, but it is equally important to relish the joys of life. Ethan felt a bit awkward and replied, I apologize, Professor. The rumors spread like wildfire, as he had not genuinely consulted the professor, and soon everyone believed that summer remedial classes were indeed a reality. Consequently, everyone regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a devil. This was due to the trust many placed in him, and such remarks should not be made lightly in the future. Chapter 85, The Great Mother Goose. Summer rain often arrives abruptly, with droplets pattering against the glass in a cacophony. Ethan sipped his lemonade and resumed writing with his quill. Dear Mother, though I cannot share too many details due to the ministry's regulations, you can hardly imagine how fulfilling this year has been. I have learned to transform mice into buttons, matches into needles, petals, and planks. I have mastered potion making. Although their flavors are peculiar, they can remedy many strange ailments. I have acquired numerous enchanting spells and learned to soar through the skies on a flying broomstick. Though it can be quite uncomfortable, the sensation of flight is truly exhilarating. I have made many friends at school, kind and intelligent, and spending time with them is a delightful experience. I even considered attending a remedial class with them over the summer, but alas, everyone seems to prefer enjoying their vacation. Every weekend, I usually stroll by the lake with my friends and occasionally visit the keeper's cabin at the ranch, though the snacks there are rather unfriendly to both teeth and stomach. I adore that charming little cabin. This summarizes my life at school over the past year. Today, the school announced the final exam results, and I achieved 7 outstanding grades, ranking first in my year. Professor McGonagall was delighted and proud of me. I miss everything about home, especially your strawberry cake roll. Although such delicacies can be found at school, they never quite compare to yours. Oh, and Mother, I have grown 8 centimeters this year. At that moment, the door to the study room was suddenly swung open, and a drenched Hermione rushed in, her eyes red and brimming with emotion, appearing both sorrowful and furious. Ethan, startled, asked what is wrong. Has Voldemort attacked again? He quickly rose to his feet, inquiring, what happened? I despise him. The young witch sobbed, her distress palpable. He remarked to Neville that the sound of rain striking the window was excessively loud, reminiscent of his voice when he was angry, akin to that of a large goose. Ethan paused momentarily, impressed by Ron's audacity. Hermione's voice, when she was irate, was indeed rapid and fervent, strikingly similar to the patter of rain against the glass. However, such a comparison was rather inappropriate to articulate. He shook his head, retrieved his wand, and with a flick of his wrist, a gentle, warm breeze enveloped Hermione, drying her damp hair and robes. Hermione sniffed and asked, Ethan, do you think I'm noisy too? Of course not, Ethan replied without hesitation. Your voice is clear and powerful. I truly enjoy listening to you speak. Hermione appeared taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she shyly inquired, Really? Absolutely. Ron occasionally makes thoughtless remarks. Do not take them to heart. Here, have a piece of candy. Ethan presented a plate adorned with sizzling honey candies. Hermione quietly acknowledged with a soft picked one up, and placed it in her mouth, the sweet aroma of honey and cream immediately uplifting her spirits. Did the professors provide these? Indeed, though I wonder where Professor McGonagall acquired such an abundance of sweets. Perhaps she purchased them? It's quite unusual. I always thought professors refrained from indulging in candies. The rain outside continued to create a cacophony. Ethan and the now cheerful Hermione sat across from each other, a plate of honey candies and lemonade between them. Are you writing a letter? Ethan, the school will send notifications. I know, but there is something I'm unsure about. Ethan began, but he was suddenly interrupted by the sight of 2 furtive figures at the doorway. Coming quickly, he urged. An embarrassed Ron and a visibly anxious Neville entered, both drenched from the rain, likely having pursued Hermione all the way. Hermione's expression soured, and she turned her face away in anger. Ron quickly bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, Hermione, I meant no harm. It just slipped out. Forgive me, Neville added, equally distressed. I didn't know you disliked geese. Cough, cough. Ethan interjected with a deliberate cough, interrupting Neville to prevent him from exacerbating the situation. He then inquired, by the way, what are your plans for the summer? I mean academically. Do you have any intentions? Upon hearing this, Hermione's countenance shifted dramatically, mirroring the trepidation of Ron and Neville. No, they chorused in unison. We will not attend remedial classes. Ethan stared at them in astonishment. Are you arguing? Or have you conspired together to confront me? Ron and Neville nodded vigorously in agreement. Well, Ethan said with a tinge of regret, since you were so unwilling, I shall let it be. I wish you a pleasant holiday. Only then did the trio relax. Neville looked at him and whispered, Ethan, the professors have stated that the school will not be holding remedial classes. That is not what I was referring to. It's not about remedial classes. Ethan casually remarked. Professor Snape asked me if I would like to assist him for half a month. He intends to brew a large batch of rudimentary and rather substandard potions for the school. I was initially considering enlisting a few more individuals. But Snape? Absolutely not. He terrifies me. Ron quickly shook his head. Neville, equally apprehensive, added, I'm sorry, Ethan, but I performed poorly in my potions exam. If it weren't for my excellent herbology grades, I might even face retention. Assist the professor. Hermione exclaimed, her disappointment evident. I've already made plans with my family. I'm afraid I can't help you, Ethan. Ethan waved his hand dismissively, a look of concern on his face. By the way, how is Harry doing? Harry is almost recovered. Madame Pomfrey has permitted him to leave the hospital today, Ron said, beaming with joy. Harry had awakened 2 days prior, but due to his weakness, he remained bedridden in the infirmary. Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid had all visited him. Ethan had intended to go as well, but was unexpectedly conscripted by a professor and could not make it. That's good to hear, Ethan replied with a smile, lifting a plate and offering sweets to the two of them. Ron had a particular fondness for candy, and nearly a third of Ethan's assortment had found its way into his mouth. He grabbed a handful and devoured 2 pieces in one bite. Hermione wrinkled her nose in distaste, casting him a disapproving glance before turning to Ethan. No wonder you need a ride home now. Starting tomorrow, you will be staying alone at school. One to you? Summer rains often and abruptly. Outside, the rain had ceased, leaving the sky a brilliant blue, adorned with a leisurely rainbow. Hermione's expression darkened momentarily, clouds gathering in her features. Chapter 86, Homecoming. Remember, during the holidays, the use of magic is strictly prohibited, especially in the presence of muggles. Any violations will face the most severe consequences, including expulsion, even imprisonment in Azkaban. Prior to dinner, Professor McGonagall fixed her stern gaze upon each young witch and wizard. Professor, what if one merely practices magic at home? No, Miss Granger. Underage wizards from Muggle families may only avoid punishment for using magic if they do so before enrollment or when they are without a wand. The young wizards fell silent. Very well. If there are no further issues, you may proceed to the Great Hall. The Great Hall was resplendently adorned in the yellow and black colors representing Hufflepuff, with a banner depicting a badger hanging on the wall behind the head table. The first academic year had reached its conclusion, and the competition for the House Cup had drawn to a close. Slytherin had firmly secured the last position, and Professor Snape, seated at the head table, wore a countenance darker than Dean's. Gryffindor, equally determined, maintained a solid third place, which explained Professor McGonagall's ire today. Initially, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville had garnered a rather poor reputation, but following the events surrounding the defense of the Philosopher's Stone, their standing had improved significantly. Ravenclaw had incurred a deduction of 100 points right at the start of the term. As for Hufflepuff, although they had not made any remarkable achievements, they benefited from the other 3 houses' excessive point losses, as each one seemed determined to undermine their own standings. Consequently, the Badgers found themselves in an unexpected position of triumph. It is somewhat acceptable. At least it prevented Slytherin from clinching a 7th consecutive championship, allowing Gryffindor to begrudgingly swallow this bitter pill. Professor McGonagall led them into the Great Hall and seated them at the Gryffindor table. Ethan glanced around and whispered, My grandmother says that we have a dedicated space for practicing magic at home, one that even the ministry cannot touch. Ethan smiled and replied, If I have the chance, I shall certainly visit you, Neville. Neville, Ethan, Hermione, you are all welcome to come to my home. Ron chimed in, equally delighted. Hermione, however, responded coolly, Thank you. But if possible, I might prefer to arrive at school a bit earlier. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Ethan, who was engrossed in a discussion with Neville about the Hufflepuff-themed hall, causing her to puff her cheeks in mild frustration. Suddenly, the bustling hall fell into a brief silence before returning to its lively state. Harry entered, his expression still rather grim as he kept his head down. Taking a seat between Ron and Hermione, Ethan greeted him. "Harry, how are you feeling?" "Well, I feel much better." Harry hesitated for a moment before discreetly handing him a piece of paper, whispering, "Take a look at this, but only you should see it." Ethan unfolded it and pondered. It was not particularly shocking news. It concerned the Philosopher's Stone and the impending demise of nearly headless Nick. With the loss of the stone, the elixir of life was also gone, and the nearly 600-year-old Nick was indeed nearing his end. He sighed softly, and the paper instantly disintegrated into fragments. Such a pity. A meeting will not come to pass. Harry looked at him with a hint of sadness. Ethan blinked, reflecting, why feel sorrow for someone you do not know? After some contemplation, he decided to offer comfort. Perhaps death is merely another grand adventure. In the past, he would not have grasped the meaning of this statement. But since acquiring the platinum attribute of the soul, he suddenly felt that perhaps a realm solely belonging to the soul truly exists. Harry stared blankly, recalling that Dumbledore had conveyed similar sentiments to him. But what did it truly mean? Suddenly, the clamor in the great hall diminished, soon fading into silence. At the head table, Dumbledore rose, his voice ringing out joyfully. "I trust this year has brought everyone much enjoyment and abundant rewards. However, before we indulge in the feast, we must first determine the rightful owner of the House Cup. Thus far, Slytherin had accrued 172 points, Gryffindor 291, Ravenclaw 418, and Hufflepuff 451. A thunderous applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Professor Sprout beamed with delight, continuously expressing her gratitude to the professors nearby. Professor Snape's expression darkened further. Professor McGonagall also forced a smile. Although Gryffindor's score appeared more favorable than Slytherin's, had they not lost so many points, the House Cup would undoubtedly have been Gryffindor's. Dumbledore's resonant voice cut through the air. However, some recent events at the school must also be taken into account. Firstly, there is Mr. Ethan White, who throughout this academic year has been a tremendous aid to many, albeit for a fee of 1 canute, a necessity that I believe everyone can understand. Therefore, I shall reward Gryffindor with 50 points. The Gryffindor common room erupted in jubilant cheers, while the Hufflepuffs next door clapped joyfully as well. It is one thing for others, but Ethan truly deserves this reward. Professor McGonagall beamed with pride, her smile wide. Ethan was taken aback by this recognition. Next, we have Mr. Ron Weasley and Ms. Hermione Granger. Mr. Weasley orchestrated a splendid game of wizard's chess, while Ms. Granger employed her exceptional spell work to clear obstacles for her companions. For this, I shall reward Gryffindor an additional 30 points. Lastly, we have Mr. Ethan White alongside Mr. Harry Potter. Together, they valiantly vanquished evil and safeguarded the school. The significance of this cannot be overstated. For their bravery and intellect, I award Gryffindor an impressive 80 points. Originally with 291 points, Gryffindor's score surged to 451 points. Now tied for first place with Hufflepuff, I hereby declare that this year's House Cup belongs to Hufflepuff, and also to Gryffindor. The young wizards were uncertain if there had ever been a precedent for two houses sharing first place, but they were not overly concerned. The Gryffindors erupted in ecstatic shouts. Professors McGonagall and Sprout exchanged peculiar glances. The students, somewhat dazed, felt a sense of absurdity but could not articulate their thoughts, so they joined in the applause. The following morning, Ethan cleared out his wardrobe, packed his suitcase, and departed from the Gryffindor common room, following Hagrid to the ferry once more. Last year, he had shared a boat with Luna, and now, as he left, he found himself seated beside her again. Ethan smiled and remarked, "So it's settled then? On August 14th, we shall meet at the Leaky Cauldron, and Professor Snape will personally come to fetch us." Luna nodded gracefully, her face adorned with a smile. "Have a wonderful holiday, Ethan." Chapter 87. A Day in Ethan S. Life. Outside, the mist wove a delicate veil, with raindrops incessantly trickling from the eaves. Holding a fan in one hand to summon a gentle breeze, Ethan grasped a quill in the other, rapidly inscribing a flurry of letters and formulas. His desk bore an imposing stack of homework, a full foot in height. 1 foot. A high school student's summer assignment is typically about 0. 4 feet thick, and even with 7 books, it would barely measure 0. 28 feet. It was not merely the volume of work that was daunting, but the quality of the questions posed was quite rigorous. It was not just a matter of basic theoretical knowledge. Rather, it delved deeply into the principles of magic, simulating combat scenarios, all required to be presented in essay format. However, what was even more vexing were the potion-related inquiries left by Professor Snape. Questions regarding properties, characteristics, and reactions between potions, which should be fundamental, were overlooked in favor of intricate potion analyses. Once a certain potion ingredient is used in excess or mishandled, it can have significant repercussions on both the potion itself and the user. Addressing such hazards necessitates hands-on experimentation or extensive research, which is nearly impossible in this setting. Ethan, therefore, immersed himself in rigorous calculations, employing various formulas for theoretical deductions. Any minor miscalculation would require him to restart from scratch. Consequently, each potion-related question demanded at least 5 pages of explanatory steps. In comparison, even the 10 essays on transfiguration principles assigned by Professor McGonagall seemed considerably easier. Ethan could hardly fathom how Neville would manage such an overwhelming and challenging workload. He would likely be laboring on it for ages. Unfortunately, without an owl, he had no means to send an inquiry. The Longbottoms, being a traditional wizarding family, were quite averse to modern technology like telephones, rendering all other means ineffective for reaching out to Neville. Setting down his quill, Ethan reviewed the densely packed formulas on the parchment, exhaling heavily as he stretched his neck slightly. He glanced out at the dreary, rainy day, his expression mirroring the gloom outside. The town of Fesker was not far from the sea, and summer brought with it an oppressive humidity. Though the temperature wasn't high, the dampness was distinctly uncomfortable. Yet, what truly troubled Ethan was not the sultry weather nor the daunting homework, but rather the stagnation in his experience points. It wasn't he entirely halted. The accumulation rate was akin to that before school, averaging about 10 to 20 points a day. However, in stark contrast to his pace at school, the current rate was frustratingly slow. Random exchange experience, 3. Random exchange experience, 2. 982, 100, non-exchangeable, soul resistance. Free exchange experience, 2. 982, 300, non-exchangeable, soul resistance. Ethan sighed. It was only the second day of summer vacation, and already he felt the pangs of withdrawal. How infuriating. If I were headmaster, I would shorten summer break to a joyful 7 days. At noon, Mrs. Sarah could barely contain her excitement as she burst through the door, racing upstairs. Upon seeing her son engrossed in his assignments, she instinctively softened her steps and approached quietly, her curiosity piqued. The parchment was filled with an overwhelming array of letters and formulas, inducing a sense of dizziness. Goodness, do wizards really have to tackle mathematics too? Mathematics is fundamental. No knowledge exists without it. The mother felt a twinge of disappointment. She had imagined that wizards merely had to wave their wands. Waving a wand is merely the final act. Magic itself is an extremely rigorous discipline. Ethan offered a brief explanation, then inquired, "Are there guests at home this evening?" He had a vague recollection of having met a certain Annie Luma once when he was 5, though the memory was faint, only recalling her daughter as rather bothersome. "Are you and that Annie Luma good friends?" "Certainly. I became acquainted with her during my secondary school years. However, she married at an early age, and it was only after I completed high school that I met your father." Ethan surveyed the room, muttering to himself, "It seems I must procure a lock and concoct a few stories." Mrs. Sarah chuckled softly. "There is no need for concern. Little Ruma has grown up and is now a demure young lady who will not rummage through your belongings." Ethan shook his head, believing that one could not rely on others for such matters and that one must be thoroughly prepared. Mrs. Sarah pondered for a moment before handing him the wand from the table, her expression filled with encouragement. "Haven't you mastered many spells? Surely you can transform these into something else?" "No, underage wizards are forbidden from using magic outside of school," he replied. "What about hiding them?" she suggested. "No, I have far too much homework, and the study is precisely how I've managed to arrange it. Then it is best to buy a lock, perhaps a sturdy one. I've heard that Ruma possesses quite a bit of strength." Ethan pursed his lips, wondering if a group of extraordinary individuals had come to visit that evening. At 3 o'clock, Ethan secured the door and ventured towards the shopping street, holding his mother's blue floral umbrella. A gentle, cool breeze enveloped him. The town of Fesk was not particularly large, devoid of any industrial traces, with limestone houses lining the streets, adorned by delicate pink roses. In the heart of the town stood a small square dominated by a clock tower, surrounded by a circle of shops and several commercial streets, including the vicinity of Ethan's family's cake shop. As Ethan passed through the square, he observed a group of young people tugging at a banner and vocally promoting, "Welcome to register for the Mysterious Wizards Summer Camp. This summer, we shall embark on an adventure to the haunted witch's castle. We will search the woods for magical herbs and witness the splendid performance by the great wizard Mr. Ralt." A crowd of children had gathered, chattering excitedly. The International Wizarding Secrecy Act is no trivial matter, especially considering that most wizards harbor a disdain for ordinary folk. The young people were enthusiastically introducing him, the great wizard Mr. Ralt. Ethan gazed in astonishment, noticing that he indeed wore a wizardess robe, with an owl perched upon his shoulder. Could it be? Was this Ralt truly a wizard? Chapter 88. Ralt. Ethan discreetly blended into the crowd, scrutinizing the figure of a drolt on stage, who appeared to be in his 30s, quite youthful indeed. The question loomed large. Was this man truly a wizard? This was of great significance. In Diagon Alley, such attire would undoubtedly signify a wizard. However, this was Thesk, a remote rural area in Lancashire. Both his accent and appearance suggested that Ralt was not a native of the town. Thus, Ethan could not afford to be dismissive. According to the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, wizards are forbidden from using magic in the presence of muggles. Yet there exists a category of individuals who act without regard for this. Ruthless dark wizards. Unless Ralt intended to relocate to Azkaban, it was highly likely that he was a dark wizard. Due to Ethan's presence, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly monitor the entire town with tracking threads, should the Department of Magical Abuse remain unaware of Ralt's existence. Any surge of magical energy here would unfairly implicate Ethan. Therefore, it is imperative to ascertain Ralt's true identity. If he is merely a magician performing tricks, all will remain well. However, if he is indeed a wizard, be it light, dark, or of ambiguous nature, Ethan must promptly inform the school and report to the Ministry of Magic, lest he unwittingly bear the blame for another's misdeeds. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Ethan hesitated briefly before departing unnoticed. Given his current capabilities, he could not confront an adult wizard, especially one who might be dark, without resorting to ambush or potions. More importantly, his wand was not at hand. Oh, mother, I wish to venture out once more. Very well, I need to pen a letter. Ethan pondered, deciding that regardless of Ralt's true nature, it was best to inform the school directly and request the ministry to send someone for verification, thus avoiding any unnecessary risks. He hastily ascended to his room, retrieving a sheet of stationery. Dear Professor McGonagall, a stranger dressed as a wizard has appeared in my town. I cannot ascertain his true identity, and I hope. After completing the letter, Ethan opened the window, waiting for the evening's owl post, while donning the new denim suspenders his mother had purchased for him and applying a touch of hair oil. Though not of the Stancomb brand, he still felt quite dapper. Soon, a snowy owl flapped its wings and entered through the window, dropping a parcel of brown paper onto the desk and gently pecking at Ethan's fingers. He fed it a few cream candies and placed 10 nuts into a small pouch tied to its leg. The snowy owl tilted its head at him. Ethan offered the envelope for it to grasp in its beak, whispering, "Deliver this to Professor McGonagall." The owl promptly soared out into the dreary, rain-soaked day. With this task completed, Ethan felt a sense of calm wash over him. He descended the stairs and rushed to the kitchen, inquiring, "Mother, has a company started hosting summer camps in town?" "Mr. Ralt, you mean?" "Yes, he moved here last winter. Not only does he run summer camps, but he also organizes hiking trips, winter camps, and spring outings, and magic shows as well." "Do you know where he moved from?" "I believe it was from some valley to the south," Mrs. Sarah mused, shaking her head. "The name is quite difficult to remember." Ethan couldn't help but furrow his brow. "A valley? What sort of person resides in a valley?" Mrs. Sarah looked at him and smiled. "I recall Mr. Ralt offering a 30 discount coupon for the summer camp. If you're interested, you should consider joining. I've heard it is quite enjoyable." Ethan instinctively replied, "No, I must finish my homework first." The abundance of homework assigned by the school is overwhelming, and with his return to school scheduled for mid-August, time is already quite constrained. "Mrs. Sarah rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "Homework? Such a massive pile? Goodness, that is hardly feasible. Even if 2 donkeys were to pull it along, it would remain unfinished. The next time Professor McGonagall writes, I shall certainly voice my grievances about this." Ethan was taken aback, astonished, and inquired, "You are in correspondence with Professor McGonagall?" "Indeed, she is quite amiable and often shares updates about your life at school," Sarah replied, nodding with delight before expressing her disappointment. "It is truly unfortunate that your school does not permit ordinary individuals to visit. Otherwise, I would be eager to see the moving portraits and savor a meal prepared by the house elves." Ethan, feeling somewhat speechless, pondered whether Professor McGonagall had divulged everything about the school to his mother. He helplessly cautioned, "Please, do not complain to the professor about the homework. It is not solely her responsibility to teach, and such remarks would only place her in a difficult position." "Very well, Mrs. Sarah said with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Listen to your mother and spend a joyful week playing. Complete as much homework as you can. Even if you cannot finish it, the worst that will happen is a little standing time, something I have ample experience with." Ethan shook his head in dismay. "No. Homework may be challenging and plentiful, but if one cannot complete it, it reflects a lack of ability. However, if one deliberately avoids it, that indicates a problem with attitude. We must not cultivate such poor habits." Suddenly, the sound of a car could be heard outside the door. Mrs. Sarah's eyes lit up, and she swiftly exited the kitchen. Ethan intended to follow, but noticing the unturned gas and the sizzling frying pan, he had to remain in the kitchen to flip the crispy sausages and adjust the heat to prevent burning. Luma, it has been ages. I thought you wouldn't come. I apologize. The car broke down en route, causing a considerable delay. Sarah, this is my husband, a droll. You must have met, she introduced. Oh, it is Mr. Ralt. Luma exclaimed, but you are not. Actually, I divorced long ago. I married Mr. Ralt 2 years ago. Now, I'm Luma Ralt. In the kitchen, Ethan's hands trembled slightly as he gazed in astonishment towards the entrance. At the convivial dinner table, Ethan quietly sipped his orange juice. Present were a droll Ralt, whom he had seen earlier in the afternoon at the square, along with his wife and their young daughter. Mrs. Luma Ralt, a childhood friend of his mother, was fair-haired with azure eyes and cascading waves, though her figure had slightly changed with time, and her countenance bore a gentle warmth. Lastly, there was little Luma, whose real name was Amy, with shoulder-length golden hair and large, doll-like eyes. His mother and Luma were engaged in delightful conversation, leaving little room for others to interject. Ethan took it upon himself to serve tea and water, ensuring the guests felt welcomed. Mr. Ralt was indeed quite handsome, though he was middle-aged. His complexion remained smooth and youthful, with bright, profound eyes reminiscent of Lockhart, albeit less ostentatious. The more Ethan observed him, the more he felt that this man was a true wizard. He pondered and remarked, Mr. Ralt, this afternoon as I passed through the square, I noticed you were preparing for the summer camp activities. Mr. Ralt beamed with a broad smile, although the term preparing could also refer to enrollment. It certainly sounded far more pleasant and less mercenary. He enthusiastically replied, indeed. Would young Ethan like to experience it as well? There are many enchanting legends in Lancashire. After all, it was historically a site for witch trials. Our summer camp castle is nestled deep within the mountains, and if fortune smiles upon us, we might indeed witness some extraordinary vistas. At this, Mrs. Sarah glanced at Ethan. Uncle Ade called out to little Amy. Mr. Ralt swiftly changed the subject, laughing heartily. Apart from the witch castle, we have numerous intriguing activities that are absolutely worth trying. Ethan listened with a smile. This fellow was undoubtedly a wizard. Not only him, but little Ruma also seemed rather peculiar. Perhaps only the old mother-esque childhood friend was an ordinary person. Of course, it was not uncommon for wizards to marry non-wizards. Even among the so-called 28 pure-blood families, such instances occurred. Yet the question lingered. Ruma was of the same age as him. If she were also a wizard, why had she not attended Hogwarts? Surely, there could not be a better magical school in the entire world. Ethan chose not to dwell on it further and shifted the conversation. I heard that you seem to have moved here from the south, Mr. Ralt responded with a jovial laugh. In fact, even farther. Before moving here, I resided in France. It was there I encountered Ruma. Mrs. Sarah and Ruma ceased their conversation, and upon hearing this, Mrs. Sarah expressed her surprise. Ruma, so you moved to France? No wonder I could never find you. Ethan's gaze flickered, scrutinizing Amy closely. No wonder she didn't enter Hogwarts. It turned out she was studying at a magical school in France and must be in her second year now. Amy met his gaze without flinching. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Mr. Ralt looked at Ethan in astonishment. You two have had a quarrel? The two ladies nearby burst into laughter. Ethan's mother laughed even louder. Speaking of which, I must tell you something. A few days ago, Ethan's teacher informed me that Ethan proposed starting a summer remedial class at school, allowing only 3 days off of the holidays, which terrified an entire grade. Ruma's laughter escalated, her demeanor becoming animated as she enthusiastically pounded the table, completely unconcerned about her image. Mr. Ralt gathered the gist of the story, chuckling. It seems Ethan's academic performance is quite commendable. Top of the entire grade, Mrs. Sarah proudly declared. Indeed, little Ethan is remarkable. Ruma beamed with praise. Mr. Ralt was somewhat taken aback. Having mingled in the Muggle world for quite some time and having taught at several schools, he understood that achieving first place, even in a Muggle middle school, was no small feat. Intrigued, he inquired, I've been here for over half a year and haven't seen you. Do you attend school quite far away? Mrs. Sarah immediately turned her gaze to Ethan, feeling a slight tension. She was indeed quite apprehensive about hearing that question. The entire table erupted in merriment. Ethan blinked and inquired, I am curious. Why did you move here from France? The charm of this place, being Luma's hometown, is undeniable. Ms. Sarah, with a concerned expression, asked, Are you really going to leave little Luma alone in France? Luma nodded with a smile, reassuring her, Don't worry. We will visit her regularly, and she is quite safe at school. Amy chimed in with her bright voice. Rest assured, Aunt Sarah, I am capable of living independently now. Ms. Sarah sighed, Children today are truly remarkable. The Ralt family smiled silently. The gathering that evening was undeniably delightful, continuing until nearly midnight when they finally took their leave. Mr. Ralt persistently invited Ethan to join his summer camp. Ethan reluctantly agreed to attend next month, as he had to first complete his assignments for this month. With a smile, Mr. Ralt stepped outside, only to be confronted by three figures in dark robes emerging from the shadows, exuding a dangerous aura and icy glares. Ethan rubbed his nose, suspecting they were aurors. The Ministry of Magic is indeed efficient. He wondered if Professor McGonagall had arrived. Mr. Ralt's expression shifted immediately. He turned to block the door and quietly told Luma and Amy, "Stay here for a moment. I need to meet a few friends." Luma paused, nodded gently, and with a smile, took Miss Sarah's hand, saying, "Perfect. I have something to discuss with you as well. To be honest, I had this idea long ago, and seeing Ethan today made it feel even more appropriate." Miss Sarah, intrigued, asked, "What is it? Let us sit down and talk." Ethan, preoccupied with searching for his cat, found himself compelled to respond, "All right, Aunt Luma, I'll be right there." Mr. Ralt smiled at him and closed the door. Chapter 90. Amy. Regret is not an option. No, you can't just leave without closing the door. No way. Ethan and Amy exclaimed in unison. They exchanged a glance before immediately separating. Though they were uncertain of what to say, their instincts told them something was amiss. Ms. Luma smiled and replied, "All right, we can have that chat with him later." At that moment, the door swung open, and Mr. Ralt, his expression grim, forced a smile and said, "Luma, Amy, you may leave now." Luma and Amy promptly stood to bid farewell, with Ms. Sarah smiling as she saw them off. Ethan quietly ascended the stairs. Indeed, the study had three figures in dark robes now, one woman and two men. The woman, with short gray hair and in her 40s, wore a monocle and possessed an aura of quiet authority as she sat at the desk, scrutinizing Ethan's homework. The younger men stood silently before the desk, merely shrugging upon his entrance. Ethan approached, looking up at them with curiosity, but they simply shook their heads. Ethan resigned himself to standing in silence. After a moment, the woman behind the desk furrowed her brow and muttered, "Is the summer assignment for first years this challenging? Am I losing my mind, or is Snape?" Ethan replied, "It's not too bad, considering the wealth of data accumulated over the years." The woman cast him a sidelong glance, acknowledging his point. She set aside her work and succinctly introduced herself. "I am Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Ethan immediately felt a surge of respect. She was no ordinary auror. Yet, does this matter fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, or is it merely on account of Professor McGonagall's influence? Amelia continued, "A Drolt is indeed a wizard, hailing from France and graduated from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. After working at the French Ministry of Magic, he resigned a year ago and is now a freelance wizard. He has a fondness for muggles and has always lived in their world." Ethan expressed his surprise, inquiring, "Is it permissible for wizards to interact with ordinary people in France?" "No," Amelia clarified. "Wizards from any country must adhere to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy." He claims he has never used magic in front of muggles and has not violated the secrecy laws. Ethan asked, "But what about the trace? Was there no detection of magical residue?" "My identity remained undisclosed," Ethan explained. "It's because a Droll's wife is an old friend of my mother. A fact I only learned tonight when I met them. At that moment, I could only confirm that he is a wizard, but I was unsure if he was a dark wizard, and I was concerned about inadvertently implicating him." "Your caution was indeed prudent," Amelia stated solemnly. "If he were a dark wizard, he would be far beyond the capabilities of an 11-year-old wizard to confront." "Madam, will my trace pose any complications?" he inquired. "The trace functions as an alarm system," she elaborated. "It detects fluctuations in magical energy, recording the time and place of spellcasting. If it occurs in a muggle household, the trace's reach extends beyond the home to the entire town. Thus, if any magical activity is detected in the vicinity, the Ministry will automatically assume that you have violated the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, resulting in punishment." This is why he felt compelled to act immediately upon discovering a Drolt. Amelia regarded him with a knowing look, implying, in the future, should there be magical fluctuations outside your home that go unnoticed by muggles, we would attribute it to a Drolt. Ethan, displaying his innocence, replied, "Rest assured, I am a good child and never violate school rules." The two aurors standing nearby chuckled, remarking, "If Hogwarts had good children, Azkaban would hardly be bustling." Amelia rose, nodding. "Very well then. Farewell, Ethan, and thank you for your care toward Susan." "Susan Bones? Amelia Bones?" Ethan suddenly realized, "You are her elder." "I am her aunt," Amelia confirmed. She donned her hood, and in an instant, her form distorted and vanished from the study. The two Aurors similarly twisted out of sight. Ethan watched in awe. The Disapparation, the most formidable teleportation spell, capable of both offense and self-preservation. This subject would not be offered until the 6th year. Regrettably, the difficulty is overwhelming and perilous. He lacks the confidence to attempt it until his magical prowess reaches at least 180 points. Ethan gazed enviously for a moment. Then his expression brightened. The monitoring range of the silencing charm had contracted to his home, ensuring that even if he were to engage in activities outside, the Ministry of Magic would not trouble him. After careful consideration, he took up a quill and composed a letter detailing this matter, including his speculations regarding the identity of the Ralph family. He planned to send it to Professor McGonagall when the owl post arrived the following day. Meanwhile, in a car traversing the road, Ruma, seated in the passenger seat, asked seriously, who are those people? They are Aurors from the British Ministry of Magic, Ralt replied, somewhat dejected. I have no idea how they became aware of my presence. Will there be trouble? I have merely performed a few tricks, and I have concealed myself well. No one here knows I am a wizard. Ralt reassured him that it would not cause any issues for the White family, as they were muggles and knew nothing. Ruma's tone grew more severe. The Ministry of Magic wouldn't just show up uninvited. You better think carefully. What if a muggle happened to see you flying around on that wretched broomstick? That's impossible. I always cast a disillusionment charm before going out. Ralt quickly explained. Moreover, ever since I bought a car, I seldom ride my broom. It's too cold in winter and too hot in summer. Aside from Quidditch players, I can't imagine anyone else flying around on a broom all day. Ruma's expression softened somewhat as she suddenly inquired, what is your impression of Ethan? He is a remarkably intelligent and handsome young man, Ralt replied with a smile. I see a spark of wisdom in his eyes. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. It's just unfortunate that he is a muggle, belonging to a different world than ours. What's wrong with muggles? Ruma retorted, her tone displeased. Though I'm not a muggle, I am quite similar, and I don't find it inconvenient at all. Indeed, pureblood families are becoming increasingly rare, Ralt agreed, glancing at Amy through the rearview mirror, who was pouting. He smiled and added, however, you must respect Amy's opinion. Her academic performance is excellent, and she is likely to work for the Ministry of Magic in the future, perhaps even at Gringotts. Ruma, the worlds of these two youngsters are entirely different. They may struggle to even converse with one another. When that day arrives, it could become a disaster for both. Amy pouted and said, Mom, I have my own life plans. Dear, I merely believe that Ethan is a commendable choice, Ruma gently insisted. From my experience, if you don't seize certain opportunities, you may regret it later. Absolutely not, Amy declared emphatically. In the future, I will find a wizard husband to embark on adventures, search for magical creatures, and pursue the true essence of magic. It certainly won't be Ethan White. The thought of spending all day studying mathematics with him is utterly terrifying. Therefore, regret is out of the question. It will never happen in this lifetime. Even if she were to plummet from a flying broom and meet her demise, she would harbor no regrets. Chapter 91. Ralt, are you implying that I must unleash hundreds of spells daily? With a resounding boom, a flash of light erupted, leaving behind a charred crater in the ground, dirt flying in all directions, accompanied by billowing smoke. Ethan stumbled out, coughing repeatedly, furiously waving his wand, exclaiming, Whirlwind, clear away. Renew it. The dense black smoke was swiftly dispersed by the powerful whirlwind, and the surroundings soon returned to their former tranquility. Ethan wiped the sweat from his brow, haphazardly, exhaling 2 puffs of white vapor from his nostrils, nearly bursting into a tirade. Which lunatic devised the bouncing explosion spell? Would it not suffice to detonate upon hitting the target? Why the need for it to ricochet? Did they not consider that this wretched explosion spell could very well rebound beneath the feet of the caster, although undeniably potent? Its instability rendered it akin to the magical version of a landmine. Who in their right mind would dare to team up with such unpredictability? Ethan let out a sigh. Unless this volatile characteristic could be rectified, the spell was deemed unusable. Time spent practicing outdoors was precious, and once his emotions settled, Ethan pointed his wand forward again, aiming at a granite boulder taller than himself. Without uttering a spell, his pupils suddenly constricted. An invisible blade of air instantaneously tore through the atmosphere, crashing into the stone. Crack! A deep gash appeared on the rock's surface. Compared to 3 months prior, the power of the unseen spell had at least doubled. Should he encounter that dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest again, he would not be so easily thwarted. If he were to launch a surprise attack, it could potentially inflict significant damage. Unless one possessed specific knowledge of counterspells and potions, only Professor Snape was likely privy to such information at this time. A smile spread across Ethan's face as he aimed his wand at the granite, reciting, "Restore to its original state." Yet, the granite remained utterly unmoved. He paused, momentarily baffled, and defiantly waved his wand several more times, but to no avail. It appeared that 47 points of magical energy were insufficient to sustain such a degree of restoration. With the granite steadfastly unyielding, only a heap of rubble began to levitate. Ethan stood there, disbelief etched across his face. Am I truly this weak, unable to repair it? And now it refuses to budge? He exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor from his nostrils. Random experience exchange. 312-0100. Non-exchangeable. Soul resistance. Free experience exchange. 312-0300. Non-exchangeable. Soul resistance. Magic. Intellect. Mental strength. Suddenly, a surge of potent magical energy emerged from the depths of his being. Ethan pointed at the boulder, his eyes wide and his face flushed. At last, the boulder begrudgingly shifted slightly, only to crash back down with a thunderous thud, refusing to move again. Ethan braced himself on his knees, gasping for breath. The moment the stone had floated, he felt as though he were being drained. In the study, Ethan stood by the window, his lips pressed tightly together. Even though his magical energy had reached 55 points, he remained incapable of taming that stubborn stone. One continues to overestimate one's own abilities. Regrettably, there remains a considerable span of time before the summer vacation concludes, and the pace at which one can accrue experience is slower than that of a tortoise. Should one fail to take action, this summer is destined to be rather unenjoyable. Furthermore, before departing, I must surely cast that wretched stone high into the air and shatter it to pieces. At noon, the familiar voice of my mother echoed from downstairs. Ethan set down his quill, glanced at the stack of homework, now diminished by nearly 1/10 in thickness, and hurried downstairs. Ethan, Ruma has invited us to a performance this afternoon. No, Mother, I still have assignments to complete. What about going fishing instead? There's a fishing competition tomorrow. No, Mother, I must finish my homework. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Ethan laid down his quill, exhaled softly, and gently blew dry his homework sheets, which had nearly doubled in thickness, before stowing them all away in his suitcase. Outside, the summer breeze wafted through, and the wind chimes tinkled melodiously. Fly, bird, fly. Just as Ethan was organizing his schedule, Mrs. Sarah stormed into the study, hands on her hips, regarding him with a fierce glare, as if ready to deliver a reprimand. During this period, aside from his daily ritual of practicing spells for 2 hours at 4 in the morning, he had confined himself within the house, diligently writing assignments, rarely glimpsing the sun outside. His days were so regimented that he surely hadn't stirred up any trouble, yet his mother was undeniably furious. Unable to fathom the cause, Ethan directly inquired, "Is something amiss?" "I just finished the homework, Mother." Mrs. Sarah's eyes widened, her anger transforming into delight as she exclaimed, "Has that wretched assignment finally been completed? Then we should go tomorrow." Before she could finish her sentence, Ethan shook his head. "No, Mother. Although I have finished my homework, I still need to review the second-grade textbooks. Speaking of which, I must make a trip to London, firstly to procure new textbooks, and secondly to supplement my notes and quills, as well as to purchase some new clothing, for last year's garments have become too small." As Mrs. Sarah listened to his enumeration of school-related matters, her expression grew increasingly stormy. She grasped Ethan's shoulders and pulled him towards the door, exclaiming in frustration, "Enough! This is ridiculous. From today onward, you shall attend the summer camp at Ralt. You must enjoy yourself for a few days, or I shall consider having you expelled." "Mother, time is precious. I do not wish to go." "You must go. This is non-negotiable." In the castle corridor, Minerva McGonagall strode purposefully to the door of the headmaster's office, her face set in a frown. "Buzzing bees," she uttered coldly to the stone gargoyle at the entrance. The gargoyle moved aside, revealing the revolving staircase beyond. She stormed inside. Dumbledore, chewing on a piece of candy, glanced up from the stack of documents in his hands, and upon seeing her, smiled warmly. "Ah, Minerva, you have arrived." Minerva, visibly irate, retorted, "Where have you been? You have vanished for such an extended period. Do you have any idea how many matters await your attention? The documents in your hands are but a mere fraction." Dumbledore shook his head apologetically, stating, "These matters are not my concern. You may decide on those approval documents as you see fit. I have reduced them to ashes." Minerva stared at him incredulously, taking several steps toward the fire pit, where she retrieved the remnants of a phoenix, fox, and indeed beheld numerous blackened scraps of paper. Overwhelmed, she exclaimed in fury, "Then what on earth are you looking at now?" "Ah, these are the assignments completed by Mr. Ethan White, Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. Chapter 92, Dumbledore's Attention. To be honest, Minerva, I never anticipated the assignments of first-year wizards would be so voluminous. Had it been me, I would have set the school ablaze, Dumbledore remarked, blinking playfully. Do not be angry. I merely copied Mr. White's assignments in secret. He remains oblivious to it. Minerva was momentarily speechless, her disbelief deepening, as the headmaster. You resorted to pilfering a student's work? Well, to be candid, I have been monitoring Mr. White closely of late, wishing to learn more about him, Dumbledore elucidated. Thus, I have spent considerable time in Lancashire. To steal his homework? No, there is much more to this. Do not rush. Sit down, enjoy a piece of candy, and allow me to elaborate. Dumbledore gestured for her to take a seat, speaking gently. On the night I received Mr. White's letter, I visited Lancashire with Amelia, where indeed a wizard had arrived. Mr. Adrolt, a Muggle scholar, whom I had encountered many years prior. His wife, Mrs. Rolt, is mute, and she has a daughter attending Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Mrs. Rolt and Mr. White's mother are close friends, and that evening, their family happened to visit Mr. White's home. Minerva regarded him with an impassive expression. I'm already aware of these events. Ah, Mr. White relies on you heavily. Minerva, Dumbledore chuckled softly, continuing, however, the arrival of the Rolt family delighted Mr. White to no end. The following morning at 4 o'clock, he stealthily departed on his broom, soaring to a distant location to practice his spells. The first was the exploding charm, which Mr. White found rather displeasing, and to be honest, so do I, as it is exceedingly difficult to control. Minerva, upon hearing this, grew even more exasperated indeed. I doubt Ethan ever imagined that the headmaster of Hogwarts would be stalking him. Albus, I find it impossible to determine whose behavior is more outrageous, yours or Ethan's. Do not be so serious, Minerva, Dumbledore replied gently. If we take everything to heart, life loses much of its joy. Now, please allow me to continue. After abandoning the exploding charm, Mr. White attempted to restore a massive boulder used for testing spell efficacy. But the stone was far too hefty, weighing at least 3,000 pounds. Upon realizing the impossibility of his task, he swiftly altered his approach, wishing to use the levitation charm to move it into the crater created by the exploding charm. But alas, he failed yet again. Minerva, unfazed, responded coldly, naturally. Second-year wizards possess limited magical power. They must at least reach their third year before experiencing a significant enhancement. Indeed, Dumbledore smiled. Yet he truly managed to levitate that colossal boulder, albeit for a fleeting moment. It flew? How could that be possible? Minerva was astonished. The 3,000-pound stone could not be budged even by a fifth-year wizard. This indicates that White's aptitude for magic and his affinity for magical energy exceed our expectations. How splendid. Minerva, Hogwarts has welcomed a genuine prodigy. In the realm of wizards, there exist shortcuts to seize power, namely dark magic, much like the one whose name cannot be uttered. What if Ethan, too, were to stray down a perilous path? Dumbledore mused. Apart from the hours of 4 to 6 in the morning, White has been diligently working on his assignments for 10 consecutive days. Perhaps he truly yearns to achieve something, yet the workload is simply overwhelming. The expression on Minerva's face was utterly remarkable. Dumbledore inquired with concern. Why must we assign such a copious amount of challenging homework to first-year students? It is a full foot thick. I speak sincerely. Not even that Miss Sarah has complained, and I myself feel inclined to lodge a complaint against you. Minerva shot him an exasperated glare, extracted over 30 sheets of paper, and with a frown, stated, this constitutes the majority of the students' homework. A few have slightly more, such as Granger, Ethan, Pettil, Ravenclaw's Lovegood, and Slytherin's Gringlas. Professor McGonagall, while speaking, pulled another 30 sheets from the stack. Moments latte. She extracted a portion again and murmured, this is specifically for Ethan. I did indeed reserve some more challenging assignments for him. Yet it should not amount to a foot thick. As for the remainder of this substantial pile, I believe you ought to inquire with Severus. Dumbledore then realized, smiling gently, it seems Severus has taken quite a liking to White. However, Minerva was not pleased, expressing unease. The accumulation of a foot of homework, and Ms. Sarah has never once complained to me. Well, I believe, Dumbledore said, had White not completed his assignments today, that Ms. Sarah might have proceeded to initiate expulsion proceedings against him. Observing Minerva's astonished expression, Dumbledore spread his hands. Minerva pursed her lips, casting her gaze upon Ethan's solutions, her tone less than amiable. So, for all these days, you merely watched Ethan complete his assignments? You didn't even consider coming to explain? Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. To be honest, Minerva, I genuinely wish to know what White would engage in during the summer. Yet I never anticipated he would have such a mountain of homework. Dumbledore shook his head. Do you recall the Blood Man, Barlow? He was attacked at school. In truth, it was not just him. Peeves has encountered similar incidents twice. Minerva's complexion paled, her anxiety palpable. Did we not capture the culprit in the Forbidden Forest? No, it was not him. Dumbledore sighed. At that time, I too suspected the school was unsafe, yet such events have not recurred since. Instead, one individual has drawn my attention. Minerva abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming, Are you suggesting it was Ethan? Do you suspect him? Dumbledore pondered for a moment before shaking his head, not regarding this matter. Minerva immediately sighed in relief and inquired with dissatisfaction. Then who is it? Ethan White. Minerva sprang up once again. Dumbledore continued, Do not be alarmed, Minerva. White is indeed exceptional, possessing virtues that endear him to the young wizards of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. They admire, cherish, and even idolize him. His presence reminds me of some friends, which is why I have taken note of him. Fortunately, White's actions have reassured me. He did not abandon Neville. Truly, he embodies the spirit of a lion, brave, daring, and chivalrous. However, Minerva's expression darkened, and she voiced her discontent. Yet you still harbor doubts about him, because he is remarkably talented, surpassing even myself and Tom. I must remain vigilant to avoid repeating past mistakes. Upon mentioning Tom, Minerva's demeanor shifted again, and she shook her head. No, Ethan is certainly not comparable to him, though that individual possesses talent. He is exceedingly selfish. You speak truthfully. White is indeed an outstanding young man, fervently passionate about learning, motivated by genuine interest rather than a mere pursuit of power. Dumbledore, momentarily lost in thought, remarked, I can sense the joy he experiences when immersed in his studies. It is truly delightful, Minerva. His efforts are entirely deserving of his excellence. Do you no longer doubt him? I have never doubted him. Dumbledore reflected for a moment before slowly articulating. After all, this castle conceals too many secrets, and even I do not claim to know them all. More critically, I cannot even reach the ghosts, let alone White. Professor McGonagall finally felt at ease, though her displeasure persisted. So, you have put Ethan through all this turmoil, risking his very life, merely to validate your own suspicions? Dumbledore chuckled softly. There is no need for such anger, Minerva. I have prepared an apology gift for White. I believe he will appreciate it. Chapter 93. The Fiery Lion. Ethan donned a set of light brown, unadorned robes and slammed the lid of his suitcase shut, the lock protesting with a groan. The robe resembled the style worn at wizarding school, albeit without any insignia on the chest. Yet, it was far superior to the one he wore at school. This was brand new, as the requirement for attending the summer camp was to acquire such a robe and commission a wand, under the pretense of an immersive experience. Ethan's expression darkened. He had no desire to attend this so-called 7-day witch summer camp. That Adrolt, while appearing amiable and friendly, harbored a rather sinister nature. The cost of the robe and the faux wand amounted to a total of $25. Along with the registration fee, even with a discount, Mrs. Sarah ended up paying $65. Goodness, all the savings from my previous year of schooling have gone straight into your pockets? Despite his dissatisfaction, Ethan felt compelled to comply. Lately, he had been cooped up in the study, diligently completing assignments, much to Mrs. Sarah's growing frustration as she continually faced closed doors. She believed her child was already quite intelligent and even wished that Ethan could be a bit more carefree, like an ordinary child, perhaps a little more playful, rather than being consumed by a monotonous array of knowledge day in and day out. Mrs. Sarah found it utterly perplexing to comprehend the nature of Ethan's assignments. Even engaging in a simple conversation with him had become an insurmountable challenge. She feared that if this continued, there would soon be a significant lack of common ground between them, and as Ethan matured, the generational gap would only widen, leading to a day when they would be left with nothing to say. How could this be acceptable? She merely intended to send her son to learn magic, not to bind him to it for eternity. However, after the experiences with Quirrell, his aspirations had unintentionally shifted towards the deceased Voldemort, a figure of undeniable allure, which explained why Quirrell dared to embark on that solitary quest. To achieve such feats, one must possess formidable strength, ideally 2 or 3 times stronger than Quirrell, to avoid meeting the same grim fate as he did. But how does one acquire such power? Through diligent effort. It's a gradual journey, with no shortcuts available. Fortunately, he occasionally managed to leap ahead. Yet, these matters were his alone to bear. He could not confide in anyone. Should his secret be revealed, the school would not tolerate him, nor would Dumbledore, and perhaps even the entire wizarding world would cast him out. What would they think if they discovered the week-long cosplay event? Would they burst into laughter? With a sigh, he exited the tent, which served merely as a temporary encampment for a brief respite before donning appropriate attire for the destination. The legendary castle where certain which had once resided. Aptly dubbed Witch's Castle. Outside the tent, a cacophony of noise erupted as a large group of children clad in identical plain robes gathered, chattering animatedly. They appear to be mostly around 12 or 13 years old, the youngest being 11 and the oldest probably 14. With a beaming smile, Ralt raised his hand and proclaimed, "Children, before we embark on our adventure to Witch's Castle, I must assign you to your respective houses. Each of you will draw a lot, and under the guidance of the wizarding spirit, you shall select the most fitting house." Ethan felt a sudden flutter at the corner of his eye. Goodness, they had truly brought the entire wizarding school experience here. It was rather intriguing. There were roughly 20 children, likely divided into 4 groups, each representing a different house. Besides Ralt, Mrs. Ruma, also in wizard attire, stood with 5 young leaders to maintain order. "Ethan, come draw your lot." Mrs. Ruma's gaze swept over the crowd, and she cheerfully beckoned to Ethan. He had no choice but to step forward, reaching into a wooden box, and amidst the curious gazes, he extracted an orange ping-pong ball. Ralt burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Ethan White. You have been chosen for the Fire Lion House. The Fire Lions are strong and valiant, never retreating in the face of challenges. Protect the weak and uphold fairness. Come forth." One could not deny that despite the high fees, considerable thought had been put into this. Behind him, applause erupted in enthusiastic support. In the crowd, Amy, with her platinum blonde hair tied up at the nape of her neck, idly clapped her hands. She genuinely did not wish to participate in such a masquerade, which appeared rather ludicrous to a true wizard. However, Uncle Ralt and her mother were working to cover her textbook expenses for the next academic year. So at least for this summer, she ought to lend a hand. Silently, she observed Ethan, catching a glimpse of his profile from this angle. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she could not deny that he was strikingly handsome, even more so than herself. Even as a muggle, he looked remarkably dignified and natural in a wizard's robe. The sensation was peculiar, as if Ethan were indeed a wizard, but how could that be possible? Shaking her head, she scrutinized him more closely, only to find him standing still, wand in hand, quietly watching everyone. She felt a flutter in her chest, momentarily lost in thought. If he were a wizard. At the forefront, Professor Adrolt proclaimed loudly, "Once we have sorted into our houses, each house will live together, embark on adventures, and support one another. Which house will you belong to?" A group of young girls immediately began to jump and raise their hands, chattering excitedly, interrupting him. "Professor, I want to go to the Fire Lions. I must join the Fire Lion house. Professor, my mother told me that Fire Lions is the house best suited for me." They nearly crowded around Ethan. Ralt was taken aback, lowering his head to regard Ethan with a peculiarly inquisitive gaze. Yet, Ethan remained oblivious to the commotion around him, lost in thought about how much longer it would take to reach that so-called castle. Chapter 94, A Rather Strange Night. More than half of the children wished to become Fire Lions, and they nearly quarreled over it. Fortunately, Ralt's ample experience allowed him to swiftly regain control of the situation, ensuring the event proceeded smoothly. At 4 in the afternoon, the bus successfully arrived at the Witch's Castle. While the young wizards took a break, Ralt, accompanied by several staff members, divided the areas and inspected for hazards. Ethan stood alone on the grass, squinting as he gazed around. The area was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a river on the other, adorned with ancient trees and intertwining vines, a picturesque sight with a decent view. Yet, it was indeed remote. Otherwise, the allure of the so-called Witch's Castle would not be so pronounced. The Witch's Castle loomed in an open space about 30 meters away, approximately 4 to 5 stories tall, constructed entirely of limestone, and indeed, it bore signs of age, with several tower tips having crumbled halfway. Ethan observed carefully, suspecting that this place might once have been the home of some unfortunate wizard. It seemed that only wizards favored building their abodes in such desolate locales. However, within such an old fortress, there likely was nothing of value. As Ethan pondered this, he suddenly noticed a flock of hummingbirds resting on a nearby branch. He tilted his head back, staring in a daze, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, as if he had grasped something elusive. The success of transfiguration relies on 3 essential elements: precise wand movements, clear enunciation of incantations, and unwavering determination, accompanied by vivid mental imagery. Focus your mind and visualize the form of the birds, their wings as they flutter, the way they gather and disperse, their melodic calls, and their graceful postures in flight. Ethan's eyes sparkled brightly, and his fingers instinctively twitched twice as they reached towards the wand nestled in his pocket. "Hey, are you watching the birds?" A crisp voice suddenly interrupted Ethan's reverie, startling the birds perched in the treetops, causing them to take flight. The speaker was a freckled young girl, her wide blue eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. Ethan nodded, internally relieved. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to draw his wand. "My name is Isabella," she boldly declared. "My family runs a tavern, and my father is good friends with Uncle Robert. They love to go fishing together." Ethan nodded politely, a smile gracing his lips. Although they both hailed from the same town, he did not attend the public school there, leading a relatively reclusive life, and thus was not well acquainted with his peers in the community. Mrs. Sarah had often encouraged him to venture out more and make friends. Yet, he had refused to share a room with his parents since he was 2, and had little desire to expend energy forging relationships with unfamiliar faces. Unless it was a classmate he frequently encountered, he generally preferred to keep to himself. Amy had been a perfect example. The 5-year-old had excitedly approached Ethan to share her adorable doll, only to find herself subjected to his relentless calculus tutoring, leaving an indelible mark on her tender psyche. Isabella, being the daughter of a tavern owner, was clearly a chatterbox despite her tender age, capable of out-talking even Hermione. Yet, as Ethan listened, his thoughts began to drift. Though he was reluctant to engage in conversation, the surrounding noise was more distracting. Ralt had forbidden the young wizards from acting alone or straying from sight, and the yard was merely a small patch of space. As they stood together, other members of the Fire Lion group gravitated towards them, bringing their number to 3 boys and 2 girls. "Hello, I'm Thomas. My family sells fish. I'm Oliver, Thomas' younger brother." Before the summer camp officially commenced, the 5 members of Fire Lion Academy had made their introductions. However, Ethan was not inclined to chat. Seizing the moment while others conversed, he cast his gaze about. But suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure cloaked in black standing atop the witch's castle. He paused momentarily, abruptly turning his head to look, but the space was now devoid of anyone. Yet he was certain a person had been there. A sense of alarm surged within him, and he discreetly pressed his fingers against the wand in his pocket. His own, not the counterfeit sold by Ralt. Could that figure in black have been sent by Ralt? Meanwhile, Ralt continued his thorough inspection of every floor within the castle, while Lady Ruma led 3 female prefects, preparing dinner for everyone. As twilight descended, amidst the cawing of crows, Ralt ignited a bonfire, flames soaring into the night sky. He spoke loudly of the castle's history, weaving a narrative that, although heavily embellished, captivated the audience with its tales of mysterious wizards. Ethan listened in silence, his attention more focused on his surroundings. The previous figure in a black robe had been unsettling, strikingly reminiscent of a sorcerer. Anything else seemed implausible. He glanced at Ralt, pondered for a moment, and then turned to inquire, "Mr. Ralt, will there be any playful surprises prepared for such an event?" Amy rolled her eyes and muttered, "How should I know? This is my first time too." Ethan fell silent, choosing to remain quiet. He dragged his suitcase into a tent, which were all single occupancy, regardless of gender, currently arranged throughout the hall. Despite the dilapidated state of the Castle-esque exterior, the hall was relatively clean, for cleaning was no arduous task for wizards. With a mere flick of a wand and an incantation, it could be restored to pristine condition. The children who had just participated in the bonfire were clearly too excited to sleep, chattering animatedly. Ethan, however, collapsed in a slumber, indifferent to the tempest outside. In the dead of night, he awoke to a chilling presence, a sudden shiver coursing through him, instantly aware that someone was outside the tent. A wave of apprehension gripped him. He tightened his grip on his wand, sensing that the figure outside was not Ralt, but perhaps the sinister, cloaked figure he had glimpsed earlier, a potential threat lurking in the shadows. Yet, uncertainty held him back, and with a gentle tap of his wand, he vanished soundlessly into the air. Ethan cautiously unzipped the tent, peering outside. The hall remained illuminated by torches, and he spotted a shadowy figure in a black robe moving silently, inspecting the occupants of the tents as if searching for someone. His heart raced as he turned his gaze toward the entrance, where he beheld Ralt sprawled awkwardly on the ground, eyes shut, unconscious or worse. Chapter 95. Why am I a Gryffindor? Damn it. Ethan's mind was ablaze with a torrent of thoughts. A wizard in his prime, a graduate of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. He had even worked within the Ministry of Magic. How could he have fallen so easily? If a murderer were to arrive, would there be any survivors left? How could they dare to host a summer camp under such circumstances? The moment his mother and school received news of his demise, he would surely haunt them forever, transformed into a vengeful spirit. The dark figure appeared to be unsuccessful in locating what he sought. Finally, before one last tent, he paused, deliberated for a moment, then abruptly yanked open the zipper, pulling forth an unconscious individual. It was a blonde girl, her eyes closed, her complexion as pale as parchment. Ethan's heart sank. Amy? Why? Why would this person want to take her? What should he do? Should he intervene? Yet, if Rolf had been so easily subdued, what could he possibly achieve? He couldn't even manage a stone. His own weakness felt unbearable. Should he act, he would likely face death. If he perished, how devastated would his mother be? How heartbroken would the professors be? If one were to close their eyes now, pretending to see nothing, feigning ignorance of Amy, imagining that she would be joyful after being taken away rather than facing death and torment. The cloaked figure hoisted Amy and strode out of the hall, even stepping on Rolf's face as he passed. In the courtyard, a broom was propped up. As the cloaked figure approached, he suddenly sensed something, whipped around, and was struck by a sudden flash of red light, sent flying backward, his wand soaring into the air, with Amy being flung aside. The cloaked figure immediately scrambled to his feet, raising his hand, his voice hoarse. Fly away. He lifted his wand, pointing towards the hall, roaring, "Come out, or I will slay everyone." Ethan's silhouette appeared before Amy, tightly gripping his wand, having dispelled the disillusionment charm, his pale face revealing an unhealthy flush, burdened with weight. With Amy resting on his shoulder, he was unable to cast any lethal spells. A meddlesome little brat. The cloaked figure's voice suddenly turned cold and menacing. "Get away this instant. This is not meddling." Ethan's voice was deep, momentarily reminiscent of Snape. He spoke with a unique, unwavering tone. "This is standing against injustice and offering aid. How could a pitiful and wretched dark wizard like you, who only dares to hide your face and live in the shadows, understand?" The cloaked figure was consumed by fury. Roaring die. Flames tore through the air, instantly reaching Ethan's face. Ethan had already unleashed several iron spheres, which suddenly expanded midair, transforming into towering steel shields. Boom! The flames washed over the shield's surface, splitting to either side. The cloaked figure halted, slashing down with his wand, bellowing, "Inferno!" A massive torrent of fire descended from the heavens, howling menacingly. Ethan gritted his teeth and hurled another iron ball. Bang! 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 The iron spheres erupted in a series of explosive sounds, forming a colossal steel umbrella. The flames fell, erupting into countless sparks upon the umbrella's top. The cloaked figure, incredulous, roared, "Damn transfiguration! Damn little brat!" Ethan silently wiped away the blood from his nose. Although he had neutralized the flames' assault with transfiguration, he had to constantly channel magic to maintain it, and the backlash was anything but pleasant. Ethan raised his wand, firing as if it were a gun. With a loud bang, a swarm of hummingbirds burst forth, fluttering and swirling in midair before diving fiercely towards the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure, enraged, summoned flames to devour the hummingbird swarm, recently mastering the flying bird spell. Ethan clearly was not equipped to handle such a turn of events and could only watch in frustration as his spell faltered. He pointed vehemently at the cloaked figure, internally screaming, "Silencing spell?" Boom! Sparks erupted from the cloaked figure, sending him careening backward, yet he sustained only minor injuries. This strike was indeed unexpected. However, the cloaked figure had been prepared, encased in a layer of iron armor charm. Ethan nearly cursed aloud. Yet, similarly, the cloaked figure was engulfed in rage. A mere brat had managed to leave him in such disarray. He raised his wand above his head, a tempest of magical energy swirling around him. Unleashing a venomous shriek, "Summon the malevolent spirit." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the air thickened, becoming damp and oppressive. Countless faint rustling sounds crawled into Ethan's ears and prickled his scalp. Before him, a blood-red, semi-transparent, grotesque figure began to coalesce, hovering ominously before the cloaked figure. Its face was marred by fissures, with hollow eye sockets resembling dark voids, and blackened blood trickled from the corners of its mouth. Ethan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A torrent of fear, anguish, despair, and sorrow surged within him, threatening to overwhelm his very being. He yearned to flee, to escape as far as possible, ideally to the comforting embrace of Dumbledore's warm bed. And indeed, he made to do just that. Yet upon turning, he beheld Amy still lying on the ground, her complexion ashen, eyes tightly shut, her body trembling as if ensnared in an eternal nightmare. Ethan paused, then turned once more. As if caught in a dizzying spin, he felt the numbness creeping through his scalp and muttered to himself, "I'm not here to save you, but if I were to run away now, I would never forgive myself. Curse it, why did that wretched hat have to sort me into Gryffindor? Had I been placed in Slytherin, perhaps I would have truly fled. I do not fear, I am not afraid. He is Ethan White. His mother's cream rolls are exquisite. How delightful it is that we are all in Gryffindor. We are brave, audacious, and chivalrous Gryffindors. Ethan, it is such a pleasure to know you. Oh my, you finally finished that dreadful assignment. My dear Ethan, your mother will always love you. Those cherished, mundane, yet invaluable memories flooded back to him. Tears streamed down Ethan's cheeks as he raised his wand high, veins bulging at his neck, his eyes blazing with determination as he roared. I'm the bravest Gryffindor. I shall not cower before evil. I will not yield to brute force. I refuse to let fear govern me. I will never flee, forever resolute, forever proud. The materialized specter erupted with a fierce crimson glow, emitting a tormented howl as it lunged at Ethan. In an instant, amidst the clash of life and death, a thunderous spring storm ignited within the depths of his mind. Countless joyful memories surged forth, transforming into the most resilient and warming magic, enveloping him like an unbreakable shield. Expecto Patronum. Chapter 96. The Secrets of the Witch's Castle. The tip of his wand unleashed an unprecedented radiant silver light, erecting a barrier that steadfastly repelled the advancing malevolent spirit. Subsequently, a multitude of silvery beams converged at the center, coalescing into a magnificent, resplendent lion. It blazed with silver flames, charging ferociously at the malevolent spirit, engulfing the bloodied shadow in a dazzling inferno. The specter shrieked and fled, as if confronted by its nemesis. The cloaked figure staggered back in terror, exclaiming in disbelief, "A Patronus? No, it cannot be." Ethan roared, his wrist flicking sharply as he slashed downward. The air warped momentarily. A cascade of blood splattered forth from the chest of the cloaked figure, as an invisible curse tore through flesh, leaving an open wound deep enough to expose bone. The black-robed man's voice froze, his head bowed, initially oblivious to the pain. Instinctively, he reached to touch the wound, the blood warm and viscous, tinged with a metallic sweetness. A wave of excruciating agony surged through his mind, prompting a piercing scream to escape his lips. He attempted to heal himself, but every incantation proved futile. The blood flowed ever more profusely, and his agonized cries morphed into desperate wails. "Surrender your weapon." A bolt of crimson lightning struck the black-robed man once more, leaving him utterly defenseless as he toppled heavily backward, his wand soaring into the air, this time devoid of strength to summon it back. To his astonishment, this ruthless little imp had proven to be cunning and merciless. Seizing the moment of distraction, he had struck a decisive blow, severing the last vestige of support. Ethan swiftly dashed forward to retrieve the wand. "You would, dragon heartstring. 10 1/4 inches long. Exchange value. 7. Magic power, magical affinity, stamina, mental resistance." He approached the cloaked figure, raising the wand with force, tearing the robe to shreds, revealing a visage that was ancient, withered, and grotesque. The flesh upon his cheeks blackened and foul, his nose a gaping pit of decay. Half man, half corpse, he bore no semblance to a living being. With a chilling intent to kill gleaming in his eyes, Ethan pointed the wand at the man's throat, whispering, "If you cooperate, I may spare your soul." "Why did you capture Amy?" At the sound of this inquiry, the cloaked man's murky eyes trembled violently, as if confronted with the most terrifying revelation. He rasped, "The key to the castle's hidden chamber summons the malevolent spirit." The words abruptly ceased. The black-robed man breathed his last, his mouth agape, eyes wide in the night sky, still echoing with fear, resentment, and regret. Ethan furrowed his brow and leaned down to search his person, ultimately retrieving a pouch made of animal hide and a scroll of parchment. The black-robed figure's corpse vanished, transforming into a hummingbird that soared directly into the night. Ethan raised his wand, his lips moving silently. Thunderclap. Boom! The hummingbird shattered in a fiery explosion, engulfed in a torrent of flames. Ethan regarded the scene with cold detachment, having reduced to ashes the very being that had once driven him to the brink of despair. Cleared away, restored to its original state, the charred marks upon the ground disappeared, leaving no trace of the earlier confrontation. Yet, the more he reflected, the angrier he became, storming to the entrance to berate Roland. "I've truly met with misfortune, trusting your nonsense. You fool. Wasn't it enough for me to simply read in peace at home? Yet, I am fortunate to have come. Otherwise, you would be the one weeping. The summer camp shall not be held again. The witch's castle, the hidden chamber, the malevolent spirit, the key." Ethan raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Had he not witnessed the grotesque crimson spirit with his own eyes, he might have dismissed the contents of the parchment as mere tales of curiosity. The figure in the dark robe seized Amy, believing her to have stolen the key to the castle's underground chamber. Why did he conclude that Amy was the thief rather than Ralt or someone who had come before? Ethan contemplated stepping outside when he vaguely heard muffled groans. It seemed Ralt had awakened. He switched off the flashlight, tucked the parchment and the small leather pouch into the box, rolled into the tent, closed his eyes, and succumbed to a heavy slumber. Ultimately, he acquired a secret, a wand made from purple heartwood, which was, at best, a modest fortune. However, the wand exhibited an unusual trait. It did not reject his use. Had it not been for this peculiar nature, he would have refrained from foregoing nourishment. Exhausted, Ethan slept soundly until dawn. Not only he, but most others remained in slumber, and even those who forced themselves to rise bore the remnants of sleep upon their faces. Only Ralt appeared somewhat unnatural, his expression fraught with tension. It was one thing to resemble Lockhart, but to possess similar abilities was quite another. Could you possibly be Lockhart himself? Ralt was clearly anxious, continually wiping the sweat from his brow and discreetly inquiring about each person's condition, quietly checking for any signs of dark magic's influence. Given his reaction, Ethan surmised that Ralt was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should the Ministry of Magic be informed, there would surely be repercussions. Perhaps even a summons to Azkaban for some form of retribution. As midday approached, everyone finally rose to greet the day, gathering outside in a circle. Mrs. Ruma distributed lunch, then announced loudly that, due to inclement weather, they would engage in some low-intensity activities, such as listening to enchanting wizarding tales and witnessing marvelous magical performances. However, due to sudden renovations at Witch's Castle, these activities would take place in town, and they would not be spending the night at the castle. This was evidently Ralt's decision. Ethan nodded subtly. At least he was not obstinate, showing no inclination toward wishful thinking. During the lunch break, Ethan glanced at the weary and listless Amy and casually inquired, "Amy, have you ever visited the castle before?" Amy responded with a nasal hum. Her brow furrowed as she replied, "I've come to help over the past few days." "Have you found anything interesting?" Ethan asked. After a moment's thought, Amy nodded and said, "I once found a witch's key, and then I hid it within the castle." Eager to see who might find it next. Chapter 97. A gift from the headmaster after lunch. Ralt hurriedly instructed everyone to board the vehicle, hastily departing from Witch's Castle. Despite numerous objections, Ralt's talent for fabrication evidently surpassed even his magical prowess. Due to the unusual disturbance of magical energies, the malevolent spirits within the castle felt uneasy, and there was a real possibility they could break free from their magical confinement, leading to disaster. "We must evacuate immediately and await the restoration of calm to the magical energies before we can return to Witch's Castle. As compensation, each person would receive a magical pointed hat." Children are indeed easily appeased, and they held unwavering faith in Professor Ralt's words. Immediately, they ceased their commotion and began to excitedly discuss the next opportunity to explore the Witch's Castle. Ethan, seated by the window, propped his chin on his hand, battling sleepiness. Some children inquired whether he would attend the forthcoming summer camp at the Witch's Castle, to which he merely responded ambiguously. The next time? But did he dare? He certainly did not. He could barely withstand the half-man, half-corpse dark wizard. He couldn't even protect Amy. Last night, he had narrowly escaped death several times, and his eventual triumph over his adversary was truly a confluence of latent potential, fortunate happenstance, and sheer luck. Yet, such outcomes were not characteristic of his usual demeanor. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events and the absence of alternatives, he would never have acted so impulsively. Regardless, he would never again permit Ralt to orchestrate such an unreliable summer camp. A small hand poked at Ethan's back. He opened his eyes, turned his head, and saw Amy extending a copper key to him, roughly the size of his palm, with a witch's statue adorning one end. "You seem quite interested in this. I brought out for you," she said. To his surprise, Ethan gazed at her, but Amy's lowered eyelids concealed any hint of wrongdoing. "Thank you. I will return it to you in a few days." He genuinely wished to explore this so-called hidden chamber of the ancient castle, regardless of treasures. He was far more intrigued by the malevolent spirit. When Ethan leisurely appeared at his doorstep, Mrs. Sarah appeared somewhat bewildered. "What on earth is Mr. Ralt up to?" "Something has occurred." Mrs. Sarah gasped, clearly astonished. "Are there really that many wizards around here?" "Wait, is Mr. Ralt truly a wizard?" "Indeed," Ethan replied vaguely. "I inquired with the professor, and he is indeed a wizard, one who adheres to the rules relatively well." "Good heavens!" Mrs. Sarah exclaimed, her face filled with realization. "So, Ruma is aware of wizards too. What about Amy?" "Ruma is not, but Amy is like me. However, she studies at a magical school in France." Ethan washed his face and accepted the juice his mother offered, stating earnestly, "However, their family is unaware of my identity, and the Ministry of Magic requires confidentiality. So you must not mention this." All right, I understand, Mrs. Sarah replied, a hint of disappointment evident as she had hoped to engage in a meaningful conversation with Ruma. As Ethan ascended the stairs, he remarked, the subsequent summer camp will likely take place at a campsite near the town, and I shall not attend, Mother. It truly sounds dull. But we have already paid, she protested. No matter, Mr. Ralt will issue a refund. Oh, really? Ethan retreated into his study, shutting the door behind him. Once again, Mrs. Sarah faced the familiar barrier, scratching her head in frustration as she departed. Mr. Ralt is quite ineffectual. His extravagant promotions and incessant coaxing to purchase this and that are quite misleading. Perhaps I shall inquire about the fishing competition instead. Robert adores fishing. And it must be more enjoyable than the summer camp. Surely, the alert from last night must have been quite eventful. Thud, thud, thud. Madame Sarah's voice resonated from outside the door. Mr. Owl delivered a rather hefty package yesterday afternoon, sent by a gentleman named Dumbledore. I have placed it in your cabinet. Ethan paused momentarily before responding. Thank you, Mother, I understand. Dumbledore is the headmaster of the school, a highly esteemed wizard. He rose to open the cabinet, where indeed lay a substantial package, nearly 2 feet thick. The top was adorned with a wax seal and Dumbledore's signature. Ethan squinted slightly, his palm brushing over the surface, revealing traces of magic. This was more than just a signature. An enchantment lay upon it, visible only to the intended recipient, revealing the contents within. Why would the headmaster suddenly send me a gift? My birthday is yet to arrive. Ethan, perplexed, effortlessly lifted the package from the cabinet. If Madame Sarah were to witness this scene, she would surely be taken aback. Although Ethan had allocated all his attribute points to rare attributes, he had still accumulated a fair amount of ordinary attributes through his interactions with magical items. His strength attribute totaled 11 points. Modest, but sufficient to handle the package with ease. As Ethan unwrapped the parcel and lifted a sturdy lid, he was taken aback. The interior space of the box was vastly greater than its exterior suggested. It had indeed been enchanted with a spell of seamless expansion. Atop the contents lay a letter. I realize this may be premature, but time is of the essence. Should you manage to submit a paper that meets my expectations before the summer break concludes, I may be able to recommend you to a teacher. Dumbledore. Beneath the letter were an array of books, a beginner's guide to ancient magic, the compendium of magical symbols, the phonetics of spellcasting, the magic dictionary, advanced runic translation, principles of alchemy, discoveries in ancient alchemy, transformation and transmutation of metals, and from purification too. Ethan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing with 2 concepts, ancient magic, alchemy. Ancient magic was a course available to third-year students, while alchemy could only be pursued in 6th year. The high demands for magical prowess and foundational knowledge were evident. Dumbledore himself was a master of alchemy, and the only other individual Ethan knew of was the famed Nicholas Flamel, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Time is of the essence, Ethan murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Could it be that the headmaster had suddenly taken a liking to him and intended to recommend him to Flamel? This was utterly unexpected. Such a delightful surprise. Ethan was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Even if it were but a single opportunity, it would undoubtedly be the finest gift he received this year. Alchemy requires unparalleled intellect. I must enhance my intelligence attributes. Ethan clenched his fist, realizing that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lay before him, and he was determined to seize it at all costs. Chapter 98, A Night Visit to the Witch's Castle. Miss Sarah clutched a thick stack of summer camp flyers, dashing up the stairs with enthusiasm. Ethan, someone gifted Mom some discount voucher for dance classes, singing lessons, and even drama. Indeed, Ethan was engrossed in a book by the window, bathed in the gentle, radiant sunlight. Lowering her voice slightly and glancing around with curiosity, she inquired, "What did that principal send?" "A letter and some books." "Books? You already have plenty of assignments." Ms. Sarah grimaced at the mere mention of the word, as she had developed a serious aversion to them lately. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan suggested, "How about we go fishing in a couple of days? The sea base should be delightful right now." His mother seemed genuinely eager for an outing. "Once we visit Witch's Castle, I'll take her out for a day of fun." Miss Sarah looked at him in surprise, her joy evident. "That sounds wonderful. We could rent a boat and fish all day at the bay. I'll make some fish cakes and egg tarts, and we can bring some ham and invite Ruma. Perhaps we could indulge in a little sherry." With that, she dashed down the stairs and quickly exited the house. Ethan perused the stack of advertisements left by his mother. Guitar classes, sketching lessons, singing, and children's stage plays, shaking his head in exasperation as he tucked them away. School was about to commence, and he had no time for distractions. At most, he could spare a day to accompany his mother fishing, perhaps perform a few magic tricks to lift her spirits. He returned to his reading of an introduction to ancient magical scripts, which were imbued with enchantments invisible to ordinary eyes, perhaps explaining why Dumbledore had the audacity to send them. He read with rapt fascination. The basic, memory-based concepts posed no challenge, and even the slightly obscure ideas became clear with minimal thought. The study of magical scripts was intricately linked to alchemy and even potion-making. However, his knowledge of potion-making was solid enough that he could afford to focus solely on the fundamentals of ancient scripts and alchemy. The summer, which had initially felt interminable, now became a treasure trove of precious moments due to these subjects. That night, after dinner, Ethan patiently engaged in half an hour of idle chatter with his mother before ascending to bed. When the night grew deep and quiet, he donned his black robe, slung a backpack filled with potions over his shoulders, and quietly slipped out. The broomstick was the first gift he received this summer, courtesy of Professor McGonagall. Slightly superior to Harry S. Nimbus 2000, it was the latest Nimbus 2001. The lifelong Quidditch enthusiast, Professor McGonagall, had long believed that Ethan's disinterest in Quidditch stemmed from not owning a broom of his own. Ethan was unaware of its cost, but it must have been quite expensive. Yet, even with such a fine broom, he remained indifferent toward the Quidditch balls, unless they were to enhance his attributes. Beneath the clear night sky, Ethan cast a disillusionment charm, mounted his broom, and soared into the heavens, transforming into a shadow as he flew towards a witch's castle. The small town swiftly dwindled into a mere speck as the fierce winds howled above. Ethan's gaze flickered, and he descended, gradually slowing to land atop the collapsed tower. The dilapidated witch's fortress loomed beneath him, shrouded in the oppressive stillness of the night, its darkness appearing exceptionally foreboding. Indeed, it was terrifying, for this place was truly haunted by malevolent spirits. With a smile, Ethan produced his wand and lightly tapped his broom, which instantly transformed into a box of matches that he tucked into his pocket. A luminous glow flickered. The tip of the wand radiated a blinding white light. The sound gradually converged and then separated, reminiscent of some lurking creature in the shadows, closely shadowing Ethan's heels. With each step he took, it mirrored his movements. Unperturbed, Ethan calmly descended the stairs and located the entrance to a more sinister, shadowy basement. Observing the fallen boulders, he raised his wand, its tip igniting with flames. A clear and chilling incantation escaped his lips, shattered to pieces. With a thunderous boom, the entire castle trembled faintly, and a whirlwind swept through, carrying away all the dust. Gripping his wand, Ethan ventured deeper into the profound darkness. Before him lay a narrow corridor, slanting downwards. In the air, faint sobs could be discerned, barely audible. Rather than feeling alarmed, Ethan was filled with delight, quickening his pace until he was nearly running. The cold breeze brushed the back of his neck, heightening the sensation of being watched, akin to fine needles grazing his skin. He could sense the greed in those gazes, hungering for his flesh and soul. Yet he cared not. He gazed upward at a bronze door spanning the corridor, adorned with a statue of a witch, her sharp teeth and monstrous eyes glaring with a gaping maw. After a moment of scrutiny, Ethan retrieved the key Amy had given him earlier that day and inserted it into the lock. With a series of clicks, the door creaked open, releasing tendrils of crimson mist that spilled forth like living entities, shape-shifting restlessly, resembling eager hands reaching out to him. They filled the entire passageway, rendering Ethan insignificantly small in their presence. With a smile, Ethan extended his hand to clasp one of the misty appendages. Instantly, a pair of greedy red eyes ignited within the vapor. The howling wind billowed Ethan's cloak, stretching his shadow longer and longer. Suddenly, the misty hand tightened its grip, straining to pull him in. Ethan offered no resistance. Instead, he willingly stepped forward, entering the fog. I truly did not foresee such a delightful surprise. To be honest, you are far more enticing than any treasure. I'm certain you must be delectable. Spirit, Ezra Sornhill. Exchange value, 5, mental strength, mental resistance, spell resistance. Spirit, Silas Crowley. Exchange value, 6, intelligence, mental strength, mental resistance, spell resistance. Spirit, Mora Raven. Exchange value, 5, mental strength, mental resistance, agility, spell resistance. Moments latte. The strange white mist dissipated entirely. Ethan, still wearing a smile infused with a sense of satisfaction, strode eagerly deeper into the shadows. Chapter 99. In the name of the Professor. The air grew increasingly frigid and biting, exuding a musty scent that had long been sealed away. The corridor echoed solely with the sound of Ethan's footsteps, which, compared to when he first entered, now seemed considerably lighter, mirroring the solitude that weighed heavily on his heart. He longed for the presence of someone, anyone, to emerge and engage him in conversation or to share a handshake, to make himself more conspicuous. Ethan began to sing the only school song he had learned. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, teach us your wisdom, for our minds are empty, filled only with air. Above him, peculiar shadows slithered slowly across the ceiling, but upon hearing his song, they scattered in a panic like a nest of startled mice. Hey, where are you running off to? Let's be friends. Ethan stamped his foot in frustration and dashed after the largest shadow, which only fled faster, emitting a terrified wail. After pursuing it for a while without success, he could only watch it escape with a twinge of dissatisfaction. Very well, once I learn the art of apparition, I shall return, and then you won't be able to flee from me. He sighed softly, undeterred, raising his wand with a swift motion and gesturing towards the obstructive wooden door. With a crack, the door splintered into pieces, revealing a vast chamber behind it. Ethan paused before entering, lifting his wand to gather his magical energy. Reveal your true form. A hazy silver light swirled through the room like a bird in flight, illuminating several areas that instantly bore blood-red marks. This was a curse, a vile hex. Ethan, wary and lacking the ability to dispel it, summoned a ghostly blue flame from the tip of his wand. Sandstorm. The areas marked by the hex erupted in fierce flames, the shockwave sweeping away the curses, rendering the destruction of anything else irrelevant. After casting the revealing spell once more to ensure no curses remained, he smiled and stepped inside. The chamber was an arched underground hall, approximately the size of a basketball court, with an oval shape measuring about 70 feet in length. The surrounding walls were constructed of dark stone blocks, etched with rows of peculiar runes that resembled ancient magical scripts. Historically, the witch trials in Lancashire occurred several centuries prior. This witch's fortress had likely stood for hundreds of years, and these symbols were undoubtedly remnants of ancient magic. Near the center of the hall, two enormous oil paintings hung in ornate frames. One depicted a young witch entwined with a raven, cradling an ethereal flame, while the other illustrated an aged witch shaking hands with a malevolent spirit, blood evident in the exchange. The witches in both portraits appeared somewhat bashful, awkwardly turning their faces away. Greetings, Ethan said courteously. In our school, we have many such magical portraits. Ethan smiled and remarked, they can move, they can speak. They enjoy visiting one another, and they are prone to shouting and cursing. Some even relish the challenge of a duel. Later, my professor informed me that the creation of magical portraits is an exceedingly intricate art. The wizard who wields the brush must first employ magic to ensure that the figures within the portrait can move as they would in life. They utilize phrases favored by the subjects to capture their essence as closely as possible. This implies that the impression left by the portrait is entirely contingent upon the artist's perception at that moment. It is neither a soul nor a memory, merely a likeness. Ethan continued to speak of the secrets of magical portraits, his tone tinged with melancholy and regret. The two witches depicted in the portrait grew increasingly uneasy, no longer concealing their fear, and gazed at him with palpable terror. Ethan, maintaining his smile, said, "If the master of this place requires you to convey a message to the guests, now is the time." The younger witch, unable to withstand the pressure, spoke timidly. "If you promise our safety, I can share everything I know with you. I can tell you right now that the master of this castle is Isabel Lancaster, a gifted witch unparalleled in the realm of potions. She later focused on summoning magic in the realm of souls, successfully transforming herself into a specter after her death. Her accomplishments are extraordinary, leaving behind a treasure trove of knowledge. Sir, if you seek knowledge, bear in mind, the southeast corner holds the secrets of potions. The southwest conceals the mysteries of the soul, and the northwest preserves various magical spells. If your intent is to acquire gold or pearls, they are stored in the deeper chambers, a wealth amassed by the Lancaster family over generations, filling several rooms to the brim. In another portrait, an elderly witch cowered in the corner, trembling in silence. Ethan turned to look, and indeed, in the southeast corner stood a massive copper furnace, far larger than the crucibles used at school. The southwest corner was littered with numerous bones, with iron chains dangling from the ceiling. The northwest corner housed a row of dark wooden shelves and scroll cabinets. Before Ethan lay a wooden door through which a tantalizing golden light seeped. Ethan turned back, gazing at the portrait. The young witch immediately forced a smile. Ethan scrutinized her closely and said with a smile, "You have provided a wealth of detail. However, I have a few simple questions. Does Lady Lancaster understand ancient magical scripts?" Ethan nodded and added, "To demonstrate your sincerity, please tell me how to lift the enchantments in those areas." The The young witch hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "If I tell you, will you promise to leave immediately after obtaining the knowledge you seek?" Ethan responded earnestly, "Please trust me. Had she not attacked me first last night, I would not be here. However, I have no intention of disturbing her deep slumber. I merely seek to acquire a token of apology. My desire is to obtain knowledge, a recompense that consists solely of potions, spells, and that cauldron for potion making. In the end, I shall swear by the name of Professor Quirinus Quirrell. As for who Professor Quirrell is, you need only to understand that I share a bond of utmost loyalty with him. Now what say you?"